Chapter 31. Zhang Juzheng's efforts. Zhu Houzhong was certainly aware of Li Qing's insinuations. After a moment of contemplation, he gently nodded and replied, "Understood. You may take your leave." "Yes, I shall take my leave." Feng Bao sighed with relief, albeit with a hint of surprise that the emperor did not inquire about the matters concerning the Duke of Yongqing and the Queen of Britain. Huang Jin chuckled. Li Qing possesses discernment. If he has said as much, he will undoubtedly return soon. Zhu Houzhong cast a sidelong glance at him and scoffed. "If I recall correctly, it was you who bestowed upon him the moniker of indecent, was it not?" Huang Jin was taken aback, stammering. "I merely named him so out of discontent for his initial disrespect towards Your Majesty. It was not meant to be taken seriously. Li Qing does indeed possess virtue." "Virtue?" Zhu Houzhong chuckled. Huang Jin, well aware of his master's true feelings, understood that despite the emperor's derisive laughter, he genuinely hoped for Li Qing's prompt return. Thus, he continued to provide ample evidence of Li Qing's reliability, eventually eliciting a smile from the emperor. In the Qinqing palace, Zhang pondered aloud. The culture in Jiangnan is rather open, with a high acceptance of new ideas. Let us grant the woolen jackets to the Li family, and I shall bestow a 1% discount as a token of my favor. Zhang was not optimistic about the sales prospects of the woolen jackets. Given the immense quantity, this seemingly generous discount required a prerequisite. The jackets must be sold at full price. Otherwise, the Li family would incur losses. Moreover, they had already missed the peak selling season. Of course, Zhang did not intend to exploit the Li family's resources. This was a promise made by Li Qing. And the financial situation of the court was indeed not encouraging. He sighed, stating, "Future transactions will primarily focus on raw materials." "Yes, I shall comply with your decree." Feng Bao respectfully bowed and tentatively inquired, "Your Majesty, will my personal presence be required for the delivery of the warships?" Zhang glanced at him and chuckled. "What? Do you not wish to?" Feng Bao stiffened, quickly kneeling to express his loyalty. "How could I harbor such thoughts? It would bring me joy to assist Your Majesty in any capacity within my means." However, the emperor's tone softened as he said, "Since the transaction has been finalized, there is no need for you to attend in person. There are many eunuchs in the Bureau of Rights. You may select a capable one for the task." Feng Bao's heart swelled with joy. "I shall comply with your decree. I will attend to it right away." "Hold on," Zhang interrupted, confirming. "The Duke of Yongqing did not specify when he would return?" Feng Bao nodded. Zhang furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring to himself, "Having spent such an extended period in Britain, with his capabilities, what could he possibly be unable to accomplish? Moreover, the transaction has been secured. The court will not renege. Why does the Duke remain in Britain?" Feng Bao hesitated, but the emperor, returning to his senses, snapped, "What are you dawdling for? Attend to your duties." Yes, I shall take my leave." Feng Bao was not one to gossip. Since the emperor did not inquire, he would not hastily divulge Li Qing's scandalous tales. Zhang gently pinched the bridge of his nose, his expression clouded with concern. The imperial treasury's revenues have increased significantly, yet the deficit continues to escalate. Although the repercussions of the great earthquake have finally subsided and the construction of private schools has progressed into its later stages, fiscal expenditures remain exorbitant. The military salaries under the conscription system, support for the western regions, and integration in the northern desert, coupled with the new emperor's decree to reduce taxes for 3 years, have not alleviated the deficit. Rather, it has merely lessened in its alarming growth. Where, then, can funds be procured? The only solution that Zhang could conceive, and the most pragmatic one at that, was to raise taxes. The dilemma lies in the fact that the coronation edict promised a 3-year tax reduction, and as it is only the first year of the Yongqing era, how could he go back on his word? Unavoidably, Zhang's thoughts turned to Gaogong. His father did not oppose the notion, and the Duke of Yongqing acknowledged its feasibility, yet both insisted on waiting for an opportune moment. Alas, such words are easily spoken, but the pressure on the national treasury is immense, causing great distress. Zhang sighed wearily and commanded, "Summon Minister of Revenue Zhang Juzheng to the palace to see me." Zhang Juzheng had recently been appointed as Minister of Revenue and was brimming with enthusiasm. His close ties with Su Jie were well known, and thus he was a valuable asset to leverage. Zhang exhaled deeply, picked up the vermilion brush, and began reviewing the memorials. "Your Majesty, Minister Zhang has arrived." "Let him in." Zhang set down the brush, contemplating the grand discourse he would deliver. Moments later, Zhang Juzheng entered with a young eunuch. Bowing respectfully, "Your humble servant pays homage to His Majesty." "You need not bow, Minister Zhang," Zhu Ziqiang replied warmly, chuckling. "I have long heard of your extraordinary talents." "Esteemed Zhang, you recognized characters at 5, comprehended the classics at 7, passed the scholar examination at 12, and achieved the highest degree at 23. Such an illustrious record is indeed remarkable. However, the path of an official is fraught with challenges. I have heard of your discussions with the late emperor, which confirmed your exceptional abilities. Now, it appears your talents exceed my expectations." Zhu Ziqiang waved Zhang Juzheng's memorial before him, praising, "Every word you have penned is a gem, and I wholeheartedly agree that a nation's financial strength equates to its power." At this juncture, Zhu Ziqiang ceased to speak, waiting for Zhang Juzheng to articulate what he could not. Zhang Juzheng, eager not to disappoint the emperor, had prepared a response and quickly articulated, "Your Majesty is too kind." With a brief pause, he continued, "Your Majesty, throughout history, the rise and fall of dynasties have always been intertwined with their financial resources. Our ancestors cared for the people as their own, just as the late emperor did, and as you do now. The populace sings your praises." After a lengthy discourse of political correctness, Zhang Juzheng shifted his tone. "Today, in the prosperous Ming, while the people may be affluent, the nation itself is not necessarily so. Therefore, I dare to suggest that in addition to enriching the populace, we must also consider the wealth of the state. As a minister of the revenue, it is my duty to strategize for the nation's governance. I partake of the emperor's bounty, and thus must also share his burdens." Zhang Juzheng took a deep breath and respectfully declared, "I have earnest words to present. You may proceed. I believe that surveying and measuring farmland is an urgent task," Zhang Juzheng asserted, "and I propose we first implement this initiative in several provinces of Jiangnan, such as Zhuhong, Jiangsu, Anhui, and Jiangxi. Once we have achieved results, we can then expand it nationwide." The proposal to survey farmland is not particularly novel, as many Ming emperors have undertaken similar measures before, with notable success during the reign of Xianzong, and some effectiveness afterwards, albeit limited. However, within the given context, it acquires a distinct flavor. In the name of surveying fields and measuring land, wealth is sought. However, the subsequent words of Zhang Juzheng made Zhu Ziqiang realize he had misinterpreted the situation. At the dawn of our great Ming dynasty, the wealth of Jiangnan surpassed that of the north, leading to a deeply entangled network of gentry and, consequently, a need for external assistance. Zhu Ziqiang leaned slightly forward, inquiring, "What do you propose?" "The military." Zhu Ziqiang pondered momentarily, then shook his head slightly. "Most grassroots military officers in the garrison are locals and may not yield significant results. While Your Majesty's wisdom is evident, employing the garrison is impractical. However, what of a conscripted army?" "Qi Jiguang," Zhu Ziqiang blurted out. Jiangnan, military, conscription. His first thought was indeed of Qi Jiguang. It was not merely that Qi Jiguang held a high office, but rather that his military achievements were extraordinarily remarkable. His near-miraculous casualty rates had once prompted skepticism from the court, and Zhu Ziqiang was no exception. Yet, successive investigations by the court guards yielded only one undeniable fact. Qi Jiguang's primary duty involved combating pirates, with little interaction with the local gentry. If he were to assist, supervise, or even lead the land surveying efforts, the results would undoubtedly differ significantly. More importantly, after so many years of peace, the martial spirit of the great Ming had severely waned, resulting in an imbalance between civil and military authority, with generals relegated to mere sidelines. For the emperor and the nation, this posed a significant concern. In a Ming dynasty lacking martial virtue, a figure like Qi Jiguang naturally attracted attention. He required little promotion, for even a modest nudge could help restore the waning martial spirit. Furthermore, appointing Qi Jiguang would send a potent political signal, one that favored military leaders. The army remains an indispensable cornerstone of imperial power, without exception. The downfall of Jiangwen stemmed fundamentally from the disaffection of military leaders. Now that the political landscape has shifted, such a scenario will not reoccur. Still, this does not justify neglecting military leaders and the army. Zhu Ziqiang gazed deeply at Zhang Juzheng, suppressing his joy and admiration, and calmly remarked, setting aside the dissent within the court, "Qi Jiguang's duty is to eradicate pirates." "What then of the pirates?" "Your Majesty, General, you can assist in the campaign against the pirates," came the response. "Such an arrangement may evoke some discontent from Qi Jiguang. Zhu Houzhong reflected, acknowledging that, to outsiders, this would appear as a significant show of trust. Yet for Qi Jiguang, it was not an enviable task. If he were to execute it meticulously, it would equate to a rupture with the Jiangnan gentry and the high-ranking officials in the capital. Conversely, if he were to hesitate, the very reason for his appointment would be rendered moot. Juzheng was momentarily taken aback, then conceded, "Your Majesty's insight is truly remarkable," leaving this humble servant in awe. Zhu Houzhong lifted his teacup, sipping in silence. After a period of deep contemplation, Juzheng slowly proposed, "I have heard that Qi Jiguang shares a profound bond with his wife and has yet to take a concubine. I believe bestowing a favor upon Lady Qi would yield more favorable results. Additionally, Your Majesty could leverage Governor Yang Shun or his deputy Shun Lian to bolster Qi Jiguang's position. Governor Yang has always been upright, and Shun Lian, known for his disdain for wickedness, was appointed as Yang's deputy by the late emperor, presumably to facilitate this very arrangement." As Zhu Houzhong took another sip of tea, he carefully considered and ultimately endorsed Juzheng's suggestions. The act of surveying and measuring farmland has traditionally been the domain of civil officials, and now it seems that even Grand Scholar Su may find himself in a predicament. Juzheng, perceptive as he was, immediately sensed the underlying implications and promptly declared, "Grand Scholar Su has always acted with impartiality. I believe he will not oppose this." Finally, Zhu Houzhong could no longer conceal his amusement and nodded, saying, "Minister Zhang, you truly live up to your reputation as a prodigy. I assume you have long prepared your thoughts on this matter? Your Majesty is overly gracious. Were it not for your sagacious insights that illuminated the issues at hand, I would have had little to contribute," Juzheng replied respectfully, attributing his opportunity to the emperor's guidance. "Ha ha," Zhu Houzhong exclaimed, his spirits lifted. "Minister Zhang's loyalty to the throne and love for the nation deeply move me." Pausing, he then solemnly stated, "A loyal minister must not be wronged." Chapter 32. This county magistrate is quite extraordinary. Juzheng's proposal to survey farmland was indeed commendable. He presented a detailed and feasible plan and expressed his ability to persuade Su Jie and even the entire Qinglu faction to compromise, which was a rare achievement. Simultaneously, this accelerated the emperor's consolidation of power while generating revenue for the court without imposing additional taxes. It was a triumph on both fronts. Such loyalty from his subjects necessitated a positive response from the emperor. Since Zhu Houzhong had been appointed crown prince, he had been taught the art of grandiloquence by the Zhu family. Now, he wielded it with finesse. "With such a Ming dynasty and such ministers, I am indeed fortunate," he mused. "Your Majesty is too kind," replied Zhang. Good is simply good," Zhu Houzhong said with a smile. "I recall that Minister Zhang and Minister Li were both top scholars in the same examination, correct?" Implicit in his words was the notion that if Li Chunfang could enter the cabinet, so too could Zhang. After all, having learned directly from his father for so long, Zhu Houzhong was certainly no novice. "Minister, having just been appointed as Deputy Minister of Revenue, you still need time to settle in. Otherwise, some may cast wary glances. Nonetheless, I am well aware of your capabilities," Zhu Houzhong continued, his tone lighthearted. "You are talented, and I am particularly appreciative of talent. Among all the court, you are the first to grasp my concerns." This was a platitude, yet not merely a platitude. Zhu Houzhong undoubtedly favored Juzheng and intended to promote him, though he wished to avoid making it too easy for him to receive rewards, lest he become unaware of their significance. Juzheng immediately played along, feigning humility. "The concerns of the sovereign weigh heavily upon the minister, causing me to feel embarrassed. With such kindness from your Majesty, I find it even more challenging to navigate my own position." Upon finishing, he bowed deeply. Minister, please rise," Zhu Houzhong urged. Following a delightful exchange of mutual respect between ruler and minister, both felt a silent satisfaction. However, Su Jie found himself in a difficult position. Having always striven to please both sides, he was now compelled to offend one. Similarly, Qi Jiguang, who had been diligently combating the Japanese pirates, was frustrated at being tasked with surveying farmland instead. Su Jie ultimately made a choice, aligning himself with the emperor and fostering his students. The current political climate heightened his sense of urgency. He genuinely feared for the longevity of his political career. If he could not support his students in entering the cabinet before his departure, the future prosperity of the Su family might be jeopardized. Nevertheless, as the esteemed elder Su He managed to navigate this dilemma and reach a compromise. The measurement of the land remains under the purview of the civil officials. However, Qi Jiguang possesses the authority of veto, and ultimately, the finalized acreage must receive his endorsement. Although the ultimate decision lies with Qi Jiguang, this arrangement salvages the dignity of the civil officials, and additionally, the surplus revenue will be shared equally. Zhu Houzhong is also aware that moderation is key and has granted his consent. Once the agreement is reached, an edict is swiftly promulgated throughout the realm. Little Qi, rest assured, I will lead your troops, vanquish your foes, and safeguard your wife, sister-in-law, and children, Yu Daiyou said with a hearty laugh, patting Qi Jiguang on the shoulder. His joy evident. Although there are pirates in Fujian, they pale in comparison to the more affluent Jiangsu and Zhuhong regions, rendering their incursions mere trifles. Qi Jiguang, with a furrowed brow, retorted, Are you not pleased with this situation? Yu Daiyou, flashing a broad grin, responded with exuberance. We are all brothers here. It is my duty. And expressing gratitude would be superfluous. I am utterly vexed, Qi Jiguang lamented, yet he felt compelled to acquiesce. With the emperor's decree, could he dare to defy? I will take 500 men. The remainder will temporarily remain under your command. Remember, it is merely temporary, Qi Jiguang asserted through gritted teeth. If even one soldier falls, you shall answer for it. You are being unreasonable. In the chaos of battle, how can one guarantee no losses? Not every engagement can be without casualties. I can only promise to maintain comparable losses. Qi Jiguang's illustrious record was so remarkable that even Yu Daiyou hesitated to assure similar outcomes. Can you manage it? Qi Jiguang pressed, his agitation palpable. If you lack confidence, I shall petition the court, stating your inability. All right, I shall do my utmost. Yu Daiyou conceded with a resigned nod, then playfully draped his arm around Qi Jiguang's shoulders, chuckling. Come now, do not wallow in self-pity. The emperor clearly intends to place you in a position of prominence, which is a fortuitous development. You understand nothing, Qi Jiguang retorted to the emperor. I am merely a convenient tool. Once my utility is exhausted, so am I. Do you truly believe the high-ranking officials in the court will allow a military figure to rise unchecked? What benefits do I derive from offending the powerful in the capital or the local gentry? After a moment of contemplation, Yu Daiyou replied, I believe you are overthinking. As long as the Marquis Yongqing remains in power, your safety is assured. Do you doubt the Marquis's longevity? Qi Jiguang paused, his anxiety somewhat alleviated. It had been some time since he had heard news of the Marquis. He wondered where he had ventured. Where has the Marquis gone? Yu Daiyou inquired with curiosity. I know he has gone overseas, but the specifics elude me. Alas, I do not know when he will return, Qi Jiguang sighed. Oh, it hardly matters whether the Marquis returns. It does not impede our fight against the pirates. Are you truly worried about facing repercussions for the land measurements? Yu Daiyou dismissed. Qi Jiguang fell silent for a moment and then asked, Old Yu, have you noticed that the Ming seems somewhat different lately? Has it? Yu Daiyou scratched his head, looking puzzled. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it, Qi Jiguang sighed. I must speak with my wife regarding some matters. I will be departing with my troops shortly, and I will forego drinking this time. Upon my return, we shall indulge in a proper celebration. Yu Daiyou nodded and said, Let us not be overly rigid. Qi Jiguang chuckled wryly and shook his head. With so many eyes upon us, if I adhere too strictly to protocol, they will resent me. If I do not, they will exploit the situation to undermine future military leaders' involvement in politics. Furthermore, with the emperor and the retired emperor observing, I have no choice but to maintain a strict stance. Yu Daiyou scratched his head and reassured him, Your achievements in quelling the pirates are well known. Even if the emperor and the retired emperor disregard public sentiment, they will certainly consider the morale of the army. You need not worry. After a pause, he cursed. Damn it, whose foolish idea was this? At this, Qi Jiguang grew irritated and coldly replied, It was the new Minister of Revenue, Zhang Juzheng. The edict states that I must heed Zhang Juzheng's counsel. It always seemed to be these pen-pushers. With their mere words, we, the military leaders, are left to endure the consequences. Enough, Qi Jiguang interrupted. The circumstances are what they are. Complaining is futile. It is best to refrain from such remarks. Should they reach the wrong ears, you may find yourself in a difficult position. Fear him? Yu Daiyou scoffed. I fight for my country. Old Yu. Qi Jiguang frowned. Yu Daiyou took a deep breath, waved his hand dismissively, and said, Very well, I shall say no more. You can rest assured that I will handle the pirates. Focus on your land surveying. Your intellect surpasses mine, and I shall not burden you with further counsel. Take care. Qi Jiguang sighed, replying, you take care as well. And do treat those scoundrels properly. Rest assured, I shall host them splendidly, ensuring they have no desire to return. Yu Daiyou grinned menacingly. In the office of the magistrate of Chunnan County, a group of clerks observed the newly appointed magistrate, Hai Rui, whose typically stern countenance unexpectedly displayed a smile, leaving them somewhat apprehensive. Having just taken office for a month, their illicit gains had already plummeted, approaching a point of no return. Hai Rui, unconcerned with their thoughts, stated matter-of-factly, you have seen the imperial decree. From this day forth, a comprehensive land survey will commence. In truth, even without the edict, Hai Rui would have initiated the land survey. However, this provided a more legitimate basis for his actions, instilling him with greater confidence. He felt quite pleased. Although the retired emperor had abdicated, the new emperor was a capable ruler. Sir Hai, the principal clerk interjected. The decree specifies that the land survey must have General Qi's consent. With the general absent, this might prove problematic. Hai Rui glanced at him coolly and replied, General Qi is but one man. How could he oversee the land surveys across several provinces in Jiangnan? Moreover, the edict clearly states that while final confirmation rests with General Qi, the implementation is to be overseen by local officials. As the magistrate of Chunnan, I possess this authority. The county clerk chimed in, Sir Hai, it may be premature to initiate this process. Perhaps we should wait until General Qi visits us, then we can proceed, thus respecting the general and avoiding unnecessary complications. Unnecessary complications? Hai Rui retorted angrily. I am the local magistrate. They are my subjects. When did officials of the Ming Dynasty ever have to bow to the whims of landlords? The two clerks fell silent, their hearts seething with indignation, feeling that this man was utterly unreasonable. Without regard for the gentry's sentiments, the collection of taxes poses a considerable dilemma. If taxes cannot be collected, how does one fulfill their obligations? How does one ascend the ranks? They have served 3 county magistrates and have never encountered someone as incomprehensible as Hai Rui. It suffices not to socialize with the local gentry upon assuming office, but to antagonize the county office itself is another matter entirely. Given the current circumstances, it appears he intends to confront the local gentry directly. A mere 10 stone of rice a month. What recklessness is this? Lord Hai? With a resounding thud, Hai Rui struck the table and admonished, Are you my subordinates or the mouthpieces of the gentry? If the former, you shall act under my orders. If the latter, you may return home at once. The two were taken aback. Is he truly this audacious? Is there still room for discussion? Chapter 33. The difficulties of county officials. The county office fell into a profound silence. Given the gravity of the situation, it was clear to all that this scholar, hailing from the ranks of the educated, was not merely here to hold office. He was, in fact, anything but ordinary. The atmosphere grew heavy, and even the county vice and the clerk lost their usual warmth and flattery, their expressions stiffening, their faces darkening with concern. No one dared to retort or respond, as if Hai Rui's words had gone unheard. In such circumstances, a typical new magistrate would surely capitulate, for these individuals could render any official powerless. Yet, Hai Rui was evidently no ordinary man. With no dissent in sight, it was time to act. Seemingly oblivious to their silent defiance, Hai Rui calmly remarked, You have all seen the imperial edict. Assemble the ranks. No one stirred. The group of clerks remained lethargic, and the county vice and clerk fell silent. Observing this, Hai Rui's brow furrowed deeper, yet he refrained from immediate outburst. Zhang, Wang, remain here, the rest may withdraw. The clerks silently bowed and exited. Zhang and Wang exchanged covert smirks, though their demeanor now bore a hint of respect. Hai Rui returned to his desk and spoke slowly. You are likely aware of my background, a scholar by birth, appointed as an instructor, enjoying a modest reputation during my tenure. With the county magistrate position vacant and the imperial policy favoring instructors for such appointments, I have the fortune of assuming this role. The two, uncertain of Hai Rui's true intentions, listened in silence. Upon my arrival, you graciously provided me with the county officials' detailed records. As you are a county vice of the 8th rank and a clerk of the 9th rank, both appointed by the Ministry of Personnel, you are well aware that the role of the magistrate is fraught with challenges, as is that of the assistant magistrate. I do not underestimate your perspectives. Had these words been uttered on Hai Rui's first day in office, the two would have eagerly bowed and offered pleasantries to curry favor. However, after some time together, they had come to understand that Hai Rui's approach was resolute and unyielding. No matter how they attempted to scheme, Hai Rui spoke to himself. According to the regulations of the court, the county deputy, the chief clerk, and the inspecting censors possessed the authority to directly command and mobilize. Furthermore, it is stipulated that any decree issued by the county magistrate requires the signatures of both the county deputy and the chief clerk to be deemed valid. With the provincial inspecting censors as my backing and the restraints on the county magistrate's power, it may seem that if you oppose my decrees, I am indeed at a loss. Moreover, you two have held your positions in Chunnan for many years, wielding considerable influence both within and outside the county office. Having been transferred here just a month ago, I seek to make my mark and can only rely on the support of my two esteemed colleagues. Oh, so you were aware, the two replied, their expressions finally softening. Hai Rui continued. However, the inspecting censors lack the authority to mobilize the county magistrate, let alone command him. Additionally, the court has decreed that if a county magistrate and his assistant publicly quarrel, resulting in the delay of county affairs, both parties, irrespective of who is right or wrong, shall be dismissed from their positions. The expressions of the two men stiffened. Hai Rui then remarked nonchalantly, I am merely a fortunate find as a county magistrate. Being a mere acquisition, losing this position holds little regret for me. They bristled with alarm and anger, quickly replaced by trepidation. The underlying implication in Hai Rui's words was clear. I am unencumbered. I fear not your authority. Typically, the future of a county magistrate far surpasses that of a county deputy or chief clerk. It is they who should be the ones without support. Yet, as Hai Rui spoke, the two began to believe him. Observing his actions over the past month, it appeared he truly did not cherish the hard-won position he held. Ignoring their reactions, Hai Rui continued, I am the county magistrate, and you are my assistants. Your evaluations will be pinned by me and submitted to the court. Their faces shifted slightly. Deputy Zhang spoke solemnly, Master Hai, as colleagues, we do not wish to make matters difficult for you. The surveying of lands is a decree from the court, a national policy issued by His Majesty, which we will naturally uphold and assist you in executing. However, every county has its own realities. We hope you will think carefully and proceed with caution. Chief Clerk Wang spoke with a gentler tone, yet his words were sharper. Master Hai, you are a product of the esteemed imperial examinations, while we are but graduates of the monitoring school. In the local governance of the Ming Dynasty, most county deputies and chief clerks are indeed from such schools, often having purchased their positions, in contrast to scholars who have toiled for years to attain their degrees. Our costs are considerably lower. This was a reminder to Hai Rui. We are the ones without support. However, Hai Rui remained unfazed. Not to mention that you do not possess the certainty of a mutual downfall, even if you did. I neither take assent from the local gentry nor deviate from the court's policies. Should I be dismissed due to our discord, I could return to my role as an educator, while you. Hai Rui coldly interjected, the best outcome for you may still only render you as clerks. The smile on Chief Clerk Wang's face abruptly froze, while Deputy Zhang's expression darkened to its utmost. In that moment, they finally realized that Hai Rui was indeed playing for keeps. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously chose to compromise, their faces once again blooming with smiles. Their tones imbued with newfound respect. There was no choice. The cautious fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who are unafraid of losing everything. Zhang County Magistrate chuckled dryly, stating, as colleagues, it is disheartening to hear you speak thus, Sir Hai. You are the superior, and when you express your thoughts, we, as your aides, have no grounds to dissent. Wang Clerk then interjected, indeed, Sir Hai, your words are weighted with misunderstanding towards us. The rigid countenance of Hai Rui softened slightly as he produced the prepared decree. Since both of you have no objections, please sign. The two nodded in agreement and readily affixed their signatures. Hai Rui glanced at the decree, then rose to depart. Where are you headed, Sir Hai? To the office of the clerks. Zhang County Magistrate wished to voice further thoughts, but Wang Clerk restrained him. After Hai Rui's departure, he remarked, this old gentleman is exceedingly naive. Does he truly believe all will be well merely by this? We need not intervene. Even the minor clerks below are sufficient to bring him to ruin. Just wait and see. He will accomplish nothing. Upon hearing this, Zhang County Magistrate smirked coldly. Indeed, one cannot mingle with the unworthy. They will inevitably be cast aside. Pausing for a moment, he added, "Yet this man is quite reckless. We must tread carefully so as not to be dragged down with him." Wang clerk nodded slightly, sighing, "Why must we be plagued by such a fool? He is truly akin to a stone in a latrine, both foul and unyielding." Zhang County Magistrate shared this sentiment, feeling vexed in the vast realm of the Ming. Few possess such traits, and yet we have encountered one. Truly unfortunate. Wang clerk pondered and responded, "What official does not aspire for promotion? He is not unlike us. Although he is a Jiren, he hails from the orthodox imperial examination. With effort, he might yet become a governor. Ultimately, it is for the sake of his reputation and career. After a few setbacks, he will surely alter his demeanor." This reasoning held merit. Zhang County Magistrate scoffed. "Our lives are likely to remain as they are. I cannot believe he would dare sacrifice his own interests. We shall merely observe." As anticipated by the two, after the decree was issued, half a month passed without a ripple of response. The fields and records perfectly aligned. With not a single acre in excess or deficit, everything matched precisely. Hai Rui was well aware that the minor clerks were merely going through the motions. Yet he found himself devoid of countermeasures. The laws of the Ming Dynasty stipulated that officials of the prefecture were prohibited from entering the state office, state officials from the county office, and county officials from the villages. This was a decree established by the founding emperor Zhu Houzhong. Having risen from humble beginnings, Zhu Houzhong harbored an inherent distrust of officials, and this regulation aimed to prevent higher-ranking officials from exploiting their positions to extort wealth from lower levels under the guise of official business. While the intention was commendable, and the outcome beneficial in alleviating the burdens on the populace to some extent, the rigid application of such a policy also bore numerous drawbacks, particularly for county officials, who were already constrained. Such restrictions rendered many matters reliant on the influence of local gentry. This, in turn, inevitably elevated the voice of the gentry, contributing to the detachment of imperial authority from rural affairs. However, it would be unjust to claim Zhu Houzhong was mistaken within a county's jurisdiction. Encompassing 100 miles and hundreds of thousands of citizens, the county magistrate must oversee all matters, and regular visits to localities would undoubtedly hinder official duties. Hence, a rigid approach was adopted. At present, Hai Rui found himself ensnared within this predicament. Without justifiable cause, he found himself unable to personally oversee affairs in the countryside. Observing the helpless demeanor of Lord Hai, the two aides felt a sense of satisfaction while simultaneously experiencing a considerable relaxation. In their estimation, it would not be long before Lord Hai recognized the reality of the situation and chose to collaborate with them and the gentry, uniting to reap profits together, ensuring that the matters entrusted by the court were handled with due decorum, fostering cordial relations to generate wealth. Hai Rui did not exhibit any overt anger. Rather, he remained composed and calm, contemplating how to fundamentally address this phenomenon. However, to others, this appeared as a manifestation of impotence. In Suzhou, at the provincial governor's office, Yang Shun reclined while Shun Lian stood, and the imperial physician sat. After a prolonged silence, the physician withdrew his hand and remarked, "Lord Yang, pardon my candor, but your current health does not support the handling of governmental affairs." Yang Shun sighed deeply, nodding gently. "In that case, I would appreciate it if Physician Wang could provide a certificate so that I may tender my resignation to the court." Physician Wang hesitated slightly, awkwardly suggesting, "Let us first try 2 doses of medicine. Perhaps Lord Yang might turn the tide of his condition." Yang Shun forced a smile, not wishing to press further. "Very well. I shall rely on you." "Ah, Lord Yang, please take good care of yourself. I will procure the medicine at once." "I shall accompany Physician Wang," Shun Lian insisted. Physician Wang waved his hand dismissively and departed hastily. Shun Lian sighed, closing the door behind them before saying, "Do not worry, Governor Yang. I shall draft a memorial to the court. I trust the emperor will permit your resignation to return home." Yang Shun shook his head slightly. "I cannot return. There is no need for you to memorialize on my behalf. As long as I breathe, I shall remain the governor. However, I truly lack the strength to manage official duties now. I entrust all matters of the office to you." Shun Lian did not decline and readily accepted, inquiring, "Do you have any instructions, Lord Yang?" Chapter 34. Yang Shun's instructions. Yang Shun chuckled softly. "You have been my deputy for these past few years and have acquired the capability to handle the overall situation. There is little left for me to teach you." Shun Lian fell silent for a moment, asking, What is your perspective on the recent land measurement? Land measurement is not an uncommon task. It has been implemented by our Ming emperor with discernible effects. As for the extent of its impact, whether it burdens the common people or the gentry more, that remains to be seen with Qiu Jiguang's efforts. Yang Shun took a breath, stating, "You are likely aware that Qiu Jiguang is a skilled military strategist with commendable character. Yet he is also adept at governance and possesses a certain shrewdness. One cannot place all reliance upon him." "I understand," Shun Lian replied, his expression somewhat somber. "It is truly disheartening that such a promising national policy yields less than satisfactory results." Yang Shun chuckled lightly. "You are not young anymore. Having served as an official for these years, why do you still harbor such naivety?" Shun Lian fell silent, self-deprecatingly smiling. "It is an old habit. One I cannot seem to change, nor do I wish to." Such reluctance to change, yet unable to do so. Yang Shun's murky eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light, his complexion improving somewhat. "I have a method that could enhance the effectiveness of land measurement, though it entails certain risks. Would you care to hear it?" Shun Lian was taken aback, bowing deeply. "I implore you, Lord Yang, to speak plainly." "Seize power," Yang Shun remarked. "In principle, the provincial governor holds the highest authority within the province, overseeing military affairs, criminal justice, and administrative governance, wielding nearly absolute power, even causing the financial commissioner to retreat. Although southern Jili has been divided into Jiangsu and Anhui, both you and I, including your imminent succession, retain direct jurisdiction over these two provinces. Should you wish, you may intervene." Shun Lian slightly nodded, asserting that even without Yang's counsel, he would act similarly. "No, you still do not grasp the gravity," Yang Shun emphasized. "The governor possesses the authority to command military affairs." Shun Lian paused, then replied, "Do you mean to say, unconditionally grant Qi Jiguang sufficient support, allowing him to act freely?" "Not merely that," Yang Shun pondered. "The governor has comprehensive military authority, and Qi Jiguang falls under your command. My true intention is to utilize Qi Jiguang as a conduit to oversee the land measurements in Zhuzheng, Jiangsu, Anhui, and Jiangxi, employing this relatively reasonable pretext to intervene in the land surveys of these four provinces." Shun Lian was taken aback. "Such an approach seems rather irregular, does it not?" "That depends on one's interpretation," Yang Shun responded. "Considering Qi Jiguang's standing, your actions would be justified." Moreover, he took a breath before continuing. "As long as you are willing to bear the consequences and unconditionally support Qi Jiguang, enabling him to take decisive action, the emperor will surely be pleased. Of course, such a course may jeopardize your career, yet during the surveying period, irrespective of the minister's objections, the emperor will withstand the pressure and remain inactive. For you and Qi Jiguang are genuinely contributing to the national treasury." Shun Lian hurriedly poured a cup of warm tea, assisting Yang Shun to sit up and encouraging him to drink. Yang Shun exhaled in relief and slowly articulated, "This justification is insufficient. Should you submit a memorial to the court, it is doubtful you would pass through the cabinet and the Ministry of Appointments, and even if you do, the emperor would be reluctant to broach the topic. Thus, one must act decisively." Yang Shun sighed. "Indeed, regardless of the emperor's satisfaction, he will impose penalties afterward, though likely of little consequence. Are you willing to take this risk?" Shun Lian hesitated for a moment before declaring, "For the sake of the nation and its people, how could I hesitate?" Indeed, the insight of the Duke of Yongqing remains as astute as ever. Yang Shun chuckled softly. "Alas, I am but a withered tree now, otherwise." "Do not say such things, my lord. I, too, am a servant of the Ming, living on your grace and devoted to the nation. This is my duty." Yang Shun sighed and nodded slightly. "You speak truly, so I shall not feign modesty." Shun Lian continued, "Yang Shun, you must rest well. You have already exerted all your strength for the Ming. Henceforth, I shall take full responsibility. The late emperor summoned me here for this very purpose. He remarked that I was wasting my talents in the Jinui. How could I let him down?" As he spoke, he moved to assist Yang Shun to lie down. Yet Yang Shun interjected, "I have more to say." Shun Lian paused, inviting Yang Shun to continue. Yang Shun seemed at a loss for words, contemplating for a while before saying, "Have you not noticed that the Ming appears somewhat different?" Shun Lian nodded. Yang Shun elaborated. "The Duke of Yongqing previously entrusted me with certain words to convey to you, which I have done, yet you have not seemed to realize it. I am indeed dull-witted. Please, Yang Shun, speak plainly." Yang Shun hesitated before stating, The Duke of Yongqing prefers I do not speak directly. However, I believe it is better to articulate clearly. Please, my lord, do share. Mencius once proclaimed, the people are of utmost importance, the state follows, and the ruler is of lesser significance. Do you concur with this sentiment? Shen Lian was taken aback by Yang Shen's inquiry and responded with astonishment. Does Master Yang not agree? Or does the Duke of Yongqing possess a superior perspective? Neither. Yang Shen replied. I wholeheartedly agree, and so does the Duke of Yongqing. However, what if we were to genuinely embody this principle? Shen Lian faltered. Do you truly wish to enact this principle in its truest sense? Yang Shen pressed. Shen Lian found himself momentarily at a loss. From the dawn of our Ming Dynasty, Jiangnan has flourished, engaging in maritime trade for over a century and a half. The disparity between Jiangnan and other provinces has only widened, creating conditions ripe for the realization of this principle. Yang Shen continued, to elevate the people, to place the state next, and the ruler last. Do you consider the manifestation of the sage's words to be good or ill? Certainly, it is good, Shen Lian replied, but with a caveat. That renders it less favorable. Yang Shen, with a hint of bitterness, remarked, I share your sentiment, yet the Duke of Yongqing holds a different view. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it seems we have no choice but to proceed as we are. Shen Lian reflected silently. It is often said that local officials are like parents to their subjects. In truth, it is the common people who sustain the officials. Providing for the populace and ensuring their well-being is our duty as officials and subjects alike. I fully endorse this belief. Yet executing it with unwavering diligence poses the risk of catastrophic collapse for our grand edifices. I think similarly, Yang Shen mused, and I dare say most share this thought. Yet the era has reached a juncture where choices must be made. With a gentle sigh, he added, it appears that we may no longer possess the luxury of retracing our steps. Shen Lian was perplexed. I do not quite comprehend. The imperial authority can only weaken. Yang Shen clarified, or more accurately, the emperor himself will only grow weaker. Shen Lian furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before asking, what does the Duke of Yongqing wish for me to do? In his words, embrace the new era, which translates to acting in accordance with the prevailing circumstances. Yang Shen elaborated. More specifically, it entails permitting the emergence of novel ideas and allowing for the presence of unstable elements. And further? Shen Lian inquired. Guided onward. Yang Shen replied. Shen Lian fell silent. Although Yang Shen refrained from explicitly mentioning the delegation of power to the people, the implications were nonetheless staggering. I truly do not understand. Is the present not satisfactory? Why must we resort to drastic measures? Shen Lian expressed his confusion and concern, likening it to Wang Mang's reforms, which, despite appearing beneficial, resulted in tragic consequences for countless citizens. Duke Yongqing's actions seem utterly reckless. Yang Shen sighed with a bittersweet smile. I once thought the same. So, has Master Yang now changed his stance? Shen Lian asked. It is not I who has altered my opinion, but rather I have been compelled to adjust it. Yang Shen replied. The options have dwindled. Your time in Jiangnan has been brief. Once you ascend to the position of governor and spend a couple more years here, you will gain profound insight. Shen Lian pondered. Is anyone in the capital aware of this matter? I do not know. But even if the Duke of Yongqing has not informed them, they likely have their suspicions by now. What of the emperor? The retired emperor? Shen Lian questioned. The retired emperor is likely aware, while the current emperor probably is not, Yang Shen stated. Whether they know or not is of little consequence. In time, you will come to understand. Yang Shen inquired, what are your thoughts? Shen Lian remained silent for a protracted moment, then replied with a hint of bitterness. Did not Lord Yang mention that there are no choices? Since there are none, let us give it a try. Chapter 35. A fortunate conclusion. As June drew to a close, the sweltering summer finally made its belated arrival. The scorching sun blazed overhead, accompanied by the incessant chirping of cicadas. In the grand Shuangwan Hall, Zhu Houzhong squinted his eyes to observe the ceremony, while Huang Jin tilted his head, stifling a yawn. Despite the presence of ice to alleviate the heat, fatigue proved overwhelming. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, dispelling much of their lethargy. Peering outside, they were met with a tempestuous wind and a darkening sky. Zhu Houzhong set down the ceremonial scroll, stretched lazily, and remarked, it is stifling within the hall. Let us venture outside for some fresh air. By the looks of it, rain is imminent. Allow me to fetch an umbrella, Huang Jin offered. There's no need. A breeze beneath the eaves will suffice, Zhu Houzhong replied as he stepped outside. Under the eaves, Zhu Houzhong's demeanor was tranquil, his expression serene. The flowing robe billowed gracefully, and his hair danced in the wind, bestowing upon him an ethereal quality. Huang Jin, ever the sycophant, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, your celestial presence grows ever more pronounced." Zhu Houzhong cast a sidelong glance at him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, yet he chose not to engage. He tilted his face upward, gazing at the heavens, and mused, "It has been nearly a month without rain. It is high time we received some." Huang Jin quickly chimed in, "Surely it is due to your Majesty's virtue." "Enough with the flattery. It loses its charm," Zhu Houzhong retorted. "Ah, but it is the truth," Huang Jin chuckled awkwardly, tilting his face skyward as well, his already small eyes narrowing into slits, relishing the gusts of wind that alleviated the oppressive heat. With a crackle, the skies darkened further, the flashes of lightning becoming more vivid, and the storm intensified. The distant ginkgo leaves swayed wildly, revealing the slender branches hidden beneath. Soon after, sparse raindrops, reminiscent of beans, began to pelt the stone slabs, shattering upon impact. In a brief moment, the droplets coalesced into a downpour. The wind, laden with moisture, caressed their cheeks, providing a refreshing sensation that whisked away any lingering melancholy. Zhu Houzhong, in a jubilant mood, remarked, "This timely rain will surely enhance the yield by at least 20 jin." Huang Jin exclaimed, "I believe it will be at least 50 jin." "Very well, if you assert 50, then 50 it shall be," Zhu Houzhong acquiesced. As the sound of rain and wind crescendoed, he fell silent, his face illuminated with delight as he admired the rainfall. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the rain intensified, drumming against the ground and sending up clouds of mist, which rose and enveloped the scene in a delicate, refreshing haze. At that moment, the imperial dragon carriage intrusively broke through the curtain of rain, coming into view. Zhu Houzhong furrowed his brow slightly. After a brief interval, the carriage came to a halt, and a young eunuch emerged, holding an umbrella while stepping into the rain, swiftly making his way to the eaves. Before he could approach, Zhu Houzhong called out, "With such heavy rain, do not bother with formalities, come quickly." Zhu Zian nodded, quickening his pace as he approached the eaves, where he finally bowed and greeted, "Father." The young eunuch discreetly closed the umbrella, silently bowed, and retreated to the side. Zhu Houzhong acknowledged him with a murmur, maintaining his posture of admiring the rain, and casually inquired, "What brings you here in such haste, even amidst the rain?" "I arrived before the rain began. Who could have predicted its sudden onset?" Zhu Zian replied. Zhu Ziqiang smiled as he explained, hesitating briefly before stating, "It is not a significant matter, but the governor of Jiangnan, Yang Shun, has passed away." Zhu Houzhong was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening slightly. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, "When did this occur?" "Not long ago," Zhu Ziqiang replied. Shun Lian's memorial had just been delivered. Yang Shin succumbed to illness at the governor's office. The imperial physician reported that he had long suffered from exhaustion and chronic ailments, and when a sudden crisis struck, no remedy could save him. Zhu Houzhong was stunned. After another lengthy pause, he slowly asked, "Did his family have the opportunity to bid him farewell?" "They did." Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly. "Have you come regarding Yang Shin's posthumous affairs?" Zhu Ziqiang nodded reluctantly. "Your Majesty is astute. Typically, officials of Yang Shin's rank, unless guilty of heinous crimes, would receive posthumous honors, including titles and accolades. For the court, this incurs no real loss, as these titles are mere names. However, they serve to win the loyalty of the people and strengthen their hearts. Moreover, Yang Shun had genuinely contributed to the state and died in service, truly dedicating himself until the end. In such circumstances, should the emperor remain indifferent, it would inevitably dishearten his ministers. Yang Shun's past achievements were well known, and even those who came after were familiar with the saying, "The state nurtures scholars for 150 years, and they die for righteousness." This was, after all, one of the most difficult moments following the Emperor Juzheng's accession. His resentment towards Yang Shun was no secret, a fact well understood by his son, Zhu Ziqiang. Given the involvement of his father, Zhu Ziqiang dared not make a hasty decision. He carefully observed his father's expression, yet the emperor remained impassive. After a considerable time, he simply stated, "Understood. There is nothing more. You may return to your duties." Zhu Ziqiang was momentarily taken aback and respectfully replied, "I take my leave." The rain intensified, cascading from the eaves like a torrential downpour, while Zhu Houzhong maintained a tranquil demeanor, silent as ever. Huang Jin hesitantly spoke. Yongshun indeed performed meritorious service. Pray tell. Zhu Houzhong replied in a calm tone, neither displeased nor pleased. It is often said that to recognize one's mistakes and amend them is the greatest virtue. Huang Jin continued. Though Yongshun was impetuous in his youth and made errors, he matured during his exile. His years as governor can be described as diligent and conscientious. He earned his merit and endured hardships. Huang Jin was aware that the emperor had long ceased to harbor resentment towards Yongshun. Otherwise, he would not have taken the time during his southern journey to stop in Suzhou or dispatch physicians for his treatment and recovery. Yet, he could not bring himself to directly express forgiveness. Zhu Houzhong remained silent, gazing through the curtain of rain, his expression as serene as the water. He softly pondered, what if Yongshun had not been reinstated? What if he had spent his life in Yunnan? Huang Jin, unsure how to respond, uttered a platitude. The thunder and rain are surely the grace of heaven. Zhu Houzhong still did not reply, sighing. In the end, Yongshun met a peaceful conclusion. Yet he never truly attained the benevolence he sought. That exquisitely talented poem never truly resonated with him. Though he gained fame in his time, he lost his pristine reputation for generations. Is this truly a peaceful conclusion? This time, Huang Jin refrained from further comment. Huang Jin's mind could not support any further conversation. Zhu Houzhong, too, remained silent, lost in a daze as he gazed blankly at the curtain of rain. His feelings towards Yongshun were complex. Even now, he struggled to approach the man with an ordinary heart, to assess him, to affirm him. However, right and wrong, merits and demerits, lie in the hearts of men. Zhu Houzhong was obstinate, but not foolish, nor was he incompetent. Enough, enough, he sighed gently. As he remarked, countless matters from ancient to modern times have been relegated to mere jest. The deceased are gone. Let them be carried away in this torrential rain, amidst the fierce winds, and dissipate into nothingness. The emperor was magnanimous. Zhu Houzhong contemplated for a moment and declared, inform the emperor that there is no need for further discussion. Posthumously bestow the title of Grand Tutor upon Yongshun and honor him with the epithet Wenzhong. During the journey of the coffin back to his hometown, ensure that the relay stations provide proper hospitality, and the burial shall be conducted with the rites befitting an earl, with the necessary expenses covered by the imperial treasury. After a pause, he added that the position of governor would be assumed by Shun Lian. The emperor was benevolent. Huang Jin revealed a smile, genuinely pleased. This joy was, in larger part, for his master. Thus, it was not only a release for Yongshun, but also for himself. Zhu Houzhong hummed in agreement and continued to listen to the rain. In Hangzhou, Master Qi, a letter from Suzhou. A personal guard presented the missive. Qi Jiguang, surprised, took the letter, tore open the envelope, and after a brief glance, his expression shifted slightly. Yang, the governor, has died in office? A sense of unease washed over Qi Jiguang. The victories in battle were commendable, but they required steadfast support from the rear. In recent years, Yongshun had been an invaluable ally in the numerous campaigns against the pirates. Now, with this capable partner gone, Qi Jiguang could not remain unfazed. Yongshun, being of advanced age, had understandably succumbed, yet Qi Jiguang found himself momentarily at a loss. As he continued reading, his furrows deepened. Having long admired General Qi's prowess, I have yearned for this opportunity. Today, the court has appointed me as the governor of Su and Wan, just as Yang Gong conducted himself. I too shall do the same. Please do not worry, General Qi. Then, the tone shifted. Assessing the land and field shall benefit the national treasury and ensure the welfare of the people. I urge General Qi to supervise rigorously, implementing these measures with utmost diligence. Though General Qi is within the borders of Zhuhong, he falls under my jurisdiction. Since General Qi is within my authority, I reserve the right to inquire and oversee his actions. During the land assessment, I kindly request General Qi to provide detailed reports promptly. Should there be any needs, do not hesitate to express them. I shall offer my utmost support to alleviate your burdens and resolve your challenges. Qi Jiguang slowly folded the letter, his expression shifting unpredictably. Shun Lian's letter was far too ambiguous, making it difficult for him to discern its true intent. Having served in the government for many years, though he had not resided long in the halls of power and was merely a military general, he was well aware of the intricacies of official matters. Shun Lian's letter bore an excessive sincerity, which only rendered it suspect. This was not in line with the expectations of the governor of Su and Wan. Particularly, to encroach upon the affairs of land assessment in Zhuhozhong and Jiangxi was utterly audacious. No, it was sheer audacity. Not to mention that the court had not issued any edict allowing the governor to interfere. Even if it had, both Zhuhozhong and Jiangxi had their own governors, making it inappropriate for Shen Lian to assert control. To speak more harshly, this was an act of usurpation. The esteemed Governor Shen possesses remarkable prowess and an insatiable appetite. Qi Jiguang inhaled deeply, gradually putting away the letter. Is the messenger still present? The attendant respectfully replied, he is outside the door. Let him enter to see me, commanded Qi. A moment later, a middle-aged man entered, bowing respectfully. I am Su Wei, honored to meet General Qi. Qi Jiguang scrutinized him and inquired, are you an aide to Governor Shen? Indeed, General Qi, Su Wei affirmed. I was also an aide to Governor Yang. Qi Jiguang nodded and asked, did Governor Shen convey anything further when he entrusted you with this letter? Su Wei replied with a smile. Governor Shen stated that should General Qi act with favoritism, he would impose severe punishment. Chapter 36. The suffering of Shen Lian. Qi Jiguang's gaze suddenly sharpened, his tone icy. Are those the exact words of Governor Shen? I have not received any edict from the court stating that matters of land surveying must be reported to Governor Shen or that I must seek his approval for every decision. Having served in office for so long, Qi regarded the newly appointed governor of Jiangsu and Anhui, Shen Lian, as merely a direct superior. If Shen was merely posturing, even 100-fold of such arrogance would not provoke Qi Jiguang's ire, nor would it warrant such treatment towards his aide. The crux of the issue lay in Shen Lian's overreach. He had entirely crossed the line of propriety. If Qi Jiguang complied, he too would be guilty of overstepping. Qi had resolved to take a firm stance regarding the land surveying, fully prepared to offend officials in the capital as well as local gentry. However, to be accused of overreach again was utterly intolerable. General, please temper your anger. It need not come to this, Su Wei said, still wearing a smile. I implore you to dismiss your attendants. The loyal guards, forged in the fires of battle alongside Qi Jiguang, were more trustworthy than blood brothers, and Qi required a witness. Thus, he curtly replied, no need. Then I have nothing further to say, Su Wei shrugged, maintaining an air of indifference. Qi Jiguang's temples throbbed with rage as he coldly remarked, what an audacious seventh-rank official before a chancellor. You, a mere aide to a provincial governor, are not even a court official, yet you dare to speak to me in such a manner? Is this how your esteemed Governor Shen instructs you? Su Wei hastily bowed again and chuckled nervously. If General Qi finds my words offensive, I willingly accept punishment. A fine scholar, indeed, with a sharp tongue. Qi Jiguang's anger flared. The audacity and rudeness laid bare his own narrow-mindedness. The guards, equally incensed, glared at Su Wei, poised to follow their master's command to silence the man's sharp tongue. Unexpectedly, however, Qi's command was, you may leave. Yes, the two guards clasped their fists, casting Su Wei a fierce glare before exiting, shutting the door behind them. Once alone, Su Wei immediately adopted a different demeanor. He lifted his robes and bowed deeply, respectfully stating, I am Su Wei, paying my respects to General Qi. Qi Jiguang, taken aback, soon chuckled. Oh, now you understand decorum? General Qi's exploits against the pirates are well known to me. I have long admired you. My earlier behavior was driven by pressing circumstances. I humbly request an opportunity to explain myself, Su Wei stated earnestly. Qi Jiguang took a deep breath and replied coolly, rise and speak. Su Wei gradually stood, sincerity etched on his face, and said, please, General, let us step into the inner chamber to converse. Qi Jiguang furrowed his brow and strode directly into the inner room, with Su Wei hastily following suit. Speak, he commanded. Su Wei sincerely apologized. I was rash and disrespectful earlier, and I implore General Qi to pardon my transgressions. I'll share something of substance, Qi replied. Your magnanimity leaves me in awe, General Qi. Su Wei clasped his hands and solemnly asserted, Minister Shen's actions, to be precise, can be deemed an overreach. Qi Jiguang was taken aback by this assertion, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Wei continued, it is not that I doubt the loyalty of your personal guard, but rather the presence of miscellaneous officials outside that prompted such caution. Surely, General Qi understands that you are under the scrutiny of many, and matters of confidentiality must be safeguarded. Qi Jiguang paused, his tone softening considerably. Are you intentionally provoking me? Indeed, Su Wei replied. This is to persuade outsiders to believe that General Qi has no alternative but to act as he does. Qi Jiguang was momentarily stunned. Glancing at the letter in his hand, he pondered, "Are you suggesting that this was your intent, and that Minister Shen's letter was also crafted with purpose?" Su Wei let out a sigh of relief and genuinely remarked, "General Qi is indeed perceptive and sagacious." "Spare me the flattery," Qi interrupted. "Why commit an overreach when you are fully aware it is such?" "Yes, knowing it is an overreach, yet still proceeding," Su Wei observed gently. "Do you still not comprehend, General Qi?" Qi Jiguang was astonished. "Is Minister Shen prepared to shoulder the burden on my behalf?" Su Wei was equally taken aback, then conceded, "Ah. So General Qi has also steeled himself for the looming consequences." "Very well," Qi sighed, gesturing towards a nearby chair. "Take a seat." Su Wei expressed his gratitude and settled down. "In truth, Minister Shen needn't go to such lengths," Qi remarked. "The situation is clear. If I escalate matters, the officials in the capital will gnash their teeth at me. If I refrain, they will not let it rest either. Thus I am left with no choice but to escalate." "Ah, but that is not the case," Su Wei clarified. "While the pirates may not pose a significant threat, should they proliferate, the impact on the commerce and industry of Jiangnan would be considerable. Minister Shen understands this well, hence his actions," Su Wei asserted. "This is intended to convey that General Qi is acting under orders. Thus, even if the court later deems it an overreach, the blame will fall upon Minister Shen, not General Qi. Civil officials often look down upon military leaders, and vice versa. This has been the case since the inception of the Ming Dynasty and has persisted through the ages." Yet today, Qi Jiguang felt genuinely moved. He finally grasped why the content of the letter was so audacious. Even a mere provincial governor's aide could adopt such an imposing demeanor, all to absolve himself of responsibility. Alas, to exchange 2 provincial governors for a single military commander, what merit do I possess? Su Wei firmly countered, "General Qi, this line of thinking is misguided. Whether it be Governor Yang or Minister Shen, in terms of significance to the southeastern coastal region, none can rival your importance. Those in high positions must cherish their worth." Qi Jiguang bitterly smiled and shook his head. "I do not presume to elevate myself above the 2 provincial governors." "Nonsense. You are far too modest, General Qi." Su Wei complimented smoothly, deftly shifting the topic. "Minister Shen's heartfelt sentiments cannot be inscribed on paper. His dispatch of me here is precisely to convey his intentions to General Qi. General Qi possesses an extraordinary demeanor and remarkable wisdom, rendering my presence seemingly superfluous." Su Wei chuckled awkwardly. "Yet since I have come this far, there are certain matters that must be addressed, and I beseech you, General Qi, to bear with me." General Qi understood that his interlocutor feared he might harbor doubts later, and this was also a means to bolster his confidence, assuring him that Shen Lian was earnestly willing to shoulder the responsibility. General Qi was amenable to providing reassurance. "I comprehend. Your journey here has not been easy. Please, speak your mind." Su Wei took a deep breath and remarked, "Shen Xuanfu hails from the Jinyue, as I trust you are aware." General Qi nodded. "Indeed. During my first royal summons to the capital, I had an encounter with Shen Xuanfu. This was many years ago. In fact, Shen Xuanfu had previously served as a county magistrate and had formed a connection with the Duke of Yongqing during that tenure," Su Wei continued. "As I imagine you are well aware of the Duke's circumstances, it is no secret that Shen Xuanfu's arrival in Jiangnan was also influenced by the Duke's recommendation. Shen Xuanfu expressed his faith in the Duke's discernment, and I implore you to share this trust." Although the two had interacted, their relationship was not particularly close. The only viable path Shen Lian could conceive was to establish a bridge of trust through the Duke of Yongqing. General Qi slightly inclined his head and replied, "I have indeed heard the Duke speak of these matters." After a brief pause, he added, "You are acquainted with the Duke?" "Only to a degree," Su Wei replied with a wry smile. "Thanks to Governor Yang, I have had the fortune to learn of such confidential matters, and I candidly admit that I was initially skeptical." General Qi chuckled lightly. "Seeing is believing. It is natural for you to doubt, yet your belief surprises me." Su Wei smiled and returned to the main topic. "During the land surveying, should you encounter any obstacles, General Qi, you need only exert your influence, shifting all burdens onto Shen Xuanfu. I implore you not to feel any psychological weight." Before General Qi could respond, Su Wei added, "The burden of one is significantly lighter than that of 2. This statement held truth if 2 were to share the load in the event of accountability. The repercussions would not only extend to accusations of overstepping, but might also include allegations of collusion and conspiracy. General Qi silently nodded, his expression somber. Alas, I have underestimated the nobility of a gentleman with the mind of a petty person. General Qi, do not entertain such thoughts. Warriors possess valor, and scholars have their integrity. This matter, entrusted to you, is inherently unjust to you, a fault of the civil officials. Should we further burden you, it would signify a grave decay within the ranks of our Ming dynasty's literati. General Qi was not one to be overly sentimental. He took a deep breath and declared, "Return and inform Shen Xuanfu that I shall execute my duties." General Qi, truly a hero. Su Wei responded with a grin. "Ah, I was a bit impulsive earlier. Your words are too weighty. It is I who has spoken indiscreetly." Su Wei hastily sought to restore General Qi's dignity, deftly shifting the conversation once more, requesting the general to assist him in completing this act. General Qi paused momentarily, then grasped the situation. "Very well, you insolent wretch." General Qi's roar suddenly reverberated within the confines of the room. "Do not presume that you, a mere aide, can address me in such a manner. Even Shen Lian himself would not dare speak thus to me. Begone!" Bang! The doors suddenly swung open, and Su Wei fled in disarray, only to be met with a kick from Qi Jiguang, sending him stumbling to the ground in utter disgrace. Qi Jiguang bellowed, "Do you truly believe a mere attendant can compel me to bow? Summon Shen Lian." Gritting his teeth, Su Wei retorted, "General Qi, do you dare defy the governor?" With a cold smirk, Qi Jiguang replied, "It is I whom the emperor has entrusted to survey the land. Does Shen Lian presume he can intrude and claim credit? He is lost in dreams. Very well, I shall see if you have the audacity to indeed defy the governor." Su Wei challenged, his demeanor icy. Qi Jiguang's expression darkened, and he thundered, "How dare Shen Lian act in such a manner?" "Dare or not, you are already aware," Su Wei sneered. "The letter has made it clear. Should you choose to defy the governor, prepare for punishment." With that, he dusted off his clothes and took his leave, remarking, "Indeed, General Qi possesses considerable strength. I am quite pained." Qi Jiguang's countenance soured as he gritted his teeth in frustration, ultimately letting out a deep sigh and slamming the door shut. Chapter 37. The exploitation of local gentry in Chunnan. Hai Rui commenced his inspection, not of rural areas, but under the pretense of caring for his subordinates' welfare, he sought to assess their living conditions. The ruling class in the Ming dynasty was divided into three main categories: officials, clerks, and laborers. Both officials and clerks were formally appointed by the court, receiving salaries from the imperial treasury. Although salaries in the Ming dynasty have seen incremental increases over the past 2 centuries, they remain insufficient to support the current living standards of these clerks. For instance, even Hai Rui, the highest official in his county, earned less than 20 stones a month. How then could these lesser clerks manage? Yet, their living standards often exceeded that of Hai Rui. The source of their wealth was all too evident. When Hai Rui demanded explanations, these individuals found themselves unable to justify their circumstances, deeming it unnecessary to elaborate on matters that were tacitly understood. After all, as a county magistrate, Hai Rui's authority was not to be openly challenged. However, they devised their own means to complicate matters for him. In no time, these spirited clerks feigned illness, opting to stage a strike against Hai Rui, a tactic that proved remarkably effective, leading to a sudden paralysis of the county's administrative machinery. Unexpectedly, Hai Rui remained unfazed, asserting, "If you choose not to work, then do not work at all." Demonstrating remarkable energy and determination, he single-handedly undertook the responsibilities of the 6 offices: civil, military, revenue, rights, penal, and labor, in addition to miscellaneous duties. "You refuse to work? I shall." Despite the population surge in the Ming dynasty, even in a county like Chunnan, which was not particularly large, there were over 500,000 residents. It was clear to Hai Rui that even if he toiled tirelessly for 12 hours a day, he could not cover every aspect. Nonetheless, he considered this not a cataclysmic issue, nor one that would significantly impact the populace. The truth was, the true laborers were not the clerks, but the laborers, the yamen runners, miscellaneous workers, and quick hands. The clerks were merely responsible for documentation, issuing commands without engaging in practical work. A reduction in orders from the government could, in fact, be beneficial for the common people. In essence, the court's demands upon the provinces are rather straightforward, primarily encompassing 2 key directives: taxation, and maintaining stability. As long as the revenue flows smoothly and the populace refrains from rebellion, all is deemed satisfactory. The court refrains from imposing stringent regulations on how the county magistrate governs, granting them considerable autonomy. The clerks of the 6 departments total no more than 50 individuals, with a few additional miscellaneous officials, summing to just over 60. However, in Hai Rui's view, such an assembly is excessive. Merely 2 personnel per department would suffice. Witnessing Hai Rui's resolute commitment, the deputy magistrate and the chief clerk began to feign illness, as they found themselves sidelined. Consequently, Hai Rui found himself overwhelmed, incurring a substantial cost to hire a secretary. The exorbitant fee of 7 stones of rice per month caused him considerable distress. This is not to malign the secretary's character, but rather to highlight the sheer volume of documents requiring attention. This arrangement was the result of Hai Rui negotiating down the initial price. In truth, a secretary is a standard requirement for every county magistrate, yet the court does not bear the expense. All costs associated with hiring a secretary fall upon the magistrate. Initially reluctant to part with his funds, Hai Rui now found himself compelled to do so. Thus, with boundless energy, he took charge of both major and minor affairs, bypassing the clerks entirely and governing through labor. The absence of these clerks proved inconsequential. Naturally, the clerks considered resistance, attempting to mobilize the laborers against Hai Rui. However, they overlooked the fact that these laborers, being citizens, were not part of the official hierarchy. The laborers were merely temporary workers, unbound by the constraints of officialdom. With a county populace numbering in the tens of thousands, there was no shortage of individuals willing to work. Hence, through sheer diligence and a strategy of self-sacrifice, Hai Rui forcibly consolidated his personal authority. He operated without the deputy magistrate, the chief clerk, or the clerks. A single magistrate, alongside numerous laborers, could effectively govern the county. Throughout this process, not a single ripple of disturbance ensued. Within the span of merely 2 months, Hai Rui transitioned from being hindered at every turn to asserting his will unequivocally. The first to feel the tremors of this shift were the 8th-ranked deputy magistrate, the 9th-ranked chief clerk, and the insignificant clerks, who, though not clerks themselves, wielded considerable power and were capable of obstructing the magistrate. Yet now, Hai Rui had rendered them irrelevant. Observing the current trajectory, it appeared that Hai Rui intended to leave them to their own devices, effectively sidelining their roles. Miraculously, their ailments seemed to vanish, and they professed their renewed commitment to assist Hai Rui in benefiting the people of Chunin. Hai Rui only accepted the clerk, remaining dismissive toward the deputy magistrate and chief clerk, with no intention of relinquishing any authority. This left the 2 men feeling both indignant and powerless. As legitimate officials, they could indeed lodge complaints against Hai Rui, yet fear held them back. Having witnessed the unfolding events, they understood that Hai Rui was not merely playing at authority. He possessed a formidable resolve and considerable skill. Even if they were to succeed in toppling Hai Rui, the aftermath would likely leave them with nothing but ruin. Faced with such a formidable adversary, what recourse did they have but to acquiesce? 2 individuals proactively sought out the esteemed Hai Rui in Shanghai, initially adopting a posture of humility and repentance, and subsequently pledging their unwavering support for the implementation of national policies with meticulous diligence. However, Hai Rui remained unforgiving, yet granted them an opportunity to demonstrate their worth. Thus commenced a new round of land surveys. Naturally, Hai Rui did not ease his efforts. On the contrary, he became increasingly occupied, frequently visiting the county school to leverage the inherent idealism of the newly enrolled scholars, promoting the court's policies while subtly inflaming tensions between them and the local gentry. He asserted, "You have entered the county school through your own merit, not through anyone's patronage. As scholars, we must uphold the teachings of the sages, concerned for the sovereign above and the hardships of the populace below." If the Hanlin Academy and the Guozijian wielded influence over the court's public opinion, then the county school held sway over the sentiments of its locality. The current Ming Dynasty promotes education extensively, and the county school stands as a revered sanctuary in the hearts of countless students, with the scholars embodying the aspirations of those studying there. As the saying goes, what is practiced above is emulated below, and under the pervasive admiration for strength. The words of the county scholars carried substantial weight in the eyes of their peers. Moreover, Hai Rui's advocacy genuinely benefited the national treasury and alleviated the plight of the common folk, albeit at the expense of the local gentry. But what of it? In the grand scheme of the county, how many gentry were there compared to the multitude of commoners? Did these gentry dare to openly challenge the court? Did they have the audacity to act against the common people? Not at all. Yet, they did not hesitate to strike at Hai Rui. After a brief deliberation, numerous gentry reported Hai Rui to the provincial authorities, accusing him of exploiting the land surveying to oppress them. However, their complaints fell on deaf ears. Although the provincial officials were displeased with Hai Rui's actions, they chose not to escalate the matter to the capital, recognizing that the land surveying was a national policy enacted by the new emperor. Nonetheless, they were not inclined to ignore the situation. If they could not report to the capital, they would make things difficult for the chief officer in charge of the land surveying. Thus, the matter was forwarded to Qi Jiguang. Upon receiving the complaints against Hai Rui, Qi Jiguang was taken aback. Historically, it has always been officials and gentry who have oppressed the common people. When has it ever been the case that officials prey upon the gentry? This notion was utterly absurd. After reviewing the allegations, he promptly incinerated them and remarked, "There is no need to heed such nonsense. Henceforth, if there are further complaints of officials oppressing the gentry, do not present them." Qi Jiguang fundamentally disbelieved that Hai Rui was indeed oppressing the gentry. And even if he were, Qi Jiguang was disinclined to intervene. In his view, the concept of officials oppressing gentry could easily be rephrased as robbing the rich to aid the poor. Why concern oneself with such matters? Qi Jiguang even took the time to write to Hai Rui, not only affirming his actions, but also dispatching 2 personal guards to offer support. Hai Rui, in turn, did not hold back. Upon receiving Qi Jiguang's letter, he eagerly proclaimed how the emperor cherished the people, how the court was just, and how General Qi championed the cause of the populace, unconsciously shifting the pressure squarely onto Qi Jiguang. Hai Rui felt no guilt in his actions. He believed that Qi Jiguang, as the primary official responsible for the national policy, ought to shoulder this responsibility. Upon receiving the letter from his guards, Qi Jiguang was not angered. Rather, he found Hai Rui to be quite an intriguing character. However, Qi Jiguang did not spare Shen Lian. Employing a masterful maneuver reminiscent of the transcendental shift of heaven and earth, which he directed squarely at Shen Lian. This predicament weighed heavily on the local gentry of Chunnan County, who found themselves oscillating between lodging complaints against Hai Rui to Qi Jiguang, and subsequently from Qi Jiguang to Shen Lian. Fortunately, the outcome proved favorable. In the process of escalating grievances, the nature of the accusations transformed. By the time they reached Shen Lian, the gentry were no longer mere victims, but rather accused of transgressions against authority. This incited the ire of provincial officials. In a county, the gentry might be victimized, but when Shen Lian extended his reach into Zhuzheng, it became an overt provocation, intolerable in nature. With gritted teeth, they included Hai Rui and Qi Jiguang in their complaints as well. The formal documents were swiftly submitted to the court, traversing through the Ministry of Justice and the cabinet, ultimately landing on the emperor's desk. Emperor Zhu Zichuan, upon perusing the impeachment documents, found himself momentarily perplexed. The notion of the gentry being victimized? What a novel charge. The emperor harbored a complex relationship with the gentry. On one hand, their stability and tax contributions were vital for local governance, while on the other, their dominance in local affairs was a source of discontent. Whether Hai Rui was indeed a tyrannical figure was of little concern to Zhu Zichuan. As long as Hai Rui could ensure tax revenue and maintain order among the populace, his excesses could be overlooked. Conversely, should Hai Rui's actions disrupt tax collection or incite unrest, even a benevolent gentry would not be excused. Zhu Zichuan chose to set aside his thoughts for the moment and continued reading. Upon realizing that the impeachment was directed at Qi Jiguang, he lost interest and quickly flipped past it. The fact that Qi Jiguang was being impeached indicated that he was conducting affairs impartially. If he were not, that would pose a significant problem. As he continued to read, Zhu Zichuan's brow began to furrow slightly. The content of the impeachment against Shen Lian was something he could not ignore, yet acknowledging such a charge could have grave implications for the national policy concerning land surveying. Chapter 38. The emperor's stance. Zhu Zichuan found himself at an impasse, prompting him to seek guidance from his father. In the Grand Hall, Emperor Zhu Houzhong reviewed the impeachment documents, his usually serene visage betraying a hint of astonishment. The charge of victimizing the gentry? After ruling for 40 years, he was hearing such an accusation for the first time, and was momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he chuckled. How amusing. The notion of victimizing the gentry is indeed intriguing. Zhu Zichuan shared this sentiment, awkwardly laughing. Regardless of whether Hai Rue is meticulous and fair in his duties or genuinely tyrannical, I believe that as long as there are no disturbances and the national policy of land surveying is upheld, it is best not to concern ourselves too deeply with this matter. Emperor Zhu Houzhong nodded in agreement with his son's perspective. My son, I have come today primarily regarding the impeachment of Shen Lian and Zhujiang. Please continue. Zhu Houzhong resumed his examination, calmly finishing the documents before countering with a question. What do you wish to do? Zhu Zichuan replied, somewhat disheartened. I find myself in a dilemma, which is why I sought your counsel, father. Zhu Houzhong, not directly addressing the inquiry, asked, setting aside the incident itself. Which side do you find yourself leaning towards? Zhu Zichuan hesitated before responding. I lean more towards Shen Lian. Precisely. Nevertheless, father, it cannot be wrong to say that Shen Lian's actions are overstepping. Zhu Zichuan pondered. If we turn a blind eye to this, would it not mean the absence of national law? You are the emperor. You possess the ultimate authority of interpretation. How matters are classified ultimately rests in your hands. Zhu Houzhong sighed. You still have yet to truly grasp the essence of being an emperor. Please, father, enlighten me. You could very well extricate yourself from the immediate issue to resolve this matter, Zhu Houzhong remarked calmly. For instance, one could scrutinize the content of the indictment. Such matters require verification, do they not? And verification demands a process, a span of time. Yet you fixate solely on the binary choice of whether to intervene or not. Thus, you find yourself at a disadvantage. Zhu Zichuan was momentarily taken aback. His eyes subsequently brightened. Father suggests that on the surface, we must assert authority, while behind the scenes, we may negotiate. For instance, continuing to verify until the national policy has been fully implemented before uncovering the truth? Not too foolish, Zhu Houzhong nodded. You could have Liu Bing personally investigate, which would demonstrate your seriousness regarding this matter. Moreover, entrusting Liu Bing with the inquiry would also serve to reassure Shen Lian. Zhu Zichuan hesitated. The relationship between Shen Lian and Liu Bing is hardly a secret. If Shen Lian is reassured, then the high-ranking officials in court would surely be aware. Zhu Houzhong replied casually, this is, in fact, an excellent opportunity to test your ministers, both their loyalty and their merit. Those who oppose, those who support, those advocating for stern measures against Shen Lian, and those who seek to absolve him, all will reveal their allegiances. Zhu Zichuan was profoundly shaken. What appeared to him as a dilemma was, in his father's eyes, a chance to turn the situation into a mutually beneficial outcome. It was simply remarkable. Are you feeling inadequate again? Zhu Zichuan, somewhat abashed, lowered his head and stammered. I still require further experience and have many shortcomings. Zhu Houzhong smiled gently, refraining from discouraging his son, and said, you are the emperor. You are the one who sets the questions, not merely the one answering them. When faced with only two choices, both of which are unsatisfactory or unprofitable, it is wise to step back from the immediate situation and view it from a broader perspective. The so-called vision and exceptional talent stem from this. Zhu Houzhong spoke earnestly. Do not follow the rhythms set by others. Such a path leads only to traps of regulation, transforming you from hunter into prey. To provide a rather crude analogy, if someone labels you a pig, presenting facts and evidence to prove you are not a pig is foolish. The correct approach would be to assert that the accuser is a dog and compel them to prove they are not. That analogy is rather crude, father. Zhu Zichuan retorted mildly, yet nodded seriously. I shall remember it. Zhu Houzhong lightly nodded and glanced again at the indictment document, exclaiming, the oppressive gentry. What a remarkable oppressive gentry. This Hai Rue possesses some merit. Zhu Zichuan agreed. Indeed, just this audacity alone distinguishes him from the ordinary. Audacity. Zhu Houzhong glanced sideways at his son. Is that all you perceive? Zhu Zichuan pondered for a moment and added, he also harbors a heart for the people. Even if it is for reputation, it is still commendable. Alas, you still fail to see the crux of the matter, Zhu Houzhong remarked. There are many officials who pursue fame, but have you ever heard of the term oppressive gentry? The crux of the matter lies not in the audacity of the gentry from the fishing and meat trade, but in their capabilities. Zhu Houzhong remarked that a significant portion of impoverished scholars, upon their initial appointment to office, retained a degree of loyalty to the sovereign and care for the people. Often, their inability to act stemmed not from a lack of desire, but from a deficiency in capacity. The majority, after encountering obstacles, choose to conform to the status quo. The true value of Hai Rui is not his compassion for the populace or his boldness, but rather his competency. It is a well-known fact that governing in rural areas is particularly arduous, as local officials, clerks, and miscellaneous laborers are predominantly natives who are intricately intertwined with the local gentry, making it exceedingly easy to undermine a county magistrate. This dilemma has persisted for ages. Yet to govern in unfamiliar territories presents even greater challenges. Zhu Houzhong sighed and returned the memorial to his son, saying, "You should pay more attention to this Hai Rui." "Yes, I shall remember," Zhu Ziki replied. Tentatively, he inquired, "Father, regarding the measurement of the fields, I wish to execute it with utmost diligence. What do you think?" "As long as it is executed properly." Zhu Houzhong nodded in affirmation, encouraged by his father's approval. Zhu Ziki felt a renewed sense of confidence as he scrutinized the memorial without trepidation. "Is Lady Li about to give birth?" Zhu Ziki paused momentarily, joy illuminating his face as he respectfully affirmed, "According to the imperial physician, it is a prince." "Indeed." Zhu Houzhong also smiled, adding, "The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching. Speaking of which, I have yet to celebrate it with your family. Let us make it a lively occasion this year." "Certainly." Zhu Ziki, already in good spirits, felt even more elated, saying he would make the arrangements. Zhu Houzhong chuckled. "Festivities are about the atmosphere. There is no need for extravagance." After a moment, he inquired, "What of Li Chunfang?" Zhu Ziki nodded, stating, "As you mentioned, Li Chunfang is essentially no different from Su Jie." Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Zhu Ziki, and he said, "Do you mean, father, that we can consider replacing Su Jie? You are the emperor. You shall decide." Zhu Ziki understood that his father was subtly urging him to begin phasing out the old officials and to focus on nurturing a new cadre. Historically, every new emperor brings forth a new set of ministers. Not that the old ones are ineffective, but rather that those promoted by oneself tend to be more manageable. "I comprehend," Zhu Ziki affirmed. "Understanding begets improvement." Zhu Houzhong remarked that measuring the fields, aside from benefiting the nation and its people, serves as an excellent opportunity to test the ministers and demonstrate imperial authority. The more resolute one is, the lesser the room for future compromise. Given this determination, one must pursue a singular path to the end. "I understand," Zhu Ziki stated earnestly. "From the very beginning, I have never considered retreat." Zhu Houzhong smiled and nodded. "That is for the best. Now, go and attend to your duties." "Yes, I take my leave." Zhu Ziki, invigorated with newfound zeal, departed with purpose. The following day during the morning court, he clearly articulated his stance on Shun Lian's transgressions, calling for thorough investigations and stringent measures. He instructed the commander of the Jinyue, Liu Bing, to personally lead the inquiry. The emperor's stance was well received by the ministers, yet the underlying malice in his intentions left them profoundly troubled, unable to voice their grievances. Ultimately, through the persistent arguments of several high-ranking officials, a few censors were appointed to collaborate with Liu Bing on this case. However, this was merely a superficial gesture to preserve dignity. Who is Liu Bing? He is a childhood friend of the late emperor and the absolute authority within the Jinyue. Even the powerful Eastern Depot, which holds sway over the Jinyue, dares not utter a word in the presence of this extraordinary individual. He is, after all, the last surviving figure among the esteemed 3 dukes and 3 orphans of the Ming Dynasty, apart from the Yongqing Marquis. In the absence of the Yongqing Marquis, who could possibly rival him? What further disheartens them is that Liu Bing stands on the same side as the Yongqing Marquis. The emperor's directive for him to investigate leaves little room for interpretation regarding his intentions. The outcome is all too predictable. Though all parties involved are acutely aware of the reality, they cannot resist boasting to the local officials. Under our diligent efforts, the emperor has indeed taken notice and has dispatched Liu Bing, the highest commander of the Jinyue, to conduct a thorough investigation. Just wait and see. The local tributes have never ceased, and a show of attitude is still necessary. As for the results, should they prove unsatisfactory, the blame shall fall squarely on Liu Bing. After all, we have fulfilled our responsibilities. In Chunin, the gentry, having gleaned information through various channels, have once again rallied, accompanied by the county magistrate, the chief clerk, and a multitude of subservient officials who have resumed their posturing. Can a mere county magistrate truly subdue us? We have influential connections. Although Hai Rui lacks a presence in the capital and has no access to its information channels, he is not entirely unprepared. he remains unfazed, knowing that the worst outcome would simply be the loss of his magistracy. What of it? Yet he does not wish for his efforts to go in vain, leading him to make a rather audacious decision, to instigate a conflict between the common folk and the gentry. He seeks to exploit the widespread animosity towards the wealthy among the populace, encouraging them to learn the art of resistance and to fight for their own interests. The ultimate effect remains uncertain to Hai Rui, but he is aware that even if he cannot harm the gentry, he can certainly cause them considerable inconvenience, compelling them to acquiesce to some degree. At the very least, for a time, the common people may reap some benefits. Hai Rui cannot help but recall the words of Li Qing from years past. To be an official is to aspire to greatness. Yet, even a person as formidable as Hai Rui is inevitably left disheartened by this truth. The path to becoming an official is fraught with difficulty, and the ascent to a high-ranking position is even more daunting, unless one forsakes ideals and chooses to mingle with the mundane. If that is the case, then perhaps it is better not to pursue such lofty titles at all. Chapter 39. The Earth Emperor Hai Rui's actions are bold, even reckless, and to the gentry, they appear perilous. From where does the wealth of the gentry originate? Through means that are reasonable yet illegal, and even unreasonable and unlawful. They extract the very marrow from the common folk. However, when corruption becomes the norm, coupled with a lack of rational and effective means of resistance, the populace gradually endures, accepts, and becomes numb, ultimately remaining exploited. Yet now, Hai Rui is teaching them to resist, instructing them on the methods of rebellion. For the gentry, this is no longer mere meat. It is a matter of life and death. The gentry are enraged, yet they are also cowed. As local tyrants, having thrived for generations, what kind of county magistrate have they not encountered? Yet, they have truly never seen one like this. In their eyes, however, no one can resist the allure of wealth, the temptation of power, or the seduction of beauty. Thus, gold and silver, along with beautiful maidens and vast tracts of arable land, were lavishly bestowed upon Hai Rui, who was simultaneously hailed as a deity in the region of Chunin. It was proclaimed that whatever Lord Hai decreed was law, and anyone daring to oppose him would face dire consequences, without even requiring his intervention. The temptation was overwhelmingly enticing. As long as these local gentry aligned themselves with Hai Rui, mindlessly endorsing his every command, he would indeed become the true sovereign of Chunin. However, this was merely a ruse to placate Hai Rui temporarily and to stabilize his reign. The imperial court had already initiated an investigation, with the Jinui commander dispatched to scrutinize the situation. Sooner or later, Hai Rui would face dire repercussions. For the time being, allowing him to bask in his success would enable the recovery of all gifts presented, potentially leading to Hai Rui's downfall. The presents given would serve as irrefutable evidence of him exploiting the gentry. Such a well-calculated scheme, with temptations that few could resist throughout the vast realm of the Ming Dynasty. Yet, remarkably, Hai Rui withstood the allure. Not only did he resist it, but he also turned the tables on the gentry. He characterized their actions as bribery, refusing to return a single coin of the ill-gotten gains, and even apprehended the emissaries sent to bribe him. Consequently, the local gentry of Chunin were genuinely contemplating violence against Hai Rui, an act that could be interpreted as rebellion. They found themselves in a precarious position. Striking against an official was akin to insurrection, and they would not dare take such risks unless absolutely cornered. Yet, they were rapidly running out of options. Although the court had sent investigators, the primary target was Shun Lian, not a mere county magistrate. The gentry, aware of their connections, understood this reality. However, they could not afford to wait for the day Hai Rui would be scrutinized. If they did not act soon, within 2 months, they would be thoroughly drained of their resources. In a matter of months, the newly appointed Hai Rui had accomplished what had long tormented the gentry of Chunin and their officials. His achievements were nothing short of extraordinary. Nevertheless, despite his impetuousness, Hai Rui was not devoid of intellect. He was acutely aware of the gentry's animosity towards him, their considerable influence, and the precariousness of his own position. Thus, he took to traveling with the personal guards of Qi Jiguang, insisting that they reside with him and even alternating night watches. The 2 guards found this demand rather exasperating. This magistrate was certainly not one to be trifled with. Even livestock might find moments of repose. Yet although they were sent by Lord Qi to protect him, they begrudgingly complied due to military orders. Despite Hai Rui's frugality, he generously provided for their sustenance and lodging within his means. The gentry desired Hai Rui's demise, but were unwilling to act upon it themselves. Coupled with Hai Rui's meticulous caution, he left no openings for would-be assailants. However, while Hai Rui remained unscathed, the gentry suffered greatly. Previously, the common folk had been too intimidated to resist, lacking the knowledge or means to do so. Yet, a transformation had occurred. Lord Hai instructed them on the art of rebellion, teaching them how to rise against oppression, firmly instilling the belief that resistance was righteous. He elucidated the harsh realities, demonstrating that surrendering their lands to the gentry was far less profitable than cultivating them independently. Thus, the very scenario that the gentry dreaded most began to unfold. The common folk began to demand the return of their donated farmland. Many matters remained untouched, primarily due to a fear of disrupting established norms. However, once a leader emerged to take action without facing severe repercussions, the paralyzing fear dissipated. This initiated a chain reaction. With Master Hai advocating for them, what was there to fear? As more and more villagers banded together to reclaim their land, the gentry found themselves powerless. Simultaneously, the situation began to spiral out of control. When the villagers who had donated their land organized to reclaim it, others, who had sold their land to the wealthy, began to take advantage of the chaos, seeking to reclaim land that rightfully belonged to others. At this point, the gentry were truly at risk of being devoured. No matter how greedy or malicious the gentry might be, consolidating land incurs costs. It is not a business without investment. Yet, many villagers in Chun'an, under the guise of taking advantage of the situation, engaged in outright robbery, which was intolerable. However, when confronted by a group of farmers clad in coarse garments, with sunburnt skin and eyes ablaze, the gentry trembled in fear, truly terrified. They feared the villagers would fight back. They feared the villagers might exclaim, "One killed is a break even, 2 killed is profit." At this juncture, their only recourse was to set aside all grievances with Master Hai and implore him to advocate on their behalf. The oppressed villagers, accustomed to subjugation, were elated to see the gentry attempting to reason with them, and they too sought Master Hai's intervention, believing he could indeed champion their cause. Shortly thereafter, the previously taciturn Master Hai issued a stern declaration. "If you have grievances, come to the court. Those who gather to cause unrest will face severe punishment." Thus, the opportunistic villagers were compelled to lower their banners and cease their uproar. In this manner, Master Hai effectively became the de facto Lord of Chun'an County. He did not conform to the corruption around him. Rather, through a series of measures, he established himself as the paramount authority in Chun'an. From the county magistrate to clerks and officials, right down to the gentry, they all harbored resentment towards Master Hai, wishing to consume him whole. Yet, at this point, they had no choice but to acknowledge him as the sovereign of Chun'an. The villagers recognized only Master Hai, and he, having won the hearts of countless citizens, had become truly invincible. Today, the gentry no longer harbored hopes of uniting with Master Hai. They merely wished for him to be lenient in his dealings with them. "Master Hai, please advocate for the common people," they implored. It was not unusual for gentry to be defendants, but typically, only those involved in heinous crimes would appear in court. Yet now, they not only came but also knelt, and not just knelt, but wept. In present-day Chun'an, the once arrogant gentry were humbled before Master Hai, and those who once enjoyed privileges found themselves stripped of any semblance of power. Observing this scene, the tension that had gripped Master Hai began to ease. He lightly struck the gavel, and the weeping villagers fell silent, while the reluctant gentry closed their mouths in discontent. Hai Rui, with an unhurried demeanor, retrieved the documents submitted by the plaintiff and read aloud. In the 35th year of the Juzheng era, 6 mu of impoverished land belonging to Wang Dazhu was collected. This 6 mu of land continues to be cultivated by Wang Dazhu, with a grain yield that must be delivered to Lu Yuanwei at half a sheng per mu, while the taxes are to be remitted to the court by Lu Yuanwei. Hai Rui waved the document in his hand and stated calmly, "Lu Shi, this is written in black and white and bears a seal. What further words do you have to offer?" Lu Shi interjected, "Lord Hai, this is a forgery by Wang Dazhu. The seal is not even in the hand of a commoner like myself." Wang Dazhu retorted, "Lord Hai, it is not a forgery by a commoner. How could an ordinary person write so beautifully? As for the one who sealed it, I cannot be certain it is Lu Yuanwei." Lu Shi, maintaining his composure, replied, "Lord Hai, you have always emphasized the importance of evidence in your proceedings. If everyone behaved as you do, then the arable land in Chun'an would not suffice for your claims. Wang Dezhu, at a loss for a rebuttal, merely prostrated himself, pleading for Lord Hai to advocate for him. Lu Shi, unperturbed, felt a quiet satisfaction. However, Hai Rui struck the gavel and commanded, "Bring forth witnesses." Moments later, a simple, honest farmer was escorted into the hall by the constables. The commoner bowed before Lord Hai. Hai Rui then produced another document and read, "In the 36th year of the Juzheng era, 4 mu of impoverished land belonging to Zhang Sanqi was collected. This 4 mu of land continues to be cultivated by Zhang Sanqi, with a grain yield that must be delivered to Lu YuanY at half a sheng per mu, while the taxes are to be remitted to the court by Lu YuanY. Is this correct?" "Indeed, Lord Hai," came the response. Hai Rui nodded and reiterated the previous document, asking, "You and Wang Dezhu are both tenants of Lu YuanY. Do you assert that Wang Dezhu's document is false?" "Indeed, it is true," Zhang Sanqi affirmed vigorously. Lu Shi, now incensed, protested, "Lord Hai's method of adjudication is unacceptable to me." Unfazed, Hai Rui replied, "Bring forth witnesses." He then picked up yet another document and continued to read. Thus, the tenants of Lu Shi filled the courtroom one after another, kneeling to testify and recount their experiences, yet Lu Shi obstinately refused to acknowledge the truth. From the outset, he had no intention of returning the land to the people. The commoner's attempts to use documents as evidence seemed an insurmountable challenge. In Lu Shi's view, without irrefutable proof, Hai Rui could not render a verdict. After all, who claimed to be the just lord? However, if Hai Rui were so easily dealt with, the matter would not have escalated to this point. "Lu Shi, are you certain this document is false?" "I am certain," Lu Shi declared. "Very well," Hai Rui replied coolly. As the saying goes, to wish for others not to know, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. The lands of so many commoners must not be hastily resolved due to insufficient evidence. Are you so confident that your deceptions are flawless? Fraud against the magistrate is a grave offense. Hai Rui stated coldly, "Should I ascertain the truth, your actions will not be as simple as returning the land. Do you believe the oppressed people of Chun and will conspire to deceive me? Or do you think I lack the ability to uncover substantial evidence? Or perhaps you think I will show leniency towards you?" Lu Shi, feeling a chill run down his spine at the thought of Hai Rui's formidable grip and ruthless demeanor, and contemplating the dire consequences of forcing the common folk into a corner, ultimately succumbed to weakness and stammered, "Lord Hai, forgive me. I am of advanced age and my memory falters. Perhaps their documents are indeed authentic. My family is prosperous and numerous, and I am not involved in every matter." Hai Rui dismissed his words, simply responding, "Then let us verify." Pausing for emphasis, he added sternly, "I, Hai Rui, have never intended to leave Chunin alive. Please, remember this." This declaration was both a truth and a threat, and by now, the gentry had no doubts about its gravity. In fact, when the resistance against the gentry became a shared conviction among the people, when they firmly believed that Lord Hai could advocate for them, the gentry had already lost. All their schemes and machinations yielded no positive outcome, only backlash. They had yet to grasp that if Hai Rui could not represent the people would rise to represent themselves. Though he was the instigator, Hai Rui found himself unable to completely control the unfolding situation. If the gentry continued to hoard their wealth, they would risk losing both their lives and fortunes. Chunin was akin to a powder keg, like dry tinder soaked in oil, waiting for a mere spark to ignite an inferno that would engulf the entire region. Of course, Hai Rui had anticipated such a scenario from the outset. Yet he harbored no regrets. As he stated, he had no intention of departing Chunin alive. This was both a threat and a stark reality. A single spark could transform Chunin into a sea of flames, capable of consuming both the gentry and Hai Rui himself. Unfortunately, when one's interests are threatened, they often become short-sighted and foolish. The very scene Hai Rui wished to avoid ultimately transpired. Upon witnessing the people reasoning with one another and revering Hai Rui as their just protector, the gentry began to plot once more. If Hai Rui is indeed your esteemed protector, then let us destroy him. Thus, they orchestrated a deceitful performance, colluding with local malefactors to commit theft and then framing the oppressed populace. When the gentry presented the contraband seized from the tenants to Hai Rui, he realized that his demise was imminent, and likewise, the downfall of the gentry loomed. The gentry believed this act would extinguish Hai Rui's esteemed reputation, rendering him incapable of rallying support. Should Hai Rui attempt to shield the irrefutably guilty parties, he would face severe punishment from the court, at the very least, dismissal from office, with the possibility of execution looming large. However, they overlooked the fact that the common people had already glimpsed hope and steadfastly believed that Lord Hai could deliver justice on their behalf. What would happen when great hope is followed by profound disappointment? They would take up their hoes. Nevertheless, the reality proved to be somewhat milder. The people did not immediately resort to violence. Instead, those who had already lost their fields and previously sought to exploit the chaos saw a pathway to fortune. These individuals, discontented with their lot, were spurred into action by the brazen theft occurring before them. They too joined in the plunder, and afterward, promptly framed the honest citizens for the misdeeds. The unfolding events diverged from Hai Rui's expectations, yet the outcome mirrored his predictions. Chaos engulfed Chun'an. As the populace revolted, not against the government, but against the local gentry. Initially restrained, the insurrection began with mere theft, sparing lives. However, as tensions escalated, it inevitably escalated to violence and murder. While the gentry instigated the bloodshed, they did so for reasons of their own. Yet it was their actions that led them to the scaffold. Hai Rui, with no time to ponder the complexities of right and wrong, swiftly dispatched the personal troops of Qi Jiguang to seek assistance from Hangzhou upon learning of the gentry's fatal miscalculations. He hastened to the local military post, determined to quell the unrest. Yet, as flames of rebellion ignited, extinguishing them proved not to be a matter of mere moments. The populace, having endured oppression for far too long, erupted in a torrent of accumulated fury. This was not a fire that could be easily doused. The psychology of the masses, coupled with the unrestrained backlash, ensnared even the more benevolent gentry of Chun'an. The era of peace in the Ming Dynasty had lasted so long that few believed a rebellion could arise amidst such prosperity. Despite many citizens living in discontent, at least their basic sustenance was assured. Who would risk their lives in revolt when they could fill their bellies? Yet, the privileged classes overlooked a crucial truth. Once the flames of profound imbalance ignited, rational thought regarding gains and losses would vanish. Since the time of the Yongle Emperor's intended relocation to Shuntian and the subsequent Tang Sire rebellion, the Ming Dynasty bore witness, once more, to a popular uprising. In a region of relative affluence in Jiangnan, what seemed inconceivable transpired. The wrath of the lower classes surged with overwhelming force, demonstrating the terrifying power of the so-called ignorant masses to those in authority. Hai Rui's response was remarkably swift, and Qi Jiguang promptly chose to trust him, personally leading his troops to restore order. However, upon his arrival in Chun'an County, he was astounded to find that the people had indeed revolted. Though the insurrection was aimed at the gentry, the local soldiers were ineffective, akin to clay figures. Fortunately, Hai Rui's reputation still resonated with the enraged populace, and the proximity of Hangzhou to Chun'an meant that the situation had not yet spiraled beyond control. In just a few days, however, the gentry within a 30-mile radius of the county office faced ruin. Qi Jiguang sought out Hai Rui for a thorough assessment of the situation and promptly resolved to suppress the rebellion, mindful that bloodshed must be avoided. The citizens' anger had already ignited. Should the imperial forces resort to violence, it would convey to the populace that death was inevitable, only exacerbating the turmoil and rendering it wholly unmanageable, potentially spreading the flames of chaos to neighboring counties. The soldiers under Qi Jiguang's command were far superior to the local militia. Under their skilled formation, the unruly populace stood utterly defenseless. As the officials quelled the insurrection, they simultaneously promised that the court would not hold the rebels accountable for their grievous offenses, swiftly bringing the situation under control. Nonetheless, the rebellion persisted for a full 10 days from inception to conclusion, claiming the lives of over 300 individuals, including gentry, their families, and commoners. The sheer number of commoners involved rendered it impossible for the court to pursue each case individually. Given these circumstances, Qi Jiguang refrained from pursuing every individual, instead apprehending only a few hundred ringleaders, who were held temporarily without formal charges. Once these matters were attended to, both Qi Jiguang and Hai Rui felt a profound sense of relief, as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. At last, they found an opportunity to converse. As Qi Jiguang regarded Hai Rui, a mix of anger and admiration welled within him, ultimately transforming into a sigh. Such a significant upheaval in Chun'an. Even if it does not directly implicate you, you cannot absolve yourself of responsibility. Especially since this turmoil originated from your actions, I cannot save you. and it seems no one else can either. Hai Rui nodded slightly. I understand. This is entirely my fault, and I am grateful for your efforts, General Qi. You seem unrepentant for your actions, Qi Jiguang observed. After a moment of silence, Hai Rui replied, I do feel some remorse, yet I do not regret my choices. Do not regret? Qi Jiguang echoed incredulously. Indeed, Hai Rui affirmed, the arrogance of officials and gentry has persisted for far too long. They believe that as long as the common people have a means of survival, they can be subjected to arbitrary oppression. This must change. The Ming Dynasty has endured for nearly 2 centuries, witnessing the reign of 11 emperors, each varying in capability, and while national strength has fluctuated, the overarching trajectory has been one of improvement. Hai Rui sighed, reflecting, given the nearly 200 years of development, the common people ought to enjoy a more prosperous life. Yet, the fruits of prosperity have largely been plucked by local gentry and officials. If this continues, one day, the commoners will rise against the gentry, and even against the Ming Dynasty itself, without needing my guidance, extending far beyond Chunin. Of course, the court can suppress such uprisings, but with every action, there are consequences. Suppression once, suppression twice. As the unrest escalates, the court's revenue will inevitably decline, plunging the nation into a vicious cycle. Hai Rui exhaled deeply, managing a rueful smile. To be candid, General Qi, I anticipated this outcome from the very beginning. Qi Jiguang was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. After a prolonged silence, he lamented, if only Lord Yongqing were here, perhaps he could have saved your life. Hai Rui, surprised, inquired, you are familiar with Lord Yongqing, General Qi? To which Qi Jiguang replied, astonished, you, County Magistrate Hai, also know of Lord Yongqing. There is more than one Lord Yongqing in the Ming Dynasty. Yet both recognized that their respective references pointed to Li Qing. They exchanged glances, a shared smile emerging between them. Qi Jiguang lamented, alas, Lord Yongqing is not within the realm of the Ming. If your life could ensure the moderation of many gentry and awaken the court and the emperor, then your death would not be in vain. Hai Rui let out a gentle sigh. It is often said that the common folk are ignorant. Yet, even ignorance possesses a formidable power, an alarming force. Throughout history, no dynasty has fallen without the most downtrodden citizens contributing significantly to its demise. Our founding emperor also hailed from humble beginnings, yet it appears that everyone has overlooked this fact. Understanding the implication, Qi Jiguang chose not to delve deeper, instead teasing, what? Do you believe that facing death has rendered you fearless? Hai Rui chuckled softly, offering no explanation. He bowed respectfully and requested, although the rebellion has been quelled, the populace still requires reassurance. I implore General Qi to issue an official decree, allowing me to pacify the citizens and prevent further unrest. Qi Jiguang nodded. The court has yet to hold you accountable. You remain a county magistrate. As long as you fulfill your duties, I shall not interfere. Thank you, General Qi. Hai Rui replied with another bow before turning to leave. Magistrate Hai, please hold. Hai Rui paused and turned to look back. Qi Jiguang pondered for a moment before saying, you may not yet be aware, but the court has dispatched a commander from the Jinyue to investigate your dealings with the local gentry, as well as your indulgences under Governor Shen. Hai Rui remained unfazed, having already prepared himself for the possibility of being sent to the capital for execution. Such matters no longer concerned him. Qi Jiguang continued, I shall send a letter to Governor Shen to be forwarded to Commander Liu, advocating for your personal escort back to the capital to await your fate. Hai Rui was taken aback, hesitatingly replying, are you suggesting that I might have a chance to live? The hope seemed slight. Thank you, he said with another bow, hastily departing. Chapter 41. Dissemination. The tremors in Chunin have subsided, yet the aftershocks are more potent. News from Hangzhou, Suzhou, and Nanjing spread with astonishing rapidity, swiftly becoming the fodder for conversations among the Jiangnan populace during their leisure hours. Simultaneously, this information was urgently relayed to the capital. The commoners felt a sense of relief, while the officials and gentry regarded it with trepidation. In the Qianqing Palace, Zhu Ziqian wore a grave expression, flanked by Su Jie and Li Chunfeng, who bore somber faces. What are your thoughts, my esteemed ministers? Su Jie furrowed his brow, while Li Chunfeng pondered deeply, remaining noncommittal. Ministerly, what say you? Zhu Ziqian pressed, naming him directly. Li Chunfeng slowly articulated, we are fortunate that His Majesty is wise to have appointed Qi Jiguang to oversee the land surveys. Thankfully, he commenced in Hangzhou, thus averting a greater catastrophe, which is a stroke of luck amid misfortune. Essentially, you have said nothing of substance, Zhu Houzhong remarked mildly. I inquire about this matter. What is your perspective? Li Qing hesitantly replied. Such significant events in a single county cannot absolve Hai Rui of responsibility. Furthermore, the governor of Hangzhou bears some culpability for his negligence. Zhu Houzhong's frustration mounted. At an opportune moment, Su Jie interjected, Your Majesty, this matter should not be underestimated. If mishandled, it could foster a consensus among the populace. I believe it is imperative to expedite Hai Rui's return to the capital. Li Qing concurred. I second this notion. Hai Rui is the most knowledgeable regarding the details of the Chunnan unrest. This situation must be treated with utmost seriousness. I have already dispatched the chancery guards. Zhu Houzhong sighed. What do you two ministers propose to quell the repercussions of this incident? The first year of the Li Qing reign had begun with such turmoil, and Zhu Houzhong was consumed with fury. The Ming Dynasty had enjoyed more than a century of peace, yet in the very first year of the new era, unrest erupted. Any emperor would be infuriated by such an occurrence. However, the deed was done. Even the execution of Hai Rui would not remedy the situation. Su Jie spoke respectfully. Your Majesty, the pressing matter is to mitigate the repercussions of this incident. Li Qing concurred, stating, I second this notion. I believe we must urgently inform Qi Jiguang to contain the news as much as possible to prevent its spread and avert further escalation that might incite public panic. This uprising claimed over 300 lives. In the grand scheme of the vast Ming population, this figure seemed insignificant, yet the implications were monumental. This was a matter that threatened the very foundation of the state. Zhu Houzhong fell silent for a moment and replied, I have already made arrangements. Yet more than half a month has passed since the incident. How could the news possibly be contained? With so many merchants and travelers moving along the river, it is impossible to seal it off. Both men fell silent. The repercussions of this incident were too significant for them to voice their opinions lightly. They even hesitated to advocate for the punishment of Hai Rui, despite recognizing that his actions warranted severe consequences. The unrest had barely settled. Yet public sentiment and the emotions of the people in Chunnan remained volatile. If Hai Rui were executed, it could trigger a second wave of rebellion, a burden neither of them, even as cabinet ministers, could bear. Li Qing, what do you propose? Li Qing realized there was no escaping the issue and thus offered some substantial advice. I dare to suggest that the national policy of surveying and redistributing land should be immediately suspended. Until this matter reaches a resolution, it is unwise to continue its implementation. Zhu Houzhong's gaze hardened, and then his anger ignited. Li Qing lowered his head, unwilling to meet his eyes. Su Jie remained silent for a moment before saying, Your Majesty, we must weigh the lesser of two evils. At present, it appears there is no better course of action. Temporarily halting the land survey may indeed be the wisest strategy to prevent further escalation. Then, Su Jie knelt and said, Given the occurrence of such an event, the fault lies with the cabinet for its negligence. I implore Your Majesty to mete out punishment. Li Qing hurriedly followed suit, pleading, Please, Your Majesty, punish us. Do you think I fear losing face? Zhu Houzhong retorted, his frustration evident. The land survey has always faced considerable resistance. If we pause it now, what political achievements can we hope to gain in the future? Might local authorities exploit this incident to undermine the court's military authority? If the land survey becomes merely a formality, then the first national policy of the Li Qing era would become a laughingstock. I am not afraid of losing face. But where is the dignity of the court? Su Jie remained silent. Li Qing tentatively suggested, Your Majesty, I do have a rather unconventional idea. Speak. Let Qi Jiguang, and even Xin Lian, come to the capital, Li Qing proposed. The land survey may continue, but without their authoritative oversight, it will unlikely provoke further unrest among the populace. Once this matter is resolved satisfactorily, we can then reintroduce the land survey at a more opportune moment, affording us flexibility in our approach. Zhu Houzhong pondered this for a moment, his expression softening slightly. You may rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The two individuals released a sigh of relief, seamlessly shifting away from the perilous topic at hand, and congratulated, Congratulations, Your Majesty, on the joyous arrival of a dragon's son. This is not only a testament to Your Majesty's virtue, but also a blessing for our Ming Dynasty. Despite being aware of their ulterior motives, Zhu Houzhong revealed a hint of a smile, gently nodding as he sighed. This matter is destined to be uncovered. We must be mindful of the repercussions. Hai Rui has yet to enter the capital, so let us temper the emotions of those below. Your wisdom is unparalleled, and I shall abide by your command. The two replied in unison, bowing deeply. Zhu Houzhong waved his hand, and the two bowed once more before exiting the grand hall. In Jinling, Li Bao burst through the door and approached Zhu Zi, who was engrossed in an experiment, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, something has happened. A grave matter." Zhu Zi, startled and having skewed his drawings, retorted, "Must you be so alarmist? I thought you were the heir of the Li family, yet you exhibit no composure. If you knew the gravity of the situation, you too would be unsettled," Li Bao insisted. Zhu Zi raised an eyebrow. "What has transpired?" "Chunin, which falls under the jurisdiction of Hangzhou, is in revolt," Li Bao replied. "What?" Zhu Zi's face paled in disbelief. "In our prosperous Ming dynasty, where the people are well fed, how could they possibly rebel?" "Allow me to explain," Li Bao said as he took a seat opposite Zhu Zi, recounting the news in detail. After listening, Zhu Zi remained in a stupor for a moment before gravely asking, "Does uncle know of this?" Li Bao shook his head slightly. "You know how he has been lately. He likely remains unaware." Zhu Zi fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "What do you think, Xiao Bao?" "What can I think?" Li Bao replied with resignation. "With our great-grandfather and grand-aunt no longer with us, and as one who speaks without much thought, you would merely dismiss my words with a laugh. It must be grandfather who takes action." Zhu Zi nodded slightly and stood, saying, "Let us go to uncle's house." At the Zhu residence, the autumn wind rustled, and the ginkgo leaves had turned a brilliant gold, carpeting the ground. Zhu Houzhong reclined in a chair, a cane resting across him, his white hair swaying gently in the breeze, showing the frailty of age. "Uncle," Zhu Zi called softly. Zhu Houzhong slowly opened his eyes to glance at the two before closing them again, stating, "Ding dog, life and death are but the natural course of existence. I have long anticipated this and am prepared. Do not trouble yourselves on my account." Zhu Zi scratched his head, offering comfort. "Aunt has lived a long life with no regrets. Surely she would wish for you to enjoy your remaining years." Zhu Houzhong merely acknowledged with a sound. Returning to his pretense of slumber, Zhu Zi turned his gaze to his brother-in-law. Taking a deep breath, Li Bao spoke. "Grandfather, we have come today with another matter." "What is all this noise?" Zhu Houzhong replied impatiently. "Rest assured, I am not on the brink of despair. Simply allowing me my peace is the greatest form of filial piety." "Uncle, a significant event has truly occurred," Zhu Zi asserted. "My cousin and I have come to seek your guidance." Zhu Houzhong slowly sat upright, his expression neutral as he remarked, "I hope you truly have something of importance." Understanding that Zhu Houzhong had not yet recovered from the loss of his wife in his later years, Li Bao dared not linger and promptly summarized the events unfolding in Chunin. The impatience on Zhu Houzhong's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of grave concern. However, it soon returned to normal, even accompanied by a light chuckle. The two exchanged glances, and Zhu Zi voiced his concern. "Uncle, this is no trivial matter. Indeed, this was an issue of profound significance, one that could even be deemed to influence the future trajectory of the Ming dynasty." Zhu Houzhong nodded gently. Yet he maintained that it was not a catastrophe of apocalyptic proportions. Li Bao interjected, "We humbly request you, Grandfather Zhu, to elucidate this for us younger generations. The events occurring in Chunin are precisely what Li Qing intends to address," Zhu Houzhong remarked, emphasizing that the essence of Li Qing's reforms lay therein. Zhu Zi appeared perplexed. "Is the core of this turmoil?" Li Bao, displaying greater acumen than his brother-in-law, inquired. "Does Grandfather Zhu imply that the gentry should find a compromise?" "That is approximately correct," Zhu Houzhong replied. "But is it not too audacious?" Li Bao swallowed hard, contemplating the chaos erupting in just one county. If such unrest spread throughout the entire Ming, would it not result in the upheaval of mountains and rivers, with the populace in dire straits? Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly, stating, "While Hai Rui could act in such a manner, Li Qing cannot do so. Though both pursue similar outcomes, their methods must differ. Each county has its own approach to reform, just as each nation possesses its unique methodology." Zhu Zi expressed astonishment. "So, you mean to say that the county magistrate of Chunin is not only blameless, but rather commendable?" Zhu Houzhong chuckled softly, responding, "The judgment of right and wrong hinges more upon one's stance." Zhu Zi nodded slowly. Li Bao inquired, "Grandfather Zhu, will Hai Rui face death?" "Most likely. He will not perish, at least not immediately," Zhu Houzhong replied. The individual in the capital has not yet met his demise. To demand Hai Rui's life now would be folly, and he is not a fool. Zhu Houzhong asked, "Shall we merely observe the unfolding events without taking action?" "Such a sensational incident must certainly be reported," Zhu Houzhong asserted, noting that the very purpose of establishing a newspaper was to eliminate information monopolies, which can be said to serve today's necessity. Publish the news widely. Li Bao glanced at his brother-in-law, his face reflecting a sense of schadenfreude. Zhu Houzhong hesitated. "Uncle, from the perspective of the court, this matter must be kept under wraps. Our emperor will surely be enraged." "Let him be enraged. Has the emperor not been angered before?" Zhu Houzhong scoffed. "Your father is still alive. Why should you fear? Just proceed without hesitation." Chapter 42. Journey to the capital Suzhou. The office of the governor of Jiangsu and Anhui. In the study, Liu Bing and Shun Lian sat facing each other. "Chuanfu, this matter has escalated." Liu Bing's demeanor was grave. Initially, it should have been a mere formality, but the riot among the people of Chunin made it impossible to handle lightly. The two shared a close friendship, and Liu Bing did not conceal his thoughts from Shun Lian, nor did Shun Lian hold back from Liu Bing. "Donghu, I wish to protect Hai Rui." Liu Bing frowned and admonished. "Have you considered the implications of your words?" Shun Lian replied, "At this critical juncture, if Hai Rui were to die, another riot in Chunin would be inevitable." "That is not your concern," Liu Bing retorted coldly. "Your current thinking is perilous. For the court and for the Ming Dynasty, maintaining stability is paramount. While the Ming may have its share of issues, a review of history reveals that it has fared quite well, and the lives of the people surpass those of previous dynasties. Do not deceive yourself. Could it not be even better?" Liu Bing coldly laughed. "How naive you are. Where in this world does absolute fairness exist? Even if the Ming Dynasty were plagued by grave issues, Hai Rui ought not to act in such a manner. Remember, order is of paramount importance. Even the most flawed order surpasses chaos by 1,000-fold." Liu Bing scoffed, asserting that this Hai Rui was leading the Ming towards disorder, and for this alone, he deserved death. Shun Lian took a deep breath and lamented. Should Hai Rui meet his end in such a way, one could argue that the Ming would lose a valuable opportunity for rectification. On a smaller scale, the land survey would merely become a formality. "This is not a concern for us," Liu Bing, somewhat agitated, retorted. "In his position, one must govern. As the commander of the Jinyue, my duty is to uphold imperial authority and maintain order. As for Hai Rui, perhaps he is wholly devoted to the people or the nation, yet that does not absolve him from death. Would this not chill the hearts of the people? Shun Lian, as a friend, as your former superior, and as the commander of the Jinyue, I advise you to refrain from involving yourself in Hai Rui's affairs." Liu Bing, exasperated, chastised, "Who do you think you are? A savior of the suffering? Do not be ridiculous. In the realm of politics and power, benevolence yields no rewards." Shun Lian fell silent. Liu Bing exhaled and remarked, "You should first worry about yourself. Without this matter, your transgressions might remain unpunished, but with it, your offenses are now questionable." Shun Lian made no rebuttal, for this was indeed the truth. "Will the emperor summon me to the capital?" "It is highly probable," Liu Bing sighed. "If this were merely a common riot, even the death of 300 or even 3,000 would not shake the court. However, this is no ordinary insurrection. It is a challenge from the lower ranks to the upper echelons, with far-reaching implications. This Hai Rui is a reckless, foolish man with no regard for the law. This time, both you and Qi Jiguang will be implicated by his actions." Shun Lian's expression subtly shifted. "Qi Jiguang holds a significant influence in the southeast." Liu Bing nodded. "You know this, and so do the former emperor and the current one. Qi Jiguang will not face severe punishment. However, you are in a different position. The officials in Zhuhuzhong resent you deeply, and those in the capital are equally displeased with your actions. They will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to act against you. You should consider how to defend yourself." After a pause, as I expected, the imperial edict soon arrived. Shun Lian gently nodded. "Brother Donghu, I wish to send a letter to Qi Jiguang. I advise against it. Hai Rui cannot be saved, nor is there time left," Liu Bing replied helplessly. "Such a significant event cannot be concealed by Qi Jiguang at this moment. The secret police must already be mobilizing swiftly. Even if you had a brilliant plan, it would be too late. It would be wiser to do nothing at all, as it would leave you with a semblance of innocence. However, Shun Lian, I could detain you right now." Liu Bing, losing patience, coldly stated, "You must understand. I am here to investigate you. The words may sting, but you must endure. Shun Lian smiled bitterly and nodded. At that moment, the voice of a Jinyue officer rang out. Commander, the Imperial envoy has arrived and wishes to see you and Lord Shun. Both men were taken aback. Here it comes. Liu Bing responded, glancing at Shun Lian. Now do you grasp the urgency of this situation? Shun Lian sighed, rising to exit the study alongside Liu Bing. Meanwhile, in Chunan, Hai Rui and Qi Jiguang received imperial edicts. Qi Jiguang was summoned back to the capital to report on his duties, while Hai Rui was ordered to be sent to the capital under guard. Thus, Qi Jiguang escorted Hai Rui, and Liu Bing escorted Shun Lian, all making their way to the capital. The surveying of fields did not cease, but with the arrival of these key figures, it gradually devolved into mere formality. By the end of September, the three men, each differing in rank and responsibilities, coincidentally arrived in the capital on the same day. Qi Jiguang and Shun Lian took residence at the Huaidong Pavilion, where Qi enjoyed the freedom to come and go, while Shun was placed under house arrest. As for Hai Rui, he found himself confined in the Ministry of Justice's prison. To his surprise, it was not the notorious Zhao prison. Accepting his fate, he chose to eat and drink as usual, displaying no fear of imminent death. Relieved from labor and punishment, he found his days unexpectedly comfortable. Regarding his fate, Hai Rui cared little for life or death, and thus he harbored no worries. Instead, it was the emperor and the numerous high officials who were troubled. Executing Hai Rui was but a word away, yet what would follow his execution? The events in Chunan could not simply be brushed aside. They required resolution. However, a direct execution would only tilt the narrative towards severity. Would the populace of Chunan incite a second uprising? Would the situation escalate once more? The emperor felt uncertain, and so did the officials. Indeed, Chunan was merely a county, and even if it erupted into chaos, the court could easily manage it. Yet, the fury that had been ignited was bound to swell unprecedentedly. Chunan, located in Jiangnan under the jurisdiction of Hangzhou, was considered a relatively affluent county. If even such a place succumbed to rebellion, how would the many less prosperous counties in the Ming respond? Emotions, after all, are contagious. Even if the likelihood of a full-scale uprising was minimal, no one dared to gamble on it. After extensive deliberation among the cabinet and the 6 ministries, a strategy was ultimately devised to minimize adverse impacts. Hai Rui must be executed, but he was to confess and express deep remorse first, taking all blame upon himself before the execution could proceed. Only then could the situation be quelled and order restored. As for Shun Lian, Liu Bing, the commander of the Jinyue, made it clear, I will protect Shun Lian. The high-ranking officials were reluctant to dismiss this man of the 3 dukes and the 3 orphans, especially since the Jinyue held the authority to oversee all officials. Thus, Shun Lian faced mostly verbal censure and rebuke, and none sought to condemn him to death. The officials were far more concerned with Hai Rui, or rather, with extinguishing the chaos he had incited. This seemingly insignificant county magistrate had indeed instilled fear among them. In the Ministry of Justice's prison, Zhang Juzheng, bearing the mandate from Su Jie and the expectations of the cabinet's high officials, came to visit Hai Rui. I am Zhang Juzheng, the Deputy Minister of Revenue, tasked with investigating the Chunan uprising. I kindly ask for your cooperation, County Magistrate Hai. Hai Rui bowed and replied, Deputy Minister Zhang, please inquire. I shall speak candidly. County Magistrate. Zhang Juzheng raised an eyebrow and chuckled. It seems you ought to refer to yourself as the guilty party. Hai Rui felt no guilt. Bowing again, he implored, I humbly request Deputy Minister Zhang to clarify. Zhang Juzheng was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Since you insist on declaring your innocence, how do you intend to prove it? Hai Rui replied, If you, Sir Zhang, assert that I am guilty, then how might you demonstrate my wrongdoing? Zhang Juzheng scoffed. Is it not a fact that the common folk of Chunan have clashed violently with the local gentry? Indeed, Hai Rui affirmed. And are you not the magistrate of Chunan? Yes. Then, do you bear any guilt? Hai Rui fell silent for a moment before responding. The people of Chunan are simple and not unruly. Their conflict with the gentry arose only after the latter struck first. Thus it is not the fault of the commoners. Zhang Juzheng retorted, Our Ming dynasty has existed for nearly 2 centuries, and Chunan has seen countless magistrates, all of whom maintained peace. Yet, upon your arrival, unrest ensued, surely. It cannot merely be a stroke of bad luck. Peace does not imply the absence of issues, Hai Rui stated. If one neglects problems, have they not wasted their education in the classics? Have they not squandered the imperial stipend? Are you suggesting that you alone have uncovered these corrupt practices? Not at all. Hai Rui shook his head. These issues are apparent to all. It is merely that no one has sought to resolve them, nor do they wish to. So, you consider yourself a virtuous minister? Zhang Juzheng remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Zhang Juzheng laughed gently. Thus, you do not believe yourself guilty at all? Hai Rui replied calmly. If addressing the corrupt practices of the Ming is a crime, then indeed, I stand guilty. Chapter 43. The Cabinet's Review in the Cabinet's Chambers. Su Jie perused the case testimonies, his brow slightly furrowed as he handed them to Li Chunfang. Sure, take a look. Li Chunfang accepted the documents, noting, this matter appears quite complicated. He then turned to Zhang Juzheng and inquired, what is your opinion on this individual, Sir Zhang? Zhang Juzheng inclined his body slightly, responding, this person acts recklessly, yet he is no fool. He understands that the court cannot easily execute him, nor can it fabricate a charge against him. Hence he stubbornly insists on his innocence. Upon reflection, I find him steadfast in his principles, almost obstinately adhering to the teachings of the sages. Yet he is not one to cause unwarranted chaos. I believe that torture would be futile. We must confront him with reason and the wisdom of the sages to prevail. Li Chunfang pondered, we absolutely cannot resort to torture, regardless of his disposition. However, the notion of defeating him through reason is indeed a worthy approach. With so many scholars in the capital, can we not out-argue a mere provincial candidate? Esteemed cabinet elder, what are your thoughts? Su Jie glanced at his student and nodded slightly. This matter requires the emperor's approval before proceeding. Of course, Li Chunfang replied with a smile. Since the esteemed cabinet elder concurs with Sir Zhang's recommendation, I shall inform the emperor at once. Once Li Chunfang departed, Su Jie whispered, Uncle Da. This is a hot potato. You should not have made suggestions. Zhang Juzheng chuckled awkwardly. Your teachings are wise, Master Su. I was indeed impulsive just now. The cabinet's chamber is not a place for idle chatter. Su Jie chose not to elaborate further, waving his hand. You may wait outside. The emperor will likely summon you shortly. Zhang Juzheng clasped his hands in gratitude and withdrew. In the Qinqing Palace, Zhu Zichuan perused the testimony regarding the case, his countenance darkening further, yet he refrained from exhibiting the anger he had displayed earlier. After a prolonged contemplation, he remarked, this Hai Rui is indeed a remarkable individual. I have underestimated him. Li Qing, what is your perspective? Li Chunfang offered a faint smile and reiterated Zhang Juzheng's suggestion. Zhu Zichuan pondered for a moment and replied, this might not be an ideal solution, but it will suffice. You shall all proceed together. Li Chunfang's expression shifted slightly, a hint of apprehension crossing his face. Zhu Zichuan continued, Zhang Juzheng will preside over the examination, while your cabinet shall serve as the jury. That is settled. Your Majesty, if that is the case. Hai Rui will undoubtedly feel discontent, and it will be challenging to garner public support, Li Chunfang cautioned, wishing to avoid entanglement in this murky affair. Zhu Zichuan countered. Hai Rui is merely a newly appointed local magistrate. He is unfamiliar with you esteemed officials. If you do not disclose your identities, how could he possibly know? However, Your Majesty, no buts, Zhu Zichuan interjected decisively. It is settled. You must make arrangements promptly, and after the morning court tomorrow, proceed to interrogate Hai Rui. Li Chunfang felt a mix of frustration and futility, yet responded, as you command. This maneuver of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf was not particularly astute. Yet it was indeed maliciously calculated. Li Chunfang could easily envision the expressions of his colleagues upon learning of the emperor's decree. May I inquire, Your Majesty, will the trial be held at the Ministry of Justice or the Supreme Court? Let it be held within the Ministry of Justice's prison, Zhu Zichuan decreed. Once we have a clearer understanding, we shall convene a trial with the three departments. Upon hearing this, Li Chunfang felt somewhat relieved and respectfully acquiesced. Zhang Juzheng awaited the emperor's summons, but was met instead by Li Chunfang. Li Daxueshi, he greeted with a bow, tentatively inquiring, Your Majesty? Li Chunfang replied coolly. Zhang Shilong's suggestion is commendable. The emperor has consented, appointing you as the presiding judge, and the ministers of the cabinet and 6 ministries will serve as jurors. After the morning court tomorrow, you shall collectively go to the Ministry of Justice's prison to conduct the examination of Hai Rui. Zhang Juzheng was momentarily taken aback, then stiffened. He cast a glance at Li Chunfang, clearly recognizing that this newly appointed grand scholar intended to shift the burden entirely onto him. The emperor's decree, through his skillful rhetoric, had become Zhang Juzheng's own imposition. Li Qing, unfazed and composed, stated, Zhang Shilang, known as a prodigy, shall be relied upon heavily tomorrow. Zhang Juzheng chuckled awkwardly. Since it is the emperor's command, I shall exert my utmost effort. Li Qing furrowed his brow but, considering Su Jie, suppressed his discontent and nodded, hastened to prepare. Understood. In the grand hall, Zhu Houzhong reviewed the case details and chuckled to himself. It appears our Ming dynasty is truly teeming with talent. Huang Jin, witnessing the emperor's lack of fury, felt a wave of relief wash over him and remarked, this is not a significant matter. With over 20 million subjects in Ming, occasional minor disputes are to be expected. Zhu Houzhong cast a sidelong glance at him and said, so, Huang Gong, do you also possess insights on this matter? Pray, share them. A Huang Jin stammered, Your Majesty, you are aware that I am rather dull. Knowing your own dullness, yet speaking indiscriminately? Zhu Houzhong replied with a roll of his eyes. This is no trivial matter. It is far from a minor issue. Huang Jin nodded begrudgingly and asked, Your Majesty, should we protect or eliminate this Hai Rui? Zhu Houzhong stretched languidly and replied, his life or death is solely dependent on his own actions. The following day, at the Ministry of Justice's prison, the conditions of the cell were already relatively favorable, and after a hasty cleaning, it appeared even more tidy, with much of the prison's characteristic dank and musty odor dissipating. The 2 scholars from the cabinet, the 6 ministers, and the head of the Board of Rights arrived together. Their imposing presence undeniable. Although these individuals did not deliberately assert their official rank and had informed those below them in advance, keeping their identities concealed, the overwhelming aura they exuded allowed Hai Rui to make a reasonable guess about their status. Hai Rui had never encountered the 2 scholars from the cabinet, the 6 ministers, nor the head of the Board of Rights, and since they were not adorned in the official robes that signified their positions, he could not mistakenly identify them. However, he felt no trepidation within himself. Conversely, Zhang Juzheng felt a flicker of anxiety. How could he remain calm while being overshadowed by the presence of such high-ranking officials? He understood that he could no longer afford to be lenient as he had been the day before. It was imperative to adopt a more aggressive approach. The 2 parties stood separated by the prison bars, gazing at each other, with the outsiders seated and the ones inside standing. Hai Rui, present, my lord. I inquire of you, did the unrest among the people of Chunan arise due to your actions? Before Hai Rui could respond, Zhang Juzheng interjected, simply answer yes or no. After a brief pause, Hai Rui nodded and replied, yes. Zhang Juzheng faltered momentarily, and the assembled officials were taken aback. Was he truly confessing so readily? Record this. Zhang Juzheng cleared his throat and pressed on. Why did you incite the people to riot? The riot was not instigated by me, but rather was a consequence of the excessive pressures exerted by the gentry, Hai Rui asserted. Boldness. Feng Bao exclaimed sharply. Having already admitted that the unrest of the Chunan people originated with you, how dare you still refer to yourself as I? Hai Rui did not even glance at Feng Bao. Instead, addressing Zhang Juzheng, may I inquire, who is the presiding judge? Zhang Juzheng looked at Feng Bao and then returned his gaze, saying, I am. Then, esteemed presiding judge, do you require me to answer your questions? I ask, you respond. Is there any need for such verbosity? Hai Rui replied, as a suspect, and you, Sir Zhang, being tasked with interrogating me, I shall cooperate with your inquiries. However, if you pose a question and others prevent me from responding, what then? If that is the case, why not directly pass judgment on me? Zhang Juzheng cast an awkward glance at Feng Bao, who, although his face was flushed, remained silent. If they could simply render a verdict, there would be no need for their presence. The imperial intent was clear. They wanted Hai Rui to acknowledge his guilt, to genuinely recognize his errors, and to declare to the world that he, Hai Rui, was in the wrong. They could not simply impose a label of guilt. Zhang Juzheng struck the table decisively. How do you prove that it was the gentry who exerted excessive pressure? Hai Rui responded. The surveying and assessment of land is a national policy, a decree of the emperor aimed at benefiting the state treasury above and the common people below. As an official of the Ming Dynasty and a paternal figure to the people of this region, I must implement this policy. Upon discovering that a significant portion of the land appropriated by the gentry was donated by the commoners, I commanded the gentry to return land to the people. As far as I know, the gentry did return the land. Zhang Juzheng interrupted. Hai Rui nodded. Yes, they returned it, but with great reluctance and unwillingness. The decree of restoring land to the people has only just begun to unfold and has yet to gain momentum. However, the local gentry can no longer remain passive. They conspired with nefarious individuals to plunder and subsequently frame the common folk. Hai Rui laid bare the entire sequence of events, declaring, "This is the true reason behind the unrest among the people of Chun'an." Juzheng raised an eyebrow, retorting, "So this has nothing to do with you, County Magistrate Hai?" After a moment of contemplation, Hai Rui admitted, "I have been remiss in supervising the gentry, failing to prevent this in advance, and thus bear the guilt of negligence." One member of the jury spoke up, "Negligence leading to national turmoil is indeed a grave sin, deserving of the death penalty." Hai Rui has not misled the nation. He countered, "Is not the people's revolt a form of national turmoil?" Hai Rui directed his gaze towards the senior official, stating, "I merely presented the afflictions of the Ming Dynasty before all." "Afflictions of the Ming Dynasty?" The official scoffed. "Our illustrious dynasty surpasses all in history. Our national power is robust, and our people well-fed. What afflictions could possibly exist?" He clasped his hands together in salute, exclaiming, "From the Hongwu to the Longqing eras, spanning 11 dynasties, we have had enlightened rulers and virtuous ministers who have devoted nearly 2 centuries of effort to achieve today's greatness. How can this be reduced to mere afflictions in your words?" Another juror interjected, "Great treachery masquerades as loyalty. To seek fame through unreasonable criticism is a heart that deserves punishment." Hai Rui furrowed his brow, but refrained from interrupting or rebutting. Juzheng patiently awaited the jury's conclusion before addressing Hai Rui. "Do you have any defense to offer?" After a prolonged silence, Hai Rui spoke, "I have something to say. I kindly ask the presiding judge and esteemed jurors to allow me to finish without interruption." Juzheng nodded slightly. "We are here to judge you. We shall permit you to speak." "Thank you." Hai Rui exhaled deeply, his demeanor growing increasingly solemn and dignified as he intently stated, "The Son of Heaven and the scholar officials govern the realm together. Do you all agree with this sentiment?" The audience's expressions shifted slightly, their gazes sharpening. Without awaiting their response, he continued, "Throughout the ages, there has been talk of imperial authority not reaching the countryside, and the Ming Dynasty is no exception. Why is this so? It is not that we do not wish it, but rather that we cannot. Why is this? I understand, as do you all, yet I fail to grasp why. Despite this mutual understanding, we refrain from addressing the issue and instead choose to conceal it." Chapter 44. A singular bloom in our vast Ming Dynasty. With over 1,000 counties, the newly appointed county magistrates do not prioritize the reformation of their offices or the welfare of the people. Instead, they seek to cultivate relationships with the local gentry. Why? Because they rely on these gentry to collect taxes from the populace. In such a grand nation, in this era of prosperity, how absurd it is that the lifeblood of taxation lies in the hands of the gentry. Is this not laughable? Is this not lamentable? Is this not regrettable? Indeed, this malady of governance is not unique to our Ming Dynasty. It has plagued every dynasty throughout history. Our Ming suffers the least. But is this something to take pride in? The previous dynasty governed with brutality, outsourcing tax collection to various layers. The court would receive a mere penny while the people were burdened with 10. This led to the collapse of the populace and the fall of the dynasty. The founding emperor expelled the invaders, restored the Chinese nation, and offered respite to the people. He rigorously punished corruption for what purpose? The court's land tax was set at 1/20th. Even in the most prosperous, fertile regions of the Jiangnan, it barely amounted to 1/10. Yet how much must the common folk ultimately pay? The common folk surrender their arable land to the gentry, yet still owe half a stone of rice for each acre. With the recent drop in temperatures across the Ming Dynasty, it is fortunate that increased fertilizer yields allow for a meager harvest of 3 stones of rice per acre. Why then do the people neglect the court's tax of 1/10 and instead offer their land to the gentry for a heavier tax of 6/10? It is due to the rampant corruption among officials who audaciously exploit their positions. The local officials, clerks, and various workers are all natives, intertwined in a web of corruption, siphoning the lifeblood of the state and the populace alike. Hai Rui, a mere jurin and newly appointed magistrate, contemplates, do the esteemed gentlemen in high positions truly remain unaware? With a deep sigh, he continues, the commoners know, the world knows. Is it a great sin for me to merely expose this malfeasance? Is it worthy of death? Gazing at the assembly, he quietly states, what injustice have I committed? The jury, seething with indignation, finds itself bound by an unspoken agreement of silence. Juzheng, as the presiding judge, feels compelled to speak. In our vast Ming bureaucracy, it appears that only Magistrate Hai stands as a virtuous official. I merely stated the truth. With a wry smile, Juzheng retorts, if what you say is true, then the glory of the Ming dynasty becomes a mere jest? Certainly not. Hai Rui replies earnestly. Our great Ming stands unrivaled throughout history, a fact that cannot be denied. The people are well-fed, another truth. Yet, it seems the esteemed gentlemen have overlooked a critical point. Prosperity breeds complacency, while adversity fosters resilience. While the era of prosperity is indeed real, to focus solely on it, indulging in blind arrogance, is destined to lead to calamity. Su Jie forcefully interrupts, scoffing, given your transgressions, execution would not be undue. The emperor has refrained from imprisoning you in the Zhaoyang prison, instead allowing us to interrogate you, out of a desire to nurture talent. Although your actions may be reckless, your sincerity is evident. However, your assertions are fundamentally misguided. The phrase born from adversity, perish in comfort, does not apply in this context. To seek attention through outrageous claims is a vile intent. Do you presume to be the only one awake in a world of intoxication? Absurd. What does a mere magistrate know of governance? The jury collectively chastises him. Hai Rui listens in silence, permitting them to voice their grievances. Once they tire of their tirade, he resumes, might I inquire, esteemed gentlemen, what explanation do you offer for the turmoil among the people of Chunan? One juror scoffs. Is it not your duty to clarify that? Hai Rui's voice deepens. Even if I possessed the gift of eloquence, how could I sway the masses to riot? If, as you believe, the people are content when their bellies are full, then no amount of persuasion from me would incite disorder. The truth is evident. Even when the populace is well fed, they will rise against egregious injustices. Now, the esteemed gentleman witnessed the truth, the court observes, and the emperor perceives. At this juncture, Hai Rui, overwhelmed with sorrow, nearly chokes on his words. Should we not endeavor to rectify this? Positioned on the moral high ground of political correctness, supported by numerous clerks documenting his words, none dare confront Hai Rui directly, despite their overwhelming anger. The jurors may choose silence, yet Juzheng cannot afford to remain passive, for he is the presiding judge. He cannot allow Hai Rui to shine alone in this moment. The county magistrate of Haiji possesses remarkable literary talent. Among the various provinces and prefectures of the Ming dynasty, from the emperor to the cabinet and the 6 ministries, you alone claim to be the savior of the nation? Are both the emperor and us deceived about the state of affairs? Juzheng found himself at a loss for words, resorting only to slander. Should Haiji continue to express himself in this manner, not only would the high-ranking officials lose face, but even the emperor and the former emperor would be dragged into the mire. Haiji was acutely aware of this potential outcome. He did not come merely to create discord or to vent his frustrations. Rather, he sought to address the issues at hand. Thus, he accepted the accusations leveled against him and endeavored to provide a defense. Haiji was merely a jinshi, lacking the capabilities and knowledge of the esteemed officials before him. He initially sought to restore their dignity, then sincerely stated that the unrest in Chunan could not be attributed solely to him. It was a consequence of the actions of many esteemed individuals, the legacy of our ancestors, and the wisdom of the emperor. Juzheng felt gratitude for the first part of Haiji's statement, yet the latter part infuriated him, prompting him to hurl another accusation. Are you suggesting that the unrest of the Chunan populace implicates not only the emperor and the former emperor, but even our ancestors? This time, Haiji refrained from clarification, deeming it unnecessary, for he believed that this was not blame but rather a testament to merit. Indeed, Haiji provided an affirmative response and elaborated. Why do the common people revolt? Why would they rise in rebellion when they could fill their bellies? This is a testament to the wisdom of our ancestors. What a sharp tongue! Even the soft-spoken Li Qing could not contain himself, nearly gritting his teeth as he remarked. So it is our ancestors who incited the rebellion among the people of Chunan? Indeed, Haiji once again affirmed. This time, even the diligent eunuchs, who had been meticulously recording proceedings, paused their writing, their faces filled with shock as they gazed at the magistrate of Chunan. This man truly dares to speak out. Unperturbed, Haiji continued, the founding emperor despised corrupt officials. At the inception of the Ming dynasty, he encouraged the people to expose corrupt officials and even permitted them to apprehend them directly. I recall a farmer during the Hongwu period who bound a corrupt official and escorted him to the capital. The founding emperor personally commended the citizen for bringing the corrupt to justice and rewarded him. If corrupt officials prey upon the people, why should the commoners not retaliate? Or do you esteemed officials believe that gentry are more noble than officials? The high-ranking officials, veins bulging with indignation, found themselves at a loss for words. Even Zhang Juzheng, the presiding judge, fell silent. All of them were top scholars who had emerged victorious from the imperial examinations. How could they not be aware of the history of our dynasty? Haiji was not speaking in jest, these were facts. However, the circumstances of the nation at that time were vastly different from the present. At the founding of the Ming, the court lacked the capacity for a thorough purge of officials. There remained a multitude of officials from the previous dynasty even within the capital. The founding emperor's actions were not solely aimed at punishing corruption. Rather, they were often a pretext for a sweeping overhaul. Yet such truths could not be spoken, for they would tarnish the legacy of the founding emperor. As the presiding judge, Zhang Juzheng had exerted every effort, but the ferocity of Haiji's arguments was overwhelming, compelling him to relent. Esteemed colleagues, shall we adjourn for today? The crowd nodded silently, rising together and sweeping their sleeves as they departed. Should we record that last part? Your Excellency? A young eunuch hesitantly inquired of Feng Bao. Feng Bao cast an angry glance at Hai Rui and retorted, "Of course we must record it. How can we deceive the emperor?" Upon hearing this, the words that were about to escape Hai Rui's lips were swallowed back. He had intended to say, "If you dare to deceive His Majesty, I shall certainly bring charges against you." In truth, what he had said today was primarily meant for the emperor's ears. Historically, imperial authority seldom ventured into the countryside, yet now presented a rare opportunity for it to do so. It all depended on whether the emperor possessed such resolve. With a sigh, Hai Rui returned to his straw mat, lost in thought. In the palace of heavenly purity, Zhu Zaiqiang was reviewing the memorials, his countenance serene. Over a month had passed since he first heard of the rebellion in Chunan, and he had since regained his composure, sensing the immense opportunity hidden within this turmoil. After a lengthy pause, Zhu Zaiqiang set down the memorial and gazed at the assembled ministers, who all bowed their heads in silence. "Zhang Juzheng," he called. "Present," replied Zhang. "Is this how you conduct your investigations?" Zhang Juzheng sighed inwardly, bowing as he said, "I have failed in my duties, and I beseech Your Majesty to punish me." Zhu Zaiqiang's gaze swept over the officials, frowning as he remarked, "I summoned you to serve as jurors, not mere listeners. Look at the questions you've asked. The chief examiner is incompetent, and the jurors are even worse. I bear the guilt." The ministers dared not utter a word, dutifully accepting the emperor's wrath. They too felt the investigation had been a dismal failure, a serious lapse in standards, and rightly feared the emperor's fury. "You have allowed matters to deteriorate to this extent. How can I rectify this? How can I make amends?" Zhu Zaiqiang admonished. "Have you grown complacent in your comfortable lives? We dare not. We are terrified. I do not wish to hear it." Zhu Zaiqiang rose and departed, leaving the ministers in the palace of heavenly purity. A group of them exchanged glances, uncertain whether to remain kneeling or to pursue the emperor. In the grand hall, Zhu Zaiqiang addressed his father. "I believe it would be a pity to execute Hai Rui." He recounted the details of the cabinet's inquiry, stating, if harnessed effectively, it could not only enhance tax revenues, but also elevate the might of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Houzhong regarded his son, neither affirming nor denying, simply inquiring, "What do you intend to do next?" "I wish to personally visit the Ministry of Justice," Zhu Zaiqiang replied. "You wish to interrogate him?" "I shall do so without revealing my identity." Zhu Zaiqiang thought his father might consider it inappropriate for the emperor to conduct an investigation. However, he was taken aback when his father remarked, "If you go, you will only be swayed, or rather, you will merely follow his lead." Zhu Zaiqiang felt somewhat defiant, responding, "Father, I am also making progress." Chapter 45. Jia Jing versus Hai Rui. In the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice, Hai Rui, born in the far south, was experiencing the northern chill for the first time. With winter just beginning, the cold felt as biting as mid-January, which only deepened Hai Rui's anxiety. Under the emperor's rule, the common people were untroubled. However, the north encompassed more than just the capital. In today's Ming dynasty, if we could eradicate this long-standing affliction and enable the populace to savor the fruits of prosperity, then this cold would be but a trifling concern. Could such a transformation be possible? A sense of melancholy enveloped Hai Rui, ever enthusiastic, idealistic, and resilient, found himself somewhat disheartened in the face of the towering mountain before him. Unbidden, he recalled Li Qing's words, "To serve as an official, one must strive for greatness." He also remembered Li Qing's assertion, "When you are escorted to the capital, speak my name, for it will be of assistance." The furrow in Hao Rui's brow eased somewhat, not out of relief for his own safety, but rather for the comfort of knowing he was not alone in his struggles. Thankfully, there were kindred spirits, and among them was one of remarkable power, so formidable that none in the Ming Dynasty, from the emperor to the highest officials, dared to overlook him. However, this thought soon led Hao Rui to a sense of dissatisfaction. Regrettably, there was but one Yongqing Ho in the Ming Dynasty. Hao Rui murmured to himself, "If even a mere 10% of the officials in our realm possessed the qualities of Yongqing Ho, my own contributions would be rendered insignificant." Since the interrogation led by Zhang, Juzheng, and others, Hao Rui had been left in a state of limbo, untouched by torture or harsh treatment, yet abandoned to silence. This was what he feared most. He was unafraid of oppression or inquiries, but the cold indifference was what haunted him. The unrest in Chunin had yielded certain political gains, yet the broader political ramifications remained paramount. Hao Rui desired a collective awakening among the emperor, the cabinet, and the various provinces and counties of the Ming Dynasty, urging them to recognize the ailments afflicting the realm and to refrain from becoming ensnared in the delusions of prosperity. Should this issue fade into obscurity, the significance of the Chunin upheaval would be severely diminished. What should I do? Hao Rui stared vacantly at the small opening above him. Observing the dust motes dancing in the sunlight, his mind adrift in a sea of thoughts, yet lacking any direction. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor. Hao Rui was momentarily startled, but then his spirits soared, his heart racing with anticipation. At last, would they come to question him again? He rose, awaiting the impending judgment. Before long, the jailer, commanding for guards, approached the cell, laboriously carrying a large cauldron, eventually halting at the door, panting from exertion. Hao Rui looked up, taken aback. The cauldron was indeed substantial, measuring half a yard in diameter, filled to the brim with water, rippling and occasionally spilling over the edge. With a clank, the chains were undone, and the guards creaked open the cell door, carefully maneuvering the cauldron inside. "County magistrate, let us test the water's temperature," the jailer said, dismissing the guards with a grin that bore an unkind hint of mockery. Hao Rui furrowed his brow, but remained unfazed. "This is the directive from above," the jailer emphasized, his tone growing more insistent. Yet, Hao Rui continued to resist, maintaining his frown as if he had not heard. Angered, the jailer was about to unleash his ire when a thought seemed to cross his mind, and he coolly added, "We will test the water's temperature. Someone will come to interrogate you shortly." Momentarily taken aback, Hao Rui raised his hands, rolled up his sleeves, and dipped his fingers into the water. The icy shards within instantly pierced his skin, sending a sharp pain through his fingertips, and soon, the chill coursed up his wrists and arms. Before long, he felt the warmth of his body rapidly dissipating. Haitai did not retract his hand, pondering inwardly. Is it still necessary to resort to torture? Yet such punishment seems rather lenient, does it not? Or perhaps, to avoid leaving any marks, so as not to give the impression of coerced confessions? A tumult of thoughts swirled in Haitai's mind, leaving him uncertain of what tricks his adversary might be playing. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the jailer finally spoke. "It is sufficient." Haitai silently withdrew his hand from the icy water, his fingers already reddened from the cold, uncontrollably twitching and trembling. With a calm demeanor and an expression unchanged, he inquired, "May I ask, is the presiding official today still Deputy Minister Zhang?" The jailer, seemingly out of spite for Haitai's earlier indifference, appeared not to hear him, striding out of the cell, locking the door behind him, and departing with an air of disdain. Haitai quietly averted his gaze, observing the rippling surface of the water, lost in contemplation. After a while, heavy footsteps echoed once more. Following the sound, Haitai saw the jailer directing several guards, who were carrying a metal stove towards him. "Pray tell, what is the purpose of this?" The jailer continued to disregard him, opening the cell door and instructing the guards to bring in the stove, placing a large pot filled with icy water atop it, before commanding, "Go, bring in the firewood." The guards responded respectfully, hurriedly departing. In a short time, they returned, bearing bundles of firewood, making several trips before finally ceasing their efforts. Haitai's understanding dawned, and a flame of anger ignited within his eyes. He had anticipated that the court would punish him, even to the extent of executing him. He had mentally prepared himself for such a fate, and even if condemned to death, he would harbor no regrets. However, he had never expected that the court would dispense with any charges and resort to cooking him alive. This indicated that the court was far more corrupt than he had imagined, 1,000-fold. Was this the directive of the cabinet, the decree of the 6 ministries, or the emperor's edict? The jailer coldly remarked, "I am merely executing my orders and have no obligation to enlighten County Magistrate Hai." Whose orders? Ever since his imprisonment, Hai had maintained a calm demeanor, but now he was consumed by an unprecedented fury. It was not fear of death that stirred him, but sheer indignation. Should he die to affirm his principles, he would willingly sacrifice his life. Yet to perish in such a bewildering manner, devoid of any worth, was something he could not accept. Since it was indeed an order, it must originate from above. A voice, somewhat languid yet imbued with authority, echoed from the distance of the corridor. The jailer paused in surprise, quickly turning around, slightly bowing his head in anticipation of the arrival. Moments later, the speaker arrived at the cell door, clad in a pristine white cotton coat, draped with a black velvet robe, their silvery hair cascading gracefully over their shoulders, adorned only with a white jade hairpin, which lent an ethereal quality rather than appearing disheveled. The individual, appearing to be in their 50s, bore a tranquil and indifferent expression, exuding an air of profound confidence, as if the world lay at their feet, subject to their desires and whims. This remarkable demeanor was so distinct, so extraordinary, that even in his anger, Hai found himself momentarily taken aback. Compared to this person, those who had interrogated him previously were but insignificant sparrows. Hai had never encountered anyone quite like this. If he had to name one, it would be Li Qing. Yet this individual was unlike Li Qing in every respect. Li Qing exudes an air of unparalleled nobility, imbued with a formidable presence of authority, yet intertwined with a gentle demeanor that envelopes one like a warm spring breeze. However, the individual before him is distinct. Hai Rui can perceive only an unmatched aura of grandeur and an overwhelming command of power. As if merely gazing upon him would constitute a grievous disrespect, a transgression of the highest order. "My lord," the prison warden bowed deeply, his tone steeped in utmost respect. Subsequently inclining towards the young man beside him, "My lord." Hai Rui took a deep breath and inquired, "Is it today that my lord has come to examine Hai Rui?" "Indeed," Zhu Houzhong replied, seating himself in the chair provided by the warden, adopting a languid posture that nonetheless retained an air of decorum. What prompted County Magistrate Hai's anger earlier? Hai Rui inhaled deeply, striving to calm the turmoil within, gesturing towards the stove nearby. "May I inquire, my lord? Is this also part of the examination?" Zhu Houzhong smiled and nodded. Hai Rui's brow furrowed even deeper, suppressing an inexplicable sense of guilt. He gazed intently at the esteemed figure before him, then glanced at the young man beside him, suddenly struck by a thought that altered his demeanor. Zhu Houzhong, seemingly unfazed, inquired with a light chuckle, "Does County Magistrate Hai fear he is to suffer torture, or perhaps that the court intends to boil you alive?" Hai Rui stared in astonishment, then fell silent. He understood that he had misconstrued the situation, yet any further attempts at clarification now seemed futile. "I have perused your testimony as presented by Deputy Minister Zhang and others. It was quite captivating," Zhu Houzhong remarked with a chuckle. "I have heard that during your tenure as an instructor, you earned the moniker of C's brush rack. Yet, upon meeting you today, I find the reality does not quite match the reputation. I had anticipated an individual of commendable stature, yet instead, I find one who is rather fearful of death." After a moment of reflection, Hai Rui replied, "If one could attain righteousness, I would not fear death." "Ah, indeed," Zhu Houzhong laughed softly. "To seek fame for oneself while ensnaring the court in injustice. County Magistrate Hai, you are truly calculating." For a moment, Hai Rui found himself at a loss for words. Having been decisively placed at a disadvantage from the outset, Zhu Houzhong, however, did not press the attack, retreating like a true gentleman. "Kindle the fire," he commanded. "Yes, my lord." The warden bowed deeply, entering the cell. He extracted a handful of dry grass from beneath Hai Rui's bedding and began to stoke the flames. Still, Hai Rui remained uncertain of the intentions of this esteemed individual before him. However, his anger had dissipated, leaving only a sense of calm. Before long, the fire crackled to life, its warmth gradually raising the temperature in the cell. Hai Rui inhaled deeply and said, "My lord, I have words of sincerity to share." Zhu Houzhong raised a hand to signal silence, his smile unfaltering. "Today, it is I who shall interrogate you." Feeling somewhat disheartened, Hai Rui nodded. "Please, my lord, proceed with your inquiries. In your heart, who do you consider to be the wise rulers of antiquity?" Hai Rui slightly inclined his body and replied, "Yao, Shen, and Tang." Zhu Houzhong smiled faintly. "Your answer is commendable. I cannot dispute it. However, what of those who came before Yao, Shen, Yu, and Tang?" Hai Rui was momentarily taken aback, lost in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he admitted, "I am dull-witted. Please, my lord, speak plainly." Zhu Houzhong responded, "In my view, it was Suiren, one of the three sovereigns, for it was with fire that civilization emerged." Hai Rui pondered seriously for a long time before slowly nodding. "The ancients said, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. They also said, the people's hearts are like water, and their movements are like smoke." Comparing the people's hearts to water, do you not find this apt, County Magistrate Hai? Hai Rui believed it to be quite fitting. Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly, pondering the sentiment of the people as if it were water. Is it better for the water to be cool or warm? Hai Rui furrowed his brow, deliberating for a long while before sighing. "My lord, this seems to be outside the scope of the case. I shall inquire, and you shall respond." In Chapter 46, Judging versus Hai Rui, the stove crackled as the prison officer tended to the fire with great diligence. Hai Rui was deep in thought, while Zhu Houzhong exhibited remarkable patience, neither hastening nor displaying displeasure. Meanwhile, Juzheng was also contemplating this matter. In truth, today's performance by the emperor left not only Hai Rui perplexed, but also Juzheng himself in a state of confusion. After an extended period, Hai Rui concluded that the water should neither be too cold nor too hot. Juzheng mused privately. "Is this not a clever evasion?" Suddenly, the emperor remarked, "Precisely so." Juzheng was taken aback. Zhu Houzhong continued, "The ancients said that governing a great nation is akin to cooking a delicate dish. In my view, it is more akin to boiling water." Hai Rui was slightly astonished, but refrained from contradiction. Did he think I was trying to be innovative or obscure? I dare not. Dare I not? Or is it something else? Hai Rui remained silent. He had already discerned the identity of the man before him. He could not afford disrespect, nor could he deceive, thus he chose to remain mute. "Since the time of Suiren, we have been boiling water, an endeavor that requires skill. If it is too hot, it is unacceptable. If too cold, it is equally so, and not boiling at all is out of the question." Zhu Houzhong elaborated extensively. Hai Rui still did not comprehend, and neither did Juzheng, yet neither dared to interrupt, allowing him to speak at length. Eventually, Zhu Houzhong seemed to tire of his exposition and suddenly said, "County Magistrate Hai, test the water temperature." Hai Rui, pulled from his reverie, gazed at the large pot. The water had yet to reach a boil, yet wisps of steam were already rising from the rim. There was no need to test it. The water was undoubtedly very hot. Nonetheless, Hai Rui rolled up his sleeves and reached in. Knowing the outcome, why test further? Zhu Houzhong timely intervened. Hai Rui was not obstinate. Upon hearing this, he ceased his action. Governing a nation operates similarly. Unbeknownst to us, the water in this pot has become overly heated. Zhu Houzhong sighed softly, then, as if performing a magic trick, produced a ladle from his ample sleeve. "And for the ruler, there exists but one thing to depend upon." Zhu Houzhong shook the ladle in his hand, declaring it to be the sole instrument. Juzheng was momentarily stunned, then felt a sinking sensation in his heart as he realized his father had made a rather foolish mistake. However, to point this out now would be to embarrass the emperor, so Juzheng endured, anxiously watching Hai Rui. As expected, Hai Rui did not disappoint. He boldly stated, "It is better to remove the fuel from the fire than to merely stop the boiling." Juzheng regretted not having reminded the emperor. Unexpectedly, the emperor remained composed and unperturbed, showing no signs of having been caught off guard. "I have mentioned that the fire cannot be extinguished." This time, Hai Rui did not hold back. Even aware of the other's stature, he spoke plainly. "My lord, is it not a reversal of priorities? Extinguishing the fire is the true reversal." Zhu Houzhong replied, "You have already experienced the water temperature before the fire was extinguished. Was that sensation pleasant?" "It was not." Hai Rui remarked, "Is this truly bearable?" Juzheng, taken aback, retorted sharply, "Hai Rui, how audacious of you! Would you care to take my place?" Zhu Houzhong averted his gaze, his eyes cold. In an instant, Zhu Zian wilted, begrudgingly closing his mouth. Yet Hai Rui remained steadfast in his convictions, asserting, "To merely halt the boiling water is but a slight improvement over scratching the surface. It fails to address the root of the issue, as exemplified by this error." Zhu Houzhong pronounced deliberately, "The fire cannot be extinguished." Hai Rui could tolerate being interrupted repeatedly, for the one before him was the sovereign, and as a minister, he should endure some grievances. However, should the sovereign err, it becomes imperative for the minister to rectify the mistake. Otherwise, it constitutes true disrespect. In the face of such authority, Hai Rui found himself at a loss for words. He was well versed in the art of rhetoric, adeptly conveying that his silence stemmed not from a lack of words, but from being denied the opportunity to speak. Yet, his underlying intent was still to voice his thoughts. To silence him was to exert pressure through authority. Alas, he had miscalculated. Zhu Houzhong was not swayed and continued on his own course, stating, "The discovery of fire by the ancient swear-in is the genesis of our civilization. How could it be extinguished?" Indeed, Hai Rui had fallen into Zhu Houzhong's rhythm. Hai Rui's notion of extinguishing the fire was misunderstood. His intent was merely to quench the flames, not to eliminate the spark. Once again, he faltered. Zhu Houzhong explained, "There is but one pot, representing this vast nation, one vessel of water, symbolizing the multitude of lives, one flame, which embodies the legacy passed down through generations. If it is extinguished, it is gone. It may be reborn, yet it can only be hoped for in the next swear-in." Hai Rui fell into silence. Though he wore a defiant expression, he understood that if he did not reclaim the initiative, he would inevitably retreat under the opponent's rules, leading to utter defeat. From the outset, he had been at a distinct disadvantage, and should this trajectory continue, he would soon find himself thoroughly vanquished. Sensing that his advantage had grown too mundane, Zhu Houzhong relinquished control, stating, "Since you are unconvinced, please present your reasoning." Filled with fervor, Hai Rui quickly organized his thoughts, carefully choosing his words, and struck at the core of the matter. Since ancient times, imperial authority has not reached the countryside. The Son of Heaven and the gentry govern the realm together. At its essence, this means that the Son of Heaven regards both the military and the gentry as integral components of imperial power. Hai Rui sought to bypass the debate of governing a vast nation as one would boil water or prepare a delicate dish, instead entering his own rhythm. He perceived this as a grave error and the root of corruption. It was precisely because the Son of Heaven viewed the military and the gentry as essential to imperial authority that the gentry siphoned the lifeblood of the state while draining the marrow of the populace. As Hai Rui successfully entered his own cadence, he launched a vigorous offensive. Zhu Houzhong refrained from interrupting, allowing him to speak freely, attentively listening. What constitutes the grandeur of the Ming dynasty? It is the gentry and landowners. Hai Rui expressed his views and substantiated them, reflecting on the founding of the nation by Emperor Taizu, the diligent governance of Emperor Qingzu, and the monumental achievements of Emperor Taizong, which laid the foundation for an era of prosperity. The benevolence of Emperors Renzong and Xuanrong provided respite for the people and fostered the development of their livelihoods. Yet, nearly 2 centuries later, the populace remains confined to mere subsistence. How profoundly unjust is this? This flourishing era is the result of the virtues of our ancestors, as well as the tireless toil of the common folk. Yet how little do they receive in return? How can the people not feel indignation? The affair in Chunnan serves as a glaring testament. To assume that the people can be trampled upon simply because they are fed is a grave misconception. It is said that governing a vast nation is akin to boiling water, and Hai Rui, too, considers this notion misguided. Alas, our Ming dynasty finds itself engulfed in flames. Zhu Ziqiang grew increasingly alarmed and incensed as he listened. His intention was to protect Hai Rui. He had never truly wished for his demise. Yet, the current trajectory of Hai Rui's words seemed to lead him to a path of ruin. If this continued, safeguarding him would become impossible. Hai Rui, cease your speech. Zhu Ziqiang, feeling disheartened, could only convey his disapproval through a stern gaze, signaling him to temper his discourse. However, Hai Rui appeared oblivious to this. From the outset, Hai Rui's singular aim was to make the court, and the emperor, comprehend that the prosperity of the Ming dynasty does not equate to the prosperity of its people. As long as this objective was achieved, personal losses, including his own life, were deemed expendable. Among the over 1,000 counties in the Ming, Chunin could barely be considered exemplary, yet even so, it is not free from troubles, which underscores the gravity of the situation. Seizing the moment while the retired emperor still permitted him to speak, Hai Rui voiced everything he felt compelled to express, both what was appropriate and what was not. After what felt like an eternity, he finally articulated the thoughts that had long burdened him, addressing the two emperors directly. With a long sigh of relief, he stated, "These are the heartfelt words of Hai Rui. Do you gentlemen concur?" "You are correct," Zhu Houzhong replied slowly. Zhu Zaiqiang's tense demeanor eased, and he nodded with a smile, affirming, "Well said." Hai Rui stumbled slightly, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. However, just as the emperor and minister relaxed, the retired emperor interjected, "You are also mistaken." Zhu Zaiqiang froze in shock, while Hai Rui felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his face draining of color, his lips trembling. "Why? Your proposals are merely attempts to extinguish flames. They lack feasibility," Zhu Houzhong scoffed. "Do you truly believe that only you, Hai Rui, have perceived and conceived of these matters? That only by adhering to your methods can the Ming attain great governance? Your vision is too narrow, and your perspective too limited. What works for a small place like Chunin cannot be universally applied." Hai Rui chose to disregard the retired emperor's words, gazing at him with profound sorrow and disappointment. "Do not look at me that way. A mistake is a mistake," Zhu Houzhong remarked coolly. "Do you think that the reforms you instigated in Chunin are solely due to your own efforts? You truly hold yourself in high regard." Hai Rui stood in stunned silence. "Your ability to effect change is a result of our support. It is because of us that you have been able to achieve this," Zhu Houzhong remarked. "If you do not act differently today, the future of the Ming will inevitably mirror this." The unrest in Chunin erupted because we have long awaited this day, laboring for it tirelessly. Hai Rui's initially stoic demeanor began to flicker with life, as the once frigid blood coursing through his veins gradually warmed. "Regrettably, despite my extensive discourse, you remain oblivious to my intentions and my earnestness." Zhu Houzhong sighed. "Do you believe that a single national policy from the court can eradicate deep-rooted issues and bring about a perfect resolution? One who cannot envision the long term cannot strategize for the moment. Your thoughts are not erroneous, nor are your intentions misguided. However, your actions are gravely mistaken. Even the illustrious Duke Yongqing, who has dominated the political landscape of the Ming for over a century and a half, would not dare to act as you have. You possess an audacious spirit indeed." Zhu Houzhong scoffed. "If Li Qing does not dare, if the emperor does not dare, why do you alone presume to lead the world? You still fail to grasp why I have you test the waters, why I insist on merely simmering the pot rather than extinguishing the fire at its source. I had thought you a rare pillar of talent, but alas, my current assessment renders you less than impressive." In Chapter 47, Judging versus Hai Rui, Hai Rui's heart gradually ignited with fervor. It appeared that the retired emperor had always been aware of the situation and had long been preparing for it. Unexpected yet entirely reasonable, Hai Rui never considered his actions to be solely his own merit. Otherwise, he would not have stated during the inquiries by senior officials that the unrest in Chunin was a testament to the wisdom of his ancestors. He understood that his achievements were merely a reflection of the prevailing circumstances, as he followed the tide of events rather than creating them. What he did not realize was that the retired emperor had been fully aware of the issues and sought to resolve them. After a roller coaster of hope and despair, a turning point emerged, leading to clarity amidst confusion. With all these twists and turns, Hai Rui had lost his own rhythm and could do nothing but follow Zhu Houzhong's lead. Nevertheless, he did not feel disheartened. He had not sought fame, nor did he aim to stand out or seek public attention. From the outset, his singular goal remained to resolve the issues at hand. Hai Rui is dull-witted. "I beseech you, my lord, to enlighten me." He bowed, his lips quivering, his voice trembling with excitement. Zhu Houzhong softened his tone, saying, "Your ultimate aspiration is to distribute the fruits of the people's labor entirely among the populace, is it not?" Hai Rui nodded earnestly. "This approach amounts to extinguishing the fire at its source." Zhu Houzhong shook his head. "That cannot be done. If we pursue such a course, the water will cool, but only to become frigid, ultimately freezing solid." Hai Rui refrained from rebuttal, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Zhu Houzhong paused, casting a glance at his son. Zhu Zian met his father's gaze and suddenly comprehended that today, his father was not only instructing Hai Rui, but also imparting a lesson to him. Straightening his posture, he prepared to listen intently. Zhu Houzhong resumed, You assert that the wise rulers of antiquity were Yao, Shun, Yu, and Tang. While this statement holds truth, it has become a mere platitude, a bureaucratic phrase, uttered without sincerity by the speaker and received without thought by the listener. If pressed, you might only say that their governance was marked by clarity and harmony, and that they educated the world through virtue. 3 generations and beyond the reach of recollection. The legendary figure of Swearin ignited fire by friction, Shennong tasted the myriad herbs, and Fuxi established the rites and music. Following them were the 5 emperors. These sage rulers whose methods of governance remain shrouded in mystery. They were indeed ancient wise sovereigns. Yet they are not perceived in the same light by the scholarly minds of today. Why is this so? It is because the revered Confucius held the Zhou rites in the highest esteem, and you Confucian scholars, deeply influenced by his teachings, have elevated his stature to an almost mythical level. Thus, Yao, Shun, Yu, and Tang have become spiritual ideals, while few ponder the contributions these sovereigns made to posterity. Hai Rui sought knowledge with humility, and Zhu Ziqiang listened intently. Zhu Houzhong, embodying the essence of a gentle gentleman, exhibited boundless patience and unwavering diligence. From ancient times to the present, how do we articulate the concept of inheritance through the metaphor of passing on fire? For fire is the genesis of civilization. Indeed, since that time, the pot of water has been simmering. It was once too cold, and to effectively warm it, the only option was to gather together for warmth. The first to discern this issue and lead the efficient heating of the water were the ancient sage rulers, not merely Yao, Shun, Yu, and Tang. Their achievements were not a matter of governance through moral integrity, nor were they the mere establishment of a virtuous realm. Rather, they ignited a transition from individuality to collective civilization. United in purpose, the water heated swiftly, and by the time of Emperor Yao, it had reached a state of overheat. Yao became the first to temper the boiling, as his governance endeared him to the hearts of the people. Under Emperor Shun, the water again overheated, and his method of tempering involved inciting competition among the populace, thereby cooling the boiling water through rivalry, which became the hallmark of Shun's reign. When it came to Dayu, the water once again reached excessive heat. By the time of the spring and autumn and warring states periods, the water had completely boiled over, rendering traditional methods of tempering ineffective. People began to ponder more efficient ways to cool the boiling water, leading to the flourishing of various philosophical schools and the vibrant discourse of 100 schools of thought. Ultimately, it was the legalist doctrines of Qin that, building upon the legacy of 6 generations, brought down the temperature of the boiling pot under Emperor Shi. However, the harshness of Qin's laws caused the water to boil once more within mere decades. At this juncture, Zhu Houzhong paused and inquired. At this moment, a figure emerged who sought not to temper the boiling but to extinguish the flame beneath the pot. Do you know who this is? Zhu Ziqiang promptly replied. Han Taizu. Lu Bang. Hai Rui pondered for a moment and tentatively suggested. Perhaps it was Xiang Yu? Zhu Ziqiang. Zhu Houzhong nodded. Indeed, it was Xiang Yu, and thus his failure was predestined. Xiang Yu believed that by restoring the Zhou rites and returning to the Zhou era, peace would reign. Yet he failed to comprehend that our only path is forward. We must advance. Emperors Gao, Wan, and Jing provided respite to the people, significantly cooling the pot of water. By the time of Emperor Wu, a new facade was placed over the Qin laws, namely the elevation of Confucianism. Although Qin perished, the Qin system did not vanish. Even to this day, within our Ming Dynasty, we continue to enact the principles of the Qin system. For nearly 1800 years, we have persisted in tempering the boiling water upon the foundation of the Qin system, which could also be described as patching and mending. From the time before the 3 dynasties to the present, we have been engaged in this endeavor of tempering the boiling water. Throughout this process, we have consistently progressed and evolved. Our sustenance has become increasingly abundant, our garments more splendid, and our tools more efficient. Yet, paradoxically, our issues have also grown increasingly severe. Zhu Houzhong remarked, this is the consequence of boiling water, as well as its dire repercussions. Yet, this pot of water must be boiled. Hai Rui remained silent. At this juncture, he had already comprehended his missteps. However, Zhu Houzhong did not cease his discourse, for his son remained unenlightened. Under the pretext of admonishing Hai Rui, he continued his exposition. You aspire to undermine the foundation, to distribute the fruits of prosperity among the populace. When individuals transition into a collective, The true essence of equality and fairness dissipates. If we speak of gentry, who stands as the foremost among them in our great Ming? You need not be told. You already know. Hai Rui nodded silently. If the Li family were to be dismantled, if their wealth were to be bestowed upon the common folk, what then? It would merely translate to a slight increase in their coffers. Would this truly benefit the nation and its people? Certainly. The vast majority of gentry in our Ming are not virtuous. Yet, what would transpire should we opt for a radical upheaval? The commoners may acquire a bit more arable land and some extra coins, enjoying a brief period of comfort. But what follows? Many things, once relinquished, are irretrievable. Zhu Houzhong continued, I shall refrain from delving into complexities. Let us consider our most cherished advancements, the steamship and the steam locomotive. Should they cease, it would take merely a generation to render their production nearly impossible. The cost of restoration would be unfathomable. To undermine the foundation would mean a return to square one. The collapse of commerce and industry, and the chilling of water once more. You may ponder, our Ming had existed without steam engines, and commerce was not exceptionally advanced. A return to the starting point could be inconsequential. Yet, the reality is that enduring hardship often brings a strange delight. It is still true. This pot of water must be boiled. We are all engaged in the act of simmering. While you wish to undermine the foundation, what are you doing? What do you intend? Zhu Houzhong admonished. The scheming of the wicked pales in comparison to the sudden insight of the foolish. This statement was merely a label. In truth, Hai Rui also sought to simmer the pot. His aim was to extend imperial authority into the countryside, which itself was the most effective means of doing so. Yet, Hai Rui's approach was overly radical, and his obstinate nature necessitated correction. Zhu Houzhong held a degree of admiration for Hai Rui. Otherwise, he would not squander so many words. Thus, he merely sought to guard against Hai Rui's future transgressions. Li Qing had ventured far overseas. Having been away from home for several years, for what purpose? Zhu Houzhong asserted emphatically, precisely to simmer the pot. Do you understand? The court's silver notes can now be spent in the Kingdom of Britain. Hai Rui was taken aback, contemplating, enlightened, and filled with exhilaration. His blood surged. Yet, he heard the Emperor Emeritus continue, the world is vast. It encompasses more than just China. Our Ming may be flourishing. Yet the foreign lands you scholars speak of are not to be dismissed lightly. Do you know that our formidable Ming general's cannons are derived from the Franks? Hai Rui nodded gently. I am aware of this matter. Then let me share some insights you may not know. Zhu Houzhong immediately recounted the advantages of the naval structure that Li Qing had previously sent in a letter, elucidating them to Hai Rui. Simultaneously, he disclosed the issue of technological advancements leaking abroad. Zhu Houzhong coldly admonished, you repeatedly proclaim that one is born of adversity and perishes in comfort. Yet, are you not also guilty of this? Do you genuinely believe that the court's acquisition of the western regions and the unification of the northern deserts heralds a time of peace? Do you truly think that calamity will only arise from the north? How mistaken you are. Long ago, we began to cast our gaze upon the world. The future tribulations of the Ming Dynasty will not merely stem from the north, but will emerge from all directions, from nations across the globe. In this time of great contention, you seek to undermine the Ming in a most treacherous manner. What is your true intention? The gentry may be detestable, yet they possess their own value. Can we forsake them entirely due to a single grievance? Of course, we must not indulge the gentry. Governance is essential. Yet your methods are not the answer. Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath and asked, Hai Rui, do you acknowledge your transgressions? Hai Rui knelt and bowed, his forehead touching the ground. Hai Rui deserves death. He did not believe himself guilty. From the outset, he was aware of his actions. Indeed, in comparison to the strategic foresight of the Grand Emperor and the Duke of Yongqing, he fell short. However, this very reason made his notion of undermining the foundation differ from that of the Grand Emperor. It was not a true undermining in the genuine sense. Hai Rui recognized his innocence, and he understood that the Grand Emperor knew of his innocence and his earnest intentions. With such a wise sovereign, Hai Rui did not argue for his case or seek to contest the matter. Faced with such sagacity, he could only feel joy and gratitude. No matter how harshly he was reprimanded or wronged, such matters were rendered insignificant. At this juncture, Juzheng also comprehended his father's intentions, and with a cold snort remarked, to incite the people to revolt by exploiting disparities, this alone warrants your execution. Zhu Houzhong retorted, Father, you are making me lose face. Zhu Ziyan begrudgingly fell silent. Chapter 48. Jia versus Hai Rui. Fortunately, at this moment, Hai Rui remained in a kneeling position, unaware of Zhu Ziyan's embarrassment. Nevertheless, Zhu Ziyan felt a twinge of discontent, casting a mournful glance at his father. That should suffice, Zhu Houzhong conveyed to his son with a look. His tone gradually softened. Considering your sincere devotion to the country and its people, and your loyalty to the sovereign, although you are at fault, your transgressions do not warrant death. Thank you for your grace, my lord. I shall rise. Yes, Hai Rui lifted his head and slowly stood. Zhu Houzhong continued, now? Do you comprehend why I had you test the waters? Hai Rui understood. Now, do you grasp where the virtue of the ancient wise sovereign lies? Hai Rui understood. Now, do you realize why we can only skim the surface rather than undermine the foundation? The benevolence of my lord is profound. How could Hai Rui presume to be worthy? Hai Rui's voice choked. He was not typically an emotional man. The last time he was choked up, it was from sorrow, anger, and a lament for misfortune and frustration. This time, it was only profound gratitude, an overwhelming sense of appreciation. As he stated, how could he be deserving of such honor? A mere scholar, a county magistrate. And yet 2 emperors condescended to visit him in prison, correcting his errors, broadening his horizons, and aiding his growth. What an extraordinary grace, what an unparalleled honor. Zhu Houzhong softened as well, speaking gently, you are a loyal minister, a virtuous official, and a capable servant. The ailments of the Ming Dynasty are known to you, as they are to others. Yet, only you possess the audacity to voice them and to act upon your convictions, even in the face of impending disaster. Such individuals as you are exceedingly rare, and any era is in need of them. My expenditure of words today is not in vain. You must comprehend this and not disappoint my expectations. Indeed, Hai Rui nodded earnestly, affirming that he would never betray the Ming Dynasty, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Zhu Houzhong chuckled, saying, when others speak thus, I take it as mere formality. However, your words resonate with sincerity. He continued, the Ming Dynasty is fortunate, and so is the emperor. Zhu Ziyan pressed his lips together, suppressing a smile. Moved yet ashamed of his previous thoughts, Hai Rui humbly admitted, it is I who have overestimated myself and presumptuously speculated about the court. You hold me in too high regard. Zhu Houzhong replied, let us transform this high regard into a well-deserved recognition. He addressed the warden, who was still preoccupied with boiling water. There is no need for that any longer. Yes, sir, the warden sighed in relief, smiling as he exited the cell and stood aside. Zhu Houzhong instructed, prepare a blanket and 2 sets of cotton clothing. The weather is turning cold, and it will only get colder. The stark contrast between his earlier reprimands and his current kindness served to touch the hearts of those around him. Zhu Houzhong was consistently adept at the art of persuasion. Yes, the warden respectfully bowed and hurried away. Zhu Houzhong then turned his attention back to Hai Rui, observing the dark-skinned, resolute man before him, and suddenly inquired, do you know who Li Qing is, the one I mentioned? Replying to your excellency, Hai Rui knows that it is the Marquis of Yongqing, Li Qing. You are aware? Zhu Houzhong expressed surprise, then smiled in understanding. You share many similarities. Should you have the opportunity to meet in the future, I believe there will be numerous topics of mutual interest. Hai Rui hesitated for a moment before choosing to speak candidly. Your Excellency, I have known the Marquis of Yongqing, Li Qing, for quite some time, dating back to my youth. Zhu Houzhong was genuinely taken aback. Zhu Ziyan shared his astonishment. You knew him that long ago? Zhu Houzhong's expression displayed disbelief, yet he recognized that Hai Rui would not deceive him, prompting further curiosity. How did you come to know each other? Back then, the Marquis was known for his chivalry. Hai Rui recounted the circumstances of their initial meeting in detail. Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly, saying, after all these years, it is remarkable that you still remember him. How did you come to believe he was indeed the Marquis of Yongqing? Hai Rui responded, initially, I was skeptical, but upon seeing him again after many years, he retained the same charm, and only then did I believe. You have met more than once. Yes. After I achieved the status of a Jiren, I failed the palace examinations several times. The Marquis encouraged me on multiple occasions to strive for the degree of Jinshi. What exactly did Li Qing say? Hai Rui hesitated. Speak freely. Taking a deep breath, Hai Rui replied. The Marquis said that to become an official, one should aspire to greatness. I, aware of my limited abilities, remarked that even as a Jiren, I could still contribute to the nation and the people. The Marquis was somewhat disappointed but did not press the issue, advising me that if I were ever sent to the capital, I should mention his name to ensure my safety. Zhu Houzhong was momentarily rendered speechless, then fell silent. Li Qing's judgment of character remains as astute as ever. Indeed, you have been sent to the capital. Zhu Houzhong found it rather amusing and inquired, if that is the case, why do you not disclose his esteemed name? Surely, one cannot forsake their life merely for the sake of maintaining a facade of integrity. Should death befall you, everything would be lost. Your ideals and aspirations would dissipate like mist. At this moment, Hai Rui's spirits lifted, and a rare smile graced his typically solemn visage, albeit slightly awkward. He replied, I do not wish to withhold, esteemed sir. Rather, I have been deliberating whether to reveal it, and have yet to reach a conclusion. If I were to speak, what would I say? If I were to remain silent, what would that convey? Should my demise serve to awaken the court and prompt the emperor to address the underlying issues behind the turmoil in Chun'an, I would willingly embrace death. Conversely, if my death yields no consequence, I would certainly reveal the name of the Duke of Yongqing to seek preservation of my life. As you rightly state, a life devoid of value is not worth sacrificing. Upon finishing, Hai Rui felt a flush of embarrassment and added, It appears I have been rather presumptuous, believing my sentiments to hold significance. Oh, it is still necessary, Zhu Houzhong replied, exhaling a sigh. Not everyone in the capital shares my perspective. Many are either blissfully arrogant in their complacency during this prosperous era or feign ignorance under the guise of moderation. With your actions today, those high officials can no longer remain comfortably oblivious. Hai Rui pursed his lips. Although he did not seek recognition, the possibility of being understood by his sovereign was indeed a cause for joy. Zhu Houzhong affirmed and then refuted Hai Rui, ultimately bestowing upon him the highest commendation. However, it was crucial to conclude with the exaltation of the Supreme Emperor's wisdom for a truly satisfactory resolution. Zhu Houzhong cleared his throat and asked, Do you consider the Supreme Emperor to be a wise ruler? Zhu Zion chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself that his father also relished flattering words. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that compliments from someone as principled as Hai Rui, who was familiar with the Duke of Yongqing, were particularly gratifying. Hai Rui pondered for a moment and tentatively said, Then allow me to speak candidly. That is precisely what I desire. Zhu Houzhong was prepared for praise. Hai Rui carefully chose his words, stating, The Supreme Emperor ascended to the throne at a young age, diligently governing with love for the people, favoring virtuous ministers, and distancing himself from the unscrupulous, thus elevating our great Ming dynasty. After a fervent commendation, he shifted his tone. However, since the Supreme Emperor became engrossed in metaphysical pursuits, the image of a great ruler has somewhat diminished. Though he has not squandered the national treasury, there are suspicions of negligence and lethargy in governance. Zhu Houzhong hesitated, the smile on his lips gradually fading. The Supreme Emperor remains in good health, flourishing in his autumn years, yet he hastily abdicated in favor of the crown prince, seeking only the path of longevity through metaphysics, unaware that true rulership lies in governing the state and ensuring peace for the realm. Hai Rui did not hesitate, following a round of praise with a fair share of criticism. In conclusion, he still regarded the Supreme Emperor as a virtuous and sagacious ruler, a paragon seldom seen throughout history. Hai Rui earnestly proclaimed, implementing a unified taxation system, promoting education, prioritizing the welfare of the populace, fostering innovation, invigorating commerce, annexing the western regions, and integrating the vast grasslands. Throughout history, how many emperors can rival such accomplishments in martial prowess and civil governance? Hai Rui both acknowledged and critiqued the Supreme Emperor, ultimately granting him the highest accolades. In this moment, the narrative mirrored the complexities of the past, a testament to the cyclical nature of history. Zhu Houzhong found himself simultaneously amused and exasperated, ultimately choosing neither to retort nor to express anger. In his eyes, Hai Rui's words were more about excessive demands than constructive criticism. Zhu Houzhong was no foolish monarch. He would not be perturbed by mere unflattering remarks. Only a foolish ruler would be concerned about being labeled as such. Zhu Houzhong remarked, Though you possess capability and are not devoid of wisdom, your reluctance to adapt, or perhaps your disdain for flexibility, constitutes both your flaw and your strength. Hai Rui nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in this statement. Zhu Houzhong sighed and continued, Today, I speak to you with the hope that you may maintain your integrity while also broadening your horizons, aspiring to a higher vantage point to serve the nation and its people. You should grasp my intentions. Do you comprehend how to proceed? Hai Rui understood. Zhu Houzhong nodded with a hint of satisfaction. Thus, my journey here is not in vain. With that, he rose slowly, his gaze once more drawn to the large cauldron. The people are akin to water, not merely in the literal sense. After using these resources, it would be a shame to waste them. The weather is frigid, and the prison is damp. Perhaps a warm bath is in order. As he spoke, he tossed a ladle towards Hai Rui. Instinctively, Hai Rui caught it with both hands, momentarily stunned, before prostrating himself and, almost choked with emotion, expressed, Hai Rui, humbly thanks your excellency for your grace. Zhu Houzhong gently waved his hand, turned, and departed with a purposeful stride. Juzheng cast a glance at Hai Rui before hastily following his father. Hai Rui maintained his posture of reverence for a long while. Eventually, he lifted his head, tears streaming down his face, murmuring, with such a sovereign, the nation of Ming is truly blessed, as are its countless citizens. Slowly rising, he retrieved the ladle and approached the large cauldron. The fire beneath the stove blazed vigorously. Although the water had ceased to boil, it remained scalding hot. Hai Rui filled the ladle with the steaming water, pouring it into the cauldron, then repeated the process, diligently preventing the water from boiling over. The words of the late emperor today conveyed a singular truth to Hai Rui. Do not harbor the illusion of resolving all issues at once. For such a feat is unattainable. Problems will persist as long as there is progress. One can only manage them incrementally. Wishing everyone a safe and healthy Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 49. Hai Rui is guilty. At the meeting hall, Shen Lian appeared dazed, burdened with thoughts. He felt no concern for his own fate, as his former superior, the commander of the Jinyue, Li Qing, would likely ensure that any charges against him would be mitigated. At worst, he would face a demotion. His worry lay with Hai Rui. The unrest in Chunin had caused quite a stir, yet if managed wisely, its positive repercussions could far outweigh the negatives. However, given the current atmosphere, it seemed the court intended to impose severe penalties on Hai Rui. Knock, knock. A voice rang out. Minister Shen, it is I, Qi Jiguang. Shen Lian's spirits lifted at the sound. Come in. Qi Jiguang pushed the door open, turned to close it behind him, and then hastened forward. Before he could speak, Shen Lian preempted him. What is the situation? The situation is far more favorable than we could have imagined. Qi Jiguang, familiar with Shen Lian, approached him directly and poured tea for both of them. After taking a sip, he continued. Zhang, the deputy minister of revenue, interrogated him twice. And during the second session, despite the gathering of eminent figures, they were unable to make any headway against Hai Rui. Indeed, Hai Rui is quite an extraordinary individual, managing to render those illustrious figures speechless. Shen Lian inquired, has he been convicted? Not yet, Qi Jiguang replied, shaking his head. He lowered his voice and said, I have heard that both the retired emperor and the current emperor have visited the prison. What? Shen Lian exclaimed in shock. Then, with suspicion, asked, how do you know this? Even if it were true, it would not be something within your knowledge. It was revealed to me by Deputy Minister Zhang. Qi Jiguang pondered. I surmise that either the retired emperor or the current emperor instructed him to share this with me. Shen Lian was momentarily taken aback, then elated. His integrity did not equate to a lack of intellect. His ascent to his present position was not solely due to the patronage of the influential. He promptly discerned that the circumstances were not merely favorable, but exceedingly promising. In terms of national policy, Qi Jiguang held a superior position over Hai Rui, and he, in turn, was a superior to Qi Jiguang. The fact that Qi Jiguang was privy to the details of Hai Rui's interrogation and could convey them to Shen Lian was significant, the implications of which were unmistakable. Let them feel at ease. Why should we ensure their tranquility? To allow them to continue. Shen Lian felt invigorated. Indeed, his gamble had paid off. The overarching goal of reassessing land for the benefit of the state and the populace would undoubtedly lead the retired emperor and the current emperor to protect Hai Rui, not just Hai Rui, but also themselves. With a sense of reassurance, Shen Lian's mood brightened. He took a sip of tea and casually asked, did Deputy Minister Zhang disclose anything else? This incident will soon reach a conclusion, Qi Jiguang chuckled. It certainly won't hinder our return home for the new year. Shen Lian was momentarily speechless, then couldn't help but chuckle. In the criminal department's prison, within the span of a single day, Hai Rui's cell had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was not only clean and tidy, but also furnished with a new bed, with blankets that were warm and soft. The meals, while not luxurious, were a delightful mix of meat and vegetables, far superior to what he had consumed during his tenure as the magistrate of Chunnan. As evening approached, Juzheng arrived once more. After dismissing the guards, he got straight to the point. I am not here to interrogate you today, but rather to discuss the 9 jurors from the last session, who included 2 scholars from the cabinet, 6 ministers, and the head of the imperial ritual office. Hai Rui's heart stirred as he asked, will they be returning to interrogate me tomorrow? Indeed, you are quite astute, Juzheng acknowledged with a nod. You should now understand how to proceed, correct? Hai Rui nodded slowly. Will it still be in the 3 judicial offices? Yes, it remains here. Is Deputy Minister Zhang still presiding? Indeed, Juzheng confirmed, then retrieved a small box from his sleeve, saying, the Emperor has a token of reward for you. Hai Rui was taken aback, quickly adjusting his robe and kneeling, raising his hands. Juzheng placed the box horizontally in his palms and contemplated for a moment before saying, now that you are aware of their identities, you must maintain a proper demeanor during tomorrow's examination. Hai Rui upheld his position, nodding as he replied, Hai Rui does not intend to oppose his superiors. Rest assured, my lord. That is good to hear. Juzheng felt somewhat at ease as he bent down to support Hai Rui's arm, helping him to his feet. He chuckled softly and remarked, though many esteemed officials harbor discontent towards you, it merely stems from differing positions and ideologies, not from personal animosity towards you, County Magistrate Hai. There is no need for concern. He paused for a moment and continued, in our great Ming dynasty, there are many who toil for the nation and its people. Not solely you, County Magistrate Hai. However, certain matters are within your purview, while others weigh more heavily on the minds of the esteemed officials. Hai Rui, momentarily silent, nodded gently, acknowledging, as one rises in rank, one must consider the broader picture. Juzheng discerned the sarcasm in his words, but chose not to engage in a rebuttal. Instead, he stated, the interrogation is scheduled for tomorrow, at the end of the Chen hour. Thank you, Minister Zhang, for the advance notice. I am merely carrying out my duties. Juzheng waved his hand dismissively. Turning away, he couldn't resist adding, different temperaments lead to diverse styles of action. Disparate paths may yet converge. With that, he stepped away. Hai Rui stood in a daze, watching Juzheng's retreating figure for a long while before regaining his composure and slowly opening the wooden box before him. Inside lay 5 silver notes, each worth 1,000 taels, along with a note inscribed with the words, success lies in perseverance. It is precious and arduous. The following day, the presiding judge and jury arrived as scheduled. Hai Rui had been waiting with composure, facing the arriving officials with tranquility. Juzheng occupied the main seat of the court. Once the clerks were ready, he gently struck the gavel and inquired, Hai Rui, I ask you, why did you incite the populace to riot? In response to your honor. Hai Rui replied, I had no intention of inciting the people. It was due to excessive pressure from local gentry. Hai Rui remained resolute, yet his demeanor and tone had softened considerably. Juzheng tactically paused for a moment, allowing the clerk to document the proceedings before continuing his interrogation. Once more, I ask you, if you had no intention to incite the people, why did you not take action to remedy the situation during the riots? In truth, your honor, I rushed to remedy the situation immediately. However, the people's anger was too profound, and my own capabilities were insufficient, leading to the escalation of the unrest. This is my dereliction of duty, and I accept the blame. Acknowledging your guilt is sufficient, Juzheng noted, casting a glance at the clerk, emphasizing, document this. On the side, the jury appeared considerably more favorable. I further inquire, did you act in Chunnan under the directive of Qi Jiguang or Shunlian? No one instructed me to act in such a manner. I was merely executing national policy. Bang! Juzheng slammed the gavel forcefully, exclaiming, are you implying that the court incited the populace to riot? Hundreds perished in the chaos. Is it the court's fault? Is the surveying of land a tyranny? Hai Rui rose and bowed deeply, prostrating himself as he declared, the chaos in Chunnan is solely my fault, arising from my impatience for quick results. It is in no way the court's transgression, and I willingly accept punishment. Document this. Juzheng exhaled, speaking coldly, with a national policy that benefits the treasury above all, yet harms the populace. How should we address such a transgression? By execution. Well said. Document that. Zhang Juzheng stated matter-of-factly. Hai Rui acknowledges his guilt. The case is concluded. The officials of the cabinet expressed their astonishment. Indeed, a somewhat sharp voice arose at that moment. Wait a moment. Feng Bao leisurely retrieved a thick stack of evidence papers from the voluminous sleeves of his robe and said, Zhang Shilang. This is the investigation report on the civil unrest in Chuanan from the Eastern Factory and the Jinyue over the past month. It contains a detailed account of the causes behind the disturbances. Zhang Juzheng, taken aback, exclaimed, Since when did the factory and the guards have to report their actions to the outer court? Feng Bao interjected with an air of arrogance. Zhang Juzheng paused, his expression darkening as he replied, If that is the case, let us temporarily suspend the case until I can gather more information. Taking the stack of papers handed to him by a young eunuch, Zhang Juzheng examined it closely, his brow furrowing deeper and his demeanor growing increasingly grim. After reorganizing the documents, he approached the jury and handed them to Su Jie, saying, Gentlemen, you should also take a look. Su Jie received the papers and perused them with remarkable speed, passing them to Li Chunfang in less than a tenth of the time Zhang Juzheng had taken. Li Chunfang did the same. Hai Rui harbored serious doubts that they had genuinely scrutinized the contents, or perhaps they simply did not care. In the span of a mere quarter of an hour, the case files had passed through 8 hands. Zhang Juzheng inquired, What do you gentlemen think? After a brief silence, all eyes turned to Su Jie, who pondered momentarily before nodding and declaring, The investigations by the factory and the guards are indeed credible. Zhang Juzheng cautiously asked, Do these findings also integrate into the context of the civil unrest in Chuanan? Su Jie did not respond immediately, instead glancing at Feng Bao. Feng Bao remarked, Some local tyrants, taking advantage of the common folk's meekness, act with impunity and are hardly deserving of sympathy. A mere country squire truly believes himself to be a lord. Su Jie smiled and nodded, saying, Your insight is astute. It was not merely Feng Bao's insight, but rather the emperor's wisdom. The latter part of Feng Bao's statement eased the expressions of the others, who, after a moment of contemplation, grasped the emperor's intent and made their choices, nodding slightly towards Su Jie. Clearing his throat, Su Jie proclaimed, Hai Rui is guilty, though not entirely to blame. We are tasked with administering justice, and we must uphold fairness. Hai Rui remained silent, neither overly pleased nor particularly indignant, but rather somewhat disheartened. His perspective had evolved. He understood that one must take life one step at a time and recognize the futility of pursuing every individual involved, at least for the present. Shall we deliberate further? Zhang Juzheng tentatively suggested. Su Jie reflected for a moment before offering his opinion. The investigation on Hai Rui's side is conclusive, yet the situation with the gentry of Chuanan requires further scrutiny. He paused before adding, Hai Rui's fault lies in his negligence. Zhang Juzheng concurred. Su Jie rose, casting a glance at Hai Rui before turning to leave. One by one, the high-ranking officials departed. Zhang Juzheng had intended to converse further with Hai Rui, but upon seeing Feng Bao seated calmly, he refrained. Once everyone had exited, Feng Bao approached the prison door and called out, Hai Rui. Present, replied Hai Rui. Do you understand the emperor's intent? I do. Hai Rui nodded slightly. Feng Bao smiled and lowered his voice, saying, The late emperor said you may not understand now, but soon enough, all will become clear to you. Hai Rui was taken aback. Feng Bao said nothing more and turned to leave. Chapter 50. The Cult of Personality. The high-ranking officials were all astute individuals. The first trial, the second trial, and the final trial were all conducted in secrecy, reserved solely for the high-ranking officials involved. The intent behind this is now abundantly clear. Those who have ascended to such esteemed positions rarely dare to oppose the emperor unless their own interests are directly jeopardized. Furthermore, the emperor had made certain promises, questioning whether the local gentry had truly elevated themselves to such an extent. In a matter of days, the case of Hai Rui was resolved. The 6 ministries of the cabinet unanimously submitted their opinions regarding the unrest in Chuanan. The turmoil in Chuanan stemmed from the excessive oppression by the gentry, and County Magistrate Hai Rui was deemed to have neglected his duties. The recommendation was to demote him and reduce his salary, relieving him of his position as Magistrate of Chuanan. Although Shun Lian had no intentions of overstepping, his actions were deemed to be so. He suggested a reduction in salary and a demotion, limiting him to the role of governor of Suzhou or Anhui. The timely intervention of Qi Jiguang in quelling the disturbances went unacknowledged. The emperor's response was as follows. Hai Rui would have his salary reduced for 3 years and be reassigned as deputy magistrate of Chunnan, still holding the title of magistrate. As for Shun Lian's alleged overreach, the evidence was insufficient and the matter remained debatable. Given the urgency of the national policy to survey fields, Shen Lian was permitted to temporarily return to his original post in Suzhou, albeit under the condition that he cooperate with the investigations conducted by the Jinyue. Qi Jiguang, recognized for his contributions in restoring order, was awarded a bounty of 100 taels, 1,000 taels of silver, and 100 bolts of silk. Simultaneously, the emperor asserted that the court's salary could not be taken without effort, instructing Shen Lian and Qi Jiguang to return immediately to their duties, as well as Hai Rui. Shortly thereafter, the details of the Chunnan unrest were made public and disseminated to provincial governments and local officials. Many officials expressed their dissatisfaction with the emperor's maneuvers. Yet since they had presided over the case and submitted the findings, it would not be prudent to contradict themselves. Adding to their frustration, as the case details were revealed, several impoverished lower-ranking officials and those who valued reputation over all else began to advocate for Hai Rui, claiming injustice. The emperor, however, turned a blind eye, merely stating that Hai Rui's punishment had been lenient, attributing this leniency to the petitions from the cabinet and the 6 ministries. After a brief uproar, the matter faded into obscurity. In the Chunnan County office, a heavy snowfall blanketed the outside world, while the interior remained as warm as spring. The deputy magistrate, the chief clerk, and others celebrated with hot pot and wine. Ah, poor Lord Hai, they lamented. It was not easy for him to become a magistrate. And before he could even settle in, he was summoned to the capital to face charges. Deputy Magistrate Zhang took a sip of wine, smacking his lips, his face alight with schadenfreude. Chief Clerk Wang remarked, I hear that Shuntian Prefecture is far colder than our Chunnan. I wonder if Lord Hai can endure this winter. Deputy Zhang, he continued, with the magistrate gone, do you think the court will appoint you as his replacement? Deputy Magistrate Zhang's face brightened momentarily, only to be followed by a sigh as he shook his head. You're overthinking it. At best, they might assign an interim magistrate. If they could have filled the position, they would have done so long ago. Alas, we, who hail from humble beginnings, can never compare to those of noble lineage. Even a mere jiren is beyond our reach. Our lives will remain as they are. Securing a bit of wealth is what truly matters. Chief Clerk Wang also sighed, recognizing that if the deputy magistrate could not ascend to the position of magistrate, then he would not rise to deputy magistrate either. Oh, our luck seems to have run out, entangled with such a fellow. Now he finds himself in prison, while we are left with the burdens that lie ahead. Upon hearing these words, County Magistrate Zhang's spirits plummeted, and he lamented, the public sentiment is tumultuous. We can only restrain ourselves for now. Alas, this year will not yield any profits. Once the storm passes, we shall make amends. What is there to amend? A cold voice interjected. Naturally, Zhang was momentarily taken aback and turned to follow the voice, freezing in place. Clerk Wang was equally astonished. Hundreds of lives were at stake, and the repercussions were dire. The court's decision to execute only Hai Rui was a monumental act of grace. Yet, here was Hai Rui, returning unexpectedly. The 2 men were left dumbfounded, their minds in a haze. Hai Rui strode in, and despite being covered in snow, his demeanor was even more frigid. What is there to amend? He asked. Oh, nothing at all, Zhang County Magistrate stammered, hastily rising with a sycophantic smile. I was just saying that the court would surely not wrong the good man. Lord Hai will soon return. Truly, it seems that speaking of him brings him here. Who is Chow Chow? Hai Rui's gaze was piercing. Zhang County Magistrate was momentarily stunned, wishing he could slap himself for such a slip in front of his superior. Although it was merely a jest, for an official, it was tantamount to an insult. I have misspoken. Please do not hold it against me, Lord Hai, he said, slapping himself lightly on the face. The court has not punished you, has it? Hai Rui furrowed his brow. Did you not receive the court documents? Both men looked bewildered. Hai Rui himself felt a twinge of confusion. Although he had traveled swiftly, he was still lagging behind the speed of the official correspondence. The 2 men were completely unaware. Just then, 2 imperial guards entered, announcing, the emperor has issued a decree. Both men were startled, as was Hai Rui. I humbly accept the decree. The 3 knelt to hear the imperial proclamation. The emperor's edict states that the unrest in Chunnan is the fault of the gentry. However, County Magistrate Hai Rui cannot absolve himself of blame. I had intended to impose severe punishment, but in light of the cabinet and 6 ministries advocating for Hai Rui, and since the principal fault does not lie solely with him, I have decided to be lenient. Hai Rui shall be demoted to county assistant, with a 3-year salary penalty. Yet he will retain his position as county magistrate. The assistant officials and clerks who failed to assist the magistrate diligently shall face a 3-month salary penalty. Should unrest arise again in Chunin, or if land surveying is not executed with strict adherence, all assistant officials and clerks shall be dismissed. Hai Rui was momentarily taken aback. Zhang County Magistrate and Clerk Wang felt a chill in their hearts. They had only heard that the cabinet and 6 ministries had interceded on Hai Rui's behalf, while they themselves faced the risk of dismissal. Moreover, the recent unrest in Chunin had resulted in over 100 casualties among the populace, and Hai Rui alone was responsible for the compensation. So decreed. I humbly accept the decree. The 3 bowed deeply in acceptance. The imperial guards, with their imposing presence, stated, County Magistrate Hai, the Emperor's decree must be widely disseminated to inform all the county citizens. Understood. The guards then turned to Zhang County Magistrate and Clerk Wang, instructing, You may withdraw. The Emperor has further confidential matters to discuss with County Magistrate Hai. The 2 complied, though their hearts raced with trepidation. At this juncture, Hai Rui began to grasp the implications of that day's words from the eunuch. You may keep 1,000 taels, the Imperial Guard remarked. Furthermore, regarding the content of this confidential decree, you may disclose it as you see fit. Hai Rui's heart raced, and he looked up in astonishment, fixating on the Imperial Guard. This was the Emperor's own wording. Taking a deep breath, he bowed profoundly. I humbly accept the decree. The Jinui nodded and turned to leave. The cabinet, the 6 ministries, and the secret edicts of condolence echoed in Hai Rui's mind. At this moment, Hai Rui comprehended fully. The Emperor was in the midst of deification, crafting a true paragon of justice in the eyes of the populace. After indulging too much, he owed 1,000 words and promised to compensate immediately. Chapter 51. A time of prosperity. The new year had arrived. On New Year's Eve, the handsome visage of Li Qing was illuminated a fiery red by the flames. Beside him, Li Shuer inquired, Will we continue after the new year? Li Qing pondered for a moment and gently shook his head. No need. Whether it be the Kingdom of Portugal or the Kingdom of Spain, the colonial endeavors of the Franks have reached their terminus, and a backlash is imminent. Are you suggesting an open rebellion against the Franks by the Kingdom of the Netherlands? Li Qing nodded. With so many colonies and small nations oppressed by the Franks, it is only natural that someone would rise to challenge them. The other oppressed nations cannot remain idle. He paused. Do you have any knowledge of this small nation? The Netherlands? None, replied Li Shuer. The Li family, or rather the Ming Dynasty, has no trade relations with them. Like you, I only became aware of this small nation due to this matter. After a brief silence, she asked, Shall we go? We shall not. Li Qing gently shook his head. The British orders for warships are surely completed. We will return to Britain to rest for a while, witness the successful conclusion of our first trade, and then return to the Ming. Are we going back? What's wrong? Do you not wish to return? Li Shuer chuckled. Not that I didn't wish to. But now that you've mentioned it, I truly do want to go back. Little Bao has grown into adulthood. Indeed, after tonight, it will be the 2nd year of Li Qing. Unbeknownst to us, we have been away from the Ming for so long. Li Qing sighed, reflecting on how swiftly time passes. Zhu Houzhong must be aged by now. Li Shuer felt a twinge of sadness, contemplating her own circumstances before finding solace. Ultimately, farewells are inevitable. No one can escape this reality. That is an unavoidable truth. Li Shuer gently stated. Indeed. Li Qing glanced once more at the distant glow of fireworks before turning to leave. Li Shuer followed suit. In the 2nd year of Li Qing, as summer blossomed, the British royal palace was abuzz with excitement. Our esteemed Mr. Li has finally returned. Elizabeth exclaimed, her pale complexion flushed with excitement. We are already aware of Mr. Li's endeavors in the Kingdom of Portugal and the Kingdom of Spain. It is truly remarkable. Mr. Li is indeed a man of his word. At the same time, the Master of Espionage, Francis Walsingham, expressed his admiration, his face equally aglow with enthusiasm. Admiral Robert Dudley and others shared in the fervor. First, there was Li Qing's sabotage, followed by the Netherlands' open resistance. And soon Britain would possess steam warships from the Ming. This interplay left them feeling optimistic about the future of the British kingdom. Once their excitement subsided, Li Qing inquired, Do you have any understanding of the Kingdom of the Netherlands? Elizabeth shook her head slightly. Francis Walsingham remarked, We have primarily focused on Spain and Portugal. paying little attention to the small nations they colonize. We only know of the existence of this kingdom and its geographical location. Elizabeth then asked, Mr. Li, do you intend to go to the Netherlands? We can offer assistance. I am merely curious. Li Qing took a sip of the red tea and remarked, the warships promised to you by the Ming Dynasty are likely on their way. Have you prepared your coal? Upon hearing this, Elizabeth's joy intensified as she replied, we have been preparing for quite some time. However, as a thought crossed her mind, Elizabeth's smile gradually faded, and she tentatively inquired, Mr. Li, have you come specifically to witness the transaction? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed. But I must return to the Ming Dynasty. He nodded once more. Elizabeth felt a twinge of disappointment, and the ministers of the kingdom appeared somewhat anxious. Will Mr. Li return in the future? Li Qing pondered briefly before responding, I will certainly come again, though I cannot guarantee when or for how long. After a moment of contemplation, Elizabeth asked, does Mr. Li have any plans regarding trade? None at all. The initiative lies with you, Li Qing said with a smile. In business, it is simply a matter of mutual needs. You require warships, and we seek profit. How could we refuse a matter of mutual benefit? You misunderstand, Mr. Li, Elizabeth clarified. What we mean is, will you continue to witness our trade cooperation with the Ming Dynasty? Li Qing chuckled lightly. Are you still concerned that the Ming might deceive you? Elizabeth offered an awkward smile. William Cecil cleared his throat and interjected, we have great trust in Mr. Li and His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming. Yet not everyone is as trustworthy as you and the Emperor. We understand that we cannot compare to the Ming. Our wealth is quite limited. I comprehend, Li Qing replied with a smile. Even if I am not present, I will closely monitor our trade and provide oversight. You need not worry. The Ming Dynasty has engaged in maritime trade for over a century and a half and has always been honest. We naturally trust you, Mr. Li, Elizabeth sighed, then added with a smile, we welcome you to visit our kingdom at any time. Certainly, Li Qing said as he finished his tea, his expression turning serious. Our cooperation will span centuries, so please do not doubt the integrity of the Ming Dynasty. We could easily seize from any kingdom. Yet the fact remains that in nearly 200 years, we have not taken a single kingdom. Li Shuer added, the Ming is a nation that cherishes peace and abhors violence. Of course, should any kingdom dare to provoke the Ming, that would be a different matter altogether. The court ministers exchanged wry smiles, contemplating who would dare provoke the Ming. Reflecting on the years of trade with the Ming, aside from price disputes, the Ming had never defaulted on their commitments. With Li Qing's assurance of oversight, Elizabeth and the others felt their anxieties dissipate and their expressions softened. Li Qing inquired playfully, the envoys who visited the Ming have returned, correct? Elizabeth, no longer troubled about trade, nodded with a smile. They returned over 6 months ago. They ventured to the Jiangnan region and Shuntianfu of the Ming, where they met the emperor and experienced the splendor and strength of the Ming. It is even more prosperous than Marco Polo described. In truth, the delegation had only met the emperor once, and their visit was a brief whirlwind. But the impressions they gathered were enough to leave them in awe. Upon their return, it was inevitably exaggerated to the extent that many nobles became enraptured. William Cecil marveled at the grandeur of the Ming Palace, the bustling towns, the pristine streets, and the exquisite houses, declaring that it was indeed worthy of admiration. As a royal advisor, he employed numerous parallel structures without a hint of repetition. Amongst these praises, there was undoubtedly a degree of embellishment. However, one fact remained unexaggerated. The streets of the Ming were indeed immaculate. After a spirited discussion, Li Qing and Li Shuer returned to their previous lodgings. Li Shuer reclined comfortably on her bed, murmuring, now that we've talked about returning, I find myself rather impatient. How splendid is our Ming. You should have told me this later. Alas, when will the steamship arrive? I yearn to return to Ming. Li Qing chuckled, rest assured. We shall certainly be in Jinling before the new year, but that is still half a year away. Li Shuer complained, then suddenly recalled something and asked, will we still stay in Jiaoji to help the Han Prince recuperate? Li Qing pondered for a moment and nodded. It won't take much time, ultimately. It won't hinder our New Year celebrations. Li Shuer nodded listlessly, yawning. I shall skip the banquet. I need to catch up on my sleep. Very well, sleep. Li Qing replied, turning his gaze towards the window, his heart drifting thousands of miles away. He, like Li Shuer, felt an overwhelming sense of longing for home. Having been away from the Ming for so long and separated by such distance, how could the yearning not be profound? Previously, the busyness had kept the feelings at bay. But now, Counting the days made the wait seem unbearable. One day, and yet another day. In early June, the court finally sent envoys. Along with them came the steamships destined for Britain. On this day, the entire nobility of the kingdom was stirred, and the naval officers were so excited that they could hardly articulate their joy, exclaiming praises to God. Elizabeth no longer concealed her delight. Her happiness was palpable. Li Qing merely verified the specifications of the ships with Elizabeth before allowing her to revel in her excitement. His concerns lay with the Ming. This time, it was not the head of the imperial ceremonial office, but rather a eunuch from the same office. The chief eunuch, Zhu Houzhong, approached with great reverence. I pay my respects to Lord Yongqing. Zhu Houzhong had diligently prepared for this meeting and was exceedingly courteous. There is no need for such formalities. Li Qing waved his hand. Please inform me of the significant events that have transpired in the court, both good and bad. Zhu Houzhong appeared both nervous and excited. Momentarily at a loss for words, his face betraying hesitation. Li Qing prompted, what policies has the new emperor enacted since the change of era? The emperor has initiated land surveying. Zhu Houzhong quickly replied, smiling obsequiously. It is being supervised by Qi Jiguang, and many previously unregistered fields have been identified. Qi Jiguang is overseeing the implementation? Li Qing inquired, a hint of surprise crossing his features, followed by realization. And what of the eradication of the pirates? Who is in charge of that? In response to your lordship, Yu Daio is currently responsible for combating the pirates. Li Qing nodded slightly, then asked, was there much turmoil regarding the land surveying? Zhu Houzhong was momentarily stunned, then, with a look of deep admiration, remarked, indeed, the Lord Marquis possesses an extraordinary foresight. There has been quite a disturbance indeed. Last year, a civil unrest occurred in Chunnan. Upon hearing the name Hai Rui, Li Qing interjected with a question, which Hai Rui? Is it the Hai Rui from Hainan who is a successful scholar? Zhu Houzhong was left dumbfounded, unaware of Li Qing's acquaintance with Hai Rui. He assumed that Li Qing had deduced this, wearing an expression of utmost astonishment. Is it so? Indeed, Zhu Houzhong hurriedly nodded. Li Qing pressed on. What of Hai Rui now? He remains in Chunnan, serving as a deputy magistrate while overseeing the affairs of the county. Zhu Houzhong replied truthfully. Well, with Zhu Houzhong's keen insight, Hai Rui would surely be spared from calamity. Li Qing felt somewhat reassured, sensing that the Yongqing Marquis held Hai Rui in high regard. Zhu Houzhong continued. What you may not know, Lord Marquis, is that Hai Rui is quite the celebrity these days. A celebrity? Li Qing's interest was piqued. In what regard? Zhu Houzhong, eager to share, said, you might not be aware, but this matter is quite thrilling. Upon learning of the civil unrest in Chunnan, the court promptly summoned Hai Rui to the capital, where he was interrogated by the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Zhang Juzheng. Is Zhang Juzheng truly the Deputy Minister of Revenue? Li Qing asked, somewhat surprised. Yes. Zhu Houzhong nodded vigorously. He was recommended by the Grand Secretary Su. Li Qing nodded slightly. Please, continue with Hai Rui. First, Zhang Juzheng conducted the inquiry, followed by the cabinet and the 6 ministries. Later, even the emperor and the retired emperor participated in the examination. Zhu Houzhong lowered his voice unconsciously. He briefly alluded to the final public case details, mentioning that the accusations were drafted by the cabinet and the 6 ministries. Li Qing realized that Zhu Houzhong had maneuvered against the cabinet and could not help but chuckle. So, this is how Hai Rui gained his fame? Oh, it's more than that. Zhu Houzhong chuckled. Are you aware of the Jinling Daily and the Suzhou Daily? Li Qing was taken aback, then comprehended, yet he did not interrupt, allowing Zhu Houzhong to proceed with his narrative. Consequently, Zhu Houzhong recounted the entire sequence of events in meticulous detail. Li Qing felt an unusual sense of relief wash over him. With Zhu Houzhong still alive and guiding him, the new emperor would not falter significantly. His reform initiatives had already been partially implemented, albeit with some excesses and obstacles. Yet the outcome was ultimately favorable and was beginning to spread. Thus, the reform commenced. Unexpected yet entirely reasonable. In this moment, Li Qing's resolve was more steadfast than ever. After countless efforts and years of preparation and planning, this seed had finally begun to sprout. Observing the Yongqing Marquis in high spirits, Zhu Houzhong also relaxed considerably and flattered. When will the Lord Marquis return to the Ming? The emperor is quite concerned about this matter. Li Qing smiled and replied, it is time to return. Once the British kingdom has completed its inspection of the steam vessels, I shall head back. Zhu Houzhong was taken aback, then eagerly suggested, in that case, why not travel back to the Ming on the court's merchant ship? Both the retired emperor and the emperor are eagerly awaiting your return. I have some other matters to attend to, so I shall not travel with the court's merchant ship, Li Qing explained, upon my return to the court. You may inform the emperor and the retired emperor that I will take a brief respite before making my way to the capital. Zhang dared not to coerce Yongqing Ho, flattering him instead, showering him with compliments. Li Qing, having gathered the information he sought, lost interest in Zhang, responding briefly before sending him off to oversee the transfer of the ships. He then proceeded to the Li family merchant vessel that had arrived with the court's trading ships. Eager to learn more about the Li family, Li Shuai had already gleaned the necessary details and directly conveyed them to Li Qing. With Zhu Shou's wife departed and Zhu Shou himself in poor health, Li Xin was also not in robust condition. Zhu Li and Ying had welcomed a child, while the young ones continued to grow and the old ones aged further. Li Qing listened silently, his expression unchanged. These developments were anticipated. At least Zhu Houzhong and Li Xin remained alive, which was indeed good news. Taking a day off, he wished the children a joyful Children's Day. Chapter 52. Returning to Ming, the inspection of the warships went exceptionally well, and Elizabeth and her companions appeared invigorated, which also lifted Li Qing's spirits. The Ming dynasty gained woolen jackets, while Britain acquired warships, a mutually beneficial arrangement indeed. With a smile, Li Qing remarked, "This initial military trade has reached a satisfying conclusion. Yet it is merely the beginning." Elizabeth inquired, "Are you really leaving, Mr. Li?" "Indeed, I have been away from the Ming for quite some time," Li Qing reassured her. "The court has dispatched individuals to instruct you on usage and maintenance for a full year, ample time for you to master their operation. My presence or absence is of little consequence." Elizabeth, not one to feign sentimentality, chuckled softly. "You always manage to instill confidence, Mr. Li. Your departure will leave us somewhat unaccustomed and quite reluctant." Li Qing replied, "There will be ample time ahead. We shall meet again. I wish Queen Glory and the Kingdom of Britain continued prosperity." Elizabeth smiled warmly, nodding, "Thank you for your kind wishes, and may you and the Ming prosper as well." "Indeed, we shall flourish," Li Qing said, feeling buoyant. After a moment of reflection, he added, "If feasible, the Kingdom of Britain might consider assisting the Kingdom of the Netherlands. As the enemy of one's enemy is a friend." "The enemy of our enemy is indeed a friend," Elizabeth exclaimed, impressed by Li Qing's profound insight. "We will assist the Netherlands. Helping them is tantamount to aiding ourselves." Recognizing her understanding, Li Qing refrained from further elaboration and stated, "Please do not doubt the credibility of Ming silver currency. Even if Queen Glory harbors reservations about the Ming, she must trust me, Mr. Li, and the prosperity of the Li family, correct?" Li Qing was aware that Elizabeth and the British elite were eager for trade, but remained apprehensive about potential pitfalls with the Ming. Thus, he offered himself and his family's wealth as a guarantee to alleviate their concerns. Elizabeth sighed, "It's hard to believe you have no reservations, Mr. Li. Nonetheless, we are willing to trust you. Thank you for Queen Glory's trust. Please believe me, your faith will not be misplaced," Li Qing stated earnestly. "Should any losses occur in the future, I will take responsibility." With a smile, Elizabeth nodded and then uttered a heavily accented phrase in Mandarin, "Wishing you a smooth journey, Mr. Li." "Thank you." Li Qing and Li Shuai, leaving behind Zhang and others, as well as the Li family members still engaged in trade, boarded a freshly unloaded and replenished merchant ship of the Li family, hastening their return. Like Li Shuai, Li Qing's heart was filled with longing for home. Although he frequently ventured out to sea and had previously traveled great distances, today was markedly different. The Ming dynasty was at a critical juncture, and those dear to him were reaching their twilight years. How could Li Qing not feel a sense of urgency? The last time he felt such an intense desire to return was when Zhu Houzhong took command of the army in his absence, a fleeting few years ago. Standing at the stern of the ship, Li Shuai gazed at the blurred coastal harbor and sighed, feeling a twinge of reluctance after spending so much time here. "Then you should just go back," Li Qing replied. "Can I express a bit of sentiment?" She retorted, somewhat disheartened. "What sentiment? You're just being melodramatic." Li Qing responded, shaking his head. "Just yesterday, you were eager to leave. Now you're reluctant. Is it that nothing ever satisfies you?" "That is not true. Of course, I want to return. I've spent half of my time here over these past few years. It's only natural to feel a bit attached," Li Shuai teased. "Fortunately, Elizabeth has always held deep affection for you, yet you remain utterly indifferent." Li Qing chose to ignore her and retreated into the cabin. After a moment of reflection, Li Shuer too felt the futility of her sentiments and set aside her melancholy. The merchant ship sailed swiftly, departing in early June and arriving in Jiaoji by the end of September. The Han Wangfu, perhaps due to the generally optimistic disposition of the Han lineage, or the fact that while this lineage may have lost wisdom, it was compensated with longevity. Zhu Houzhong was in robust health and could easily maintain his vitality for another 20 years. By the end of September, Jiaoji was far from cold. Only the early morning and evening had a slight chill, while the sunny days were warm and inviting, even surpassing the late spring and early summer of the Ming Dynasty. Under a pavilion, Zhu Houzhong hosted a banquet to welcome Li Qing and his cousin, expressing, "You've truly been at sea for quite some time, haven't you? I imagine you must be eager to return to the Ming." Li Qing set down his chopsticks, raised his glass to clink with Zhu Houzhong's, and drank deeply before responding, "Indeed, I am anxious to return, but it is not a matter of a moment or two. Your health appears to be quite strong. It won't take long to recuperate. If you're so eager to return, then you should. The Ming is not like here. If you delay too long, the waters will freeze." Zhu Houzhong sighed. "I have heard of the events unfolding in the Ming these past 2 years, the abdication of the Taishang Huang, followed by the reports of civil unrest. Alas, the Ming is still in such turmoil. I feel the weight of my responsibilities heavily." Li Shuer inquired, "What pressures do you face? Considering the Ming's immense wealth, unrivaled globally, and the affluence of Jiangnan, how can there still be rebellion and unrest? Even if I were carefree, how could I not worry?" Li Qing chuckled softly. "Do not draw parallels indiscriminately. Not everything can be generalized. The Ming has its unique national circumstances, and Jiaoji has its own. As long as you diligently uphold your ancestors' governance traditions, Jiaoji will not fall into chaos." Zhu Houzhong, with a hint of skepticism, asked, "Why is that?" "Because unrest in the Ming arises from those who stir trouble." "Who stirs trouble?" Zhu Houzhong, filled with both wonder and ire, reflected on how mere years had passed since the esteemed teacher departed from the Ming Dynasty. Yet audacious souls dared to stir mischief. Truly, such intentions warrant punishment. Li Qing remarked, "Your constitution appears robust. There is no dire need for extensive remedies. Allow me to channel my true energy through acupuncture to align your meridians, and I shall prescribe a nurturing regimen for you. However, one must remember that excess in warmth and nourishment can be detrimental." "Agreed." Zhu Houzhong responded with alacrity, "My health is splendid, and I relish each meal. The matter of adjustment is inconsequential, for we have ample time ahead." The straightforward nature of the Henins was indeed refreshing, devoid of convoluted schemes. With a smile, Li Qing nodded and inquired, "Has the Li family's land acquisitions in Malacca and Longyemen stirred any unrest?" Zhu Houzhong, with an air of arrogance, retorted, "As the Han King of Jiaoji, aside from the Ming, I am a figure of considerable repute. Under my protection, who would dare challenge Malacca? As for Longyemen, I hardly spared a glance. Yet, he possessed the merit to be audacious. Thanks to the favorable winds of trade policies from the Ming Dynasty and Li Qing's diplomatic efforts, Jiaoji had experienced significant development over the past century. Today, Jiaoji stands as a formidable power in Southeast Asia. To avoid suspicion, the majority of the lands acquired by the Li family were officially credited to the Han King, with the Han King overseeing matters. Satisfied with his assertion, Li Qing felt no further concern. "Ah, your words are overly formal. We have shared generations of camaraderie." Zhu Houzhong dismissed nonchalantly. "Rest assured, I will handle matters with due diligence." Li Qing chuckled and nodded in agreement. Zhu Houzhong, unlike Zhu Houzhong, was devoid of ulterior motives and possessed a more straightforward disposition. Within just 7 days, he indicated readiness. Li Qing did not indulge in formality. He boarded his merchant vessel and hastened towards the Ming Dynasty. On the eve of the winter solstice, Li Qing finally returned to the long-cherished city of Jinling. Li Shuer returned to the Yongqing Marquis's residence, while Li Qing made his way back to his modest courtyard. After years of absence, the courtyard remained unchanged. Due to regular upkeep, the household was pristine and orderly, requiring no additional tidying, allowing for immediate occupancy. Li Qing unfurled the bedding and, with a contented expression, collapsed into the soft embrace of the covers, relishing the comfort of home. At last, he had returned. Li Qing, resting his head upon his arm, gazed at the exquisite patterns of the bed curtain, gradually succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening, he found it was already the following day. In the morning, familiar aromas and beloved recipes filled the air once more, Open the door. It is I, Zhu Shou. Yet, there was a subtle difference. The voice bore hints of age and hoarseness, lacking its former vigor. Li Qing, now devoid of his previous impatience, replied, "Coming." Stretching comfortably, he rose and opened the door. Outside stood not only Zhu Houzhong, but also Li Qing, Li Bao, Zhu Zili, Li Ying, and of course, Li Shuer. All had come to visit. Li Bao and Zhu Zili each carried a basket brimming with fresh ingredients, accompanied by 2 jars of fine wine. It has been several years since we last met, and little Bao has nearly transformed into a young adult. Zhu Zili has cultivated a short beard, appearing considerably more mature. Li Ying has lost her youthful charm and now embodies the image of a beautiful matron. In contrast, Zhu Houzhong and Li Qing seem to be of similar stature, both with faces etched by wrinkles, stooped postures, and murky eyes. Li Qing, momentarily lost in thought, gazed at them until it was little Bao who called out great-grandfather, rousing Li Qing from his reverie. "Come in, everyone," Li Qing said, stepping aside to allow them into the courtyard before shutting the door. He then invited, "It's cold. Don't just stand out here. Let us talk inside. Please, after you, great-grandfather." Where did all these formalities come from? Li Qing muttered, and seeing they remained still, he reluctantly led the way. In the parlor, the family gathered closely together. Li Qing's gaze swept over each of them, and he chuckled lightly. "It seems it hasn't been long, yet the changes are quite significant." "Time waits for no one," Zhu Houzhong replied lazily. "If you wait a few more years, there will be even more changes." Li Qing added, "Age is evident, after all. Though it's not too bad." Li Qing nodded slightly and remarked, "This time, I won't be going overseas. I'll attend to each of your health needs, and I also wish to take this opportunity to rest." At this, a look of relief washed over them, yet they all understood that Li Qing's decision not to go abroad was primarily directed at Li Qing and Zhu Houzhong. Chapter 53. Rarely confused after a long absence, the sudden gathering felt less warm than anticipated, and instead, there was a hint of estrangement. The primary reason was the significant changes among them. The older ones had aged considerably, while the younger ones had matured rapidly. Coupled with Li Qing's tendency to drift into distraction, the atmosphere was not particularly convivial. Li Qing recognized that the issue lay primarily with him, yet he found it challenging to shift his mindset. He finally said, "The ingredients are all prepared. I must showcase my skills, don't you think?" As he spoke, he lifted a basket of vegetables. "Good meals are worth the wait. There is still plenty of time, so I'll take my time in preparing." Zhu Houzhong exchanged a knowing glance with Li Bao, who understood and rose to follow his great-grandfather into the kitchen. As Li Qing entered, Li Bao trailed closely behind. "Great-grandfather, I can help with the fire and the vegetables." Li Qing nodded in agreement, allowing him to assist. Little Bao had already grown into a young adult, nearly matching Li Qing in height. From a superficial standpoint, they appeared more like brothers than grandfather and grandson. The spirited little boy he once was had vanished. His voice, once high and sweet, had deepened, losing some of its charm, which left Li Qing feeling a touch melancholic. Li Bao took the initiative to grab a basin of vegetables, and while preparing them, he inquired, "Great-grandfather, are you aware of what has been happening in the Ming Dynasty?" "Yes, I am generally informed," Li Qing replied, sitting on a stool opposite him as they worked together on the vegetables. "Is Hai Rui still the magistrate of Chunnan County?" Li Bao was taken aback for a moment before nodding. "He is for now, but anyone with discernment knows that Hai Rui has a brilliant future ahead." Pausing for a moment, Li Bao asked, "Great-grandfather, do you know this Hai Rui?" "I've known him for quite some time. Back then, he was just about your age." Li Qing responded with a sense of nostalgia. "I never imagined he would take the first step ahead of us." Li Bao expressed his astonishment. "You knew him that early? What a small world it is." Li Qing could not help but chuckle, gently nodding. "Indeed, this world is quite small." "Great-grandfather, I heard from Grandpa Zhu that upon your return, you intend to undertake significant endeavors. Might you elaborate on that? Isn't the great undertaking already in progress?" Li Bao paused, pondering. "The matter regarding Chunnan cannot be widely promoted, can it?" "Indeed." As Li Qing noticed the spinach was nearly finished, he opted for leeks instead, continuing. "Reform is not merely a decree from the emperor. The Chunnan incident cannot be replicated. Reform is a lengthy process, often reactive, and along the way, numerous issues will arise. I do not aspire to accomplish earth-shattering feats. I will only offer a gentle nudge and, at times, may even need to pull back." "Pull back?" Li Qing nodded slightly, saying, "The Chunnan affair has already demonstrated that a proactive, vigorous approach to reform can lead to overcorrection. Of course, the Chunin incident holds significant positive implications. It has awakened the blindly arrogant and prevented those feigning ignorance from continuing in their mediocrity. Li Bao nodded gently, curiosity prompting him to ask, "Great-grandfather, do you mean we should observe the changes?" Li Qing shook his head slightly. More accurately, we should closely monitor the situation. Reform must occur naturally. It cannot be excessive, nor can it be stagnant. When a gentle push is needed, we must apply it. When a pullback is necessary, we should do so delicately. The current Ming dynasty is quite delicate, akin to a chrysalis transforming into a butterfly or a fetus preparing for birth. We must proceed with utmost caution. A single misstep could lead to tumultuous upheaval and an irreversible path. Li Bao listened anxiously, swallowing hard as he asked, "Great-grandfather, how may I assist you?" "You need not assist in any particular way. Simply stepping into the Li family's legacy is the greatest help you could offer me," Li Qing replied with a smile. "At this juncture, there is no need for deliberate action." Li Bao tentatively inquired, "Success is assured, isn't it?" "I believe it will be," Li Qing affirmed. "I believe in you, great-grandfather," Li Bao promptly declared. Li Qing could not stifle his laughter. "You remain just as you were in your childhood." "Well, I am still quite young in your presence," Li Bao replied with a grin. Li Qing chuckled. "Go on and tend to the fire at the stove." "Yes, certainly." As they spent time together, the sense of estrangement Li Qing felt towards Li Bao began to dissipate. Grandfather and grandson busied themselves, one stoking the fire, the other chopping meat, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Before long, Zhu Zili and Li Qing arrived, offering their assistance. Li Qing assigned Zhu Zili the task of kneading dough and asked Li Qing to chop vegetables. Chopping vegetables requires no particular skill, regardless of how well it is done. It does not impede the meal. Kneading dough, however, is an art. Fortunately, Zhu Zili did not inherit the genes of Zhu Qizhen, who would add too much water or flour, and the dough turned out perfectly for making dumpling skins. By noon, a sumptuous spread of 8 hot dishes, both meat and vegetarian, along with a large bowl of dumplings, awaited them. Li Qing removed his apron and took his seat at the head of the table, inviting, "It has been a while since I cooked. Please enjoy whatever is good or not, and let us begin." How could the culinary skills of a great-grandfather be anything less than delightful? Li Bao was indulging in flattery, while Zhu Zili and Li Qing also joined the ranks of sycophants. The aroma and warmth of the dishes filled the entire hall, creating a lively atmosphere, gradually erasing any sense of estrangement. As a few cups of warm wine were consumed, the mood became even more joyous, allowing the long-awaited happiness of reunion to flow freely. In the grand hall of the capital, Zhu Zili elaborated on the successful completion of the transaction, detailing the events that transpired. In conclusion, he stated, "Father, the Duke of Yongqing has returned to the Ming." Zhu Houzhong, who had maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly focused his gaze, then erupted with joy, exclaiming, "You mean Li Qing has returned to the Ming?" Zhu Zili nodded. According to Chunhong's report, the Duke of Yongqing returned several days earlier than them, and he is likely already in the Ming. The thought of Li Qing being back in the Ming filled Zhu Houzhong with even greater joy. But it quickly faded as he coldly remarked, "He returned to the capital without informing me. Such arrogance. Is he trying to force me to go south again?" Zhu Zili expressed his serious suspicion that it was Zhu Houzhong himself who wished to venture south once more. Remembering his own words, he said, "This year is not as cold as last, but the canals are beginning to freeze." It was already quite a stretch for Chunhong and the others to return at this time. If father wishes to go south, it would be better to wait until next year. Zhu Houzhong was unwilling to wait a moment longer, yet found himself powerless in this situation. Traveling by land was too troublesome, and both he and his entourage would inevitably suffer along the way. This Li Qing was becoming increasingly unruly. Zhu Zili thought to himself, "He has been unruly for nearly 100 years already." Zhu Houzhong, though cursing aloud, felt joy in his heart. Both for public and private reasons, he longed for Li Qing's early return and to see him again soon. The current situation in the Ming represented a monumental shift not seen in a millennium. Yet, he was still inclined to celebrate the new year and even suggested waiting until after the festivities to meet. How could he not know Li Qing? Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath and declared, "You, deduct his salary." Zhu Zili hesitated, replying, "Father, the Duke of Yongqing's salary is not issued unless he is present in the capital and actively claims it." "Rubbish. When has the court ever withheld the Duke of Yongqing's salary?" Zhu Houzhong retorted. The salary has not been withheld from another Duke of Yongqing, Zhu Houzhong softly clarified. You are aware of this matter, father. Zhu Houzhong waved his hand dismissively. Deduct it all. Father, while deducting his salary is a trivial matter that the Li family does not mind, there should at least be an explanation, right? Zhu Houzhong found himself in a predicament, realizing that whenever it involved Li Qing, his father became irrational and solely emotional. Zhu Houzhong shot a glare at his son and, with irritation, commanded, "Send someone to convey the edict. Ask him about Li Qing. Inquire whether he still wishes to enjoy the delicious roasted potatoes." Zhu Houzhong replied, "I will send someone to convey the edict shortly." Zhu Houzhong nodded in agreement, but hesitated to ask, "Father, given the current situation, since the Duke of Yongqing has returned, he will surely stay in the capital for a while, correct?" Zhu Houzhong shot a sidelong glance at his son and retorted, "You truly lack ambition. Without Li Qing, are you no longer the emperor?" "Father, such words are excessive. Clearly, you both have the privilege. Why should I be denied?" Zhu Houzhong felt a sense of despondency. Yet he could not express it openly. He thus remarked, "Your humble son primarily considers the well-being of Father Emperor. The Marquis of Yongqing is your close confidant. If he were to reside in the capital for an extended period, wouldn't it alleviate your boredom? If you think in this manner, Father Emperor would surely feel gratified." Zhu Houzhong hesitantly inquired, "What if I have other intentions?" "Then you would miscalculate," Zhu Houzhong replied with nonchalance. "I have previously informed you that Li Qing will not return to the court to assist the emperor. What was true then is no longer relevant now. The circumstances have changed. Precisely because they have changed, I made such statements earlier." Zhu Houzhong continued, "Now, Li Qing's intervention in state affairs and his intellectual duels with the officials bear little significance. The situation is as it is. So why should he return to the court?" Zhu Houzhong furrowed his brow slightly. "I do not comprehend." Yet Zhu Houzhong smiled. "There is a certain virtue in ignorance. One must occasionally embrace confusion." Zhu Houzhong was taken aback. "Father, I am the emperor of the Ming Dynasty. I must be responsible for the legacy of our ancestors. To be confused would render me a tyrant. Each matter must be considered distinctly. This particular issue can afford a degree of ignorance." Zhu Houzhong could hardly contain his frustration. Muttering under his breath, "Why can I not possess the Marquis of Yongqing? Because you were born too late. Your son refuses to accept this." Smack! Zhu Houzhong raised his hand and struck his son's head. "Have you acquiesced?" Zhu Houzhong relented. "Your son takes his leave." Observing his son's retreating figure, Zhu Houzhong felt a twinge of melancholy and murmured to himself, "Li Qing remains a treasured heirloom of the Ming Dynasty. Yet he is no longer a legacy of the Zhu family. Alas, you do not grasp this truth, but perhaps ignorance is your blessing." Zhu Houzhong let out a deep sigh and suddenly called out, "Huang Jin, Huang Jin." Chapter 54. The morning market of Juzheng in the early dawn. As the first light began to break, Li Qing arose. After practicing a set of Tai Chi, he washed up with icy water, shaking off the mental fatigue accumulated from years of arduous travel, feeling rejuvenated. Li Qing comfortably stretched his chest, inhaling the refreshing, crisp air, and felt a profound sense of ease. He retrieved a basket from the eastern kitchen and ventured out to the morning market. Perhaps due to his early arrival or the recent winter solstice, the market was neither bustling nor desolate. Vegetable and meat vendors called out intermittently, while groups of market-goers ambled about, stopping occasionally to select their produce. Li Qing was in no hurry to purchase anything. He leisurely strolled through the market, fully absorbing the atmosphere of the Juzheng morning market. The current market scene was more vibrant than in years past, with a cornucopia of vendors selling vegetables, meats, fruits, and an array of snacks. Notably, the availability of breakfast snacks had surged, owing to the declining costs of coal mining. Mobile food stalls began to flourish. A cart, a pot, an iron stove, and half a bag of coal were sufficient to establish a modest eatery. The market opened and closed with remarkable convenience. Due to the low operating costs, prices remained relatively affordable, attracting many thrifty families who specifically came to enjoy their breakfast here. As Li Qing meandered through the bustling market, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant, with foot traffic swelling to more than double its previous volume. The vendors, who earlier displayed a calm demeanor, now raised their voices with heightened fervor. In this era, the Ming Dynasty stood as a paragon of unparalleled prosperity, with Nanjing, Suzhou, Hangzhou, and the capital, Beijing, reigning as the four wealthiest provinces. Thus, it was only natural that the marketplace in the heart of Nanjing flourished. The market was replete with an array of vegetables and meats, while fruits boasted a remarkable variety. Apples, persimmons, citrus fruits, winter jujubes, hawthorn, sugarcane, pears, and pomegranates not only exhibited superb appearances, but also appeared exceptionally fresh. With the continuous enhancement of consumer purchasing power, innovations in production naturally followed. Merchants and fruit farmers, through advancements in storage techniques, managed to preserve over 70% of the original flavor of many autumn fruits well into winter. As Li Qing strolled, he immersed himself in the sights and sounds of the market for a full quarter of an hour before halting at a bustling wonton stall. Esteemed guest, would you care for a steaming bowl of wontons to ward off the chill? The vendor, noticing Li Qing's pause, promptly fetched a small stool for him to sit upon. Li Qing settled down and inquired, "How much for a bowl?" The middle-aged vendor, taken aback by Li Qing's distinguished attire, hesitated before responding, with pepper. "It's 15 wen for a bowl." "I shall have one," Li Qing replied. "Very well." The vendor's face lit up with delight as he busied himself. The fire was lively, keeping the broth at a rolling boil, and the wontons had already been prepared. In just a brief moment, a steaming bowl emerged from the pot. The flavor, though not extraordinary, was quite satisfactory, and the addition of pepper tantalized the palate, making it hard to resist. Li Qing, having not tasted such delicacies in years, consumed the entire bowl, leaving not a drop of broth behind. "Another bowl, please." "Certainly." The vendor beamed even brighter, swiftly preparing another serving. During the brief interlude, Li Qing posed a question to the vendor. "Good sir, how many bowls can you sell in a morning market?" The vendor, shaking the strainer to prevent the wontons from sticking together, replied with a cheerful demeanor, "With the cold weather, business has improved. Typically, I can sell about 50 bowls in a morning." Li Qing paused, smiling. "You are surely thriving." The vendor chuckled heartily. "Ah, it's not as prosperous as it seems. Business was better a couple of years ago. Now, there are several more stalls selling wontons, and customers are divided among us. My business only flourishes for a few months each year. After deducting stall fees and contributions to some elders, along with expenses for flour, meat, and coal, I cannot claim to be wealthy, but I manage. With this skill, and working during the off-season, I have been able to send my children to school." With pride etched upon his face, the vendor continued, and Li Qing felt a genuine happiness resonate within him. "Your children must be diligent in their studies," he inquired. "Oh, speaking of that infuriates me," the vendor opened up. "What hardship is there in studying? Is it more arduous than rising before dawn in the biting cold to light an oil lamp, prepare the filling, wrap the wontons, and brave the biting wind to set up a stall? In my childhood, the narrative was predominantly centered on the struggles I faced, the misunderstandings of children, and a blend of subjective emotions alongside objective expressions, with an overarching aspiration for my offspring to thrive." Li Qing, amidst the vendor's incessant chatter, savored a bowl of wontons, wiped his mouth, and retrieved a handful of coins, counting out 31 to settle the bill. With a smile, he remarked, "Each generation bears its own burdens. The younger ones, unacquainted with the hardships of their predecessors, cannot truly empathize. Your tireless efforts are precisely to shield your children from the struggles you endured. I surmise your father must have uttered similar sentiments." The middle-aged man appeared momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Indeed, my father did say such things." Enlightenment dawned upon him as he grasped the essence of Li Qing's words, eliciting an awkward smile. "It is evident that you are a well-educated individual from a prosperous family. Your words resonate far more profoundly than my own. If only my son could embody your virtues. Ah, we owe much to the sagacity of our emperor and the benevolence of the esteemed gentleman in the capital, not to mention the likes of Lord Hai. I wonder when he will grace our region with his presence." Li Qing, slightly taken aback, soon understood. The tales of Hai Rui had spread through the Jinling daily, rendering such knowledge entirely commonplace. Conversely, it would have been illogical for it not to be so. With a light chuckle, Li Qing replied, "The number of benevolent gentlemen shall only continue to grow." "Your words are truly delightful." The vendor beamed, unable to suppress his grin, and found himself engaging in further chatter. 2 bowls of wontons," called out 2 middle-aged men who had come to the market together. The vendor, seizing the opportunity for business, ceased his prattling, offering a stool to the customers and promptly attending to their needs. Noticing others had completed their shopping, Li Qing remembered his own purpose for venturing out and hastily grabbed his basket to attend to business. 1 pound of lamb, he requested. The butcher swiftly cut the meat, weighing it before inquiring, "How about 1.5 pounds?" Li Qing settled the payment and proceeded to the adjacent pork stall. Having learned from past experiences, he inquired, "What is the price of pork?" The butcher, brandishing his cleaver, boasted, "This pork comes from the esteemed household of Duke Chow, freshly slaughtered today. Priced at 20 yuan per pound, non-negotiable." Suddenly recalling something, Li Qing asked, "Is 20 yuan the price for fatty or lean meat?" The butcher replied, 20 yuan per pound includes both fat and lean cuts. However, the fatty portions are 18 yuan per pound, while the lean cuts are 25. Is the lean meat 7 yuan more expensive than the fatty? Li Qing expressed his surprise. The butcher, noticing Li Qing's well-tailored attire, rolled his eyes. As a pork seller, would I dare deceive you? Li Qing chuckled, nodding, "I shall take 50 yuan's worth of lean meat." The butcher, taken aback yet resigned, nodded and expertly sliced the meat, ensuring precision and weight. Satisfied with his purchase, Li Qing moved on to other stalls. After a thorough exploration, his basket brimmed with an array of provisions. On his way home, the sun had transitioned from a fiery red to a brilliant gold, and the throng of people on the streets had swelled considerably. Amidst the crowd, familiar woolen jackets occasionally caught his eye. Having grown accustomed to such attire in Britain, Li Qing felt a twinge of discomfort seeing it in the Ming Dynasty, as though he had yet to fully return from his time abroad. Moreover, it is evident that the court has been dumping wool jackets to the Li family. Li Qing chuckled and shook his head, unable to suppress his sentiment. Indeed, conservatism is a common affliction of those in power. He then felt a sense of delight, pondering, how does our grand Ming Dynasty compare to the illustrious Qing Ming Shanghe? There is but one Bianjing, yet the Ming boasts at least 4, Yangzhou, Songjiang, Zhenjiang. And Huzhou, how do they fall short of the Song's Bianjing? Furthermore, the Ming does not merely sustain a single city. Upon arriving home, the courtyard door stood ajar, and Li Qing, Zhu Houzhong, and Li Shui'er were already present. Upon seeing him return, Li Qing stepped forward and said, "Grandfather, while it's commendable that you cook during the festivities, you need not exert yourself so much on ordinary days. If you prefer not to have the Li family deliver meals, one can simply order takeout. The delivery service is quite advanced nowadays. From the comfort of home, one can savor dishes from establishments within a 5-mile radius. And for those further afield, simply place an order in advance to ensure a timely meal. The delivery boxes are equipped with charcoal heating, so there is no need to worry about the food cooling on its way." Hearing this, Li Qing was both astonished and delighted, exclaiming, "After years at sea, I must say, Jinling has undergone remarkable changes." Zhu Houzhong interjected, "One must consider the significance of this place. It is one of the 2 capitals of the Ming and one of the 4 major provincial cities. If Jinling has not progressed in recent years, that would indicate a profound level of corruption." Li Qing nodded in agreement and proceeded to the guest hall, stating, "Allow me to show you something worthwhile." In truth, there was little to behold. He was free of major ailments but burdened by numerous minor afflictions due to significant declines in physical health, which could not be thoroughly remedied. They could only be managed through nurturing care. While beneficial, such measures lacked immediate, dramatic effects. Li Qing prepared prescriptions for both of them and offered some daily health tips, concluding, "To live is primarily a matter of mindset, particularly at this stage. A positive attitude makes all the difference." Li Qing was not one to dwell on sentimentality, and Zhu Houzhong was equally pragmatic. Upon hearing this, they both laughed lightly, indicating their understanding. Seeing their response, Li Qing felt considerably more at ease and shifted the conversation to publications. Li Qing remarked, "Currently, the newspaper industry is thriving. The educational initiatives from years past are now bearing fruit. Moreover, we do not anticipate profits from these publications. Through a strategy of quantity over price, we can achieve daily sales of 50,000 copies just in Jinling." Zhu Houzhong added, "While it may appear as though we are only selling 50,000, the reality is quite different. The most captivating content often becomes fodder for conversation over tea and meals, spreading through word of mouth until it is known throughout the city." Li Qing listened attentively, recognizing this as one of his effective strategies for advancement. After Zhu Houzhong finished speaking, he inquired, "After the new year, you plan to visit the capital, correct?" Li Qing nodded. "You know his temperament well. If I do not go to the capital now, he will undoubtedly be displeased. If I delay my visit until after the new year, it could lead to an explosive reaction." Zhu Houzhong chuckled and nodded. "Indeed. My suggestion is that you discuss the expansion of the publications with him at that time." Li Qing asked, "Do you have a plan in mind?" Zhu Houzhong contemplated for a moment and remarked, the southern regions of Jiangnan are indeed preferable. The reforms will progress primarily in Jiangnan for the foreseeable future, while the economically lagging north must wait. I intend to promote these reforms in prosperous prefectures such as Songjiang, Changzhou, Jiaxing, Huzhou, Zhenjiang, and Yangzhou. This approach will facilitate implementation and yield positive outcomes. What do you think? Sounds quite good. Li Qing nodded in agreement. However, Li Qing expressed his concerns, stating, "The emperor may be agreeable, but the Grand Emperor is not so easily swayed." "Is he?" "Swayed?" Zhu Houzhong scoffed. "Is there a need for persuasion? The situation is already transparent, and he has no choice but to acquiesce." Li Qing turned to Li Qing, who affirmed Zhu Houzhong's assertion. "The trend is irreversible. Adapting to the circumstances is the optimal choice." Zhu Houzhong understands this well, and there is no rationale for rejection. Recognizing his own lack of political insight, Li Qing refrained from further comment. Li Shuai inquired, "Shall the reforms commence officially now?" "They have already begun," Li Qing replied. "The civil unrest in Chunnan serves as a symbolic event marking this transition." "I meant, will you be the one to drive it forward?" Li Shuai rephrased her question mid-sentence. Li Qing pondered briefly and said, "Do you recall what you mentioned earlier while in Britain?" Li Shuai, momentarily puzzled, asked, "Which remark?" "Greater freedom, yet greater restrictions." Li Qing responded, "I believe I may have said that." Li Shuai nodded lightly, then exclaimed in astonishment, "You cannot possibly mean to establish a leg for the emperor." "Can you?" Li Qing, "No." Li Qing, "What?" Zhu Houzhong, "What?" Even a perceptive figure like Zhu Houzhong could not grasp the meaning behind establishing a leg for the emperor. With an expression of exasperation, Li Qing clarified, "What I mean is a greater freedom of thought." "Is it still about the philosophy of the heart?" Zhu Houzhong inquired. Li Qing paused and nodded slightly. At least for the present moment, nothing could be more fitting than the philosophy of the heart. He was not surprised by Zhu Houzhong's foresight. It was likely that Zhu Houzhong anticipated it as well. "And what follows?" Zhu Houzhong pressed further. Li Qing sighed. "The philosophy of the heart has yet to be implemented. What happens afterward remains uncertain. Discussing it now is rather futile." Zhu Houzhong contemplated for a moment and asked, "In what ways does the West surpass us?" "Size," Li Qing replied. "Size." Li Qing nodded. "Indeed, smaller nations possess a stronger ability to manage change. A moderately significant event or a relatively small war can catalyze institutional reform, while our vastness complicates matters. Due to our size, maintaining stability has become our foremost pursuit, and an excessive focus on stability has greatly restricted our institutional progress." Li Qing continued, "We are bound by numerous regulations and various rules, shaped over millennia into a formidable capability under these constraints. While this is advantageous, it is not without its drawbacks, as stringent rules stifle innovation, even as we take on the role of global pioneers." Zhu Houzhong pondered, "Have you considered the costs of instability?" "Of course," Li Qing replied. "The philosophy of the heart is merely an experiment. I will adapt as circumstances evolve. Reform cannot be accomplished through whimsical ideas alone. I cannot provide specific plans at this moment, as it would be meaningless. However, one principle can be articulated. Reform must be initiated from the top to influence the bottom." Li Qing inquired, "Thus, is the promotion of the philosophy of the heart aimed at the elite?" "Certainly not." Zhu Houzhong interjected before Li Qing could respond. "It aims to compel the lower strata to pressure the upper echelons into reflection, thereby proactively advancing the reform process." Li Qing affirmed, "Indeed. However, this raises another question. Will the upper class react defensively?" Zhu Houzhong pondered aloud. "Whether reform is beneficial or detrimental remains uncertain. Without change, the current prosperity will persist. This is a common understanding among all. How can one encourage them to seek transformation?" Li Qing remained silent, gazing at him with profound significance. Zhu Houzhong narrowed his weary eyes, taken aback as he exclaimed, "Is it true that whether reform is good or bad remains unknown, yet without change, we risk losing our current prosperity?" Li Qing gently nodded. "Only thus, it must be so. The matter of Chunnan exemplifies this." "Not at all. Can it truly be so?" Zhu Houzhong responded with rising fervor. "A single county can manage such a transition, but can an entire nation? This is point one. Zhu Houzhong is still alive. What happens after his demise? That is point two. Today, the emperor is shrouded in confusion. What if tomorrow he discerns the truth? That is point three." Zhu Houzhong spoke solemnly. "Reform is not a task to be accomplished in a day or two, nor can it be completed within 1 or 2 generations. You cannot expect the emperor to truly relinquish personal interests for the greater good of the realm. Li Qing smiled softly and remarked, a ruler often prioritizes their own substantial interests over the public good, which is a grave error. It should be the public good that takes precedence over personal interests. And that is the core and ultimate goal of my reform. If you proceed as you suggest, there will be no emperor left in the future. Li Qing did not deny this. Yet, as long as the emperor can perceive this aspect, your reform cannot truly succeed, Zhu Houzhong contended. Today's emperor fails to understand. And what of tomorrow's? If this emperor is oblivious, will the next one be any different? Moreover, he paused, the common people also need an emperor. They require a sovereign. In this vast Ming dynasty, what would become of the more than 20 million souls without an emperor? To put it nicely, we would find ourselves leaderless. To put it bluntly, we would become like headless flies. Zhu Houzhong stated with gravity, since the unification under Qin, the Qin system has endured. When there is a leaderless multitude, someone will inevitably ascend to that position. And do you wish to take that role? Li Qing replied calmly. I recall having mentioned to you my era. Your era? Zhu Houzhong retorted, half amused. How many years separate your time from now? If you continue this way, in a mere 60 years, it could be nearly completed, yet you aim to leap ahead by several centuries. How is that feasible? True, you have labored across 11 dynasties, laying the groundwork for 11, yet you cannot expect to hasten the timeline by centuries. Zhu Houzhong expressed with agitation. He could tolerate the decentralization of power to the populace. He could accept the peaceful dissolution of the Ming dynasty, but he could never abide the downfall of the Ming, nor the emergence of another dynasty inferior to it. Li Qing, understanding his sentiments, felt a sense of helplessness. Calm yourself. How can I possibly remain calm? Li Qing suggested, let him speak freely. An elderly man in his 70s, how long could he remain agitated? Indeed, within a mere quarter of an hour, Zhu Houzhong had exhausted his fervor, leaning back against his chair, breathless, and said, now, speak your mind. Li Qing finally spoke, you know, I cannot afford to lose. Your concerns have long been anticipated by me. I will push forward and pull back. A century from now, or even 2 centuries later, there will still be emperors, and the Ming dynasty will endure. Though that era's Ming will differ vastly from this one, it shall still be the Ming dynasty. Please believe this. Zhu Houzhong paused, offering a wry smile. How can you expect me to believe? Li Qing returned a bittersweet grin. I cannot compel your belief, for you cannot see. And events will not unfurl according to my desires. I can only make this promise, and you can only choose to believe. Is that not so? Zhu Houzhong fell silent. After a considerable pause, he conceded, well, do as you wish. I cannot restrain you, nor can anyone else. Yet, taking a deep breath, he added, the efforts of these past 2 centuries are not solely yours. Li Qing nodded, certainly, it is not solely my endeavor. I will not betray this trust, nor can I afford to. That is good to know, Zhu Houzhong acknowledged. He understood that Li Qing, devoted to reform, could not truly command the entire situation. As Li Qing stated, he could only promise, and Zhu Houzhong could only believe. Fortunately, I have little time left. Worrying holds little significance, and I cannot concern myself too far ahead. I shall leave it to you. Li Qing slightly nodded, then smiled. If one takes care, there are indeed still 2 years ahead. Zhu Houzhong scoffed, not engaging further. Li Qing quickly intervened, shifting the topic. Grandfather, little Bao has grown into adulthood. I wish for him to complete his succession before I depart. I have no objections, Li Qing replied. Li Qing nodded and continued. In recent years, I have perused the works left by my father. Though I do not grasp all, I have gleaned some insights. Should the Li family consider a division? No, for now. Division is unwise. At the very least, we must wait until the reforms achieve some measure of success before considering such a step, Li Qing stated. Li Qing gently acknowledged with a hum. Li Shueter glanced at her elder nephew, her demeanor unusually amiable. You are all grown. Why are you still so impatient? Zhu Houzhong shot her a sidelong glance, retorting, he is not my beloved. Why should I cater to him? How can you speak so to your elders? Li Shueter exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Don't act as if I am so young. Aren't we all aging? Zhu Houzhong responded with a chuckle, leaving Li Shueter momentarily speechless. Zhu Houzhong then turned to Li Qing. Care to try your luck again? Li Qing bore a frown. Zhu Houzhong, still unsatisfied, looked back at Li Qing, snorting. What are you sitting there for? Did you not buy ingredients to cook for me? Li Qing instinctively wanted to give him a sharp retort, to let him taste some bitterness, but he exerted great effort to restrain himself. It was Zhu Houzhong's age and his feeble constitution that spared him. Chapter 56. Here it comes again after the winter solstice. The counting of the 9 days began, and the temperature inevitably continued to drop. Li Qing, attentively sensing, found no significant change in Juzheng compared to previous years, and there was even a slight warming. Could it be that the extreme had begun to turn for the better? However, upon reflection, Li Qing dismissed this notion. Over the past 2 centuries, while the overall temperature has continued to decline, the journey has been marked by fluctuations, reminding us not to be overly optimistic due to temporary warm spells. Although Li Qing is a Taoist, he is not particularly skilled in divination. Matters of this nature perplexed not only him, but also the chief astronomer of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Fortunately, the Ming Dynasty has prospered. Thanks to the widespread cultivation of high-yield crops, the large-scale adoption of innovative fertilizers, and the vigorous development of commerce and industry, rendering the adverse climate somewhat less dire. Li Qing's spirits lifted. As the year-end approached, he resolved to cast aside such thoughts and immerse himself in the lively streets of Juzheng, strolling through morning markets, savoring local delicacies. Returning from early gatherings, engaging in hearty conversations with Zhu Houzhong, or inviting Li Qing to the Pear Garden to enjoy operas. The couple, Li Bao and Zhang, frequently joined in the merriment, and as their interactions deepened, the lingering sense of estrangement gradually dissipated. Li Qing temporarily set aside his official duties. After enduring a prolonged period of wandering abroad, was it not time to relish the comforts of home? The tranquil and warm days passed swiftly, and before long, the year-end was upon him. On Qixia Mountain, the landscape lay blanketed in snow, with all living things in slumber. The wear of over a century had left the gravestones significantly eroded, their inscriptions now blurred, and the 3 small burial mounds had become increasingly inconspicuous, as though painted in watercolors, fading into the embrace of nature. Time, indeed, is a potent balm. By this day, Li Qing's heart was as calm as a still lake. Undisturbed by waves of nostalgia, he reminisced about the past, shared stories, and recounted the experiences of recent years. Li Qing remained serene, devoid of sorrow or melancholy. As he burned paper money and exchanged words, spending half the day in such contemplative leisure. Later, he visited his old companions, the lively Lan Yu and Li Jinglong, who had once been fierce adversaries, one with a sharp tongue and the other with a heavy hand. But now, they engaged in amicable discourse. After enjoying a hearty drink with them, Li Qing proceeded to check on his godson and niece, both of whom were thriving. Subsequently, he resumed his previous rhythm of life, wandering the morning markets, attending operas, occasionally cooking, and sometimes ordering meals. On the last market day of the year, he eagerly acquired all the necessary provisions, and on New Year's Eve morning, he affixed spring couplets, hung door gods, and adorned the space with large red lanterns. Gazing at his handiwork for a while, he remarked, "It seems less vibrant than in years past. Truly, the morals of society are in decline, and people have learned to cut corners." That evening, Li Qing, along with the elderly gentlemen, Hong Xiu, Lian Xiang, and Wan Ling, kept vigil until the 5th watch, after which he carefully stored away the images. He then stepped out of the guest hall and leaped onto the rooftop, patiently awaiting the first sunrise of the new year. The sun rose gradually between the trees, brighter and larger than the red of hawthorn, exuding a richness akin to the auspicious purple aura from the east. Previously unimpressed, Li Qing this year proclaimed, "Indeed, the sun of the Ming Dynasty shines larger and rounder." Another year had passed, ushering in a new one. In the capital, at the Grand Xinyuan Hall, the nominally 3-year-old Zhu Houzhong, though still barely 1.5, was taking his first wobbly steps. Zhu Houzhong held a rattle in one hand while protecting his grandson with the other, bending down to gently jingle the rattle, guiding his grandson along the path of learning. The little Zhu Houzhong resembled a weeble, taking 2 steps, pausing, then resuming his unsteady journey, unwavering, and under his grandfather's guidance, he managed to traverse several zhang with determination. Before him lay a rattle drum, akin to a carrot dangled before a donkey, perpetually out of reach. In a fit of petulance, the little one plopped down on the ground, pouting and raising his head to wail. His temper was rather fierce. Zhu Houzhong, with no option left, placed the rattle drum into his grandson's tiny hands, mumbling, "At this age, you should be walking more adeptly." Meanwhile, Huang Jin chuckled amiably, attempting to ease the atmosphere. "It's mainly due to the heavy clothing. Once the weather warms up and the cotton coat and trousers are shed, His Highness will surely run about swiftly. The little Zhu Houzhong tinkered with the rattle drum, his mood brightening instantly, seemingly in agreement with Huang Jin's words, babbling and grinning with delight. Zhu Houzhong, too, felt a surge of joy and allowed him to play freely. Glancing at the smiling Huang Jin, he teased, "Could it be that Li Qing has returned and is soon to arrive in the capital, which has lifted your spirits so?" Huang Jin shook his head repeatedly. "It's primarily the festive atmosphere of the new year that brings joy. Primarily due to the new year, and secondarily because of Li Qing." Huang Jin, with a sheepish grin, admitted, "It has been years since we last met, and I do miss him." Zhu Houzhong pursed his lips. "Don't think I'm unaware. You've been secretly hoarding fine Schwanda sweet potatoes under the guise of roasting them for me." Huang Jin replied, "Schwanda sweet potatoes are far cheaper than rice or flour. Even if I managed to gather a cellar full, it wouldn't cost much." Understanding his master was merely jesting, Huang Jin did not argue but chuckled. "Shall I roast a couple for you and His Highness to taste? Who eats that during the new year?" Zhu Houzhong waved his hand dismissively. "This isn't the palace. You're no longer a youth, so don't stand on ceremony. If you're tired, sit. If you're sleepy, go rest. I truly rely on you to assist me." Huang Jin laughed. "I am not tired. Sitting is sufficient." With that, he moved to fetch a cushion and sat before His Highness, amusing him with playful antics. With his gentle disposition and kind features, Huang Jin naturally drew the little one's affection, who giggled heartily. Zhu Houzhong observed this scene and, quite inexplicably, wished that time would slow down. Yet time, heedless of his desires, marched on relentlessly, slipping through the fingers of all, ever-flowing and unwavering. Before long, the Lantern Festival arrived. And with the departure of the New Year festivities, the court regained its vigor. Young Zhu Houzhong began to bear the burdens of enlightenment, an ordeal not befitting his tender age. After all, he was already 3 years old. The age reckoning of Li Qing was not universally applicable in this era. The little lad, barely able to articulate his thoughts, was constantly surrounded by a group of old scholars spouting their esoteric phrases, which brought him to tears. Zhu Houzhong and Li Qing's nurturing reached a temporary halt, and for the foreseeable future, Li Qing would remain in the Ming Dynasty, merely heading to the capital. It hardly constituted a farewell, and the others felt no significant sense of loss. Li Qing had prepared 2 sets of casual attire for the season, along with some loose silver, shouldering his bundle and addressing the group. "Once I finish my tasks, I shall return." The others nodded in understanding. Li Bao inquired, "Great-grandfather, how long do you intend to stay in the capital this time?" Li Qing pondered for a moment and replied, "A short stay of about a month, or perhaps 2 to 3 months at most. By the onset of summer, I shall be back." "Very well. Safe travels, great-grandfather." Li Qing smiled and nodded, casting a glance at Zhu Houzhong and Li Qing, saying, "It is beneficial to take some time to stroll about, perhaps to watch a play or enjoy the company of nature. Do not let my departure confine you to your homes all day. Enough of this chatter. Let us be on our way." Zhu Houzhong urged, "The sooner we leave, the sooner we shall return." Li Qing made a gesture as if to strike, then turned and exited the courtyard. Considering Zhu Houzhong's sentiments, Li Qing refrained from indulging in the local customs along the journey and focused solely on reaching the capital. After several days, they finally arrived at the capital. The city remained as it always was, bustling and vibrant, yet imbued with a sense of solemnity and dignity absent in the more bohemian ambience of Jinling. By the time Li Qing sampled the delights of the capital's taverns, evening was approaching, and he decided to first return to Lianjiaten. The courtyard was strewn with patches left after weeding, clearly neglected for some time. Although a recent thorough cleaning had rendered the interior immaculate, with new bedding freshly laid out. After making the bed, Li Qing retired for the night. The following morning, after breakfast, he proceeded to the palace to meet the new emperor, Zhu Ziki. Zhu Ziki was filled with excitement, eager to possess the family heirloom. Upon their first meeting, he expressed that the Ming Dynasty could not be without the Duke of Yongqing, and that he could not do without the favor of Li Qing. As the senior disciple of the Wudong master Zhang Xianren, Li Qing had mastered Tai Chi to perfection. After an extensive conversation, Zhu Ziki found himself bewildered and disoriented. It was only after Li Qing left the Hall of Supreme Harmony that he realized Li Qing had made no promises, showing little regard for his esteem. He could not help but feel frustrated and defiant. Why was that? Li Qing's audience with the emperor was not shrouded in secrecy, and as the festive season waned, the court grew increasingly animated, further fueled by Li Qing's arrival in the capital. Once again, the Duke of Yongqing had returned. The legendary Duke of Yongqing had indeed come back. The news spread rapidly, and the charismatic presence of Li Qing brought a remarkable level of interest and intrigue to the solemn political arena. In the Grand Hall, where Zhu Houzhong was enjoying the company of his grandchildren, upon hearing of Li Qing's request for an audience, he feigned indifference, ignoring the visitor. This left the guards uncertain whether they should welcome the Duke of Yongqing or deny him entry. It was only through Huang Jin's personal initiative to greet Li Qing that the situation was resolved. Outside the Grand Hall, Li Qing waited with growing impatience. During the day, he preferred not to act out of line, refraining from openly affronting the retired emperor of the Ming Dynasty. Had it been night, he would have likely startled him into calling for the late Emperor Taizong. After waiting for some time, he finally saw someone approaching. From a distance, Li Qing deduced the identity of the approaching figure based on their stature. As the figure drew nearer, he recognized Huang Jin, who appeared even older than he had imagined. However, Huang Jin seemed to be in good spirits, moving with surprising agility, and soon reached Li Qing. Perhaps overwhelmed with emotion, Huang Jin was momentarily speechless, simply gazing at Li Qing while occasionally rubbing his eyes. Li Qing, too, found himself at a loss for words, and after a prolonged silence, he blurted out, "Huang Jin, why have your eyes shrunk again?" After uttering this, Li Qing was momentarily taken aback himself. This joke is truly cold. However, upon his utterance, Huang Jin was jolted from his excitement, wiping the corners of his eyes and muttering, "Your departure has indeed been prolonged." Chapter 57. Something's amiss. After a brief moment of grumbling, Huang Jin's enthusiasm was rekindled. "Do come in. The Grand Emperor and I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Li Qing inhaled deeply, smiling as he nodded. Upon reaching the entrance of the main hall, Huang Jin called out, "Grand Emperor, Lord Yongqing requests an audience." "What could this be about?" "Come in," replied Zhu Houzhong. Li Qing could almost envision the pretentious expression on Zhu Houzhong's face at that moment. Entering the Grand Hall, Li Qing observed Zhu Houzhong amusing a small child, and it took him a moment to realize the child's identity. "Congratulations," he said. Zhu Houzhong lifted his gaze to Li Qing, his eyes sparkling with joy and excitement. But this expression faded almost instantaneously, replaced by a subdued acknowledgement. Suddenly, Li Qing felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Having been marginalized by Zhu Houzhong in Yingtian and by Zhu Houzhong in Shuntian, when had the elderly ever faced such indignities? It truly felt as though everyone had turned against him. Instinctively, Li Qing was about to confront the two with a sharp retort. Zhu Houzhong, perceptive as ever, recognized that if Li Qing were to unleash his wrath, he would not spare the dignity of the Grand Emperor. Thus, seeing Li Qing's fierce approach, he promptly chose to be wise and adapt. "Ah, you've returned. Finally back." Zhu Houzhong quickly donned a new expression, radiating warmth and joy, his words flowing freely. "You must have endured considerable hardship overseas these past years. I still prefer your earlier defiant demeanor." Li Qing took a deep breath and replied coolly, "Naturally. It cannot compare to the comfort of cultivating immortality in the grand Haitian Hall." The little one seemed startled by Li Qing's sudden entrance and imposing presence, babbling incoherently while pointing his tiny finger at Li Qing, as if to say, "Grandfather Emperor, who is this person?" Li Qing had always been amiable around children, especially infants. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he found himself unable to be gentle with this particular toddler. Li Qing was not well versed in history. He had only a vague understanding of the 16 emperors of the Ming Dynasty. For instance, he had no recollection of the current emperor, Zhu. However, he was familiar with several figures from recent generations, such as the playful Zhang and the reclusive Juzheng. Furthermore, he knew of the homebody Wanli, the carpenter Tianqi, and the tragic Chongzhen. Based on the timeline and lineage, this little child was likely Wanli. Though history had undergone a complete transformation, it often mirrored itself in astonishing ways. For instance, Zhang remained playful, and Juzheng persisted in his pursuits of immortality. If this child truly was Wanli, would he still embody the traits of a homebody? Li Qing's mood shifted unexpectedly. Zhu Houzhong, oblivious to his thoughts, felt a flicker of annoyance at Li Qing's demeanor, and while cradling the child, he exclaimed, "Look how you frightened the child." Li Qing clicked his tongue and inquired, "What is this little fellow's name?" "This fellow?" Zhu Houzhong bristled. "You come in and start with insults, do you?" Realizing there were important matters to discuss, Li Qing suppressed his irritation and asked again, "What is the name of the young prince?" Now that's more like it, Zhu Houzhong conceded, unable to hold on to his displeasure, a slight smile tugging at his lips. His name is Zhu Yijuan. Zhu Yijuan and Li Qing furrowed their brows, lost in contemplation. After much deliberation, they remained uncertain whether Wanli was indeed the name of Zhu Yijuan. This was largely due to the stubbornness of the late Emperor Zhu, who never altered the era name throughout his reign, making it challenging for his descendants to amend it as well. Consequently, later generations referred to the Ming Dynasty emperors by their era names, rendering their true names largely obscure. Li Qing racked his brain for a considerable time, but could not arrive at any conclusion and decided to let it be. Oh, shouldn't you commend the elegance of this name? Zhu Houzhong expressed his frustration. Li Qing replied, I have come today for a matter of importance. Surely, I wouldn't have arrived without reason? Zhu Houzhong, feeling quite uncomfortable, retorted in a petulant tone, I am now the retired emperor. Any matters should be discussed with the reigning emperor. We have no deep ties, so you may leave. Li Qing was taken aback. What did you just say? Is it I who has spoken wrongly? You, Zhu Houzhong shot back, return to your Jinling. Li Qing was left speechless. Huang Jin tugged at Li Qing's sleeve, pulling him aside and whispering, this approach is inappropriate. The retired emperor considers you a friend and confidant. You cannot simply adopt such a formal demeanor from the outset. Li Qing was momentarily stunned and inquired, what then should I do? Like a theatrical performance, there must be a prelude. One cannot abruptly plunge into the main act. Huang Jin advised. Li Qing, taken aback, observed Zhu Houzhong, appearing like a wronged spouse, and he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, with a mix of frustration and resignation. He nodded, alas, very well. Every day, it seems I am becoming a caretaker for everyone. Li Qing inhaled deeply several times, suppressing his mounting ire, and approached Zhu Houzhong, stating, it is almost mealtime, why don't we share a drink? Zhu Houzhong's demeanor softened considerably, and he let out a light hum, instructing, Huang Jin, go and prepare a hot pot with wine. Your servant obeys. Huang Jin hastily departed. Seeing this, Li Qing abandoned the notion of a heart-to-heart discussion, realizing he would be residing here for a while, and there was no need to rush into such matters on the very first day. Zhu Houzhong, cradling his grandson, pointed at Li Qing, saying, Zhu Yijuan, remember this individual well, he is not to be trusted. Li Qing was incensed. Try saying that again. I haven't finished speaking. Zhu Houzhong, having calmed significantly, continued, he may not be a good person, but his heart is not wicked. Is there a distinction? Do not dwell on the minutiae. Zhu Houzhong chuckled awkwardly before suddenly recalling something, his smile fading as he casually inquired, did you return alone? Li Qing, perplexed, scoffed. Your attempts at diverting the topic are rather inept. Diverting the topic? Zhu Houzhong laughed. Do not think I am unaware of the true nature of the conversation. Li Qing, sensing the sincerity in his words, became increasingly puzzled. What do you know? Zhu Houzhong sneered. What you know? What do I know? What you know? Li Qing was truly vexed. Upon entering, he had already felt out of sorts, and now this man was provoking him further with his temper tantrum, pushing him to his limits. Zhu Houzhong, have I been exceedingly patient with you? It seems you have forgotten the terrors of Li Qing, but fear not. I can assist you in recalling. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves. Zhu Houzhong, indeed, felt intimidated and reluctantly remarked, in front of the child, you ought to exercise a modicum of restraint. You have repeatedly provoked me first, Li Qing retorted, gritting his teeth, unaffected by Zhu's words. Zhu Houzhong had no choice but to clarify. Very well, I shall be more explicit. You had better be clear, or else you may find yourself without the opportunity to speak shortly, Li Qing coldly replied. Zhu Houzhong emitted a soft snort and said, I have heard about your affairs in Britain. To be honest, I can somewhat comprehend your actions, yet I am still profoundly shocked. Li Qing paused momentarily, then laughed. Given my age, do you think I lack the means? Zhu Houzhong gazed intently at Li Qing, his eyes filled with pity, respect, and a hint of disdain. You truly can stoop so low? I scarcely know what to say. Li Qing shrugged and replied, there is no choice. I am also acting for the sake of the Ming. Though my methods may be rather unsavory, the outcome is favorable. Yet, you should not, at least not. Zhu Houzhong sighed deeply. I understand your intentions, but there is truly no need for such actions. They are unbecoming of your stature. Li Qing chuckled. When have I ever cared for such things? But what? Li Qing retorted sharply. When did you become so overly sentimental? Zhu Houzhong was rendered speechless. And after a considerable pause, he finally managed a bitter smile. It seems I am truly unable to keep pace with the new era, at the very least. I cannot accept it. Observing his heartfelt concern, Li Qing softened his tone, sighing, my methods may be despicable, yet without them, from where would the woolen jacket come? Yes, it is indeed inhumane, but I had no choice. Zhu Houzhong fell silent. He had always understood Li Qing's love for the Ming, but never imagined that Li Qing would be willing to sacrifice so much. How is she? She is well enough. Alas, she has reached an age, Li Qing sighed, his mood somber. Zhu Houzhong stared blankly at Li Qing for a long time. You need not keep that woolen jacket. Truly, you should not impose such hardships upon yourself. A gentleman values wealth, yet it should be acquired justly. Our Ming is not so impoverished as to necessitate such measures. Witnessing his fervor, Li Qing felt deeply moved. However, amidst his gratitude, he sensed something was amiss, yet could not articulate it at the moment. He could only reply with irritation. When did you become so indecisive and noble in character? A gentleman cherishes wealth and seeks it justly. Humor me. Regardless of how the wealth is acquired, it is real and tangible. The more, the better. You are being overly fastidious. This is not merely a matter of virtue. Zhu Houzhong gently stated, hesitant to deliver hurtful words. Wealth can be earned gradually. If those in the outer court were to hear you, how would they perceive you? Li Qing rolled his eyes. And how would they perceive me? How absurd. My reputation has been tarnished for over a century. If I truly cared about their opinions, the eternal Qing Marquis would not be the eternal Qing Marquis. Enough, enough. To continue would be to indulge in sentimentality, Li Qing said, exasperated. I know you're being sentimental, but I never expected you to have become so sentimental after years apart. After all, you have ruled as emperor for 40 years. Can you not act with more fortitude? Surprisingly, Zhu Houzhong did not retaliate or grow angry. After a long moment, he sighed deeply as if having made a certain decision and asked, where is she now? Isn't that rather redundant? Where else could it be, apart from Jinling? Zhu Houzhong nodded, took a deep breath, and remarked, since they have returned, we should also show some acknowledgement. How about we bestow upon her the title of a first-class noble consort? Li Qing, seemingly lost in thought, caught Zhu Houzhong's attention. Zhu assumed it was due to the overseas secret being revealed, causing a hint of embarrassment. He chuckled, it's merely a title, nothing of great significance. We ought to give her some recognition, don't you think? Li Qing's expression was peculiar as he slowly responded. Who are you referring to? You know whom? Zhu Houzhong insisted. I need you to say it. Li Qing replied, emphasizing each word. That name is rather unique. I can't quite recall it at the moment. Zhu Houzhong mused for a while before saying, is it Li Zishan, perhaps? Li Qing was taken aback, then slowly began to smile. The laughter was cold and delicate. While Zhu Yijuan nestled closer to his grandfather. Which scoundrel told you that I brought Elizabeth back? Enough of that. Regarding this matter, Zhu Houzhong retorted, you've already acted. Isn't it a bit late to be coy? Just earlier, you were quite fearless, unashamed even. To be candid, this is no longer a secret. Not only do I know, but the folks in Jinling are also aware. No need to pretend, I'm not mocking you. You've made significant sacrifices. Sacrifices? Nonsense. Li Qing exclaimed, fuming. Which scoundrel spread those rumors? As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Qing realized the source of the gossip. Where's Feng Bao? Bring Feng Bao here. Seeing Li Qing in such a fluster delighted Zhu Houzhong. The feeling of witnessing Li Qing's plight was far more intoxicating than any elixir. After all, you've been a noble for over a century. Can't you behave like a man? Zhu Houzhong seized the opportunity to lecture. A true gentleman must bear responsibility. Your actions tarnish your character. I'll tarnish your character. Li Qing shot back, venomously. Elizabeth and I are merely just friends, maintaining a pure relationship. Fine, fine. I believe you. Let it be. As Zhu Houzhong continued, his expression suggested a camaraderie among men, as if to say, I understand. We all do. Li Qing felt a surge of anger. He was at a loss for words, and Elizabeth was absent, making it impossible to provide proof. Any forced explanation would only worsen the situation, creating an even darker narrative. The world had changed drastically. How could one convince others that a kiss on the hand and a shared dance were merely frivolous engagements? Time and again, Li Qing attempted to suppress his frustration, but at that moment, it finally erupted. Little Zhu Yijuan cried out in fear. Though he couldn't comprehend the adult conversation, the fear emanating from his very soul was palpable. Where's Feng Bao? In the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs, Feng Bao rubbed his face, his right eyelid twitching uncontrollably, causing half his face to twitch as well. An inexplicable unease settled over him as he turned to Zhu Houzhong and asked, "What does this incessant twitching signify?" Zhu Houzhong, busy organizing memorials, replied without looking up. A twitching left eyelid signifies wealth, while the right denotes disaster. Realizing he had been rude, he quickly glanced up at Feng Bao. Upon observing the other party's left eye twitching, a flicker of reassurance washed over Zhu Houzhong, only to be swiftly replaced by the realization of an anomaly. He was seated face-to-face with eunuch Feng, and the left eye he beheld was, in fact, the right eye. Zhu Houzhong, quick to react, hastily added, "Such beliefs are mere superstitions. There is no need for the eunuch to take them to heart." No sooner had he spoken than a gallant captain of the Jinui burst in with unrestrained fervor, bypassing the customary announcement. Zhu Houzhong felt a tinge of irritation. As the chief scribe of the Eastern Depot, he wielded authority over the Jinui, which, although commanded by Liu Bing, was a subordinate to the Eastern Depot. Nevertheless, within the precincts of the Li Qing, it seemed rather presumptuous for a mere captain to act so brazenly. With a sardonic tone, Zhu Houzhong remarked, "Pray tell, is this a directive from Commander Liu, or do you have personal business to attend to?" "Your Excellencies, Eunuch Feng and Eunuch Chun," the captain clasped his hands in greeting. "I bear a decree from the Supreme Emperor." Both men were momentarily taken aback. Zhu Houzhong's sardonic demeanor vanished, replaced by an urgent bow, mirrored by Feng Bao. "We are at your service. Feng Bao, you are to proceed immediately to the Grand High Palace to see His Majesty without delay." Zhu Houzhong was momentarily stunned, while Feng Bao straightened with a start. "Eunuch Feng, please," the captain gestured courteously. Feng Bao, still in a state of shock, rose hesitantly and asked, "Did His Majesty have anything further to convey?" The captain shook his head. "The Supreme Emperor merely instructed that you hasten to the Grand High Palace." Feng Bao nodded slightly and stepped out. Once Zhu Houzhong and the others had distanced themselves, he rose slowly, excitement bubbling within him as he mused. "The left eye heralds fortune, while the right eye portends calamity. How remarkably accurate. May heaven bestow its blessings." In the Grand High Palace, a cacophony erupted. After enduring a torrent of invective from Li Qing, Zhu Houzhong's ire was ignited, and he retorted, "Even if it weren't so, since it's not, why then do you speak of underhanded tactics? If you do not admit to your dubious methods, how could I ever misunderstand you?" Li Qing, incensed, shot back. "The underhanded methods I speak of pertain to the woolen jackets and the suffering inflicted upon the local populace during their production. What do you take it for?" "Oh, is that what you meant?" Zhu Houzhong paused, then scoffed. "Who instructed you to be so vague? Where did you ever clarify that? Your assertion that people shouldn't suffer at all, wasn't that your implication? How absurd. Do you truly believe I would shed a tear for the British?" Zhu Houzhong sneered. "I am the Supreme Emperor of the Ming Dynasty, not a compassionate bodhisattva. The fault lies entirely with you. And furthermore, did you not say that the individuals have been brought back, that they are in Jinling and of advanced age? Were you referring to Elizabeth?" Li Qing, vexed, retorted, "Are you unaware I was speaking of Li Shuer?" Zhu Houzhong faltered but stubbornly replied, "How could I know if you didn't specify? Is this even worth discussing? All right. If you desire amusement, I shall oblige." Enough. Let us cease this quarrel," Huang Jin interjected, cradling the young prince while mediating. "It is merely a misunderstanding. Once clarified, all will be well." "Clarified? It is easy to spread rumors, yet exhausting to dispel them," Zhu Houzhong mused, anticipating Feng Bao's imminent arrival, and mockingly added, "Hee. One wonders who it was that claimed their reputation was already in tatters, no longer fearing disgrace, yet now seems eager to erect a facade of virtue." "You certainly speak boldly," Li Qing exclaimed in a fit of rage, leaping nearly to Zhang and seizing Zhu Houzhong by the collar as he cowered behind a crimson pillar, gritting his teeth, ready to strike. Wait, Zhu Houzhong hastily replied. "There is always a reason for grievances and debts. You have the wrong person. If you must lay blame, it should be on Feng Bao. Were it not for his fabrications, this situation would never have escalated to this extent." Li Qing paused momentarily. Just then, a voice from outside announced, "Reporting to Your Majesty, Feng Bao has been brought in." Zhu Houzhong quickly freed himself from Li Qing's grasp, straightened his collar, and declared, "Let him enter." As he spoke, he distanced himself from Li Qing. Before long, Feng Bao entered the grand hall. He observed the peculiar expression on the former emperor's face, which appeared to be a blend of amusement and disdain. The Duke of Yongqing's countenance was as grim as a winter-s lake, and the eunuch Huang could only shake his head in exasperation, his face reflecting pity. Feng Bao instantly sensed his impending misfortune. Though he was at a loss as to how he had incurred the wrath of both the Duke of Yongqing and the former emperor simultaneously. With a heavy thud, he knelt down, bowing his head vigorously, striving to demonstrate his respect. "I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor." "Indeed," Zhu Houzhong replied coolly. "I ask you, were the words you previously spoke to me truthful?" Before Feng Bao could respond, Zhu Houzhong continued, "You know the consequences of deceiving the sovereign, do you not?" Feng Bao was drenched in cold sweat, realizing where the issue lay, yet he clung to a flicker of hope, inquiring, "Your Majesty, forgive me. I am but a simple servant and did not comprehend that you referred to matters concerning Li Qing and the Queen of Britain, Li Ziba." Zhu Houzhong patiently reminded him. Indeed, it was then that Feng Bao felt his heart sink, instinctively glancing toward the Duke of Yongqing, only to find his gaze colder than ice. Feng Bao's head felt as though it might explode. "Answer me," Zhu Houzhong commanded. "Yes, I shall comply," Feng Bao stammered, trembling like a leaf in the wind. "I assure you, I have not deceived the sovereign. All I have spoken is the truth." Desperate, Feng Bao decided to embrace his plight, recognizing that he was already doomed. Zhu Houzhong, reveling in the unfolding drama, cleared his throat and stated, "So it is true that Li Qing and Li Ziba are indeed involved?" Feng Bao gritted his teeth, affirming yes. "Is it also true that Li Qing has been intimate with Li Ziba?" Feng Bao, with a face that reflected a readiness to face death, replied, "Yes." Zhu Houzhong smiled with satisfaction and turned his gaze towards Li Qing, disdainfully remarking, "Now that you have embraced her, what more do you have to say? Or do you contend that Feng Bao is lying?" With a voice tinged with desperation, Feng Bao pleaded, "My lord, you know that I have spoken no falsehoods. My lord, do you not remember when I traveled to Britain with silver coins and specifically informed you that the former emperor was very concerned about everything happening here? I dared not deceive him and spoke the whole truth." Feng Bao's memory was sharp as he recalled, at that time. "Your exact words were, 'What is there of significance to mention? I am inquiring about state affairs and the court's matters.'" Feng Bao wept, saying, "It is not that I wish to conceal matters from the Lord, nor is it my intention to withhold information. Rather, it is you, my lord, who seemed disinterested in hearing." Li Qing, stifled by his frustrations, found it maddening that he could not entirely blame Feng Bao. With a stern expression, Li Qing inquired, "Are you not aware that it is merely a matter of etiquette?" "Etiquette?" Feng Bao exclaimed in astonishment. "Is that truly what it is? You say it is etiquette." "And so it is," Zhu Houzhong interjected. "Is kissing also considered etiquette?" "Who is kissed?" Li Qing exclaimed, losing his composure. "Hey, Feng Bao, speak up." Feng Bao stammered, "Your Majesty, I did not say anything about kissing. I merely mentioned affection. Where have these affections transpired?" Zhu Houzhong, far from disappointed, grew increasingly intrigued. Meanwhile, Huang Jin widened his small eyes, instinctively rocking the young prince in his arms, yet his attention remained fixated on Feng Bao. It was the hand. The back of the hand, Feng Bao replied hesitantly. Li Qing took a deep breath, casting a cold glance at Zhu Houzhong. "What do you have to say for yourself?" Zhu Houzhong cleared his throat. "Perhaps I have misremembered. Yet, does it not seem of little difference?" He turned to Huang Jin. "Pray tell, in what realm of etiquette does a queen allow a foreign man such liberties?" Huang Jin, though skeptical, replied, "In truth, Your Majesty, this matter is rather perplexing. However, it may be that foreigners are less restrained." "Very well," Zhu Houzhong conceded reluctantly, then turned to Li Qing with a mischievous grin. "I believe you. Do you believe me?" Li Qing abruptly rose, and Feng Bao, startled, rolled his eyes dramatically before collapsing to the ground, fainting in fright. Chapter 59. A Divergent Landscape. What is happening? What is happening? Zhu Houzhong panicked, ready to call for assistance. Yet, he was ultimately a step too late. Huang Jin wished to offer counsel, but before he could act, Li Qing commanded, "Leave." Huang Jin complied readily, not out of fear of Li Qing, but rather to avoid alarming the young prince. Moreover, he understood Li Qing would not truly harm his master. Additionally, he needed to maintain his post, ensuring no one suspected his master was in distress. Zhu Houzhong, rendered speechless and immobile, watched as Li Qing advanced towards him, growing increasingly anxious. Li Qing scoffed, "Now I understand how rumors spiral into absurdity. The gesture of courtesy has morphed into a kiss in your interpretation. By your reasoning, should I not have children as well?" Caught in a state of panic, Zhu Houzhong suddenly faltered, his gaze shifting elsewhere in guilt. Li Qing was taken aback, then erupted in fury. "You scoundrel, you truly spread such tales?" Zhu Houzhong could not articulate a response, merely sweating profusely, which Li Qing interpreted as a clear sign of his guilt. In the end, Zhu Houzhong managed to evade physical punishment, yet Li Qing remained vexed. It was evident that over the past 2 years, Zhu Houzhong, as well as the younger members of the Jinling family, had firmly believed that he was compromised by Queen Elizabeth of Britain. Though Li Qing possessed a thick skin, it did not mean he was indifferent. Be they bullies or powerful ministers, he was unconcerned with how the courtiers perceived him. However, when it came to his own family, Li Qing did indeed value his reputation. Upon recalling the time when his family displayed a gaze of pity intertwined with reverence, much like that of Zhu Houzhong, Li Qing was driven to the brink of madness. Fortunately, Xiao Shui'er was privy to the truth. One could surmise that the misunderstanding had been resolved. Otherwise, it was certain that Zhu Houzhong would have seized the opportunity to mock him. Yet, contemplating further, Li Qing realized that the young lady was not entirely understanding. Given her jealousy during their time in Britain, she might not clarify matters and could even exacerbate the situation. Perhaps Zhu Houzhong and the others merely felt sympathy for him, unwilling to cause him distress. The more Li Qing pondered, the more his anger intensified, veins throbbing on his forehead, occasionally jabbing Zhu Houzhong in the ribs, not excessively hard, but certainly painful, causing Zhu Houzhong to emit a whimper. If he were able to move, he would undoubtedly resemble a writhing worm at that moment. Returning to the matter at hand, one could hardly blame him for being younger and more resilient to such beatings. Huang Jin lingered outside the hall for a while, sensing the time was right, before re-entering with the now sleeping young prince in his arms, announcing, "The hot pot and wine are ready. In this vast world, eating is of utmost importance." Zhu Houzhong, using the last vestiges of his strength, blinked furiously in agreement. Li Qing retaliated with a sharp jab to his ribs, eliciting a gasp from Zhu Houzhong, which provided Li Qing with a modicum of satisfaction. Huang Jin interjected, "Quickly lift the restrictions on the Grand Emperor, so I may have the food and drink brought in." Zhu Houzhong blinked vigorously once more to signify his consent. Li Qing coldly remarked, "If you tarnish my reputation further, the consequences will be far more dire next time." Zhu Houzhong continued to blink, finally achieving his release. Zhu Houzhong exhaled a long sigh, wishing to unleash a torrent of curses upon Li Qing, yet feeling too intimidated to do so, he turned his gaze to Huang Jin. Huang Jin promptly assured, "I saw nothing. The young prince was lulled to sleep by me, and I witnessed nothing." Li Qing teased, "You too fear embarrassment." Zhu Houzhong ignored him, silently wiping his face, feeling aggrieved and contemplating. Had it been Zhu Houzhong, would Li Qing still have dared to act so ruthlessly? After tidying his appearance and adjusting his attire, Zhu Houzhong muttered, "Bring in the meal." Huang Jin complied, placing the young prince in the inner chamber's bed and covering him with a quilt before exiting to summon the food. Soon, a steady stream of fresh and sumptuous vegetables and fruits was delivered. A purple copper pot was set up, pine charcoal was ignited, and bowls and chopsticks were arranged with fluid grace. However, upon noticing the chief steward collapsed on the floor, an unsettling tension gripped their hearts. Seeing this, Huang Jin approached, gently shaking Feng Bao, calling his name repeatedly until he finally roused from his stupor. Feng Bao appeared disoriented, his expression blank, but after a moment, dread washed over his face. Huang Jin whispered urgently, "We must leave at once." Feng Bao bowed his head and stumbled away quickly. How terrifying it was. The Duke of Yongqing was indeed formidable, even daring to strike the Grand Emperor. Was there anyone in this realm he would not challenge? Feng Bao felt his heart racing, his skin prickling with anxiety, as his eyes twitched uncontrollably. The bubbling broth of the hot pot swirled with lamb, dog meat, and pork belly, all floating amidst the fragrant liquid. Huang Jin busily arranged the dishes for his master while adding spinach and cabbage hearts to the pot, all the while fostering a lively atmosphere, clearly enjoying the hustle and bustle. Today, as they gathered once more, they set aside matters of business to indulge in food and drink, engaging in cheerful conversation. Zhu Houzhong's round face beamed as both men extended courtesies towards one another. With the delightful aroma of the sumptuous dishes wafting through the air, they downed a few cups of warm wine. Li Qing's temper softened somewhat, and Zhu Houzhong's gloom lifted as both parties ceased their previous hostility, regaining their composure and rationality. "How long do you plan to stay in the Ming Dynasty upon your return?" Li Qing inquired. We'll see how things unfold. It could be a few years at least. Perhaps even a decade or more, he replied. Zhu Houzhong's expression grew more relaxed as he picked up a steaming slice of lamb from the platter, dipping it into sauce before savoring it. Why not share some entertaining tales from overseas? He suggested. As Li Qing ate, he briefly recounted various Western amusements: bullfighting, dogfighting, card games, and fencing. Zhu Houzhong listened with wide-eyed curiosity, and Huang Jin was equally captivated. I must say, foreigners certainly know how to enjoy themselves, Zhu Houzhong remarked. Then asked, so, at a ball, do men and women dance together? Indeed, men with men, women with women. As well as men and women together can all partake in the dance, Li Qing explained. He elaborated that the act of extending one's hand was merely an invitation to dance. Moreover, what Feng Bao had witnessed was merely the British Queen's deliberate display to elevate her own status, emphasizing that, despite being a woman, she held her own against any man. Zhu Houzhong merely smiled, though how much he believed remained uncertain. What truly piqued his curiosity was the notion of a woman ascending to the throne. How does a mere woman become a king? He pondered aloud. To put it simply, the system of succession there, while also hereditary, differs from ours. It isn't strictly a case of passing the title only to males, is it? Li Qing clarified. Not exactly. While the preference is to pass the throne to the eldest son, if a king finds himself without a son at the time of succession, he may pass the throne to his daughter. Unlike us, where, should an emperor have no sons, a male heir is selected from among the royal clan. Zhu Houzhong was taken aback and inquired further. Can a queen pass the throne to her own son? Indeed. Huang Jin was equally astonished. If several successive rulers have only daughters, wouldn't that lead to a continuous line of queens? Wouldn't the bloodline become diluted? Li Qing shrugged, stating, it seems they do not perceive it that way. After a moment, he added, before Elizabeth, the British throne was held by a queen, Queen Mary, who was Elizabeth's half-sister. Are you saying the sister passed the throne to her sibling? Zhu Houzhong was flabbergasted. Li Qing explained, it wasn't so much a passing of the throne as it was Elizabeth seizing the crown. Oh, and by the way, Queen Mary is still alive, albeit imprisoned. Truly incredible, Zhu Houzhong exclaimed, his face alight with wonder. Sisters and siblings can behave in such a manner? What is so strange about that? It's no different than uncles and nephews, Li Qing replied dismissively, rolling his eyes. You, Zhu Houzhong, are filled with frustration. Can this truly be compared? While the founding emperor's actions during the Jingnan Rebellion may indeed draw some parallels, the only fitting comparison would be to the Xuanwu Gate incident of Emperor Taizong of the Tang Dynasty, although the familial conflict shifts from brothers to sisters. Li Qing contemplated for a moment and nodded slightly, acknowledging that this analogy is indeed more apparent. The foreign customs are indeed chaotic. Zhu Houzhong finds it difficult to accept such a system of succession. Even a power-hungry individual like himself, lacking a son, would only select a successor from among the relatives, never bestowing the throne upon a daughter. Of course, the societal norms of the Ming dynasty do not permit an emperor to pass the throne to a princess. What else diverges so sharply from our practices? Share your insights, so that we may broaden our horizons. Zhu Houzhong's curiosity had been piqued. Huang Jin, too, wore a face of intrigue. Does the queen's leg count? Zhu Houzhong expressed disdain, shivering as he remarked that one might as well have touched the leg of a red-haired barbarian, indicating hunger. I truly wish to strike you. Li Qing inhaled deeply and clarified, I was referring to the taverns. The establishments over there could whimsically be named the Queen's leg, the Queen's arm, or the Princess head. Is that not a display of distinct charm? Li Qing continued, in our terms, it would be akin to Jiajing's head or Jiajing's leg. Enough already, Zhu Houzhong retorted, his frustration evident. What nonsense is this? Can we truly learn from such frivolities? Li Qing replied, it cannot simply be borrowed, yet in a certain sense, it reflects a kind of openness, does it not? Merely an affront. No, it is jest. What is the difference? You might think there is none, but there is indeed a distinction, at the very least. It showcases the affability of those in power, does it not? Zhu Houzhong chuckled. Do you truly wish to impose such a system upon the Ming? Certainly not. I merely wish to show you a different perspective. Is that not what you seek, to expand your horizons? Li Qing scoffed. If I were to withhold this from you, who would dare speak of it to you? As long as that is the case, Zhu Houzhong murmured, if you were to enact such reforms, I would stake my life to ensure your plans are thwarted. Li Qing sighed with a wry smile and shook his head, if that is your belief. It merely indicates your lack of understanding of me. Zhu Houzhong felt a flush rise to his face, retorting, I certainly understand you. It is merely jest. Noticing Li Qing seemed somewhat melancholic, Zhu Houzhong shifted the topic, inquiring about the focus of your reforms? The mind philosophy. Indeed, I should not have asked. Zhu Houzhong inwardly berated himself. Chapter 60. Heroes do not question their origins. What do you mean? What should I say? Zhu Houzhong redirected the conversation. Having previously agreed to refrain from discussing official matters, let us not delve into such distressing topics today. Let us simply enjoy food and merriment. Li Qing did not press the issue, merely stating, do consider it carefully. Zhu Houzhong nonchalantly agreed, once again pivoting the discussion towards the exotic allure of Britannia. In the meantime, Li Qing was refining elixirs. Huang Jin had intended to assist, but Li Qing declined, considering Huang Jin's age and the frigid weather, deeming it unnecessary to trouble him further. It was now the third year of the Longqing era, and the elixirs Li Qing had previously prepared had long since been exhausted, even with regular consumption. According to Zhu Houzhong, he had indeed concocted some elixirs, yet Zhu Houzhong neither consumed them nor requested any. However, now that he has returned to the capital, the elixir must be presented. Juzheng has fulfilled his expectations of the emperor, and naturally, he must offer something in return. For both public and private reasons, Li Qing hopes that Juzheng will live a long life, even if he no longer reigns as emperor. With a seamless flow, Li Qing prepared the furnace, kindled the fire, divided the herbs, and refined the elixir, displaying no decrease in efficiency despite Huang Jin's absence. In just over half an hour, the fresh elixir emerged from the furnace. As was his custom, Li Qing selected only the most aesthetically pleasing specimens to place into jade vials, while the less appealing ones were consumed, adhering to his principle of waste not. Having completed these tasks, the hour was nearing the end of the afternoon. He glanced up to find the sky dimming, with twilight approaching in less than half an hour. Having dined well at noon, Li Qing had no intention of venturing out for food again. Instead, he prepared to return to his quarters to read a novel before indulging in a long slumber. Unexpectedly, a knock echoed at the gate. Who is it? I am Juzheng, seeking an audience with the Yongqing Marquis. Ah, him again? Li Qing pondered for a moment before stepping forward to open the door. Greetings, Yongqing Marquis. I apologize for the impudence of my visit, Juzheng said, bowing respectfully. Li Qing scrutinized him for a moment, expressing his surprise. You are quite young, yet your beard is so long. Juzheng, taken aback by this unexpected remark, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Please, come in. Thank you. Juzheng clasped his hands together and entered the courtyard, closing the gate behind him at Li Qing's behest. Upon entering the guest hall, as the light began to fade, Li Qing procured a candle and lit it. After allowing several drops of wax to solidify, he secured the candle to the tea table and gestured toward the chair opposite him. Please, take a seat. Thank you, Yongqing Marquis. Juzheng sat down and stated, I owe my current position largely to your past support, and upon hearing of your arrival in the capital, I wish to pay my respects. I am neither under instructions from others, nor do I harbor ulterior motives. Li Qing chuckled lightly. Your success is not solely due to my assistance. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards Su Jie. Juzheng replied earnestly, Indeed, Minister Su has shown me great favor. Yet I cannot overlook your contributions, Marquis. How could I ever forget? Ah, your promotion does not surprise me. But it does astonish me that you are only now the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Li Qing remarked, puzzled. You do not strike me as someone of a straightforward nature like Hai Rui. Juzheng paused, then replied with a wry smile, I simply have not been fortunate. Indeed, personal fortune plays a significant role. Li Qing nodded, then inquired, has the cabinet recently welcomed a scholar named Li Chunfeng? What is he like? You are well informed, Yongqing Marquis. He is from the same cohort as I, quite talented, and possesses excellent character. His reputation is outstanding, Juzheng succinctly introduced. So, he is akin to Minister Su then? Indeed. Li Qing nodded slightly, pondering. With a second Su Jie in the cabinet, it seems Su Jie should be contemplating retirement. Is that the reason for your visit today? Not at all. I genuinely came merely to express my gratitude for your past support, with no other intentions. Is it truly a form of gratitude when your hands are empty? Li Qing teased. Juzheng's face flushed with embarrassment, and he retorted, I was too eager and lost my decorum. I hope you will not hold it against me, Marquis. Very well, let us speak of business now. Indeed. Zhang Juzheng took a deep breath and remarked, "Looking at our great Ming dynasty today, it is indeed flourishing. However, beneath its grandeur, the flaws and maladies are becoming increasingly apparent, particularly in the aftermath of the chaos in Chunan, which is truly concerning." Li Qing refrained from responding. Zhang Juzheng continued, "The emperor has appointed me as the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue. How could I not devote myself wholeheartedly to this responsibility? Alas, my knowledge is limited, and I am at a loss as to how best to serve the nation and its people. Relying on my past acquaintance with your excellency, I have come today to humbly seek your guidance, and I hope you may generously impart your wisdom." "I am unable to teach you anything," Li Qing replied, slightly shaking his head. "Each individual possesses a unique character, distinct aspirations, and differing perceptions. How can one teach another? Do you wish to emulate me? It is impossible. You are not me, nor do I possess anything replicable." Zhang Juzheng was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning somber. "Do you truly wish to learn from me?" Li Qing inquired, surprised. Zhang Juzheng chuckled self-deprecatingly and said, "Having witnessed your extraordinary capabilities, how could I dare to remain commonplace? I believe that the ideals of the Duke of Yongqing are that everyone should be exceptional, just as you are, is it not?" Li Qing did not refute him, but merely stated, "I possess longevity and unparalleled power. These two attributes alone ensure that you cannot learn from me." "I wish to try," Zhang Juzheng asserted. "If you wish to try, why not speak to the emperor or the retired emperor?" Li Qing countered. Zhang Juzheng fell silent for a long time before responding. How could a sovereign empathize with a subject? Throughout history, every emperor, whether wise or foolish, has regarded the realm as their private estate. How could I dare to express such sentiments to the emperor or the retired emperor? And yet you dare to share them with me? Li Qing challenged. From the Hongwu reign to the present, if we consider the actions of the Duke of Yongqing, they have always been beneficial to the nation and its people, seemingly to the emperor's advantage, yet not truly so, Zhang Juzheng replied. "I have faith in the Duke of Yongqing, as well as in my own judgment." Li Qing pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you comprehend the implications of this?" "Of course I understand," Zhang Juzheng affirmed. "Do you truly understand?" "I do." Li Qing nodded slightly. "In life and in work, the difficulty lies in perseverance. How can you guarantee that the future you will remain the same as the present you?" "I cannot guarantee myself, but I can guarantee the Duke of Yongqing," Zhang Juzheng replied with a faint smile. "In the eyes of the Duke of Yongqing, what does it mean to be the Prime Minister? I have already expressed my sentiments in the Eastern Palace. It was not a momentary impulse." Li Qing considered this for a moment and gently nodded. "Very well." Zhang Juzheng was momentarily stunned. Then his breath quickened, and he felt his face flush. With a disposition like his, he found it difficult to suppress the turmoil within at that moment. Li Qing, calm and composed, waited for him to regain his composure before asking, "You must be familiar with the concept of the mind in learning, correct?" Zhang Juzheng was momentarily taken aback and replied, influenced by Grand Scholar Su. "I have also dabbled in the study of the mind. What is your opinion on this doctrine?" "To be candid, I regard Wang Yongming as an extraordinary figure. However, the teachings of the mind are fraught with flaws and should not be widely disseminated." Li Qing contemplated for a moment and inquired, "If you were to enter the cabinet, would you advocate for the teachings of the mind? Do you desire my honest answer?" "Of course, I would not," Zhang Juzheng declared. "The teachings of Yongming are destined to remain peripheral and can never become mainstream. What if it were merely transitional?" Zhang Juzheng furrowed his brow deeply and shook his head. "That would be too perilous." Li Qing chose not to dwell on this matter further, nor did he wish to alter Zhang Juzheng's worldview. Instead, he asked, "Having been away from the court for some time, I am unfamiliar with the officials in the capital. Do you know of anyone who is deeply enamored with the teachings of the mind and has made significant contributions, excluding Grand Scholar Su?" Zhang Juzheng pondered for a considerable time before responding, "Aside from Grand Scholar Su, I truly cannot think of anyone else in the capital who is as devoted to the study of the mind. However, in the provinces, there is indeed someone known to officials whose mastery in this discipline rivals that of Grand Scholar Su, if not surpassing it." "Who might that be?" came the inquiry. "Zhao Jingji," Zhang Juzheng replied, nodding. "His courtesy name is Ming. He achieved the highest honors in the 7th year of the Jiajing era and was subsequently appointed as a jinshi in the 14th year. After detailing his academic credentials, Zhang Juzheng continued with Zhao's career. He was selected as a scholar in the Hanlin Academy and served as an editor there. This individual was exceptionally talented. possessing a character of utmost integrity, yet within him resided a profound Buddhist nature. Under normal circumstances, by now, he would have certainly attained a position as a deputy minister. However, due to his strong personality, he was dispatched to the provinces by Yinsong. Grand Scholar Su greatly admired him, and after Yinsong's retirement to his hometown, he repeatedly promoted Zhao, allowing him to serve successively as the principal official of the Qingli department in Yingtianfu, as well as the deputy minister of the Ministry of Rights, and a right historical official of Yingtianfu. Yet, he remained indifferent to these honors. Originally, Zhao Jingji had reached the position of deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue in southern Zhili and had garnered the favor of the chief minister of the cabinet, with his next step being a promotion to the capital. Alas, upon the passing of his father, he had to return home to observe a period of mourning. Once this period concluded, he was restored to his previous position, but unexpectedly, due to the presence of an already serving deputy minister in the Ministry of Revenue, he remarked, "Why should there be an additional position?" Thus, he refused to serve. Juzheng chuckled wryly, stating, "I have heard from Grand Scholar Su that he is currently wandering about, seeking relatives and friends, indulging in nature while lecturing." Juzheng found Zhao Jingji's actions completely incomprehensible. To him, it seemed a sheer waste of youth and an utter squandering of talent. Li Qing, however, was intrigued and inquired, "Where is he currently located?" Juzheng admitted, "I truly do not know. Grand Scholar Su frequently corresponds with him. He would likely be aware. If you wish to find out, I can inquire with Grand Scholar Su on your behalf." Li Qing nodded slightly. "That would be much appreciated." "Your Grace is too kind," Juzheng replied, waving his hands dismissively, and with a wry smile, he added, "Then we shall await news." Indeed, Juzheng felt invigorated, realizing that taking shortcuts often led to swifter results. As the saying goes, a hero does not inquire about one's origins. Juzheng felt no shame. To him, the manner of ascent was insignificant compared to how one conducted oneself once in power. Noting that it was getting late, Li Qing issued a dismissal. "It's time to leave. It would be unwise to traverse in darkness. I would not presume to trouble your grace with my departure." Juzheng responded hastily, rising and bowing deeply. "I bid you farewell." "Very well." After a moment of solitude in the guest hall, Li Qing returned to his chambers with a candle in hand, contemplating the promotion of the study of the mind. As for Juzheng, Li Qing held him in high regard, partly due to his historical fame and partly due to his considerable intellect. A little encouragement in nurturing talent would not be detrimental. Chapter 61. Overexertion can be harmful. The following day, in the Grand Hall, "Here are your pills," Li Qing said, tossing them forth. Zhu Houzhong hastily caught them and, upon prying open the lid, beheld a mere 100 or so pills, which instantly brought a smile to his face. This indicated that Li Qing truly had no intention of setting sail in the future. "You possess a modicum of conscience," Zhu Houzhong remarked cheerfully as he tucked them away. Before continuing, however, regarding the matter of the study of the mind, I must deliberate further. "Do you require 10 days? "At least 100 days. I ask you, is 10 days sufficient? Perhaps a month would suffice." Li Qing ceased to press further, nodding slightly before inquiring, "What is your impression of Juzheng?" Zhu Houzhong hesitated for a moment and then jested, "What? Is it a matter of pay for favors?" Li Qing rolled his eyes. Huang Jin, who was roasting sweet potatoes, seized the opportunity to explain, "Your Majesty, do you not know the character of Li Qing? If he sought payment for his services, he would not be Li Qing of noble integrity." Li Qing remarked, although Huang Jin spoke on his behalf, it was unnecessary. Zhu Houzhong turned serious and stated, "This man is indeed a rare talent, possessing both capability and ambition. He will undoubtedly be valued in the future." Li Qing interjected, "If that is the case, why wait for the future? The current Ming Dynasty is in dire need of fresh talent. Since you acknowledge his abilities, why not admit him to the cabinet?" Zhu Houzhong furrowed his brow slightly. "I do intend to bring him into the cabinet, but is it not a tad premature? The cabinet already includes Sujia. Adding another like him would ensure stability, but may hinder progress." Li Qing sighed. "Times have changed, and we must adapt accordingly." After a pause, he continued, "It is not just Juzheng. The former official Gao Gong should also be reinstated. It has been 3 years since the Long Qing era." Li Qing chuckled. "Did you not abdicate in order to cultivate the new emperor? Yet your implicit support for him does not truly prepare him for the throne. The principle of spoiling a child is one I need not elaborate upon." Zhu Houzhong fell silent. "I am well aware of this," he finally admitted. "But this seems rather radical. Furthermore, since the incident with Chunin, the court has not been stable. Not only the court, but the provinces as well. If we were to promote the radicals at this time, the drawbacks may outweigh the benefits. On the contrary, Li Qing presented a differing perspective. Since the Chunin incident, the Ming has already taken a radical turn. Failing to utilize the radicals will only exacerbate existing tensions. If we do not allow our ministers to be proactive now, when will we? Zhu Houzhong's frown deepened as he pondered this for a while, reluctantly conceding to Li Qing's viewpoint. Are you suggesting both Gao and Zhang should enter the cabinet? Li Qing replied with a laugh. The three gentlemen of the Hongji era are renowned. Yet the Hongji emperor did not stipulate that the cabinet must consist of only 3 members. Moreover, Su Jie has become ill-suited to the new era. I believe he is aware of this himself. If he were wise, he would submit his resignation soon. Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly, contemplating. Allow me to think this over. Additionally, Zhu Zion has a say in this matter. Li Qing acknowledged. That is certainly the case. At that moment, Huang Jin called out, the sweet potatoes are ready. Hearing this, Li Qing paid no further attention to Zhu Houzhong and approached Huang Jin, picking up a piece and laughing. I have been craving this for quite some time. Be careful. It's hot, Huang Jin warned. As his words left his lips, he recalled Li Qing's resilience to high temperatures when refining elixirs, and thus, let it be. Peeling back the skin of the roasted sweet potato, the inviting aroma wafted towards him. Li Qing inhaled deeply and exclaimed, Huang Jin, do elaborate on your roasting technique. It's a secret recipe, not to be divulged, Huang Jin said proudly, puffing up his chest. Li Qing feigned dissatisfaction. Are you keeping secrets from me? Have you not also concealed a technique from me in alchemy? Huang Jin retorted. This is a recipe I have painstakingly developed. I wouldn't sell it for money. Li Qing shrugged and took a large bite. Soft, tender, and sweet, with a delightful texture. The natural sugars of the sweet potato are brought to life under the exclusive baking method of Huang Jin. The unique starchiness is fully showcased, and their harmonious combination is truly delectable. Li Qing swiftly resolved the matter, yet feeling unsatisfied, he decided to prepare the portion belonging to the Juzheng era as well. When finished, still yearning for more, he remarked with exasperation, 2 roasted pieces hardly suffice. Does the flourishing Ming dynasty truly lack the means to enjoy sweet potatoes? It is the Xuanda variety. Zhu Houzhong emphasized, somewhat frustrated. I have noticed your penchant for eccentricity. It seems you believe such behavior underscores your uniqueness as the Duke of Yongqing. Li Qing merely rolled his eyes, opting not to engage in debate. As the hour approached Chun, Zhu Ziqiang arrived at the Grand Haixin Hall. Zhu Houzhong relayed Li Qing's words to him, inquiring, now that you are an emperor, what are your thoughts? Zhu Ziqiang had no objections, only delight. He disapproved of Zhang Juzheng's character, but held great respect for his capabilities. As for Gao Gong, he recognized both his character and ability, having regarded him as a trusted aide since his time as crown prince. With both his father and Duke Yongqing favoring the appointment of these two, how could he oppose? It was already the 3rd year of Lanqing, and Zhu Ziqiang was eager to achieve notable accomplishments of his own. Both men could be deemed radicals, aligning well with Zhu Ziqiang's temperament. I believe my father is wise. I too share this intention. For the Ming dynasty to thrive anew, it is prudent to adjust our governance philosophy, he voiced passionately. Zhu Ziqiang's excitement was palpable. The cabinet, consisting solely of Su Jie and Li Chunfeng, was indeed somewhat strained. Gao Gong and Zhang Juzheng were both capable ministers with considerable experience, and Zhu Ziqiang believed they would be beneficial. Observing his son's fervor, Zhu Houzhong sighed softly. Excessive labor can lead to harm. Enthusiasm, while commendable, may eventually wane. I do not require you to be fervently passionate, but rather to maintain your dedication. At that moment, Zhu Ziqiang clearly could not grasp his father's sentiments, hastily assuring, rest assured, father, my passion for the Ming dynasty will remain unwavering. Well said. This is the mark of a true emperor. Li Qing interjected, giving a thumbs up. Zhu Houzhong shot a stern glare at Li Qing before responding. If you share this sentiment, then let it be so. Yes, I shall obey, Zhu Ziqiang replied, his eyes occasionally darting toward the outside, brimming with impatience, nearly fidgeting. Observing this, Zhu Houzhong's irritation grew. Truly, he could not remain calm. Go on, then, he urged. Yes, I take my leave. Zhu Ziqiang bowed respectfully, nodding at Li Qing, and left with a smile. Watching his son's departing figure, Zhu Houzhong sighed deeply, pondering. I wonder what emotions he will harbor when he sees through it all in the future. He then turned to Li Qing, saying, regardless of circumstances. Please look after him as best as you can. Li Qing nodded gently in acknowledgement. Zhu Houzhong suddenly inquired, Li Qing, how do you think the great ancestor would react if he knew of your actions today? How would I know? Li Qing replied with a roll of his eyes. Cough. Cough. The great ancestor possessed extraordinary talent, yet his ideology was rather conservative. One cannot fault him for this. He endeavored to elevate himself, but alas, his humble origins had shaped his thoughts and temperament by the time he became emperor. In truth, in terms of governance, the great prince was somewhat superior. Your audacious remarks regarding the founder are utterly outrageous. Zhu Houzhong expressed his discontent with Li Qing's judgment, feeling aggrieved as he retorted, you claim to be original, yet you merely echo the founder. Li Qing chuckled, the founder? Who is truly being original, you or I? Perhaps we should invite the fourth tonight to settle this matter. You are being presumptuous, Zhu Houzhong replied, hesitant to delve further into the topic, swiftly diverting the conversation. You have yet to provide a direct answer to my query. Should the founder witness you today, what would be his reaction? What could he possibly do? Li Qing scoffed, before his passing. The founder entrusted me with the care of Ta. At the time, I was unaware of what Ta referred to. Thus, I have overseen all. What else could he do? What do you mean? That is of no concern to you. Zhu Houzhong furrowed his brows in contemplation, then suddenly realized, you mean that scoundrel, correct? Li Qing sighed deeply. One must not conduct oneself in such a manner. At the very least, it should not be so. The truth of the matter is clear to both of us, indeed. To all. Why must you persist in this charade? Zhu Houzhong awkwardly remarked, you see, you have once again shifted the topic. Li Qing genuinely contemplated for a moment before concluding, the founder was indeed a man of great vision, compassionate towards the populace. However, at his core, he remains akin to the ancient emperors, treating the Ming as his personal estate. He would likely raise his sword against me, but that is inconsequential. He cannot outpace me. Zhu Houzhong observed. Huang Jin remains focused on roasting sweet potatoes, having heard not a word. In the Qinxing Palace, Zhu Ziyuan summoned Su Jie and Li Chunfang, expressing a desire to augment the cabinet's roster. Su Jie, having aged and found it challenging to adapt to the contemporary state of affairs, did not oppose this notion. Li Chunfang, exhibiting a more laid-back attitude, expressed his wholehearted agreement with the emperor's proposal, merely inquiring, whom does your majesty intend to promote into the cabinet? Zhu Ziyuan pondered for a moment and replied, I believe Gao Gong, though not as esteemed as you two, would still be capable of assisting you. What are your thoughts? Li Chunfang had no objections. He bore no animosity towards Gao Gong, nor did he possess any particular affinity for him. However, Su Jie felt discomfort. Who better than he to know how Gao Gong departed? Gao Gong was well aware of this, thus a return to power was unacceptable to Su Jie. Your Majesty, you once remarked that Gao Gong acted recklessly. Such words cannot be uttered, Zhu Ziyuan interjected. If recklessness is the measure, then how can the former magistrate of Chunin, Hai Rui, be deemed anything but reckless? Was he not motivated by a desire for the nation and its people? Gao Gong, too, acted from such intentions. Presently, the Ming dynasty flourishes, yet, beneath this prosperity lie numerous ailments. Gao Gong may be reckless, but even the reckless have their uses. If harnessed correctly, they could prove beneficial for the state, would they not? But your majesty, do not rush, Su Aiqing, allow me to finish. Zhu Ziyuan interrupted Su Jie once more. There are numerous matters concurrently unfolding in the Ming, particularly in these past 2 years. I have witnessed your hard work. It weighs heavily on my heart. Merely having Gao Gong assist is insufficient. I plan to invite Zhang Juzheng into the cabinet as well. What say you, Su Aiqing? Chapter 62. A true man should be like the eternal Qing Marquis. Su Jie's expression shifted, momentarily frozen as he weighed the pros and cons. Zhu Ziyuan did not rush him, turning instead to Li Chunfang, asking, what is your perspective, Li Qing? Li Chunfang cast a sidelong glance at Su Jie and, in a contemplative tone, remarked, the emperor is indeed wise. The current prosperity of the Ming dynasty brings with it a multitude of complex affairs. Take, for instance, the vital national policies of supporting the western regions and integrating the northern deserts. These two monumental strategies, which benefit not only the present but also future generations, leave us in a state of disarray. He continued, while the 6 ministries express support for the imperial policies and are willing to cooperate, it is inevitable that each has its own considerations. Only through the leadership of the cabinet can we mitigate internal strife, albeit imperfectly. If certain officials were to concentrate on these two significant policies, not only would the implementation be more effective, but it would also allow us to devote greater energy to alleviating the emperor's burdens. I am somewhat familiar with Zhang Juzheng, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue. He is indeed quite capable. As for Gao Gong, the former deputy minister of the Ministry of Personnel, I know little about him, but I trust in the emperor's discerning eye. Li Qing's eloquence was remarkable. He highlighted the two crucial national strategies, aligning with the emperor's desire to add two individuals to the cabinet, while also emphasizing Zhang Juzheng to curry favor with Su Jie. Furthermore, attributing Gao Gong's potential entry into the cabinet to the emperor's keen insight would surely please the emperor, leaving Su Jie with no grounds for dissent. More importantly, he adeptly distanced himself from these two arduous and thankless policies, simultaneously extricating Su Jie from the burden. This also served as a subtle assertion that while the addition of personnel to the cabinet was acceptable, it should be justified in a way that would garner consensus. After concluding his remarks, Li Qing turned to Su Jie and inquired, "What does Scholar Su think?" Seizing the moment of Li Qing's discourse, Su Jie had already reached a decision. Reflecting on Li Qing's intent, he felt no hesitation and promptly declared, "Scholar Li's observations are indeed astute." He then respectfully added, "The emperor is wise. The emperor is wise." Li Qing promptly echoed his sentiment. Zhu Ziyan smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "Since both of you esteemed ministers hold this view, I shall entrust the matter of adding personnel to the cabinet to you." The inclusion of Gao Gong, often regarded unfavorably, and even Zhang Juzheng, who was smooth-tongued and protected by Su Jie, would likely stir discontent among the high-ranking officials. Although Zhu Ziyan could assert his authority unilaterally, he preferred not to intervene directly. Allowing Su Jie and Li Qing to take the lead not only diverted criticism, but also achieved a balance of power, an advantageous strategy. Having been tutored by his father for so long, Zhu Ziyan had undoubtedly made progress. Su Jie and Li Qing exchanged glances, each perceiving a subtle sense of helplessness reflected in the other's expression. "The emperor is wise," they reiterated. In the afternoon, during the hour of shun, at Su's residence, Su Jie greeted, "Master, you summon me?" Su Jie smiled and nodded, feeling quite pleased as he stated, "The emperor wishes to appoint two individuals to the cabinet, and I have already recommended you. The emperor has consented, so prepare yourself to make a good impression at tomorrow's court assembly." This marked the first occasion Su Jie referred to himself as your student. Zhang Juzheng felt a surge of joy, followed by surprise, contemplating. Is this the influence of the Duke of Yongqing? He had never doubted the Duke's authority, but was astonished at how swiftly matters had been resolved, accomplished in merely a day. In light of the delays often associated with information, it had taken less than a full day, which was remarkable, almost indistinguishable from the emperor himself. The distinctions remain, notably that the emperor also heeds the counsel of the Duke of Yongqing. Zhang Juzheng found his spirit soaring, his blood racing, rekindling the grand ambitions of his youth. Indeed, such is the way of a true man. Su Jie perceived his excitement as stemming from the prospect of entering the cabinet. Chuckling as he sipped his tea, and feigned authority by stating, "As your master, I have served as the prime minister for many years. The cabinet indeed requires additional manpower. The emperor will grant me this much face, so rest assured." "Thank you, Master Su, for your guidance," Zhang Juzheng replied, suppressing his tumultuous thoughts, hastily rising to bow deeply, solemnly declaring, "Without you, Master Su, there would be no Zhang Juzheng of today." Su Jie, pleased with his student-esque gratitude, responded, "Such words are rather excessive. It is primarily your own efforts that have led you here." "You flatter me, Master Su," Zhang Juzheng complimented. "Even the finest steed requires a discerning rider. The capital may lack many things, but it is certainly not devoid of talent. Without your recommendation, my abilities would remain unremarkable." After this exchange, Zhang Juzheng seemed to regain his composure and inquired, "Master Su, this may attract some gossip, don't you think?" "Such is inevitable," Su Jie sighed. "But I cannot dwell on such matters. Observing the current trends, I fear my tenure as prime minister shall not last much longer. If I do not advocate for you today, there may be no strength left to do so in the future. I only hope you will not betray my earnest efforts." He added, "In the future, you must serve the nation and its people." "Yes, I shall," Zhang Juzheng affirmed respectfully, emphasizing, "We scholars have always revered our teachers and respected the principles of learning." Su Jie, delighted by the promise he had longed to hear, warmly invited, "Please, Sit and speak with me. Zhang Juzheng took his seat and, pouring tea for Su Jie, casually remarked, recently, I have been idly studying the philosophy of the mind, and I find it profoundly intriguing. By the way, how is the esteemed Zhao Mengjing, whom you hold in such high regard? It has been a while since I heard you mention him. Su Jie chuckled, savoring his tea, and nodded. The philosophy of the mind is indeed profound. It can also be applied in the realm of governance. Continuous study brings fresh insights, and your exploration of it can only be beneficial. Su Jie, somewhat puzzled, queried, what prompts your sudden interest in Zhao Mengjing? If you truly wish to learn about the philosophy of the mind, I am hardly qualified to instruct you. Ah, Master Su, you misunderstand. Zhang Juzheng carefully chose his words. To be candid, I believed you might consider mentoring Zhao Mengjing. Firstly, he possesses both character and scholarship of the highest caliber. Secondly, like you, he greatly admires Wang Yangming's teachings. Should he secure an official position in the capital, it would greatly benefit both you and me. Zhang Juzheng smiled sheepishly, acknowledging his own selfish motives while also considering Su Jie's interests. Hearing such sentiments from his devoted pupil brought Su Jie deep satisfaction, as he lightly chuckled. Years ago, I corresponded with him, inviting him to the capital to discuss the philosophy of the mind. It appears that Zhao Mengjing will soon arrive. I had intended to inform you at the appropriate time, but since you inquired, I shall not conceal it from you. I hope for this as well. However, Zhao Mengjing is rather indifferent to fame and fortune. Su Jie sighed with a wry smile. To be honest, I am not entirely confident I can persuade him to take a position in the capital. When the time comes, you must earnestly encourage him. If he can remain in the capital, it will undoubtedly serve you well in the future. Alas, as the Prime Minister of the Cabinet, my tenure is not destined to last much longer, perhaps merely a year or two. If I could find you a capable assistant, I would feel more at ease in my retirement. Zhang Juzheng, acknowledging this, smiled and remarked, Master Su, you are still vigorous and full of vitality. A year or two seems rather brief. Su Jie, however, shook his head and sighed. The new entrants to the cabinet are not just you. There is another. Zhang Juzheng's curiosity was piqued, and he cautiously inquired, could it be Gao Gong? Indeed, it appears that the younger generation is overtaking the older. It seems I am growing old, Su Jie lamented, adding, in hindsight, Uncle Da, you were right. I should not have taken action against him. Your foresight is commendable. Zhang Juzheng chuckled lightly, attempting to reassure him. Master Su, you may be overthinking this. You are the foremost among the officials, while Gao Gong has managed to offend many. Even if he enters the cabinet and gains the emperor's favor, he cannot shake your position in the slightest. The emperor would not sacrifice greater interests for minor grievances. Su Jie offered a wry smile and shook his head. It is not solely because of Gao Gong, nor is it that the emperor cannot tolerate me. It is the future political landscape that does not allow for my continued presence. At this point, Su Jie revealed a profound concern, sighing. Whether it is Hai Rui or Gao Gong, they appear to serve the nation and the people, yet they are, in truth, causing harm to our Ming dynasty. The emperor may be oblivious to the consequences, but logically speaking, the retired emperor should not be unaware. Is it possible that he is truly so engrossed in his own pursuits that he disregards the state? Zhang Juzheng fell silent. Upon departing Su's residence, Zhang Juzheng promptly made his way to Lianjiaten. He was acutely aware of whom to thank for his cabinet appointment and felt compelled to express his gratitude. Yet, he chose not to bring gifts, believing it should not be a transaction, and he suspected that the eternal Qing Marquis's words were mere jest. Given the wealth of the Li family in Jinling, even a golden figure would not catch the eternal Qing Marquis's eye. Unfortunately, Li Qing was not at home. Zhang Juzheng was left to wait until dusk when he finally saw Li Qing returning with prepared dishes and wine. Zhang Juzheng hurried to greet him with a deep bow, saying, Indeed, Marquis, you are well informed. Ah, you received the news rather swiftly, did you not? It makes sense. Su Jie had no reason not to inform you. Li Qing remarked, clicking his tongue. You come empty-handed? Ah, my lord, please do not hold it against me. I truly have no worthy gifts to present. Zhang Juzheng explained with a forced laugh. Li Qing chuckled lightly, saying, There is no need for a special visit. I am merely selecting the worthy for the nation. You may return. One spoke with a grandiloquent demeanor, while the other spoke with casual nonchalance, clearly illustrating their differences. Zhang Juzheng took a deep breath and responded. While the eternal Qing Marquis may not take heed, I cannot afford to be indifferent. How tedious, Li Qing replied, seemingly unconcerned. Fine, I understand. You may go back. Oh, my lord, I have another matter to discuss, Zhang Juzheng interjected. What is it? Zhang Juzheng cast a furtive glance at the food and wine in Li Qing's hands and laughed awkwardly. It is a lengthy matter. Perhaps we should discuss it indoors? It is quite dark now. Li Qing frowned slightly and scoffed. Coming here empty-handed is one thing. But do you expect to dine here without offering anything in return? While I do not expect you to be grateful, you certainly should not repay kindness with enmity. Zhang Juzheng felt quite embarrassed and stammered, my lord. The matter you entrusted me to investigate has yielded some leads. Zhaozhenji. Indeed. Very well then, let us discuss it inside. Li Qing stepped forward and opened the courtyard gate. As night fell, he lit 2 additional candles. Where was Zhaozhenji now? Estimating that he would arrive in the capital in 3 to 5 days. Zhang Juzheng remarked that Grand Scholar Su wished for him to serve in the capital and had even persuaded the lower official on his behalf. What does the lord think of this? I have yet to meet the person. How can I form an opinion? Li Qing chuckled, finding it rather convenient, as it spared him considerable effort. Is there anything else? There are a few matters. Very well. Li Qing set the food and wine on the table, saying, Wait for me a moment. Let us eat and converse. When Li Qing went to the east kitchen to fetch chopsticks, Zhang Juzheng had already unwrapped the oil paper and poured wine into 2 cups. Li Qing glanced at the chopsticks in his hand, somewhat irritated, and said, You should have fetched them yourself. It dawned on Zhang Juzheng that when Lord Yongqing spoke of eating and conversing, it meant he would be eating while listening to Zhang Juzheng speak. However, since Lord Yongqing had already changed his tone, and being a thick-skinned person himself, he felt compelled to comply respectfully. Zhang Juzheng brought back the chopsticks, smiling awkwardly. To share a table with Lord Yongqing for a drink is indeed a privilege. That is of little consequence, Li Qing replied, tearing into a roasted chicken leg and saying, Eat and speak as you wish. Indeed, Zhang Juzheng replied, not wishing to be overly formal, and took a piece of sliced braised pig's head meat, chewing thoughtfully as he said, Grand Scholar Su's desire for retirement is not solely due to the emperor's reinstatement of Gaogong, but also stems from a profound realization that the current circumstances leave him little choice. It is undeniable that certain aspects of Grand Scholar Su's approach are overly conservative. Yet if the emperor only sees the merits of officials like Hai Rui and Gaogong, what is your perspective, my lord? Li Qing did not answer directly, but instead countered with a question. What is your view? I believe it is not favorable, Zhang Juzheng replied. In your eyes? Which is more important, a prosperous nation or a prosperous populace? Without hesitation, Zhang Juzheng answered, naturally, both are important. Li Qing continued, what if the prosperity of the nation conflicts with the prosperity of the people? The nation must take precedence. And the people? Then the people must be sacrificed. Zhang Juzheng blurted out, then added, this is only in unavoidable circumstances. As a minister or official, one should strive for balance as much as possible. Li Qing nodded slightly. Your values determine your aspirations. However, many find themselves in situations where they are forced to choose. It is not wrong to serve the nation, nor is it wrong to serve the people. Both are essential. You asked for my opinion, and this is it. Li Qing swallowed a mouthful of roasted chicken with wine, stating, balancing national and popular prosperity is exceedingly difficult, and the definition of wealth is ever-changing. In the past, wealth meant merely having enough to eat. Now, it encompasses much more. This is true for the populace as well as the nation. With increasing affluence, desires grow, yet regardless of who ultimately prevails, the outcome is often disastrous. Only when no one emerges victorious can there be a true win-win situation, for none can exist without the other. Zhang Juzheng remained silent for a long while, tentatively asking, so then, should I simply focus on being myself? Li Qing nodded. You need not change anything. Remain true to yourself. Fulfill the promises you made to me. I will not intervene nor compel you to act against your principles. Upon hearing this, Zhang Juzheng felt an immense sense of relief. Today, I listened to Su Jie express his reflections, which left Zhang Juzheng feeling anxious, fearing that his ambitions might conflict with Li Qing's ideals. In retrospect, it appears he was overly concerned. Zhang Juzheng poured wine for Li Qing, raising his glass and saying, to Lord Ho. Li Qing clinked his cup with Zhang's and remarked, you came today primarily for this, did you not? Indeed, without further inquiry. Juzheng found it difficult to be at ease. He candidly acknowledged his unease. Li Qing smiled and asked, are you at ease now? Being at ease applies only to himself. What of the Ming Dynasty? Zhang Juzheng hesitated before responding. I am even less at ease. Is it due to the matter of Chunin? Zhang Juzheng sighed. The wisdom of Lord Yongqing is unparalleled. I understand your worries. I have had my own, but this is how it must be. You may not comprehend it now, but perhaps in the future, you will, or perhaps you still won't. Li Qing toyed with his wine cup, exhaling softly. In any case, you may freely be yourself without constraint. Zhang Juzheng ventured. What if I wish to be Lord Yongqing? If you fear not death, then pursue it. Zhang Juzheng's breath quickened, and he inquired, would Lord Yongqing intervene? Li Qing replied with a calm smile. As long as what you do is right, I shall not intervene. Li Qing's forthrightness, however, sowed seeds of doubt in Zhang Juzheng's heart, prompting him to question, do you genuinely wish to see a second Yongqing emerge? Li Qing laughed heartily. Quite so. Why? Because we share no ties. Zhang Juzheng was taken aback, then enlightened. Lord, you imply that the second Lord Yongqing would certainly perish, as we lack any connection? Indeed. Li Qing said, tearing off another chicken leg and devouring it with abandon. I do not resent anyone wishing to learn from me. I would be pleased. But do you truly understand me? I do, Zhang Juzheng replied. Then enlighten me. You have already articulated it, Zhang Juzheng stated. Balancing national wealth with the prosperity of the people. Indeed, astute, Li Qing nodded with a smile. If you wish to learn from me and emulate me, feel free to do so. I shall not intervene. Zhang Juzheng rose and bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Yongqing. In that moment, Zhang Juzheng bore no psychological burden. At that moment, his fighting spirit soared to its zenith. At that moment, the candlelight paled in comparison to his gaze. My lord, we have finally arrived in the capital. The coachman sighed with relief, inquiring, shall we head directly to Minister Su's residence? Not in haste. Let us first savor the culinary delights of the capital. Zhao Zhenji in the carriage mused. The last time we departed, the first assistant had the surname Yan. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. Returning to this familiar place truly evokes nostalgia. Saying this, Zhao Zhenji drew back the carriage curtain, signaling the driver to halt. Having reached a stage of understanding, he was in fine form. As soon as the carriage stopped, he leapt down, demonstrating remarkable agility for his age. Observing the surrounding architecture, Zhao Zhenji remarked, the changes are indeed considerable. The coachman hesitated before softly saying, My lord, your wife instructed me to remind you to seize this opportunity well. Who is the head of the household? Well, that would naturally be you, my lord. Then that settles it, Zhao Zhenji replied with a calm smile, recognizing the coachman's good intentions. However, such words should not come from you. I am well aware. I spoke out of turn. The coachman, apologizing profusely, inquired whether they should procure some gifts. Zhao Zhenji waved his hand dismissively and replied, the friendship of gentlemen is as insipid as water. Such gestures are unnecessary. Let us first find an inn to rest. You have indeed toiled on this journey. I shall treat you shortly. These matters are merely trifles. With a chuckle, he beckoned to move on. At the drunken fragrance pavilion, Li Qing, as was his custom, chose a seat by the window, ordered a few appetizers, and while waiting for his meal, occupied himself with a book to alleviate his boredom. The book in question was none other than Journey to the West, which had recently been banned. This particular copy had been procured from Zhu Houzhong, containing many passages reminiscent of later television adaptations. However, numerous sections were rather explicit and hinted at the court, leading to the anonymity of the author, as no one would claim authorship. Thus, Li Qing had inquired among the officials in the capital, seeking a certain Wu Qing'an, but to no avail. Reflecting upon the fact that Journey to the West was not an original work of the Ming Dynasty, but rather a reinterpretation of Xuanzang's pilgrimage, he pondered how many adaptations had occurred over time. Perhaps the current version had yet to reach Wu Qing'an's iteration, and he decided not to dwell on it further. In his youth, he had enjoyed the spectacle. Now, he sought deeper insight. The palpable sense of the bureaucratic world surrounding him was inescapable, and it was little wonder that Zhu Houzhong had banned it before finishing. Though it had not gained traction in Jiangnan, it had taken the capital by storm. Li Qing harbored serious doubts that the version he held was born from a moment of inspiration by some official in the capital. Surely, such a creation would not stem from a low-ranking position. He mused whether he should unearth this individual, but reconsidered, realizing the futility of such an act. To expose him would undoubtedly jeopardize his career, a rather inhumane act, given his own past as an admirer of Journey to the West. Esteemed guest, your wine and dishes are ready, announced a waiter, approaching with a wooden tray bearing an assortment of appetizers, and a flask of wine. Li Qing closed his book, stretched, and was about to indulge in his meal when his gaze suddenly sharpened. A man at the adjacent table was engrossed in reading, which in itself was unremarkable. Yet the content of his book astonished Li Qing. It was unmistakably the sayings of Xiao Yuan. Li Qing, possessing keen eyesight, recognized it as the doctrines of the Heart School. Although the Heart School had not been eradicated, it was publicly denounced as heresy, and while private discussions were permissible, reading it so brazenly was indeed audacious. Nonetheless, the court had not explicitly outlawed the study of Wang Yangming's philosophy. Recalling the words of Juzheng from days prior, Li Qing felt a stirring in his heart, hesitated momentarily, then approached the man and tapped him on the shoulder. Zhao Zhengji, taken by surprise at the unexpected touch, turned to find a remarkably handsome young gentleman. Momentarily stunned, however, his composure remained intact, and he inquired curiously, "May I ask who you are? Are you not Zhao Mingjing?" Li Qing asked. Zhao Zhengji, astonished, replied, "Indeed, I am. And you are? Pleasure to meet you." Li Qing smiled. "I have long heard of your profound understanding of the Heart School. I, too, am an enthusiast of this philosophy. Why not share a table and converse over drinks?" Seeing the other's noble demeanor and knowing him to be an aficionado of the Heart School, Zhao Zhengji readily agreed. "That sounds splendid." Meanwhile, the coachman hurried forward, bending close to whisper, "My lord, one must always be wary of others." In broad daylight, beneath the imperial sovereign's gaze, such occurrences are unfathomable. Zhao Zhengji chuckled lightly and gestured, "Might you sit over here?" Li Qing turned to glance back and replied, "Please take a seat on my side. The dishes are already served. We shall have the attendant bring the rest to this table shortly." "Very well," Zhao Zhengji responded. "This servant of mine has been accompanying me throughout this journey, sharing my meals and lodgings. Do you mind?" Li Qing smiled and shook his head in negation. Chapter 64. The Doctrines of a Fallen Nation. As the host and his servant settled down, Li Qing requested a pot of tea. Zhao Zhengji was aware of Li Qing's reputation. However, having only heard of him, he could not recognize him in person. The servant, displaying keen perception, preemptively poured tea for Li Qing before serving his own master, neglecting his own cup. Zhao Zhengji inquired, "I have been away from the capital for some time, engrossed in the study of the Mind School. Yet, my name remains obscure. May I ask how you came to know of me?" Juzheng, replied Li Qing. Zhao Zhengji was momentarily taken aback and cautiously asked, "Do any elders in your family hold positions in the court?" "Not at all." Li Qing gently shook his head. "Like you, I too have not visited the capital for quite some time." Zhao Zhengji was astonished. Li Qing smiled and then posed a question. "Do you believe the Mind School possesses the potential for broader dissemination?" Zhao Zhengji was once again taken aback. He had anticipated a discussion centered around the principles of the Mind School, yet the inquiry was unexpectedly profound. It is worth noting that the former emperor, now the retired sovereign, had unequivocally denounced the Mind School as heretical. Even though Zhao Zhengji was deeply invested in its teachings, he found it challenging to reconcile his conflicting emotions at that moment. After a brief contemplation, Zhao Zhengji countered, "Do you believe it can be propagated?" Li Qing refrained from giving a direct response, instead posing, "What is your perspective?" Zhao Zhengji fell into deep thought, and after a considerable pause responded, "That would depend on the method of dissemination, as well as the audience being addressed." For instance, Zhao Zhengji did not provide a further answer, frowning as he remarked, "You are not here merely to discuss the Mind School, but rather to explore the feasibility of its propagation?" "Indeed. May I ask your name?" "Li Qing." Zhao Zhengji feigned realization and, with a smile, remarked, "Ah, you are indeed the illustrious Master Li." In this era, introducing oneself by name without mentioning one's courtesy name signifies a lack of intention for deeper acquaintance. Noting this, Zhao Zhengji chose not to delve further into conversation, abandoning any desire to discuss the Mind School, opting instead for a more superficial exchange. "I have not adopted a courtesy name." "I see," Zhao Zhengji responded, his demeanor easing yet still maintaining a certain distance. At that moment, the inn's attendant arrived with the dishes. Zhao Zhengji, citing the fatigue from his journey alongside his servant, eagerly focused on the food and drink, adhering to the adage of silence while dining. Li Qing, exhibiting patience, also concentrated on the meal. After a mere quarter of an hour, their shared dining experience approached its conclusion. "I have come to the capital to visit an old friend," Zhao Zhengji stated as he rose and offered a slight bow with a light-hearted smile. "Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again." "I beg your pardon." Li Qing, smiling, remarked, "You are off to visit the Grand Secretary Su Jie?" are you not? Zhao Jingji paused, his gaze toward Li Qing now scrutinizing. Who, exactly, are you? At that moment, the dining hour was bustling with people, yet Zhao Jingji failed to perceive the implications of his own words. Li Qing sighed softly and stated, Yongqing Marquis. Zhao Jingji was taken aback and astonished once more. On one side, the coachman's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, You must be silent. Zhao Jingji, quick to react, maintained his composure and replied, Young Master Li, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Shall we find another? Li Qing smiled and nodded. Indeed, I have the same intention. Suppressing his tumultuous emotions, Zhao Jingji called out, Settle the bill. Coming from a scholarly family, Zhao Jingji was quite affluent, even paying for Li Qing's solitary order. The carriage ambled towards Lianji Tunner, and within, as they distanced themselves from the bustling streets, Zhao Jingji gradually opened up. Earlier at the tavern, with the hints from Marquis Yongqing, I failed to grasp the meaning. How foolish I must seem. With a look of contrition, Zhao Jingji sighed. It has been many years since I last heard news of the Marquis. Encountering the real person today is indeed a breach of etiquette. Is it truly a breach of etiquette for our first meeting? Li Qing smiled lightly, waving his hand dismissively, and then curiously inquired, Yet, there is one matter I do not comprehend. Zhao Jingji responded, Please, Marquis, ask away. Li Qing cast a glance at the carriage curtain and remarked, You have served in both the southern and northern capitals and have had substantial dealings with Su Jia. It is quite normal for you to know me. But does your coachman, in your hometown, possess a notable reputation? Li Qing was still somewhat concerned about this, as it was not yet time for the secrets of longevity to be revealed to the world. Not exactly, Zhao Jingji replied, also glancing at the curtain. He is my companion and a scion of the Zhao family. Hence he is privy to matters unknown to the common folk. Ah, I see. Li Qing felt somewhat reassured and asked again, What are your thoughts on the promotion of the Xian school of thought? Zhao Jingji pondered for a moment before responding. Though the court has labeled the Xian school as heretical, it has not only persisted over the years, but has subtly gained momentum, particularly in recent times. While there are those like myself who advocate for it and are passionate about teaching, the more significant reason lies in the clandestine support it receives. Li Qing's expression shifted. Pray, elaborate. Zhao Jingji appeared somewhat taken aback and asked, Has the Marquis not been in the Ming for these past years? I have been abroad, in distant western lands, and just returned a year ago. That explains it, Zhao Jingji said, relieved. Although Wang's teachings have their merits, they possess a significant flaw. The heart is indeed the principle. Li Qing nodded, encouraging him to continue. Zhao Jingji continued, In the Xian school, everyone is a sage, capable of becoming a saint. This, in turn, creates an invisible phenomenon that undermines the teachings of Confucius and Mencius, which are the foundation of the dynasty. To dismantle these teachings is to weaken the constraints of imperial authority. Who would favor this? The landlords and merchants. Thus, they are fervently promoting the Xian school, albeit their interpretation is not the true essence. They speak only of the heart as principle, neglecting the pursuit of intrinsic knowledge. Zhao Jingji sighed. While I hold the Xian school in high regard, I also deeply concur with the former emperor's classification of it as heretical. Li Qing jested. Are you not also teaching? Indeed, Zhao Jingji replied somewhat helplessly. Whether or not the Xian school is promoted, it will inevitably gain traction. I cannot alter that. I can only advocate for the true Xian school. As the conversation reached this point, he could not help but feel a sense of indignation and pessimism. Sighing. Thanks to the early emperor's designation of the study of the heart as heretical, the 6 ministries in Nanjing dare not openly defy it. Consequently, the study of the heart has failed to proliferate in the easily susceptible Jiangnan region. However, in my view, it cannot be sustained for long. Soon, the study of the heart will flourish in Jiangnan. Zhao Jingji forced a wry smile and remarked, You inquire whether the study of the heart is promotable, which implies a desire to actively advocate for it, correct? Indeed. Yet in reality, there is no necessity for such promotion, for whether it is actively promoted or not, it will inevitably spread. Zhao Jingji sighed. If the floodgates do not open, it is fortunate, but once they do, it could lead to an overwhelming surge. Li Qing chuckled. Then why do you still engage in teaching? Zhao Jingji replied with a bitter smile. My lord, I have already stated my position. Suddenly pausing, Zhao Jingji asked, Do you mean, my lord, that it is better to allow for some leniency than to impose strict controls, thus taking the initiative? Without waiting for Li Qing's response, Zhao Jingji shook his head. That is not feasible. We cannot contend with them. Setting aside the ambiguous relationships between local officials and gentry, even if one were to unconditionally side with the court, it would still be exceedingly difficult to resist. How many commoners reside in a single county? How many officials are there in a county office? Today, with commerce and industry flourishing, particularly in Jiangnan, the gentry and merchants possess a considerable workforce and tenants. Driven by interests, my lord, it is the one who provides sustenance who holds the power. Li Qing found himself increasingly admiring Zhao Jingji. What you say is indeed correct. The former emperor had already contemplated these matters long ago. However, Li Qing remarked, in the long run, advocating for the study of the heart is still more beneficial than detrimental. Zhao Jingji, who dared to confront the powerful Yen Song, naturally would not abandon his convictions due to Li Qing's status, promptly asserting, "Forgive my bluntness, but the court ought not to promote it. Please, allow me to explain." Zhao Jingji appeared somewhat agitated. Then speak. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Jingji stated, "The study of the heart aims to liberate thought. Yet the very act of liberating thought can lead to calamity, not to mention the present Ming Dynasty, even if it were to develop for several centuries. The court could not officially promote the study of the heart. It is not that the study itself is flawed, but that the conditions required for its promotion are excessively stringent." Li Qing, patient and unhurried, inquired, "Do tell." First, there is the condition of abundant clothing and food, which the Ming Dynasty has not yet achieved. Currently, the vast majority of the populace is merely spared from hunger, which falls far short of true abundance. Second, there is the requirement for a stable and contented life, a condition in which the Ming Dynasty is even more lacking. Even if the Ming were to develop steadily for several centuries, would the common people be able to live and work in peace and pleasure? Zhao Jingji continued, "As the doctrine of the means states, the people use daily necessities without awareness, hence the way of the gentleman is rare. The study of the heart is just so. It is also said, the gentleman understands righteousness, while the petty person understands profit. The study of the heart follows suit. As the saying goes, when the granaries are full, one understands propriety. Only when clothing and food are sufficient can one consider honor and disgrace." Zhao Jingji lamented. "If material desires remain unfulfilled, how can one comprehend the heart as principle, achieve innate knowledge, or attain the unity of knowledge and action? I am able to understand the study of the heart precisely because my material desires are satisfied, allowing me to pursue a higher level of spiritual enjoyment. But what of those commoners who toil solely for survival? The study of the heart is destined to become a utilitarian idealistic doctrine," as if fearing that Li Qing would dismiss his words. Zhao Jingji emphasized, "The study of the heart will only become a doctrine of national demise." He further reflected, why did Wang Yongming, in his later years, emphasize the study of principles and Confucianism once again, if not for this reason? It is not that the study of the heart is flawed, but rather that it is far too advanced, outpacing its time by millennia. It does not belong to this era. Li Qing's gaze softened as he gently remarked, "If Xiao Yinquan were aware of the students beneath him, he would surely find great solace." Zhao Jingji was momentarily taken aback, recalling the profound friendship between Yongqing Ho and Wang Yongming. As an admirer of the heart's philosophy, how could one be unaware of Wang Yongming's life? Naturally, this included his childhood name, Wang Yun. Zhao Jingji hastily replied, "Since the Ho has such a deep bond with Master Yongming, caution is paramount." Li Qing chuckled softly and shook his head. "Why? The promotion of the heart's philosophy has never been merely for the sake of promotion," he stated. Zhao Jingji responded gravely. "However, if the court were to advocate for the heart's philosophy under an official decree, it would only lead to national misfortune and harm the people." Chapter 65. An offer that cannot be refused. Zhao Jingji comprehended the heart's philosophy and thus recognized its formidable nature. Li Qing, too, understood its potential dangers, which is why he endeavored to harness its power. Unfortunately, while Li Qing was aware of Zhao Jingji's insights, the latter remained oblivious to Li Qing's intentions. Zhao Jingji, being a perceptive individual who grasped the heart's philosophy, presented a significant challenge for any attempt to alter his perspective. Moreover, Zhao Jingji was currently in a state of agitation, making it exceedingly difficult to convey viewpoints effectively. Li Qing refrained from forcefully imposing his beliefs, simply stating, "This is something I will consider deeply." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingji relaxed slightly and sighed. That is reassuring. Alas, the heart's philosophy is not lacking. Rather, it is too exceptional, and in a flourishing realm like ours, it is unworthy of its brilliance. The inability to promote it is not a fault of the heart as philosophy, but a failing of the age. Seeing Zhao Jingji's deep concern, Li Qing offered words of comfort. If a century is insufficient, then perhaps 2 or 3 centuries will cultivate the fertile ground suitable for the heart's philosophy. Zhao Jingji's spirits lifted, and he joyfully inquired, so, does the Ho intend to refrain from further promoting the heart's philosophy through the court? Li Qing smiled and replied, today's conversation has proven that meeting in person is far more enlightening than mere reputation. You possess considerable talent. Why not serve the nation and its people? Zhao Jingji paused, sighing. As the moral fabric of society deteriorates and public sentiment becomes increasingly chaotic, it is not that I am unwilling to serve my country, but rather that I believe imparting the true heart as philosophy is also a service to the nation. He hesitated, emphasizing that the court should not officially endorse the heart's philosophy, as it could lead to significant repercussions. Li Qing did not comment further and instead asked, have you just arrived in the capital? Indeed, I arrived today, Zhao Jingji replied. I suppose you have yet to find accommodations? I have secured a guest house, Zhao Jingji answered. However, staying at a guest house presents numerous inconveniences. Why not stay at my home? Li Qing suggested. It would be a pity not to seize the opportunity to discuss the heart's philosophy with someone who comprehends it. You flatter me, Ho. With your deep connection to Master Yang Ming, I would not dare to presume to display my ignorance, Zhao Jingji replied, though he was delighted to accept the invitation. After all, this man could be regarded as an idol of idols, a confidant of Yang Ming, and surely possessed a unique understanding of the heart's philosophy. Such an opportunity was not one to be missed. If the Ho does not mind my presence, I would be honored to accept. Li Qing laughed heartily, saying, I even have the bamboo from the year Wang Yangming cultivated. Really? Zhao Jingji's heart soared with joy. Of course. Li Qing nodded with a smile, adding, but do not follow his example. He worked himself to illness. Ah, it seems that is indeed the case. Zhao Jingji chuckled and nodded, his impatience growing as he urged the coachman to hasten. Upon arriving at Lianjiaten, Zhao Jingji immediately began to engage in bamboo crafting. Of course, his endeavors were not purely for the sake of crafting bamboo, but rather to pay homage to his idol. Li Qing did not interrupt, taking the liberty to arrange a room for himself, and indulged in the pages of Journey to the West to pass the time. The following day, Li Qing rose early, only to find Zhao Jingji had awakened even earlier and was already immersed in his bamboo work. Unable to contain himself, Li Qing remarked, Wang Yangming has already demonstrated that such an endeavor to attain knowledge through the investigation of things is misguided. Why do you persist in this obsession? Zhao Jingji turned and sheepishly replied, it is merely a tribute to Mr. Yangming, not an obsession with bamboo crafting. You are up so early. Is there an official matter at hand? There was no urgent business, and Li Qing paused, contemplating before asking, would you accompany me to a certain place? It wouldn't be the palace, would it? No. Li Qing responded, it is to the great Gaoxian Hall. Zhao Jingji was taken aback. To meet the Grand Emperor? Indeed. Li Qing nodded. Your words yesterday were pearls of wisdom. I wish for you to share them with the Grand Emperor. Would you be willing? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Jingji acquiesced. He sought to prevent the court from promoting Neo-Confucianism in the name of the state. Although he did not believe the Grand Emperor would act in such a manner, the uncertainty surrounding Yongqing Marquis's unwillingness still left him somewhat anxious. Li Qing's spirits lifted further as he glanced around and inquired, is your companion off to procure breakfast? Yes, I presume he will return shortly. Then let us have breakfast first. Li Qing went to freshen up, and upon returning to the eaves, reclined on a lounge chair, continuing to peruse the storybook. Zhao Jingji retreated to his room to groom himself. At the great Gaoxian Hall, Zhu Houzhong practiced Tai Chi, while Huang Jin supported his chin, watching his master. Li Qing often remarked that life thrives on movement. You ought not to remain idle. Zhu Houzhong, slicing watermelon, added, at this age, one must pay greater attention to health. Huang Jin, reluctant to move, chuckled, I am different. My constitution thrives on stillness. You have quite the talent for justifying your laziness. Well, everyone has a different constitution. Huang Jin replied cheerfully. Shall I take the early breakfast to the Grand Emperor? Go ahead. Huang Jin laughed, skipping away. As Zhu Houzhong concluded his morning exercise, Huang Jin returned, his round face beaming with satisfaction. Observing Zhu Houzhong's irritation, he quipped, You have grown increasingly spoiled. It has become a matter of you eating first while I consume what remains. Not at all. I merely wish to consider the Grand Emperor's well-being by sampling a bit more. Huang Jin quickly defended himself, adding, I was still holding back. Having grown up together and shared much of their lives, their relationship had transcended that of master and servant, with a deep mutual understanding. Zhu Houzhong's teasing was simply a way to inject some levity into their mundane lives, and Huang Jin was more than willing to play along. Zhu Houzhong shot him a playful glance, seated himself to eat and drink, continuing, in recent days, Li Qing has started to grow lazy again. I even specially postponed breakfast by half an hour. I shall instruct that the breakfast supply be reduced by half. As you command, Huang Jin replied, though he had no intention of following through. He understood that his master's complaints were merely verbal, intended to elicit a shared lament. After partaking in an early meal, Zhu Houzhong found himself in a state of discontent, muttering, must I truly wait for him? The Grand Emperor suggested that perhaps Li Qing was en route. He better be. No sooner had he spoken than a guard in resplendent attire entered, reporting, Your Majesty, the Duke of Yongqing, accompanied by the former Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Zhao requests an audience. Zhu Houzhong paused, as he had completely forgotten about Zhao and ordered him to enter. Moments later, Li Qing and Zhao entered the main hall. Li Qing performed a respectful bow, while Zhao prostrated himself in reverence. With outsiders present, Zhu Houzhong concealed his displeasure at Li Qing's tardiness, redirecting his focus to Zhao. You are Zhao? Ah, I recall now. Please rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhao replied, slowly rising to stand respectfully at the side. Zhu Houzhong turned his gaze to Li Qing, seeking an explanation. Aware of the decorum required in the presence of others, Li Qing offered, Your Majesty. Yesterday I discussed with Zhao the advantages and disadvantages of promoting the study of the mind. He possesses unique insights, which is why I have brought him to speak with you today. Zhu Houzhong cast a disdainful glance at Li Qing, thinking to himself that such trivial schemes were beneath him. If Li Qing wished to promote the study of the mind, he would not grant him that satisfaction without a more earnest request. Li Qing, fully cognizant of Zhu Houzhong's subtle machinations, smiled and said, Your Majesty, I implore you to listen. Zhu Houzhong curled his lip, withdrew his gaze, and turned to Zhao, saying, Speak. As you command, Zhao replied. Taking a deep breath, he reiterated his points from the previous day, this time with greater sincerity, elaborating on the pitfalls of promoting the study of the mind under the auspices of the court. Initially, Zhu Houzhong remained unmoved, as he had already contemplated the concerns Zhao raised. However, as Zhao continued to elaborate, Zhu Houzhong gained a deeper understanding of the potential dangers associated with the study of the mind. He reluctantly realized that even if Li Qing did not beseech him, the court would inevitably have to endorse its promotion. The prevailing circumstances left him no room to refuse. With a sigh, Zhu Houzhong took note of Zhao, striving to recall their past connections, and remarked, I remember that you share a good rapport with Su Jia, do you not? Zhao was momentarily taken aback, then bowed deeply, stating, In response to Your Majesty, in the past, I served as your minister, and today as a common citizen, I remain your subject. There is no connection to Su Jia. Oh, how frightened you appear, Zhu Houzhong chuckled. Indeed, thank you, Your Majesty. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Houzhong inquired, What is your purpose for coming to the capital? Zhao hesitated before responding, to visit old friends. Noticing his evident trepidation, Zhu Houzhong chose not to press further and nodded, saying, Your suggestion is commendable. I appreciate your talents. Having achieved the status of a successful scholar and served as a deputy minister, your capabilities are evident. Since you have come to the capital, you should continue your service. Zhao was momentarily stunned, revealing a look of hesitation. At that moment, Huang Jin aptly interjected, Minister Zhao is a scholar. Does he not understand the principle that one must not refuse a royal decree? Zhao bowed once more, affirming, I shall comply with your command. Zhu Houzhong smiled and nodded, saying, Since you have come to visit an old friend, I shall permit you to do so first. To settle your personal matters before focusing on official affairs, lest I seem devoid of compassion. The grace of the former emperor is vast, and I accept your decree. With a smile, Zhu Houzhong added, You may rise. Attend to your personal affairs, and upon their completion, return to me. Yes, I take my leave. Zhao bowed respectfully and exited. Li Qing turned to Zhu Houzhong, inquiring with a smile, Now, You must have made up your mind? What options do I truly have? Zhu Houzhong replied, somewhat distressed and frustrated. You may as well vent your anger on me. Very well. Ultimately, this step must be taken, deep down. You are aware of this, are you not? Zhu Houzhong fell silent for a moment, his expression turning grave. Once this is set in motion, will it be possible to retract it in the future? Li Qing feigned contemplation for a while before responding. It is certainly feasible. But do not let a misstep lead to greater losses. Li Qing, full of confidence, asserted, it will not happen. In truth, you know it can be retracted. Do you not? Ah, do not be so smug, Zhu Houzhong replied with a cold scoff. If such a significant matter were to go awry, you would descend into the depths of despair. Li Qing said earnestly, I have always been aware of my actions. Chapter 66. The finances can no longer withstand it. Zhu Houzhong paused, then spoke slowly. We must tighten our expenditures. You mean? The western regions and the northern desert. Zhu Houzhong explained. The costs have escalated too greatly. During your absence, the financial issues of the court have further compounded. The additional income from Britain pales in comparison to our enormous expenses. Li Qing pondered for a moment, then asked, what stage are we at now? We are nearing a point of arrogance due to favoritism. Let us converse respectfully. Within and beyond the borders, we are one family. Not only in material terms, but in cultural ones as well. Presently, material concerns lead, while culture lags behind. Although we have not yet witnessed the rise of envy and hatred, if this continues, such phenomena will inevitably emerge. Thus, tightening our grip would be more beneficial than detrimental. Li Qing inquired, if we now tighten our resources, will the tribes in the northern desert, eager to embrace the Ming, be able to survive? Certainly, some will not endure. What is the percentage? At least 10%, Zhu Houzhong stated. This is predicated on the assumption that tribal leaders are considerate of their clans, should they indulge themselves. 3 out of 10 could perish. In recent years, the desertification in the northern desert has worsened, making their conditions increasingly dire. In such circumstances, their only path to survival lies in submitting to the Ming, accepting our aid, and following our arrangements. Of course, this is advantageous for the Ming, as it expands our territory and population while reducing substantial military expenditures. Zhu Houzhong sighed with a bitter smile. Alas, the Ming truly lacks surplus funds and is deeply in debt. Li Qing fell silent, then remarked, at this juncture, we can only resort to a policy of using barbarians to control barbarians. The survival of the steppe tribes hinges on their allegiance to the Ming. However, should we refuse to accept them, many will find themselves without a path forward. If they cannot defeat us, they must join us. If we deny them entry, they will have no choice but to fight, even if their leaders wish to avoid conflict, as they must resolve internal disputes. The Ming certainly could deploy troops, but the cost would be excessively high. Military expenditure is secondary. The primary concern lies in the severe impact on the grand integration strategy. A single misstep could ignite a shared animosity even among the grassland tribes that have submitted to the Ming dynasty. Employing foreign forces against foreign adversaries presents a different approach. It not only diminishes military spending, but also diverts conflicts, further aligning the warring tribes with the Ming. It is akin to a pledge of loyalty. Zhu Houzhong nodded in agreement. I share this sentiment. However, even in employing foreign forces, the commander must be one of our own. Huangxian? There are no better choices available. Li Qing pondered for a moment and slightly nodded. Since you have made up your mind, let it be so. Pausing, he inquired about the situation in the western regions. Zhu Houzhong appeared somewhat hesitant. Firstly, the financial outlay for the western regions is significantly lower compared to the northern deserts. Secondly, the land in the western regions is far more abundant in resources. Supporting the western regions may not yield great profits, but the losses are manageable. In a decade or two, it is anticipated that a balance between income and expenditure could be achieved, leading to eventual profits. However, the fiscal situation of the court is undeniably grim. Even with the practice of consuming future revenues, sustaining such immense expenditures has become increasingly difficult. What is your perspective? Li Qing smiled and replied, since you are hesitant, do I even need to say more? Alas, the issue remains a lack of funds, Zhu Houzhong lamented. The fiscal revenue appears substantial, yet it feels as though money flows in one hand and out the other, leaving me exhausted and with nothing to show for it. When will this ever end? Li Qing chuckled. The deficit has already been accounted for. What we truly need to consider now is how to better manage it. In truth, there is no need to overly fret about the fiscal matters. You speak lightly of shifting the deficit, Zhu Houzhong retorted, transferring silver to Britain and then receiving it back in kind, while the court also pays a considerable value for ships. How does this differ from simply purchasing silver directly? There is always a time lag, is there not? Li Qing responded, the adage slow and steady wins the race implies that we trade time for space. We have only just taken the first step. As time progresses, both the amounts involved and the time differences will widen, thereby increasing the maneuverability available to the Ming dynasty. And ultimately, Zhu Houzhong frowned. The deficit itself remains unresolved. Li Qing paused before stating, we can only place our hopes in technology, relying on the ever-increasing productivity to address the deficit. Zhu Houzhong fell into deep contemplation. After a lengthy silence, he remarked, land resources are finite, and productivity ultimately depends on the land. Indeed, the population growth of the Ming has slowed. It is no longer as terrifying as it was during the reigns of Emperor Xianzong or Emperor Xiaozong, yet it continues to grow. The yields of Yongla beans, Yongla rice, and Xuanda potatoes have essentially stabilized, making substantial breakthroughs in grain production nearly impossible. Li Qing asserted, there are still solutions available, and we have previously attempted them with commendable results. Have you forgotten? What? Investing overseas, economic colonization. Li Qing elaborated, by cultivating mulberries and rearing silkworms abroad, and producing in the Ming. Has not the dynasty reaped substantial benefits over the years? It is quite different. This is merely a trifling matter, and we cannot allow the gentry to act with impunity, for otherwise, we risk a transfer of wealth. Zhu Houzhong spoke solemnly. Have you considered these implications in your single-minded radicalism? Of course I have, Li Qing replied. I have long contemplated this and made arrangements. The granaries in Jiaoji are secured. The lands acquired by the Li family through the annexation of small nations like Malacca and Longyearbyen are in place. The circulation of silver currency has been extended to Western nations. Li Qing continued with a wry smile. You often accuse me of being radical. Yet you fail to see that after a century of comprehensive development, the forward momentum of this great ship, the Ming dynasty, is increasingly vigorous. It is not my radicalism that hastens its pace, but rather its natural acceleration, which is destined to continue. You do make a valid point. Zhu Houzhong conceded with a hint of frustration. The current state of the Ming dynasty is not solely your achievement, yet it indeed stems from your influence. While this is certainly commendable, it also evokes concern. I cannot foresee what the future holds. Since you understand that this momentum will only increase, it would be wise to temper forward pushes with a retreat. Otherwise, we may invite calamity. Li Qing nodded. I have never been a radical individual. For instance, given the current financial strains, I readily agreed to tighten expenditures, did I not? Upon hearing this, Zhu Houzhong felt considerably reassured and remarked, one must recognize the times. I hope you will always remain attuned to the currents of the moment. Li Qing rolled his eyes, choosing not to engage in banter. After discussing state affairs, he attended to Zhu Houzhong's acupressure and acupuncture needs. By the time Li Qing returned to Lianjiaten, it was already afternoon. Zhao Jingji was still engaged in weaving bamboo. Upon seeing him return, he paused to pay respects to the idol. Zhao Jingji bowed. Thank you for your hospitality, Your Excellency. Do you not intend to stay with me? Yes, since the Emperor has allowed me to continue in my official capacity, it is prudent to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Li Qing considered, then nodded. This is for the best. My reputation is not particularly favorable, and being closely associated with me would not reflect well on you. Zhao Jingji was taken aback, then chuckled. Every heart possesses its own scale. Considering your many contributions over the years, the merits and faults are clear and do not require elaboration. Why must you be so humble? Li Qing smiled. I will not see you off. Who would dare trouble Your Excellency with such a task? Zhao Jingji bowed once more. Oh, by the way, is the Emperor not planning to promote the study of the heart-mind philosophy in an official capacity? Li Qing chuckled. Once you have concluded your personal matters and proceed to the Grand Hall to meet the Emperor, you shall know. Very well, Zhao Jingji replied with a hint of resignation. I take my leave. Indeed. In Su's residence, Su Jie and Zhao Jingji sat across from each other, with Zhang Juzheng accompanying them. Su Jie cheerfully remarked, I had the cooks at home learn a few Sichuan dishes before the new year, just for today. Ming Jing, do have a taste, and see if it reminds you of home. Zhao Jingji quickly responded, You are far too gracious, my lord. What merit or capability do I possess? Today is a gathering of friends. There is no need for formal titles. Besides, I am not that much older than you. Su Jie teased. But on the contrary, I must say, compared to you, I do appear rather aged. I believe Ming Jing, you have just turned 55 this year? Yet you look scarcely past the age of knowing your destiny. It must be the heart-mind philosophy that nourishes the spirit. Zhao Jingji smiled softly and replied, You toil hard for the nation, my lord. It is truly commendable. However, you are not old at all. Still calling me my lord? Zhao Jingji, ever accommodating, raised his glass to Brother Xiaohu. May your blade never dull. I toast to you, Brother Xiaohu. As the wine glass was raised towards Zhang Juzheng, congratulations were offered for Taiyue's esteemed position in the cabinet, proclaiming that with individuals like them, the Ming dynasty was blessed, and so were the common folk. Zhang Juzheng, in a modest manner, lifted his glass and humbly remarked, Brother Yuzhai, you flatter me. After a toast, Zhang Juzheng candidly stated, If I may speak frankly, with your talents, Brother Yuzhai, it would be a pity for you to merely wander and study. Su Jie interjected, Uncle Da is correct. Why does Ming Jing not practice the unity of knowledge and action within the realm of governance? Zhao Jingji chuckled, nodding in agreement. Indeed. Zhang Juzheng was momentarily taken aback. Su Jie shared his astonishment. Neither anticipated Zhao Jingji's swift acquiescence. After a brief moment of surprise, both men exchanged smiles, affirming, Let it be so, let it be so. However, Zhao Jingji's smile was tinged with resignation. It was not his desire to hold an official position, but rather, it was the decree of the retired emperor that compelled him. Bound by the edict of the emperor's command cannot be declined, Zhao Jingji found himself devoid of choice. Obliged to comply. Su Jie, with a smile, remarked, In external appointments, one does not shy away from rivals. In internal nominations, one does not evade kin. For the nation to elevate the worthy, there is nothing to be shy about. Ming Jing, rest assured in the capital. The emperor possesses a discerning eye and will surely recognize your talents. Zhao Jingji understood Su Jie intended to recommend him to the emperor, and thus he replied, To be candid with you, Xiaohu, prior to my arrival, I visited the Grand High Palace and met with the retired emperor. Su Jie was taken aback. Zhang Juzheng wore an expression of astonishment. Logically, it was known that during Yen Song's tenure as the chief minister, Zhao Zhengji had traveled to Nanji, and subsequently, he had not held any official post for many years. How could the retired emperor still remember him? How was it that he was summoned to the Grand High Palace? Zhang Juzheng suddenly had an epiphany and inquired, Brother Yuzhai, you must have met with Duke Yongqing? Chapter 67. Impeachment of Li Qing. Su Jie turned his gaze towards Zhao Zhengji, his eyes questioning. Zhao Zhengji readily affirmed, Yes, it was Duke Yongqing who took me to the Grand High Palace to meet the retired emperor. Su Jie, while astonished, found it curious and asked, Do you and Duke Yongqing share an acquaintance? You misunderstand, Xiaohu. I have no prior connection with Duke Yongqing. This was purely a coincidence. Zhao Jingji succinctly explained the events at the tavern. However, he refrained from mentioning the promotion of the heart-mind philosophy or that Li Qing recognized him due to Zhang Juzheng. He only stated that he was reading the writings of Wang Yongming, which caught Duke Yongqing's attention, leading to an exchange of identities. Such a coincidence seemed implausible to Su Jie, yet he chose not to pry further. Then, perhaps I have been overly concerned. Not at all. I appreciate your goodwill, Xiaohu. Zhao Jingji promptly expressed his gratitude. As the wine flowed and the dishes varied, the conversation naturally gravitated towards the heart-mind philosophy. Zhang Juzheng feigned great interest, occasionally interjecting remarks to highlight the knowledge of the two men. In truth, he held a rather dim view of the philosophy, believing that such doctrines ought not to exist. In the Grand High Palace, Zhu Ziqian, in a buoyant mood, awaited the arrival of his trusted ministers to reveal his plans. Well, how goes the state of the treasury? Upon hearing this, Zhu Ziqian's smile evaporated, and he sighed. The outlook is far from optimistic. Revenues are substantial, but expenditures are even greater. For years, we have faced deficits. And now, the financial state has become exceedingly precarious. In light of this, it is prudent to consider a reduction in expenditures, aligning with the national policies of the Northern Territories. The prospect of curtailing expenses brings both relief and concern to Zhu Ziqian. Father, this could lead to unrest in the northern frontier. The costs of integration are indeed substantial, and the expenses of war cannot be overlooked. Should the conflict escalate, the financial burden will be considerable, rendering the endeavor futile. I appreciate your foresight, my son. However, the reality remains that if funds are insufficient, we cannot maintain the facade of affluence indefinitely. We must simply trim our expenditures, Zhu Houzhong replied. Zhu Ziqian pondered. May I inquire how much should be reduced? By half. Is that not excessive? Zhu Ziqian questioned, surprised. Zhu Houzhong gestured as if asking for funds. Do you have the means? Aye. Zhu Ziqian replied, somewhat disheartened. This may lead to complications. Does father have a solution? Employing foreigners to counter foreigners. We should summon Hu Zongxian to the capital. Zhu Houzhong shared a plan he had long prepared. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ziqian's countenance brightened, though a trace of disappointment lingered. Father, why is it that funds never seem to suffice? Why indeed? It is due to the insatiable greed of some, Zhu Houzhong lamented. With so many concurrent undertakings, funds are bound to be inadequate. Even if we manage to stretch our resources, new expenditures will inevitably arise. We must strive for both revenue enhancement and expenditure reduction to stabilize our finances. Zhu Ziqian nodded thoughtfully, then inquired, should we consider pausing the railway construction between the two capitals? That cannot be halted. Zhu Houzhong firmly rejected the notion. Firstly, this route will significantly stimulate the economy and increase tax revenues. Secondly, the Li family is financing the rail tracks and steam locomotives, so the court need not bear this cost at present. There is no reason to pause. An idea struck Zhu Ziqian, and he hesitantly proposed, Father, I have a suggestion. Oh, pray, share it with me. The Li family possesses vast wealth and extensive operations. Why not settle transactions in silver notes? Zhu Ziqian elaborated. Silver notes are still currency, and the court would not be in breach of contract, thus not oppressing the Li family. An excellent notion. Let us proceed with that. Zhu Houzhong affirmed. Zhu Ziqian felt a surge of joy. This would provide the Ming dynasty's finances with a much-needed respite. Sensing his son's shift in demeanor, Zhu Houzhong cautioned, do not become overly complacent. If you believe one clever strategy will suffice for all challenges, you are sorely mistaken. Are you referring to the Duke of Yongqing? Zhu Ziqian asked. It has nothing to do with him. This matter is a clear message to Li Qing, and he will not react strongly. Zhu Houzhong waved his hand dismissively, sighing, the issuance of silver notes is intricately linked to domestic commerce and trade. If industry does not flourish, the wealthy gentry of the Ming will have no need for such currency. Forcing its circulation would only diminish its credibility. Should confidence erode, a run on the currency would ensue, leading to a true collapse of governance. Zhu Houzhong stated solemnly, the court may certainly renege on its obligations, but the costs of doing so would far exceed the benefits of repayment. This is not a one-time transaction, nor can it be treated as such. I understand, Father. Zhu Ziqian replied earnestly. If the credibility of silver notes collapses within the Ming, it will be impossible to promote them abroad. I am acutely aware of what is at stake. Indeed, you have shown growth. Zhu Houzhong felt a deep sense of satisfaction regarding his son's growth. Observing the approving gaze of the emperor, Zhu Ziqiang's blood surged with fervor, his resolve strengthened. Father, I have an idea, he stated. Zhu Houzhong nodded with a smile, inviting him to share. Could we perhaps consider loosening restrictions on overseas investments? Zhu Houzhong replied with a wry smile. Have you considered that the wider the opening, the more likely it is that merchant assets will shift abroad, leaving many of our subjects in the Ming without means of livelihood? Zhu Ziqiang was left speechless, compelled to admit his oversight. It was indeed a presumptuous thought. After a pause, he suggested, what if we offered our vassal states opportunities for development, thereby benefiting the Ming? Zhu Houzhong's eyes lit up, intrigued by the notion. Indeed, elaborate further. Shipbuilding requires timber, and steam engines need steel. The Duke of Yongqing mentioned previously that we could leverage overseas resources to advance our Ming. Over these years, we have procured a considerable amount of high-quality timber from abroad at relatively low prices, thus preserving our own timber resources. I propose we apply the same strategy to steel. Zhu Ziqiang continued, technology will eventually flow overseas. We could sell steamships and mining techniques, could we not? By purchasing raw materials from them, we can produce finished goods and resell them. This presents a viable revenue stream. Zhu Houzhong chuckled lightly. Why do you think Li Qing considered acquiring timber from overseas, but overlooked steel? Zhu Ziqiang paused, respectfully requesting guidance. Our own iron mining is not yet mature and is sufficient for our needs. If we were to sell our mining technology and allow foreign nations to develop it extensively, it would severely impact our own iron industry, consequently stifling industrial advancement. Some profits cannot be sacrificed. We must not focus solely on immediate gains. After imparting this wisdom, Zhu Houzhong added, however, What is not feasible today may yet be possible in the future. Your ability to conceive this idea indicates that you possess some economic insight. Zhu Houzhong offered an awkward smile, momentarily disheartened. Father, is there truly no way to improve our financial situation at present? There is, Zhu Houzhong replied, invigorating Zhu Houzhong's spirits. Please, share your thoughts. We could expand our deficit capacity, Zhu Houzhong pondered, and promote Ming silver currency beyond our borders? Indeed, but this is merely a stopgap measure. Zhu Houzhong cautioned. Patience can yield results. Time can create space. As our productivity increases, we can effectively address the root of the deficit. The more Zhu Houzhong listened, the more he recognized his father's profound wisdom and his own shortcomings, realizing the need for self-improvement. A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Houzhong returned, enriched by his discussions. Zhu Houzhong, feeling quite pleased with himself, resumed contemplation regarding the promotion of Neo-Confucianism in an official capacity. To be candid, he felt a twinge of unease, as he could not foresee a return to a more favorable situation. Yet, in such times, he felt compelled to proceed thus. Alas, I cannot outwit Li Qing. Zhu Houzhong lamented. My defeat is not due to a lack of ability, but because I cannot attain immortality. Were I to achieve longevity, Li Qing would be rendered inconsequential, destined to remain a humble Taoist on Wudong Mountain. How I wish for eternal life. On one hand, the aged Huang Jin felt both joy and sorrow for his master, contemplating the wish that his master could attain immortality. Alas, the longevity of Li Qing was not replicable. The following day, after visiting old friends, Zhao Jingji returned to the Grand Gaoxian Hall. Zhu Houzhong, having made up his mind, spoke directly. Zhao Aiqing, would you be willing to promote the teachings of the heart in Jiangnan in the name of the court? Zhao Jingji responded with a firm refusal, asserting, if that were the case, it would only lead to national ruin and harm the people. The emperor questioned him. If the court does not take the initiative to promote the teachings of the heart, would they not fade into obscurity? Zhao Jingji passionately replied, this is not the same. Your Majesty, if the court refrains from promoting it, there remains room for maneuver. Should a malevolent tide arise in the future, the court could impose a forceful suppression. But if the court actively promotes it, how will it navigate the future? Speaking earnestly, Zhao Jingji implored, I beseech your Majesty to reconsider. This action would bring numerous detriments and no benefits to the realm and its people. Zhu Houzhong replied with a wry smile, you understand the teachings of the heart, yet you lack the understanding of governance. Zhao Jingji admitted, I may not grasp governance fully, but I am well aware of the potential consequences of this initiative. In a state of urgency, Zhao Jingji urged, Your Majesty, have you heeded the counsel of the Yongqing Marquis? Forgive my candor, but the Marquis may not truly comprehend the teachings of the heart. However, we all understand governance. After a moment of silence, he resolutely declared, Your Majesty, I shall impeach the Yongqing Marquis. Impeach for what? Zhu Houzhong inquired. For personal gain at the expense of the public, Zhao Jingji asserted. Promoting the teachings of the heart primarily benefits the merchants, and the Li family of Jinling is the largest merchant clan in the Ming. The Yongqing Marquis' actions are driven by self-interest. Zhao Jingji's voice deepened as he continued, Your Majesty must not be swayed by his slander. Chapter 68, Jiajing Versus. Zhao Jingji Zhu Houzhong was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Zhao Jingji was left bewildered, wishing to inquire about the emperor's mirth, yet refraining out of respect. He waited for the laughter to subside before seeking clarification. After a while, Zhu Houzhong's laughter diminished, and he spoke earnestly. Do you know of the honest official Hai Rui from Chunan? Zhao Jingji paused, then replied, I am aware, Your Majesty. Zhu Houzhong exclaimed, with one Hai Rui gone. Another has appeared, a blessing for the Ming. While such commendation from the emperor warranted humility, given the unique circumstances, Zhao Jingji conceded, since Your Majesty recognizes my merit, why not heed my counsel? Zhu Houzhong responded, you are like that Hai Rui, a good, virtuous, and loyal minister, yet your perspective is limited. This is not your fault, for your position inevitably constrains your view of the broader picture. He continued, you are akin to Hai Rui, and I cannot favor one over the other. Since I have taught Hai Rui, I must also instruct you. This is only fair. Please rise. Yes, Zhao Jingji replied as he slowly stood, awaiting the emperor's wisdom. Zhu Houzhong pondered for a moment before asking, your staunch opposition to the court promoting the teachings of the heart stems from the belief that the heart is reason, and that anyone can achieve sanctity. Little do you realize that the court's promotion of these teachings is precisely due to this. Zhao Jingji remained silent for a moment before admitting, I am dull-witted and cannot comprehend Your Majesty's reasoning. Zhu Houzhong elaborated, scholars and those in the officialdom, regardless of whether they hold office, adhere to the teachings of Confucius and Mencius, do they not? Your Majesty's insight is commendable. Anyone can attain sanctity. Thus, the revered images of Confucius and Mencius in the hearts of the people may crumble, might they not? Oh, wise emperor, this perplexes Zhao Jingji further. The emperor, who is all-knowing, why then does he promote the doctrines of the mind school in the name of the court? Tell me, why do the gentry adhere to Confucius and Mencius? Zhao Jingji fell into silence. If you cannot articulate it, allow me to elucidate. Zhu Houzhong sighed, stating that the gentry are an extension of imperial power, which in turn relies upon the gentry. The aristocracy, the powerful families, and the gentry are all products of the same system. For thousands of years, they have cooperated, utilized one another, and even cared for each other. Thus, for the majority of time, they have managed to maintain relative harmony upon this land and among its people. Therefore, in the minds of the literati and scholars, a wise sovereign is often one who empathizes with his subjects, listens to their words, and honors the worthy. Though there may be personal interests, they are not wholly selfish. The difference lies in the weight of those personal interests. Take you, for instance, or Hai Rui, your public spirit far outweighs your private desires. Yet, many others do not share this virtue. Their selfishness has grown increasingly pronounced, overshadowing the remnants of their public spirit. Do you concur? Oh, wise emperor. Zhao Jingji remarked that though the great Ming flourishes, with commerce and industry thriving, it has also led to a restless populace. With more individuals now disregarding the teachings of the sages, even using those teachings as tools for personal gain, which is truly disheartening. Zhao Jingji inhaled deeply, gravely stating that even if the teachings of Confucius and Mencius have strayed from their original intent, he still believes that only their doctrines can govern the state and ensure long-lasting peace. Oh, wise emperor, during the pre-Qin era, the myriad schools of thought contended, and none can rival the breadth of the moists. If the theories of Moism could genuinely be disseminated and embraced by the world, would there still be war? How could dynasties fall? Mutual love and benefit, great nations not invading smaller ones, countries without conflict. This is the essence of Moism. However, it overlooks human nature. Can one truly extend the same love to strangers, friends, and family alike? The non-aggression towards power, wealth, and beauty. Without such pursuits, how could there be conflict? The greed of the upper class inevitably leads to the suffering of the lower strata. When survival becomes untenable, how can one refrain from conflict? Zhao Jingji ventured boldly into forbidden discourse. The Confucian doctrine espouses benevolence, which can also be interpreted as differentiated love, with filial piety at its apex. If one were to argue for a brighter future, the greatest love should be bestowed upon the next generation, thus fostering continual improvement. Yet, Confucianism prioritizes filial piety above all. Why is this so? Because human nature is inherently selfish. Why do people regard the continuation of their lineage as paramount? It is to preserve the ancestral flame, to enjoy posthumous sacrifices from descendants. Without this motivation, the drive for lineage would diminish significantly. Why do they willingly submit to their offspring while refusing to do so for their forebears? It is merely to prepare for their eventual roles as parents, and to ensure that their daughters-in-law eventually ascend to matriarchs. Hence, families endure, leading to the stability of the household, which in turn shapes the stability of the state. Why does the great Ming govern the realm through filial piety? Because this filial devotion fosters cohesion within families, instilling a sense of belonging to the greater community. Why is there such fervor in the pursuit of rapid advancement? The pursuit of glory and honor for one's ancestors is often prioritized over the personal indulgence of material desires. In truth, spiritual fulfillment transcends corporeal pleasures. The wellspring of motivation lies in the realm of the spirit. Thus, while Confucianism may not be the most superior philosophy, it stands as the most fitting. The study of the heart is not without merit, yet it lacks the capacity for widespread application. Once disseminated, its cohesion dissipates. Human nature struggles to overcome the principle that the heart embodies reason. It is fragile and cannot withstand trials or temptations. How many can truly navigate the path of preserving celestial principles while extinguishing selfish desires? The study of the heart risks devolving into a utilitarian and self-serving doctrine. Zhao Jingji, Having liberated himself from restraint, spoke without regard for the consequences of his words. If everyone can attain sainthood, then the teachings of Confucius and Mencius shall be cast aside. If all are saints, then even emperors, as saints, become redundant. With the existence of disparity among individuals, the world is ultimately populated by the foolish. The notion that all can achieve sainthood will lead to the wise being overwhelmed by the ignorant and to the collapse of order. Zhao Jingji remarked that the cost of promoting the study of the heart is not difficult to predict. The outcome is a transition from the tangible to the intangible. After this declaration, Zhao Jingji bowed deeply, imploring the emperor to contemplate this matter with utmost seriousness. Emperor Zhu Houzhong exhaled deeply, stating, "You have finally concluded." Zhao Jingji felt a tremor in his heart and raised his gaze to the emperor. "You have finished. Now it is my turn to speak, correct?" Zhao Jingji remained silent. Zhu Houzhong continued, "Your assertions are commendable and accurate, yet fundamentally flawed." "I am not in error," Zhao Jingji retorted. "You are mistaken. I am not in error." Zhao Jingji maintained his stance, earnestly beseeching the emperor to reconsider his intention to promote the study of the heart. Zhu Houzhong, with a hint of exasperation, suggested, "Why not elaborate further?" Defeated, Zhao Jingji felt he had expressed all that needed to be said. "Since you choose not to speak, then I shall," proclaimed Zhu Houzhong. Inhaling deeply, "You are mistaken, not in your words, but in your understanding of promoting the study of the heart. The act of promotion itself is erroneous." "What?" Zhu Houzhong, both amused and frustrated, retorted, "You remain silent when I speak, yet argue when I do. Do you intend to martyr yourself for your beliefs?" Zhao Jingji's expression turned mournful, and he fell silent once more. Zhu Houzhong continued, "The promotion of the study of the heart is not an end in itself, but rather a means to reconstruct the teachings of Confucius and Mencius." Zhao Jingji scoffed inwardly, choosing to remain silent, not out of a lack of rebuttal, but as a form of silent protest. "You have yet to absorb the essence of my previous statements," Zhu Houzhong remarked with a wry smile. "You, like Hai Rui, are excessively stubborn. This trait is both a flaw and a virtue. Your obstinacy allows for candid expression and adherence to one's principles, which is admirable. However, the lack of a higher vantage point is indeed a critical shortcoming." Zhu Houzhong continued, "Do you believe that your insights are unique to you alone?" Zhao Jingji gently shook his head. "Precisely. You are an intelligent individual, yet even among the brightest, there exist countless others in the Ming Dynasty. The study of the heart, if not actively promoted, will inevitably be disseminated, albeit gradually. This process will serve as a means for merchants and gentry to seize opportunities for profit. Do you acknowledge this?" Zhao Jingji nodded in agreement. "I shall inquire once more. Throughout the history of dynasties, when the common folk rise in rebellion, who bears the brunt of their wrath, the affluent or the court represented by the emperor?" "The affluent." "Now, I ask you, can a fool truly become affluent?" Zhao Jingji hesitated, then shook his head, saying, "It is exceedingly difficult." "Precisely. However, Your Majesty, it has been observed that in the twilight of many dynasties, the wealthy have often funded the rebels among the common folk." Zhu Houzhong, with a sense of resignation, remarked that this was merely a comparison, not an instruction for imitation. Nevertheless, the essence remains unchanged. Zhao Jingji asserted that it is all a struggle for power, ultimately leading to personal gain at the expense of the public. Power has always been a double-edged sword. It can benefit oneself or inflict harm. Does the power of the prime minister not suffice? Yet, can the prime minister act entirely at will? If even the emperor cannot, how could he? Zhu Houzhong replied with a cold smirk, asserting that even someone as formidable as the prime minister must consider the sentiments of those below him. The same applies to the gentry. Zhao Jingji was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, "Is promoting the heart-mind philosophy inciting the common folk against the gentry?" Such a statement is excessively radical. However, it is not entirely incorrect. This is perilously audacious. Zhao Jingji expressed an alarm, for it would undoubtedly provoke great upheaval. Even if the gentry were overthrown and the common folk ceased to target the court, it would be of no benefit to the nation or its people. Theoretically, that is accurate, yet you overlook what I have just stated. You are an intelligent man, and there are countless wise individuals in the Ming Dynasty like you. Zhu Houzhong continued, "There is no need to wait for the common folk to revolt. They will soon realize the potential backlash. Yet, the common folk have become, to a certain extent, less docile and more discerning. What options do you believe they possess?" They can only take tangible action to uphold their established reputations. Zhu Houzhong declared, "This is what I mean by promoting the heart-mind philosophy, not merely to propagate it, but to reshape the teachings of Confucius and Mencius." Chapter 69, Jia Jing versus Zhao Zhengji. Zhao Zhengji was momentarily rendered speechless. This perspective had never crossed his mind before. It appeared to make sense and seemed highly feasible. Yet, he felt an unsettling dissonance. After much contemplation, Zhao Zhengji finally identified a flaw in the argument. Hastily interjecting, "Your Majesty, you have overlooked a crucial point. Pray tell, it is said that the one who provides sustenance is the true mother, initially. The gentry are blind to this layer. Even if they do perceive it, they would find it exceedingly difficult to resist the allure of immediate and substantial benefits. They will still wield the heart-mind philosophy as a tool for personal gain, and even the court would struggle to contend with it." Zhao Zhengji spoke gravely, expressing his fear that by the time they awaken to the reality, it may be too late, with no room for recourse. Zhu Houzhong smiled gently and remarked, "You two have overlooked a vital aspect. Please clarify, Your Majesty, the power of universal education." Zhu Houzhong elaborated, "The target demographic of the gentry is the tenant farmers and workers, whereas our focus is on the literate youth." Zhao Zhengji remained somewhat bewildered. Zhu Houzhong felt compelled to further elucidate the connection. "Consider this. Parents take pride in their children's education. Deep down, do they lean more towards the interests of the landowners or their own offspring? The saying that the one who provides sustenance is the true mother holds validity. But what is spoken aloud is one matter, while the intentions within one's heart are quite another. You have spoken abundantly about human nature, yet ultimately, you seem to overlook it. Parents exert every effort to educate their children and take great pride in their accomplishments. To deny the worth of their offspring is to dismiss the fruits of their labor and extinguish their glory." Zhao Zhengji appeared somewhat shaken and gently remarked that the court has invested significantly in establishing educational institutions and promoting learning for many years, yet the results have not flourished universally. Furthermore, not all parents are able to afford their children's education. The words of the former emperor bear truth, albeit with excessive optimism. Zhu Houzhong smiled, filled with a sense of helplessness. "You are an intelligent individual, yet at times, engaging in discourse with the astute proves to be more arduous, as your understanding is profound and your logic is intricate." At present, Zhao Zhengji had grown less agitated. "I am but a simpleton. I beseech the former emperor for guidance." Zhu Houzhong took a sip of tea and inquired, "What do you believe the promotion of the heart-mind school entails? Is it not merely to disseminate widely?" "Indeed." Zhu Houzhong chuckled, "At this juncture, I finally comprehend the true essence of your opposition. Your views are far more radical than mine or Li Qing's, tenfold, even 100-fold. Zhao Zhengji's mouth fell open, stammering, "What leads the former emperor to such a conclusion? What is your capacity?" "I am merely average," Zhao Zhengji replied, somewhat disgruntled. Zhu Houzhong scoffed, "You claim such modesty, yet deep within, you elevate yourself beyond the esteemed position of the Grand Chancellor. I would not dare to entertain such thoughts." Zhao Zhengji felt wronged, truly believing he held no such notion. Zhu Houzhong continued, "I appointed you to promote the heart-mind school in the name of the court. Yet you envision its propagation to encompass all of Ming, extending to every province and county, even the most remote corners, am I correct?" Zhao Zhengji faltered. "You truly think highly of yourself and have overestimated both my resolve and Li Qing's. You dare to envision such audacity." Zhao Zhengji's face flushed with embarrassment as he murmured, "I did entertain such thoughts, yet I never envisioned undertaking it alone." Pausing, he asked, "Is the former emperor's promotion intended to be limited in scope? Otherwise?" Zhu Houzhong replied, amused, "If we were to initiate a promotion across all of Ming at once, chaos would surely ensue. Yet, would such an approach yield the desired outcome?" Zhao Zhengji felt momentarily bewildered, suddenly grappling with the limitations of his intellect. Zhu Houzhong sighed, placing a hand to his forehead. "Do you not grasp the simple principle of killing the chicken to scare the monkey?" Zhao Zhengji retorted, somewhat disgruntled, "Given the vastness of Ming, the impact may be limited. The advancement of industry and commerce, the frequency of trade, the convenience of steamships, information travels with remarkable speed," Zhu Houzhong replied with a smile. "Though the realm is vast, it is also remarkably interconnected among merchants and gentry from north to south, east to west." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengji suddenly felt his prior indignation had rendered him foolish. May I ask, former emperor, what is the extent of this scope, and where precisely should it be delineated? What do you propose? Zhu Houzhong, though exasperated, recognized that Zhao Jingji's earlier confusion stemmed from a momentary misinterpretation of the underlying issue. Surely it should be centered in Yingtianfu. In Jinling, Zhu Houzhong replied patiently. I chose you because of your understanding of the heart-mind school and your years of service in Yingtianfu. Otherwise, why would I have singled you out? Surely, you do not believe that I am incapable of finding others who comprehend the depths of the heart? I am deeply ashamed. Zhao Jingji inhaled deeply, bowed his head, and pleaded for forgiveness. I am dull-witted. My previous words were utterly inappropriate. I implore the Grand Emperor to pardon me. The many taboo remarks I made earlier were indeed akin to a path to self-destruction, and I do not exaggerate in the least. Now, having grasped the intentions of the Grand Emperor and Duke Yongqing, Zhao Jingji could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Zhu Houzhong neither spoke of punishment nor of absolution, stating, Your performance shall determine your fate. Whether you can turn your transgressions into merit depends solely upon you. I understand. Your Majesty, do you still oppose the promotion of the philosophy of the heart? Zhao Jingji paused momentarily, then shook his head slightly. In truth, he still harbored some resistance. Yet, he had come to realize a deeper understanding and a far greater gain, aware that the risks were considerably less than he had previously imagined, and thus, he felt less inclined to reject it. Acceptance is sufficient. Zhu Houzhong let out a sigh of relief and said, in Jinling, there exists the Jinling Daily and the Li family of Jinling, and furthermore, there is Shen Lian. They will provide you with the utmost assistance. All of them are devoted to the court, entirely obedient to its edicts, and wholeheartedly committed to aiding you in the promotion of the philosophy of the heart. Zhao Jingji was once again taken aback. It turned out that the Grand Emperor had already taken every aspect into consideration. It turned out that he was not alone. It turned out that he was merely a supporting character. Upon seeing Zhao Jingji's astonished and incredulous expression, Zhu Houzhong could not help but laugh and scold. You cannot possibly think that I rely solely on you to promote the philosophy of the heart? How greatly you must overestimate your own abilities and your significance in my eyes. Can you single-handedly confront the wealthy gentry of Jinling? If I were to place all my hopes upon you alone, that would be exceedingly naive. Zhao Jingji wished he could vanish into the earth. Feeling his own arrogance and self-importance, realizing the extent of the emperor's efforts, and acknowledging his own guilt, observing Zhao Jingji today, as unwavering as ever like Hai Rui. The intended reprimand had evidently taken effect. Zhu Houzhong shifted his tone, becoming gentler. Do you know the purpose of this action? Zhao Jingji instinctively wanted to say it was to reshape Confucius and Mencius, but he felt such an answer lacked nobility. So he humbly sought guidance. I beseech the Grand Emperor to enlighten me. Zhu Houzhong sighed and articulated slowly, to devolve power to the people. Zhao Jingji's heart trembled violently, and tears welled in his eyes. What does it mean to reshape Confucius and Mencius? This is it. Zhao Jingji, being exceptionally astute, instantly comprehended that this was not only directed at the merchants, but also a self-restraint of imperial authority. To truly practice, the people are of utmost importance, the state follows, and the ruler is of lesser significance. This is the true essence of reshaping the teachings of Confucius and Mencius. The significance is monumental. Reflecting on how he had previously misunderstood the Grand Emperor, considering that Duke Yongqing also stated that promoting the philosophy of the heart was not merely about the philosophy itself, and recalling his own words against the Grand Emperor, as well as his impeachment of Duke Yongqing, Zhao Jingji felt utterly humiliated. With a choked voice, he said, I am willing to die 1,000 deaths. Oh, that is hardly necessary. Zhu Houzhong waved his hand and said, the philosophy of the heart will inevitably take root in Jiangnan. Rather than allowing them to nibble away bit by bit, it is better to overwhelm them at once, forcing them to regurgitate even more. Zhao Jingji bowed once more and sincerely declared, the Grand Emperor is wise beyond measure. Zhu Houzhong smiled. This was not a smile of resignation, nor one born of exhaustion, but rather a genuine expression of satisfaction and joy. He could not live forever. Can he not achieve immortality? The matter of civil rights should not be discussed with a second party. The time for public discourse has not yet arrived. I understand. Your Majesty. You are no longer young. With significant political accomplishments in the future, it may be difficult for you to serve in the capital again, and the opportunity to sit among the esteemed officials may be lost. Do you feel regret? Zhao Jingji slowly shook his head, to To serve the sovereign and share in the burdens of governance is a privilege. The study of the heart is my aspiration. To contribute to the nation and the people in a manner I cherish brings me only fulfillment and joy. Why should I feel regret? Well said indeed. Zhu Houzhong chuckled lightly. Remember to attend the court tomorrow. Now go and rest. Zhao Zhenji was momentarily taken aback, but respectfully acknowledged the command. As he exited the grand hall, the weight of worry and indignation lifted, replaced by a fervent spirit. Yet, he felt a twinge of remorse for his earlier words and actions. For the Supreme Emperor, one can atone for sins through merit. While the Duke of Yongqing could only offer apologies, Zhao Zhenji found himself in a quandary, not from embarrassment, but from uncertainty as to how to express his contrition. To offer a humble apology? That seemed overly sentimental. Moreover, it would be difficult to procure the necessary branches. After much contemplation, Zhao Zhenji concluded that the simplest gesture would be the most sincere. He procured wine and food and went to pay a visit to Lianjiaten. After a flurry of activity, he arrived at Lianjiaten by midday. Li Qing, aware that Zhu Houzhong would be instructing Zhao Zhenji today, had chosen not to attend the grand hall, opting instead to indulge in a book in the morning. Just as he contemplated venturing out for a meal, he heard a knock at the gate. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Zhao Zhenji and his attendant. Li Qing's eyes brightened upon seeing the two large food boxes carried by the attendant. This was indeed a timely offering. Understanding Zhao Zhenji's purpose, Li Qing teased, "Is this how you seek to make amends?" Zhao Zhenji's face flushed, and bowing deeply, he admitted, "I have spoken thoughtlessly, foolishly, and rashly. Oh, no need to be overly concerned. This method of apology is quite agreeable to me," Li Qing replied, seeing Zhao Zhenji's genuine embarrassment. "Do not feel too guilty. A few cups for yourself will suffice." Chapter 70. Su Jie breaks through. Zhao Zhenji, true to his nature, had barely touched his food before consuming 5 cups, his face turning crimson. "This is sufficient. I still expect you to lead the promotion of the study of the heart. If you drink too much, would I not be the sinner?" Li Qing remarked, "Do not focus solely on drinking. Partake in the food as well." "Ah, very well." Zhao Zhenji exhaled softly, inquiring, "If we achieve success in Jinling, will we then promote it across all provinces and counties of the Ming Empire?" Li Qing shook his head slightly. "That is overly idealistic. Jinling was chosen for several reasons. It is home to the Li family, has the Jinling daily, is affluent with a relatively literate populace, and is identified with the prestigious Yingtian prefecture. Ultimately, the focus remains on the upper echelons of society." Zhao Zhenji nodded slowly, stating, "In that case, the drawbacks of promoting the study of the heart can be contained within manageable limits." He then raised his cup, apologetically saying, "I hope the Duke can forgive my impulsiveness. You have partaken in the wine. Let us set this matter aside." Li Qing smiled wryly, and then said, "The promotion of the heart learning is intended to create a ripple effect, encouraging those in higher echelons to engage in self-reflection. Simply put, it is akin to the incident that Hai Rui instigated in Chunan. However, Hai Rui was indeed a bit too radical. What might work for a county would not be applicable at the level of a provincial government." Zhao Zhenji nodded in agreement, sighing, "Without the emperor's patronage, it would have been difficult for me to perceive this aspect. How pitiful are those who pride themselves on their insight into worldly affairs, claiming to be fresh and unconventional, yet remain detached from reality. It is merely innovation." Li Qing chuckled, "You underestimate yourself. You possess the capability and the desire to serve the nation and its people. It is merely a lack of a clearer path that has hindered you. Now that you have one, it is time to put it into practice. Thus, it is to realize that there is nothing outside the heart." Zhao Zhenji took a deep breath and expressed his admiration, saying, "Your Excellency, your insight is profound. Allow me to raise a glass in your honor." During their convivial interlude, Li Qing offered some guiding advice, which Zhao Zhenji diligently noted. Shun Lian, as the governor of Jiangsu and Anhui, can provide significant support regarding matters in southern Jili. As for the esteemed Li family, the aged Yongqing Marquis, Li Sini, can be consulted on details through his grandson, Li Bao. Let Li Bao handle the affairs of the Jinling daily. You only need to grasp the overarching situation." Li Qing said earnestly, "You represent the court, and your words and actions will be magnified infinitely. This is something you must always remember. The initial promotion of heart learning is bound to be sensational. Do not lose your composure." "I understand," Zhao Zhenji replied solemnly, "with so many supporters. How could I dare to disappoint?" "Very well," Li Qing affirmed. Zhao Zhenji hesitated for a moment and asked, May I be so bold as to inquire, is your return to the capital temporary, or do you intend to re-enter the court? Which would you prefer? Li Qing inquired. The latter. Zhao Zhenji blurted out. Sorry. You guessed incorrectly, Li Qing replied, eliciting a mix of laughter and regret from Zhao Zhenji, who found it difficult to comprehend. Observing the efforts Li Qing had expended over the years, never shying away from hardship or inconvenience, even traveling great distances overseas, he pondered. Why? This is a matter that cannot be easily explained in a moment. You need only understand that I have my reasons, Li Qing stated. Zhao Zhenji smiled wryly, self-deprecatingly remarking, engaging in conversation with wise figures like you and the emperor requires considerable effort. Since you say so, I shall refrain from further inquiry, Zhao Zhenji acquiesced. After a pause, he continued, how long do you intend to stay in the capital, and will you return to Juzheng afterward? What? Is the opulence of Juzheng insufficient to put your mind at ease? Do you still require my presence there? Zhao Zhenji shook his head awkwardly. Your Excellency, you misunderstand. I am merely curious, not seeking to impose upon you. That is good to hear, Li Qing remarked. If I do not enter the court, I cannot exert my influence in Juzheng either. The Yongqing Marquis cannot present himself to the public at this time. The current circumstances do not permit it. We must rely on you, on Hai Rui, and on officials like you to bridge this gap. Zhao Zhenji still did not grasp the connections, but wisely refrained from further questioning. He understood that the Yongqing Marquis' situation was not born of a fear of hardship, but rather stemmed from deeper concerns. What merit did he possess to receive such repeated patronage and opportunities to broaden his horizons? Li Qing, observing his understanding demeanor, selectively chose to respond. I shall not remain in the capital for long. At most, I will return to Juzheng within 2 months. Zhao Zhenji, contemplating this time frame, paled slightly and inquired, could it be the Grand Emperor? Absolutely not. Li Qing retorted with a hint of irritation. Why indulge in such baseless conjectures? Instead of wasting energy on idle thoughts, it would be far more prudent to ponder how to better promote the principles of the Heart School. Your wisdom is indeed profound. Zhao Zhenji replied, his expression softening. Despite the abdication of the Grand Emperor and the passage of 3 years into the Longqing era, the Grand Emperor still wielded considerable influence over the affairs of state. Just as he was about to offer some conciliatory remarks, he noticed the Earl of Yongqing subtly shift his ears and declare, it seems we have guests arriving. I suspect they are your old friends. Zhao Zhenji froze momentarily. In the next instant, a knock echoed at the courtyard door, accompanied by the voice of Zhang Juzheng. Is the Earl of Yongqing at home? The door is not locked. Li Qing replied with an air of nonchalance. Shortly after, the door swung open, revealing Zhang Juzheng and Su Jie entering together. Zhao Zhenji, taken aback, turned to Li Qing, eager to inquire how the Earl had foreseen this, but the limited space of the courtyard left him no room for questions. He rose instead, facing the approaching duo. After a brief moment, the 2 men approached. Zhao Zhenji bowed, Elder Su, Scholar Zhang. The 2 nodded and, in turn, bowed to Li Qing. We pay our respects to the Earl of Yongqing. Li Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Please, have a seat. Su and Zhang expressed their gratitude and took their seats, with Zhao Zhenji following suit. What brings you here? Li Qing addressed Su Jie, sensing that the officials were there to gauge whether he would re-enter the court. If that is the case, let me inform you now that I shall be departing shortly. Su Jie hesitated, and Zhang Juzheng appeared somewhat embarrassed. Su Jie finally spoke. You misunderstand, my lord. I have not come to test your resolve. Rather, I wish to offer you counsel. And what counsel might that be? I implore you to remain in the capital and re-enter the court, Su Jie said earnestly. Given your absence from the Ming for several years, your understanding of the current state of affairs may be lacking. The situation is growing increasingly dire, and as I age, I fear I will no longer be able to serve the country in just a year or 2. Looking across the court, only you, the Earl of Yongqing, can stabilize the situation. His words were sincere, delivered with gravity. While Li Qing did not doubt Su Jie's sincerity, he was well aware of his underlying motives. You wish for me to step into the court as you prepare to retire, using my boldness and the dissatisfaction of the officials towards me to enhance your own reputation as the former chief minister? Or perhaps you seek my assistance to counter Hai Gong, hoping I can draw fire away from you, and consequently, from Sanjiang Prefecture? Li Qing scoffed. I'm afraid I shall not re-enter the court. Su Jie's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, and after a long pause, he retorted, how could you speak to me in such a manner? Is it only today that you realize my words can be harsh? Zhao Zhengji remarked. While Zhang Juzheng's feelings diverged entirely, Zhao Zhengji sought to alleviate the awkwardness but was at a loss for how to do so. Conversely, Zhang Juzheng felt a sense of relief and had no desire to ease the tension. Su Jie's opinion of Li Qing had soured. Yet he genuinely wished for Li Qing to remain in the court at that moment. Zhang Juzheng, on the other hand, respected and understood Li Qing but was not keen on his continued presence in the court. For if Li Qing stayed, it would leave him with little role to play. Su Jie has navigated the treacherous waters of the political realm for decades. In his earlier days, when he was not the prime minister, he could still match wits with Yen Song. Having served as prime minister for several years, his temperament and cunning have reached a remarkable zenith. After a brief moment of indignation, Su Jie quickly regained his composure and explained, "Your Excellency, my desire to retain you in the capital is rooted in my hope that you can serve the nation and its people, alleviating the burdens of our sovereign, and not out of selfish motives. As for Minister Gao Suqing, although we have had our disagreements, they stem solely from differing political views. Moreover, regarding Songjiang Prefecture, I had long advised my family to strictly adhere to the national policy when the court initiated the clearing and surveying of land." Having defended himself, Su Jie sighed and added, "I too am a scholar of virtue, and now that I am advanced in years, I can no longer serve my country with loyalty. Hence, I must impose upon your kindness, for there is no ulterior motive behind my request. Your insinuation, my lord, is rather disheartening." Li Qing scoffed. "You wish to serve the nation and the people, to alleviate the sovereign's burdens? How audacious of you to claim such intentions. Your desires bear no relevance to my actions. When I serve the nation, you were not even in the picture, yet you dare to critique me." Seeing Li Qing's sharp retorts, Su Jie felt his composure falter. Zhang Juzheng cleared his throat and attempted to mediate. "My lord, please temper your anger. Su de Shuesher is not as you perceive him." Silence. Li Qing did not spare Zhang Juzheng either, responding mockingly, "If I were to remain, would that bring you joy?" Zhang Juzheng hesitated, responding insincerely, "If your excellency could stay in the capital, it would indeed please me." Li Qing smirked. "Su Jie, if you truly wish for peace, I have a suggestion. Would you care to hear it?" Su Jie was intrigued yet felt embarrassed, remaining silent. Li Qing did not press further, stating, "When it is time to retreat, one must retreat wholeheartedly. By doing so, you can restrain your descendants and ensure the prosperity of the Su family." Su Jie was even more infuriated. Did the Duke of Yongqing truly view him in such a light? "I am merely offering counsel. Whether you heed it is entirely your choice," Li Qing remarked. "If you understand that the current circumstances do not favor you, why cling so desperately to what cannot be? Why harbor delusions of a continued connection? It is baffling, especially for someone of your scholarly background." Despite Su Jie's profound intellect and admirable composure, Li Qing's words struck a nerve. He had prepared extensively for this confrontation. Yet all his carefully crafted arguments were reduced to ashes by Li Qing's incisive critique. Su Jie seethed inwardly, cursing, "Your unpopularity is not without cause, Li Qing." Chapter 71. Knowing when to retreat. Su Jie was consumed by anger. Alongside his fury was an overwhelming sense of grievance. He had poured his heart and soul into his work over the years, laboring tirelessly. Now, reduced to nothing by Li Qing's dismissive remarks, how could he maintain his calm? Did the Duke of Yongqing truly perceive Su Jie as so ineffectual, so petty, so undeserving of his position? Did I ever claim such a thing? Su Jie pondered, bewildered by the Duke's implications. All his cunning and composure evaporated. His pride had been trampled, his hard-earned accomplishments shattered, leaving him unable to regain his equanimity. Su Jie was a quintessential scholar official. He possessed personal ambitions and sought to benefit his family. Yet deep within, he genuinely wished to serve the nation and its people, translating his intentions into action. Throughout his tenure as prime minister, he had endeavored to appease those above him while soothing those below. Everyone believes that the chancellor commands great authority, yet behind that facade lies an abyss of sorrow. After enduring countless tribulations for so many years, only he truly comprehends the depths of his anguish. Li Qing, of course, is aware of Su Jie's contributions and understands his sufferings, acknowledging that while he may lack accolades, his hard work is undeniable. Su Jie possesses his own merits and has indeed contributed to the Ming Dynasty. This is not meant to belittle Su Jie. Rather, it is a desire for him to attain a favorable conclusion and for the court to experience less internal strife. Li Qing remarked, I harbor no personal grievances against you. Were there any animosity, I would not engage in such discourse. Good medicine tastes bitter, and sincere words may be hard to hear. The choice lies with you. You have served as chancellor for many years and should understand that often. A kind conversation goes unheard. When I speak with warmth, you are likely to dismiss it. However, when I express myself in this manner, it is more likely to linger in your memory, even if it breeds resentment. At that moment, Su Jie gasped, stumbling backward, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, Juzheng, quick of eye and hand, caught him, exclaiming, Scholar Su, Scholar Su. It took several calls to rouse Su Jie from his stupor. After taking several deep breaths to regain his composure, he gritted his teeth and replied, The kindness of Lord Yongqing is etched in my heart. Li Qing nodded slightly. I hope you make the right choice. Su Jie had already been drained of his value by Zhu Houzhong, and Li Chunfeng, who had dismissed Su Jie, had risen in power. The current circumstances were not favorable for Su Jie. His continued presence in the Ming court would be detrimental to both him and the dynasty. Thus, Su Jie's withdrawal was beneficial for all. Li Qing, wishing to avoid a lose-lose scenario, intentionally provoked him. Zhao Zhenji suddenly understood why Lord Yongqing, despite his loyalty to the country and the people, faced such criticism. Although public sentiment often has a sense of balance, it can be ruthlessly harsh. Juzheng admired Li Qing even more. Setting aside all else, when it comes to the art of provocation, who in the Ming dynasty could compare? As Su Jie's disciple, Juzheng understood his mentor's depth and composure well. In the past, while being bullied by Yan Song and ensnared by the emperor, as well as facing misunderstanding from the reformist faction, Su Jie had never crumbled to such an extent. Yet today, confronted by Lord Yongqing, with just a few sharp words, he had shattered Su Jie's defenses. How utterly incisive. Alas, it was too incisive. Thankfully, prior to this encounter, the teacher and student had each harbored their own ulterior motives for a considerable time. Yet, without exchanging a single move, their resolve had already disintegrated. Truly, Lord Yongqing is unparalleled. Juzheng, reflecting on this, felt a twinge of inadequacy. Teacher, are you all right? Su Jie cast a deep glance at Li Qing and coldly retorted. Every word of Lord Yongqing's advice is a gem. It is only proper to reciprocate kindness, so I too shall offer you counsel, Lord Yongqing. Li Qing leisurely took a sip of wine. Speak on. The Ming dynasty is not solely your domain of loyalty and patriotism. You overestimate your own importance. How could the state have reached this point without the efforts of many? Su Jie replied coolly, You underestimate others. Your assumptions are too malicious and subjective. What you perceive is merely your perception, not the reality. Li Qing nodded slightly. You are correct. Su Jie's vision darkened, and he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Juzheng hastily placed a comforting hand on his chest to help him regain his composure, turning towards Li Qing and advising, My lord, perhaps it would be prudent for you to speak less. Master Su is of advanced age and cannot endure such tumult. Li Qing, taken aback, replied, He has a point. I am merely acknowledging him, and if he is angered, can I be blamed? Juzheng interjected. Zhao Zhenji clicked his tongue, attempting to mediate. My lord, Master Su, you are both striving in your own ways to realize your worth and serve the nation and its people as virtuous ministers. However, your differing philosophies should not warrant such discord. Let us all calm our tempers. Li Qing, naturally composed, maintained his tranquility, for he was inherently serene. Su Jie, though still deeply aggrieved, managed to regain his composure and rationality. Yet, at this juncture, he relinquished his intention to persuade Li Qing to remain in the capital, recognizing that he could neither sway him nor maintain his own equanimity. I take my leave, he stated. Travel safely. No need for formalities, Juzheng replied, feeling it inappropriate to impose on Su Jie. Juzheng, reluctant to let him depart, hurriedly bowed and followed Su Jie to the Su residence. After much soothing discourse, he finally managed to mend Su Jie's wounded spirit. Master Su, the Yongqing Marquis has always been thus. He has even executed officials before. To be at odds with such a man is akin to waging war against oneself. Juzheng offered a cup of tea, awkwardly adding, It is not worth the trouble. Su Jie took a sip, slowly nodding, and with a bitter smile remarked, Indeed, I have grown old, losing my temper so easily. This fellow is truly infuriating. Juzheng, suppressing a chuckle, consoled him, Master Su, your years of dedication to the nation are well recognized. both your merits and your hardships. It is commonly known that the words of the Yongqing Marquis are excessively biased after decades of diligent service. Being unappreciated and even belittled is a burden that any man would find difficult to bear. It is not your fault. Pausing, he continued. The judgments of right and wrong cannot rest solely on the words of the Yongqing Marquis. The Grand Emperor knows, the Emperor knows, and all the officials are aware. The Marquis's arrogance is evident. I suspect it is not a personal affront to you, but rather a contempt for all officials in his eyes. Zhang Juzheng expressed his loyalty, saying, although Gao Gong has been reinstated and has entered the cabinet, I too have joined the ranks. Why should you worry, Master Su? If we cannot contend with the Yongqing Marquis, how could we possibly contend with Gao Gong? However, Su Jie remained silent. Zhang Juzheng, interpreting his silence as lingering concern, reiterated his loyalty. There is no need for you to intervene personally. Leave it to me. Su Jie sighed deeply, expressing his despondency. Perhaps it is time for me to step back. Zhang Juzheng was taken aback, but also felt a surge of joy, anxiously asking, Master Su, why do you say such things? Ah, I know you well. You are benevolent, yet you possess a radical spirit. Su Jie responded, bewildered. You, Gao Gong. The former Hai Rui and the current Zhao Xinji, though differing in temperament and ideology, are fundamentally all rather radical. Su Jie sighed again. The times are indeed as combustible as fire and oil. It has become excessively radical. In such circumstances, it seems that stability is the optimal choice. Yet, the Grand Emperor, the Emperor, and the Yongqing Marquis all opt for radical measures. The Emperor's youth is somewhat understandable, but the actions of the Grand Emperor and the Yongqing Marquis are truly incomprehensible. Certainly, I am not so presumptuous as to consider myself superior to the Grand Emperor or the eternal young Marquis. Their choices elude my understanding. Su Jie sighed, reflecting that perhaps the Marquis's disparagement was intended to instruct me on my place. Zhang Juzheng paused, sharing this sentiment. It is true that the eternal young Marquis is rather detestable. However, he is not one to indulge in petty amusements. Given the myriad actions across various dynasties, he has long since risen above base interests. How could he derive pleasure from belittling the current chief minister? Though these thoughts lingered in his mind, Zhang Juzheng could not voice them. He reassured Su Jie, Dear Su, you are overthinking this. Su Jie offered a bitter smile and shook his head, pondering for a moment before declaring, There is no need to trouble Gao Gong. I shall depart on my own. No further words are necessary, Su. Su Jie interrupted, rising and striding toward the exit. Zhang Juzheng wished to utter something, but the words caught in his throat, swallowed involuntarily as he gazed at Su Jie's forlorn silhouette, a wave of sorrow washing over him. In that instant, an inexplicable melancholy enveloped him, provoking thoughts of his own eventual departure. Wondering if it might unfold in a similar manner, the swell of negative emotions surged forth, leaving Zhang Juzheng standing there, lost in thought. In the Qinqing Palace, Emperor Zhu Zaiqiang wore an expression of discontent. Why does Su Qing behave thus? I am eager to employ my capabilities and require your assistance. Yet you choose this moment to propose retirement? I cannot permit it. Su Jie sighed in resignation. Your Majesty, I have grown old. My health is not what it once was. Then take the time to recuperate. Zhu Zaiqiang replied, summoning the imperial physician. Your Majesty, I am not ill, Su Jie interjected. As a loyal servant, I am deeply grateful for your esteemed regard. A ruler's kindness must not lead to the detriment of the state or its people. Zhu Zaiqiang furrowed his brow. Is it possible that you harbor resentment toward Gao Gong's ascension? How could I dare? Su Jie fervently shook his head, sincerely asserting, Your Majesty, why has it always been that a new emperor brings forth new ministers? Each reign bears its unique circumstances and challenges. I, as a physician of a previous era, lack the ability to cure the ailments of the next. To force a remedy would only lead to mediocrity. Seeing the sincerity in his words, Zhu Zaiqiang hesitated. His father had previously suggested that Li Chunfang could replace Su Jie, yet the abruptness of this notion left him somewhat flustered. Su Qing, I truly do not wish for your departure. If your energy is lacking, take a respite. I grant you leave, but as for retirement, let us set that aside. Su Jie sighed heavily and inquired, If the Grand Emperor were to consent to my resignation, would your Majesty still refuse? Zhu Zaiqiang was taken aback, finally grasping Su Jie's resolve. Did he truly intend to resign? Su Jie bowed deeply, earnestly imploring, I humbly request your Majesty's kindness, permitting me to retire to my homeland. Chapter 72. The fear of Zhu Houzhong, Zhu Zicheng pondered for a moment before asking, "Will you not reconsider?" "I implore your Majesty's grace." "Very well," Zhu Zicheng sighed. "Then let us discuss this at tomorrow's morning court." Su Jie bowed again, expressing his gratitude for the emperor's grace. Li Qing awoke naturally, refreshed and ready for the day, completed his morning routine, and indulged in a lengthy reading of a narrative before setting out for the Da Gao Xian Hall just before noon, arriving in time for the imperial banquet. "Your arrival is indeed timely." Zhu Houzhong, lacking an appetite, inquired, "Are you aware of what transpired today?" "Su Jie has resigned," Li Qing candidly admitted. "Indeed. His departure at this moment is fortuitous. Otherwise, a confrontation between Gao Gong and him would have been inevitable, leading to the emperor's embarrassment and internal strife within the court." "Are you not concerned about the infighting between Gao Gong and Zhang Juzheng?" Zhu Houzhong asked. Li Qing replied calmly, "Zhang Juzheng is not like Su Jie. He foresaw today's events long ago and has maintained a cordial relationship with Gao Gong. While Su Jie chose to resist, Zhang Juzheng opted to leverage the situation, thus minimizing any risk of internal conflict." Zhu Houzhong, unusually silent, suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia and sighed. "Yang Tingyi, Yang Yiqing, Xia Yan, Zhang Tsong, Yin Song, Su Jie, one after another, they have departed. Indeed, the era of Jiajing has truly passed." Li Qing rolled his eyes, retorting, "Must you indulge in such sentimentality? If you truly miss it, why not return to your throne? Do you think one can simply resign from the throne or reclaim it at will?" Zhu Houzhong retorted, frustrated. "I merely wish to correct your dramatics," Li Qing teased. "If it were truly so easy, would you be capable of it?" Zhu Houzhong huffed in annoyance. Li Qing scoffed. "You understand the logic, yet you continue to display such theatrics. This individual often exhibits a petty emotionality. The more you indulge him, the more he will take advantage." Having learned from experience, Li Qing denied him the opportunity for unreasonable antics. "Can you not humor me?" Zhu Houzhong pleaded. "Why should I accommodate you? I am the sovereign, and you are my subject." Li Qing shrugged, murmuring, "The one from Jinling does not behave this way." Bam! Zhu Houzhong erupted in fury, gritting his teeth. "Huang Jin, quickly remove the meal." Hey, hey, are you unable to play along? What if I cannot?" Li Qing deftly shifted the topic, asking, "What did Zhao Zhenji say?" Zhu Houzhong shot him a fierce glare, huffing, "The emperor has already assigned him an official position. He will soon depart for Yingtianfu." Huang Jin, understanding the shifting mood, refrained from removing the food and drink. "What position has he been assigned?" "The governor of Yingtian." Li Qing paused, then slowly nodded. "Though it may conflict with Shun Lian, it is nonetheless justifiable, as it pertains to the southern Jiangsu." After a moment, he added, "Does the emperor know?" Zhu Houzhong muttered, "What is meant to be known is known. What should remain unknown is still unknown." "That is all the better," Li Qing relaxed and remarked. "The people are of utmost importance, the state next, and the sovereign last. Though the sovereign ranks lowest, he remains inherently tied to the nation and its people, reflecting the paradox of weakened imperial power amidst strengthened authority. You need not remind me of that." Li Qing shrugged, continuing to eat and drink, while Zhu Houzhong fell into deep contemplation. After a while, he said, "Li Qing, I must ask you something. Please answer truthfully. On account of the delectable food, go ahead." Li Qing replied, "How many years of life do I have left?" Li Qing, helpless, set down his chopsticks, speechless. "Is it not a tad too impatient of you to ask this?" Zhu Houzhong sighed, "I am not the frivolous Xingda. I have served as the Jiajing emperor for 40 years. For 4 decades, I have labored diligently, pouring my heart and soul into this role. I have contended with the Empress Dowager internally and battled fierce ministers externally. How many days of peace have I truly enjoyed? How can one expect to live a long life under such circumstances?" After speaking, Zhu's countenance fell, and he murmured, "I know my own body. I fear my days are numbered. If you possess any conscience, do take care of my health. You understand that if I live a bit longer, it will only benefit the Ming Dynasty and yourself." Li Qing rolled his eyes and chuckled. "Are you not simply trying to confine me to the capital? Is this all truly necessary?" Zhu Houzhong felt a flush of embarrassment and retorted, "I am indeed aging, especially over the past 2 years. I can feel my body failing me, and I am not deceiving you." Li Qing, amused, replied, "Do you truly believe I, the renowned physician Li, am undeserving of my reputation? I understand your health better than you do. Rest assured, your life is still prolonged. But I do sense a certain decline." Zhu muttered, "You are merely scaring yourself." Li Qing, somewhat exasperated, advised, do not be overly introspective. The reality is far more optimistic than you perceive. Just as you wish for longevity, I too desire your enduring presence. How could I be negligent in this matter? Yet Zhu Houzhong persisted, I am nearing 60. How can I not be anxious? Li Qing, what is it? Do not set foot in the Western countries again, Zhu insisted. It is not that I forbid you, but while I am still alive, please refrain from going. Is that acceptable? Li Qing found himself in a difficult position. Zhu, irritated, exclaimed, is this one request of mine too much to satisfy? Li Qing rubbed his forehead. Why do you oscillate between extremes? Your longevity renders you incapable of understanding the psyche of us mere mortals. Zhu, vexed, countered, as a physician. You should grasp the gravity of the situation. If I were to suddenly fall ill while you are thousands of miles away, would I not be left to await my demise? Li Qing retorted, but you have the compendium of materia medica and Li Qing. He is no ordinary physician. That is not the same. Li Qing can only treat ailments, not extend one's life. Zhu Houzhong lamented. He lacks your expertise and experience. Who can compare to you in the care of the Ming emperors and empresses throughout history? Li Qing sighed and replied, but you are aware that even those I have treated could not escape their fates, albeit some lived longer. Zhu Houzhong forcefully interrupted and turned to Huang Jin. What say you? Huang Jin, equally concerned, chimed in. Indeed, Li Qing, did you not also mention that you would refrain from traveling to the West for some years? Currently, the silver market is flourishing. Your presence or absence would not greatly impact it. It would be wiser to remain in the Ming and look after the retired emperor. Zhu Houzhong quickly added, I do not insist you stay in the capital indefinitely. As long as you remain in the Ming, it would be convenient to summon you when necessary. In truth, Zhu Houzhong was not wholly afraid of death. What truly terrified him was the thought of not seeing Li Qing one last time when his time came. Consider it a form of compensation for me, Zhu remarked. Li Qing sighed and nodded reluctantly. Very well. As long as you live, I shall remain in the Ming and not venture to the West. His words suggested that living was akin to a crime. Li Qing could no longer tolerate Zhu's theatrics and retorted angrily. If you continue to be so dramatic, I will rescind my promise. Very well, let us agree on that, Zhu Houzhong remarked, sensing the moment was ripe to withdraw. Li Qing took a deep breath and said, 40 years of imperial reign have undoubtedly drained much of your vitality. Yet, it seems you are not as weary now. Maintain a tranquil mindset and focus on your well-being. There are still countless good days ahead. I rarely make promises, but when I do, I am steadfast in my word, keeping my heart's intentions close to my chest. Observing the seriousness in his demeanor, Zhu Houzhong felt considerably more at ease and added, since eternal life is unattainable, living a few more years or a few less is inconsequential. It is not death that I fear, but rather the solitude that accompanies it, longing for someone to converse with during times of loneliness. Li Qing, unusually refraining from jesting, nodded gently. How long do you intend to stay in the capital? Perhaps a month or two, Li Qing replied. Once I have restored your health, I shall return to Jinling. Zhu Houzhong expressed his discontent. After being away for so many years, you will only stay for a month or two. I am in Jinling. If something arises, would I not come? Li Qing, feeling weary, responded, you have ample time ahead, but their time is limited. Zhu Houzhong hesitated, then, foregoing his usual stubbornness, said, in your leisure, do come to visit often. With your capabilities, a round trip between the two capitals can be accomplished in less than 10 days. Whenever you wish to come, you are always welcome. I shall make it a point to visit frequently. That is splendid. Zhu Houzhong's expression brightened with satisfaction, and he cheerfully added, one must not indulge in fine cuisine without purpose. Having feasted well, do grant me another session of acupuncture. Li Qing sighed. It truly is a considerable affair to tend to your whims. Upon returning to Lianjiaten, it was already the third watch of the night. Zhao Jingji had been waiting for some time, and upon his arrival, he performed a deep bow, saying, I have come to bid farewell to the Marquis. Departing already? I shall leave early tomorrow morning. Not wishing to disturb your restful slumber, I have come to inform you in advance. Zhao Jingji continued. The Emperor has approved Scholar Su's resignation. I am heading to Yingtianfu, and Scholar Su will return to Songjiang. It is quite convenient, as I will accompany him. Li Qing was taken aback. So soon? Scholar Su has held his position in the capital for many years, and his family is quite established. It is not a simple matter to leave on a whim. Indeed, Scholar Su is eager to return home, leaving his son behind to manage affairs. Zhao Jingji sighed. Your words yesterday had a significant impact on Scholar Su. Li Qing smiled slightly. A bitter remedy is often beneficial for the ailment. For Su Jie, this may not be entirely unfortunate. Perhaps, Zhao Jingji nodded lightly. I have come not only to bid farewell, but also to request a favor from you. You wish for me to write a letter of recommendation for Li Xian? Zhao Jingji chuckled awkwardly and nodded. The imperial decree does not explicitly demand the Li family to take action, and since you will be in the capital for a time, I wish to expedite matters. A trivial request. Li Qing opened the door and entered while inquiring, what is the court's reaction to promoting the Heart School in Yingtianfu? There are quite a few supporters, but also many detractors, Zhao Jingji lamented. Those opposed simply disdain the Heart School, while many who support it have their own selfish motives. Li Qing smirked, quite normal. Chapter 73. Not departing the following day, Zhao Jingji departed. Scholar Su had also left. When Li Qing awoke, both had already taken their leave. The emperor specially declared a day of recess from court, presenting Su Jie with a small journey. A gesture that acknowledged Su's merits while also serving to win the hearts of his ministers. A few days later, Li Chunfang was successfully promoted to the position of chief minister of the Ming Dynasty. In contrast to Gao Gong and Zhang Juzheng, Li Chunfang was indeed fortunate. His unambitious and non-aggressive demeanor allowed him to surpass the two. It remains unknown how Gao and Zhang felt about this turn of events. Li Qing, on the other hand, enjoyed a leisurely life, relishing the culinary delights of the capital and the palace, aiding Zhu Houzhong in maintaining his health, assisting Huang Jin in disease prevention, and engaging in lively conversations with his master, sharing experiences from his years in the West. Occasionally, he visited tea houses to listen to storytellers, reveling in the tranquility and pleasure of his days. Half a month later, under the protection of the imperial guards, Gao Gong finally made his way to the capital, fulfilling his desire to enter the cabinet. Several days thereafter, Hu Zongxian also arrived in the capital, first visiting the palace to meet the emperor before proceeding to the Grand Hall. Li Qing was keenly interested in the integration strategy and naturally seized the opportunity to gain insights. In the Grand Hall, Hu Zongxian succinctly outlined the plight of the nomadic tribes and their prevailing mindset. Overall, the tribes faced dire living conditions, and among those yet to fully integrate into the Ming, conflicts were rampant, adhering to a worldview that justified plunder as a natural order. As for those tribes that had submitted to the Ming for over a year, their wildness and barbarism had significantly diminished, allowing them to largely abide by Ming laws. Newly submitted tribes, however, remained more unruly. After providing a brief overview, Hu Zongxian remarked that the court's sudden halving of funding would undoubtedly provoke strong dissatisfaction among the tribes yet to submit, leading to potential unrest or even renewed warfare. Zhu Houzhong pondered for a moment and inquired if Hu was aware of the court's countermeasures. Hu confirmed this and was asked if he had confidence in them. After a moment's hesitation, Hu replied, Your Majesty, the court's current efforts towards integration hardly meet the tribe's needs. While employing foreign tactics against foreign foes may be a wise strategy, this process is fraught with challenges. Li Qing interjected, asking if assistance was needed. Hu Zongxian brightened at the prospect and asked if the Marquis had time to spare. Li Qing had his own matters to attend to, but he stated that assistance was at Hu's discretion. Zhu Houzhong added, if Yu Daio could be spared, it would greatly ease your burden and enhance your confidence. Yu Daio was a fierce general, whose combat style was particularly suited for dealing with nomadic tribes, having maintained extensive dealings with them in recent years. Zhu Houzhong tapped his fingers against his temple and remarked, he is currently occupied with the suppression of the Japanese pirates. Very well, I shall entrust you with full responsibility. It is indeed a heavy task. Hu Zongxian was somewhat taken aback by the emperor's prompt agreement, feeling a bit awkward as he replied, Your Majesty, what should be done about the matter of eradicating the pirates? Zhu Houzhong reassured him that Qi Jiguang would be in charge of that. What about the land measurement? Hu Zongxian cautiously inquired. Zhu Houzhong chuckled, playfully responding, You seem quite concerned. The land measurement is already halfway complete. The absence of Qi Jiguang's supervision should not have a significant impact. The court will appoint another honest and upright official to oversee it. Hu Zongxian acknowledged this with a sheepish grin, feeling considerably relieved. Upon witnessing Hu Zongxian's aging visage and reflecting on the arduous years that have passed, Zhu Houzhong exhaled deeply and spoke gently. You are no longer young. This relentless pace has indeed been taxing. It would be wise for you to take a moment to rest and recuperate. Without a robust constitution, how can one serve the nation faithfully? Yes, Your Majesty, I shall obey, Hu Zongxian replied, genuinely moved, bowing deeply and nodding in acknowledgement towards Li Qing before exiting the grand hall. Zhu Houzhong continued to gaze towards the entrance, softly inquiring, "Who do you believe is suitable? Do you not already possess the answer?" Li Qing replied lazily, "Is there anyone besides Hai Rui who can truly put your mind at ease?" Zhu Houzhong sighed, admitting, "While I have complete confidence in Hai Rui's character, I worry that promoting him too quickly might hinder his growth." In truth, there was little to fear. Although Hai Rui was merely a successful candidate, his wisdom surpassed that of many scholars. He was simply straightforward, not foolish, nor lacking in capability. Li Qing remarked, "The Chunin incident has already demonstrated his competence. Furthermore, you seem to overlook one crucial aspect." "What is that?" "Public sentiment," Li Qing explained. Hai Rui's deeds have spread through the Jinling daily and Suzhou daily, coupled with the word of mouth among the common folk. Presently, he has become a paragon throughout Jiangnan. No one dares to openly oppose him, for otherwise, their own reputations would suffer. Indeed, Zhu Houzhong nodded slowly. "Then let it be him." Li Qing then asked, "What position do you intend to assign him?" "I do not plan to assign him any official post," Zhu Houzhong replied. "Even if Hai Rui were to be promoted, it could only occur after the land surveying is fully completed." Li Qing did not argue for Hai Rui, but stated, "Surely he should have a proper identity to intervene in this matter?" "Special envoy," Zhu Houzhong suggested. "That works," Li Qing contemplated, then added, "Promoting the heart of learning is no trivial matter. Your health has improved sufficiently. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "The 2-month deadline has not yet expired," Zhu Houzhong frowned. "If you return to Jinling, can you truly intervene without repercussions?" There are many matters at hand," Li Qing replied. "I shall not head straight to Jinling. I must first inform Shun Lian and Zhao Zhengji to coordinate, as well as Qi Jiguang and Yu Daiyou. Jiangnan, being a hub of commerce and industry, is vital for the court's taxation. We must proceed with caution." Zhu Houzhong fell silent. "Very well, go if you must. But understand this, you cannot secretly travel to the west." Li Qing chuckled. "Given the current circumstances, even if I wished to, I could not venture forth. After the situation stabilizes, I still cannot go." Zhu Houzhong reminded him, "You made a promise. As long as I live, you shall not go to the west." Li Qing wearily nodded in acquiescence. "Is this truly the time to depart? Just one more visit with Hu Zongxian before I leave, since he has just returned. Let him recuperate, even if only for a day," Zhu Houzhong suggested. "Let us drink together tomorrow before you go." Li Qing did not decline. After many years apart, the Zhu Houzhong of today was markedly different from the one of yore. Most notably, he had become somewhat loquacious, increasingly sentimental. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say, more emotionally expressive. At least, this was the case towards Li Qing, who found him easily swayed by emotion. Perhaps it was merely the passage of time that rendered all individuals thus. Li Qing had grown less impatient than he was upon his initial arrival. As Zhu Houzhong remarked, he could attain longevity, possessing little comprehension of time. Yet for one who has traversed the majority of life, each passing day signifies a day less. Li Qing offered solace, stating, "The Ming Dynasty is vast, yet it feels small, particularly to me. Should I hasten my journey, a round trip between the two capitals would take merely 5 days. Whenever you think of me or feel unwell, simply send a letter to Jinling. Even if I am not in Jinling, I will inform the Li family of my whereabouts, and you will find me with ease." Zhu Houzhong was pleased with Li Qing's heartfelt words, yet found his demeanor unsatisfactory, snorting, "Could you not be more proactive?" Li Qing smiled and replied, "When I have leisure, I shall return. However, you must not constantly think of me." "How amusing. Do you consider yourself a great beauty?" Zhu Houzhong, seeing Li Qing concede, felt a sense of pride, cleared his throat, and declared, "At least once a year." "Agreed. Each visit should last at least 2 months. That depends on the circumstances. If I am not busy, it shall be no issue." Li Qing remarked, "Your health is not as dire as you believe. With the right mindset, all shall be well." Zhu Houzhong inquired, "What of the situation in Jinling?" "Not very good," Li Qing replied candidly. "He is quite old and has but a couple of years left." Zhu Houzhong suddenly felt uneasy, took a deep swig from his cup, and sighed, "When that time comes, bring someone back. The money has already been spent. It ought not to go to waste." "Indeed. What of my eldest grandson? He is chubby and rather charming." Li Qing responded. Zhu Houzhong hesitated and tentatively asked, "What if you were to adopt him?" "Adopt what?" "A godson." Li Qing was taken aback and then erupted in anger. You truly dare to suggest that I adopt your grandson as my godson? How absurd. I am living my life backward. During the Yongle era, even the fourth prince had to address me as master. You all are far too indulgent. Cease your boasting. The founding emperor often spoke of Li Qing as if it were a catchphrase. Zhu Houzhong weakly retorted, not just the founding emperor. Xianzong did the same. Master was used when he was scolding me by name. Was that any less frequent? Li Qing, do you believe I would strike you? You have a penchant for rudeness, Zhu Houzhong replied, somewhat disgruntled. I was merely jesting. If circumstances allow, be sure to look after Zhu Zili's lineage. Given his connection to the Li family, do you think he requires my assistance? Zhu Houzhong sighed. The Li family will ultimately be disassembled. Have you considered when that might happen? Li Qing fell silent for a moment and said, It is not a matter of when I wish it to occur, but rather when that day will inevitably arrive. If you ask me, I do not know. When that day truly arrives, will you not feel compassion? What do you think? Zhu Houzhong opened his mouth, somewhat awkwardly stating, It is merely a division of the family. It is not akin to seizing property. In truth, it is not so difficult to accept, is it? I certainly will not feel sorrow. Do you think I am like you? Li Qing scoffed, took another drink, and stood, declaring, In any case, your health is quite good. I will visit when I have the time. I will come if you have matters to discuss. I shall also come if the court requires my presence. I remain within the Ming Dynasty. I am not leaving. Chapter 74, Dilemma the following day. At the Huaitong Pavilion, Li Qing and Hu Zongxian sat across from each other, discussing the intricate details of the current integration plan and some matters that were not suitable for public discourse. Hu Zongxian sighed softly, expressing his concerns. The influence of the environment has deeply entrenched the barbaric nature of the grassland tribes. It is exceedingly challenging to tame them within less than 2 generations. Over the years, numerous unpleasant incidents have occurred, and there have been instances of minor violence. Li Qing nodded slightly, acknowledging there will always be friction. To be fair, we cannot place the blame solely on the barbarism of the grassland tribes. We must also consider our own shortcomings, which may even be more significant. Hu Zongxian continued, The local populace inherently looks down upon them, and the concept of barbarians is firmly rooted. Furthermore, although the court endeavors to prevent conflicts of interest between the two parties, achieving perfection is quite difficult. With concern, Hu Zongxian remarked, the areas suitable for cultivation beyond the borders are limited. The grassland tribes that previously migrated to Liaodong and the Hetao region have now been assimilated into Han culture. Moreover, over the years, a considerable number of people have been relocated to these areas, leading to saturation. Beyond this, the only option left would be to migrate further into the heart of the Ming. After pondering, Li Qing suggested, If we truly reach a point where there is no space to accommodate, we could consider migrating towards Yunnan. This has been attempted in the past with relatively successful outcomes. If managed properly, it could even serve as a deterrent to the smaller states south of Yunnan. Hu Zongxian chuckled wryly, acknowledging, the court is of the same mind. Yet it is no easy task to suddenly have expenditures. He lamented, one wishes for the horse to run, while simultaneously wanting it not to graze. Li Qing understood the predicament faced by Hu Zongxian, yet he felt powerless to assist. The court's finances had been in deficit year after year, leaving insufficient funds for expansive allocations. Many matters had to be approached with resignation. It was not that Li Qing was being radical in his approach to integration. Rather, the groundwork laid by the previous dynasties had matured by the Juzheng era. If the opportunity to reap the fruits of this labor was missed, they would likely enter another cycle of stagnation. The same applied to the proliferation of education. Since the Yongle era, commerce and industry had begun to flourish, and the proactive promotion of these sectors inevitably led to the vigorous growth of capital. Without the widespread dissemination of education, even if one wished to leverage the principles of the heart to usher in a new wave, there would be no fertile ground for such endeavors. As Li Qing had previously articulated, it was not his desire to be radical. Rather, the Ming had evolved over a century and more, with increasing momentum for progress, necessitating continued investment in the future. Li Qing sighed. This indeed poses a considerable challenge for you. Should you encounter insurmountable issues, feel free to consult with me, and I shall offer assistance. Hu Zongxian smiled and replied, I do not mean to complain. The court faces its own difficulties. The retired emperor, the current sovereign, and the lords all have their burdens. If a solution can be found, I would prefer not to trouble the retired emperor, the sovereign, or the lords. Yet, if I truly cannot resolve the matter, I will have no choice but to seek assistance from the court the sovereign, or the lords? Li Qing nodded with a smile. Do not hesitate to reach out when necessary. Houzhong jested, I dare not be presumptuous. Li Qing smiled gently, acknowledging that Houzhong was indeed a capable individual with years of experience. There was little for Li Qing to advise him on, save for assuring him that the court would provide support and that he would not remain idle, thus bolstering Hu's confidence and alleviating his mental burdens. They conversed for nearly an hour, during which Li Qing took Houzhong's pulse and prescribed a remedy, before finally advising him. As the saying goes, a child who cries will receive sweets. When it is time to trouble the sovereign, do not hesitate. After all, he is the sovereign. Moreover, there are many matters that you cannot bear alone. I understand, sir. Houzhong bowed deeply and inquired, Are you planning to leave the capital, my lord? Li Qing nodded. I intend to pay a visit to Yudayo, Qijiguang, and Shunlian. The southern region is about to become quite lively. Houzhong appeared surprised, quickly followed by a look of concern, hesitating as he said, I have something to say, though I am unsure if I should. Speak freely. Is it not a bit too radical, perhaps too hasty? Li Qing sighed. It is indeed radical, yet it is a passive radicalism. Houzhong fell silent, reflecting. I am but a humble scholar with a limited perspective. Even though I have not been in the capital for some time, I can see that the current situation in the Ming Dynasty is akin to oil igniting in fire. I hope you will exercise caution, my lord. Indeed, I will. Li Qing replied with a smile and a nod. Houzhong let out a quiet sigh, forcing a smile as he said, Safe travels, my lord. Take care of your health as well. Your significance to the Ming Dynasty is no less than that of the Grand Secretaries, Li Qing remarked. Should you falter, it would be a tremendous loss for the court. You flatter me, my lord. I will take care of myself. Houzhong said with a smile as Li Qing turned to depart. In Taizhou, at the general's office, Li Qing first met with Yudayo. This was prudent, as Qijiguang would soon return to take over, thus saving him an additional journey. At present, Yudayo had reached the age of knowing his fate. Yet his physique remained robust, showing no signs of aging or weakness. He was indeed the same man who had once faced Li Qing in a duel, retreating only a step, even though Li Qing had held back. Upon seeing Li Qing, Yudayo greeted him with the warmth of a family reunion. Ah, the ever-young marquis truly lives up to his name. After all these years, you remain as handsome as ever. Yudayo's unique style of complimenting was something Li Qing had experienced thoroughly during their travels to the western regions long ago. He was not offended, only somewhat speechless. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Qing revealed the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing that the court intended for him to assist Governor Hu in dealing with foreign foes, Yudayo became exuberant, nearly dancing with excitement, repeatedly exclaiming, Governor Hu truly understands me. What a considerate man. Li Qing chuckled. Isn't combating the pirates also a form of warfare? Is it not the same? Not at all. Fighting pirates is utterly unexciting, Yudayo complained. The pirates possess a certain ferocity, which is commendable, and their individual combat prowess is not to be underestimated. Yet once the battle commences, they essentially look out for themselves. There is no formation, not even basic tactics. It resembles a scuffle with brigands rather than a proper engagement. Little Qi has trained his soldiers too well, leaving no challenge at all. It is those barbaric foes that truly suit my taste. Upon seeing Li Qing's grim expression, Yudayo awkwardly attempted to justify. Those who submit to the Ming are naturally our own kin. Those who do not are merely barbarians. Li Qing sighed with a hint of resignation and then inquired, Are the pirates rampant? Well, not excessively, Yudayo replied. If we are to speak of battle, even if the pirates doubled in number, they would not be of much concern. The main issue lies with the common folk, who are driven by greed, compounded by the fact that our campaigns against the pirates have been so effective that the populace has barely felt the sting of their incursions. Furthermore, the cunning pirates are adept at employing underhanded tactics, sowing discord both overtly and covertly, leading the people to believe that we are the ones obstructing their prosperity. Yudayo's frustration mounted as he exclaimed, These ungrateful wretches are truly detestable. They refuse to listen to reason, and yet we cannot take up arms against them. Which is infuriating. Li Qing, feeling equally helpless, was about to offer some words of comfort when he noticed Yudayo shift to a more jovial tone, relishing the misfortune. But now it seems the challenge has fallen onto Shaoqi. Indeed, this was originally his burden. I have borne it long enough on his behalf. Li Qing, though speechless, felt a twinge of displeasure. However, recognizing Yudayo's tendency to speak without filter and his self-identification as a soldier, He deemed it futile to engage in discussions of political awareness. What of the casualty ratio? He inquired. Yu Daiyou, somewhat embarrassed, replied, the troops are trained by Shao Qi. I find them somewhat challenging to command. Naturally, my performance pales in comparison to his, resulting in a somewhat higher casualty ratio. Li Qing pressed for specifics, to which Yu Daiyou reluctantly disclosed, we have slain 3,798 enemies, with 79 of our own lost. Li Qing was taken aback. This casualty ratio was significantly lower than he had anticipated. However, considering Qi Jiguang's record of 0 casualties, Yu Daiyou's outcome seemed somewhat justifiable. With such a casualty ratio, Li Qing found no grounds for reproach, nor could he offer praise, lest it inflate Yu Daiyou's ego. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. Perceiving a possible dissatisfaction from the Marquis, Yu Daiyou awkwardly shifted the subject. Since the Marquis has made a rare visit, we must indulge in a drink together, allowing me, as the host, to extend my hospitality. Li Qing inquired, do you often partake in such revelry? Certainly not, but with your presence, it's a different matter, Yu Daiyou responded, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Pirate incursions occur at specific times. They typically do not commence until April. We are not yet in March, so a couple of drinks should be inconsequential. There is a saying, is there not? Yu Daiyou pondered momentarily before articulating. One must balance relaxation with diligence, the dual paths of civil and martial endeavors. You, Marquis, have also commanded troops and fought in battles. Even in peacetime, soldiers are not strictly prohibited from enjoying a drink. Li Qing sighed wearily and remarked, it seems I have put you to great lengths for the sake of drinking. Just 2 drinks? Li Qing chuckled and nodded. Then let us indeed have 2 drinks. Yu Daiyou, filled with delight, immediately instructed his attendants to prepare food and drink. Though he suggested only 2 drinks, once Yu Daiyou began, he lost all restraint, consuming an entire jar, finally feeling satisfied. Nonetheless, Yu Daiyou remained sober, his mind clear and focused. As they drank, Li Qing further gleaned insights into the situation regarding the pirates. Overall, the impact of the pirates on commerce and industry was minimal, nearly negligible, and they had not engaged in widespread pillaging or slaughter. Rather, they had merely exacerbated the existing private trade among the populace. Certainly, the inability of the pirates to wreak havoc upon the populace does not stem from their mercy, but rather from a fear that such actions would unify the officials and the people, consequently jeopardizing their own existence. Otherwise, with such an extensive coastline, how could the Ming forces possibly defend every inch without fail? Ultimately, these pirates are primarily engaged in smuggling. The situation is not insurmountable. Simply allowing free trade between the common folk and Japan could resolve the issue of the pirates without resorting to violence. However, this would give rise to a new dilemma. The court's financial revenue would further diminish, and once the floodgates are opened, merchants would swarm in, encroaching upon the livelihoods of those who previously profited from smuggling. Conversely, if the status quo is maintained, those benefiting from smuggling might align themselves with the pirates, exacerbating the growing rift between officials and the populace over time. Li Qing found himself in a quandary, struggling to make a decision. Ultimately, he resolved to wait for Qi Jiguang's return before making a choice. However, unbeknownst to him, someone within the court had already taken the initiative. Chapter 75. Council in the Imperial Study. The newly appointed Grand Secretary Gao Gong passionately articulated, Your Majesty, when trade flourishes, the pirates become merchants. When trade is restricted, merchants become pirates. This is a self-evident truth. The so-called pirates are merely smugglers. Why not lift the prohibitions? Gao Gong, who had just returned to the cabinet, brimmed with energy and was determined to take action. In contrast, Zhu Houzhong remained considerably more composed, responding, if so, the court's financial revenue will inevitably shrink. Although the trade volume with Japan has declined, it still yields an annual profit of around 3 million, which is not an insignificant sum. Gao Gong immediately countered, Your Majesty, consider this. Smuggling incurs no taxes, and eradicating pirates entails costs as well, when weighed against each other. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Zhu Houzhong calmly replied, however, if we were to open the gates, merchants would immediately flood in, thereby encroaching upon the meager profits of the common folk who rely on smuggling. The detriment to the people's interests would adversely affect commerce and subsequently impact tax revenues. All calculations would reveal that the disadvantages far outweigh the advantages. Gao Gong paused, contemplating the intricacies of the matter, and slowly acknowledged, Your Majesty is indeed wise. The court's stringent prohibitions compel merchants to hide behind the common people, using them as a shield to escape accountability. He continued, "Yet, Your Majesty, should we fully liberalize trade with Japan, it would undoubtedly invigorate Japan's mining ambitions. Overall, this would still yield more benefits than drawbacks." Zhu Houzhong replied with a wry smile. "I was aware of these points long ago. During Yang Xin's tenure as governor of Jiangnan, he meticulously expounded upon the pros and cons of this very issue. It is commendable for the court to benefit the people, yet over so many years, has the court not often neglected its own interests? The current financial crisis is not solely due to excessive expenditures. The court's excessive concessions to the populace have also played a significant role. With the court's finances in a precarious state, Zhu Houzhong was unwilling to further sacrifice its interests. Gao Gong pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Your Majesty, what if I could propose a method to offset the losses?" Zhu Houzhong asked, "What method do you have in mind?" "Let us seek compensation from the gentry of Jiangnan." Zhu Houzhong retorted with frustration, "I expended considerable effort to reinstate you in the court, and yet you persist in this folly, failing to learn from past mistakes? This time is different. It is not a one-size-fits-all solution." Gao Gong remarked, addressing the Jiangnan merchants engaged in trade with Japan, "I have calculated meticulously. Even after compensating the court's losses, they would still stand to profit, making it unreasonable for them to refuse." Zhu Houzhong paused, hesitatingly inquired, "If we do not open this avenue, do you have a method to sever ties with the Jiangnan merchants?" Gao Gong responded with a jest. Zhu Houzhong awkwardly chuckled and urged him to be more specific. "The Li family of Yingtian Prefecture, the Su family of Songjiang Prefecture, and the Shun family of Baoding Prefecture." Gao Gong delineated. "As for Jiangnan, there is no need to elaborate. Considering Baoding has the Tianjin port, it would be arduous for the Shun family to decline." Zhu Houzhong furrowed his brow, stating, "Do you mean to delegate the power of private trade to these three families to compensate for the court's losses?" "Your Majesty is astute," Gao Gong affirmed. "Astute?" Zhu Houzhong retorted coldly, "What does this amount to? Selling power?" "A different kind of emperor," Gao Gong replied earnestly. "This is not the sale of power. It is merely a means of redirecting grievances. The court's prohibition on private trade with Japan will cultivate resentment among the populace. By transferring the right to trade to these three families, the discontent will shift towards them. Over time, whether it takes 3 years or just one, these families will inevitably have to relent amidst the rising tide of public outcry, ultimately leading to the actual strategic allowance of private trade with Japan. Thus, it benefits the people while also compensating the court's losses. Is this not a win-win situation?" After a moment's pause, he added, "As for selling power, Your Majesty exaggerates. This is merely a fee for operating licenses, which has nothing to do with selling power. Selling official positions is what constitutes the sale of power." Zhu Houzhong contemplated seriously and slowly nodded. "The idea is commendable, but will the Li, Su, and Shun families accept it?" "Of course they will. You underestimate them far too much." "No, I do not underestimate them at all," Gao Gong clarified. "The noble Duke Yongqing, with his commendable integrity, will undoubtedly agree. As long as Your Majesty makes it clear in the decree that it is based on my counsel, Su Jie will also acquiesce. As for the Shin family, their industrial and commercial prospects in Baoding are not robust. Facing little competition, why would they refuse when there is profit to be made?" Gao Gong continued, "Your Majesty, the Li family is affluent, and while the Su family may not compare to them, they are still quite wealthy. If we are to earn, let us profit from the wealthy." Zhu Houzhong frowned. "In that case, it may seem the court is rather unfeeling." The Duke Yongqing aside, "Su Jie has also served the state well. Would this not dishearten the people?" Gao Gong countered, "Does Your Majesty believe that the Duke Yongqing, with his broad-mindedness, would concern himself with such trivial gains and losses? He is aware of the court's financial struggles, and while the Li family is wealthy, they cannot provide direct assistance to the court. We are merely offering them a legitimate pretext. As for Su Jie, I have suggested that Your Majesty can fabricate an illusion of personal vendetta on my part, thus preserving the court's dignity and protecting Your Majesty's esteemed reputation. The Shin family already stands to gain, and they will be eager to comply." Zhu Houzhong's brow tightened in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he remarked, "Su Jie has just departed. He remains a spiritual leader of the reformists. At this juncture, regardless of how the officials perceive me, how shall you manage your own position?" Gao Gong remained silent for a moment before responding, "What is the purpose of Your Majesty summoning me to the capital?" "Naturally, it is to have you assist me." Such profound favor from your majesty compels me to consider how I might repay your kindness, Gao Gong replied earnestly. Your majesty, it seems you are well aware that the times have indeed changed. It is not out of arrogance that I, the minister, assert that the cabinet does not require the likes of Grand Scholar Su or Grand Scholar Li. Rather, it is individuals like myself and Zhang Juzheng who are essential. The more one attempts to maintain stability, the more elusive it becomes. We must take the initiative and rectify our course. Gao Gong lamented. I have also heard of Hai Rui's deeds. If one speaks of radicalism, Hai Rui's fervor surpasses that of the Yongqing Marquis by several folds. Yet, why do you and the Grand Emperor extend such particular favor towards him? Zhu Ziqian was somewhat stirred, his blood rushing with fervor. He was well aware of these matters and harbored ambitions of his own. You speak the truth. The times no longer permit a quest for stability. However, I must ask, how can one establish their footing in such a manner? It ultimately rests with His Majesty, Gao Gong replied, taking a deep breath. I dare to request another official position from the Emperor. What? Minister of Personnel, Gao Gong declared. I pride myself on my capabilities, though I lack authority. I cannot guarantee the transformation of 10 portions of power into 12 portions of political achievement, as the Yongqing Marquis has done. Yet I possess confidence in converting 10 portions into 5. Transforming 10 into 5? Zhu Ziqian interjected. This is merely the standard set by the Yongqing Marquis. I must remind you, both Su Jie and Li Chunfang have not even managed a third of that. Gao Gong replied. Zhu Ziqian scoffed, such audacity. According to your reasoning, aside from the Yongqing Marquis, only you, Gao Gong, are worthy? Gao Gong shook his head slightly. There are also Zhang Tsong and Gue Yi Gao Gong. You know how I regard you. Yet your words today are exceedingly presumptuous, Zhu Ziqian retorted with some irritation. Do not mistake my favor for a license to boast. Gao Gong sighed deeply, speaking earnestly. It is precisely because of your majesty's profound grace that I dare not hold back. Your majesty, I suddenly. Gao Gong's eyes shimmered with tears, and in a choked voice, he confessed, at my age, I am still without a son. It seems unlikely I will have one. What else can I aspire to but to serve the country and leave a name in history? Witnessing Gao Gong's plight ignited Zhu Ziqian's spirit. Minister of Personnel? Zhu Ziqian inhaled deeply. Allow me to ponder a solution. I understand, Gao Gong responded, drawing a deep breath. I hope your majesty will contemplate my counsel. Zhu Ziqian nodded gently. In the grand hall, Zhu Ziqian conveyed the matter to his father in earnest. It was now the 3rd year of the Longqing era, and he had reigned as emperor for over 3 years, rarely troubling his father with matters of state. However, today's issue was significant, prompting him to seek his father's perspective. Zhu Houzhong pondered briefly before offering his counsel. The Li family will contribute the funds. Su Jie will as well, and they will harbor no substantial grievances. Even if this develops into a situation where the entire populace may participate, the Su family will not suffer losses, and the Shen family requires no further mention. Such matters are harmless to the court and beneficial to the people, hence they are entirely feasible. He paused, adding, this should not be made public. Under the guise of convening a merchant meeting, invite representatives from the Li, Su, and Shen families, ensuring that Su Jie himself attends. Furthermore, gather sufficiently influential merchants. It is quite possible that the operating permit fee may exceed 3 million annually, perhaps even reaching 5 million. Zhu Ziqian, though intrigued, felt a twinge of skepticism. Father, does Japan truly possess such an abundance of silver? The true substantial profit from Japan's silver began during the reign of the Xinzong Emperor, largely attributed to Li Qing's successful dismantling of the Japanese regime, which has persisted for nearly a century. This endeavor has yielded an astonishing 30 million taels of silver. As the saying goes, a lean camel is larger than a horse. Japan's silver mines still exist, albeit with increased extraction costs. And the court has consistently maintained high selling prices, creating a deceptive impression of depletion. However, this is far from the truth. Zhu Houzhong remarked that they are all astute businessmen, and they are well aware of this principle. When the time comes, painting a rosy picture will certainly entice buyers. Zhu Ziqian, filled with enthusiasm, inquired about Gao Gong's intention to concurrently hold the position of Minister of Personnel. What does father think? Grant it to him. Zhu Houzhong replied decisively. If one wishes for the horse to run, one must allow it to graze. Gao Gong is correct. Having capability without power renders one ineffective. If he cannot manage, we can always retract it. It is of no great concern. Zhu Ziqian pondered. It has never been precedent since the conclusion of the cabinet disputes during the Hongzhi era for a grand secretary to also serve as minister of personnel. Is this truly advisable? Zhu Houzhong sighed, saying, in other dynasties, this might indeed be inappropriate. However, the Ming dynasty is different. It has always been in flux. So we should not be overly rigid. Chapter 76. Not an easy path. This year's temperatures are considerably more pleasant than in previous years. By the end of February, a distinct warmth has already set in. Li Qing exited the tea house, munching on unshelled sunflower seeds, basking in the gentle sunlight while admiring the verdant scenery. His spirits lifted as he leisurely walked towards the general's office. Upon entering the yamen, he immediately recognized the booming voice of Yu Daiyou and another voice that was somewhat unfamiliar, yet vaguely familiar. Li Qing's heart stirred, prompting him to quicken his pace inward. Indeed, it was Qi Jiguang returning. Now, Qi Jiguang was no longer the vigorous young man of his youth. Having entered his 40s, he had grown increasingly composed and mature. With a beard, crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, and a noticeable wrinkle on his forehead, his complexion had darkened a shade. Qi Jiguang had learned from Yu Daiyou that Li Qing was in Taizhou. Upon seeing him, he did not display excessive surprise, but instead performed a deep bow and smiled, saying, I pay my respects to the eternal Qing Marquis. In truth, Qi Jiguang was somewhat astonished. Knowing that the eternal Qing Marquis was ageless was one matter, but witnessing it firsthand was another. After so many years apart, the eternal Qing Marquis still exuded the same charm. Reflecting on their first encounter when they were nearly the same age, he now realized that a generation had passed. Qi Jiguang sincerely declared, the eternal Qing Marquis is indeed extraordinary. Li Qing smiled slightly and asked, measuring the fields must be more arduous than combating the pirates, no? Qi Jiguang chuckled lightly and nodded. It is manageable, though there are many vexing matters. However, I am under imperial command, and as a military general, I can occasionally act with a bit of impudence. They can only endure it. Yu Daiyou laughed heartily and said, precisely, the more you reason with them, the more they will take liberties. After a pause, he added, Your Grace, please bear witness. I have properly handed over everything. Young Qi has also brought the emperor's decree. If there is nothing else, I must seek out Governor Hu. Li Qing turned his gaze towards Qi Jiguang. Qi Jiguang chuckled, since the court has made arrangements. Let Jifu go. I shall take responsibility here. With the matter settled by the principal party, Li Qing had no objections. Shall we depart then? Little Qi has returned. Why should I linger here? Yu Daiyou, being rather impetuous, remarked, the emperor and Governor Hu are waiting in the capital. I must hasten. Li Qing concurred, saying, wishing you a smooth journey. Yu Daiyou jested, I thought the Marquis might suggest a toast before departing. A drink would suffice. Haha. Let us save it for our next gathering. Yu Daiyou, true to his energetic nature, promptly clasped his hands and declared, the carriage to escort little Qi is still waiting. We must leave. Li Qing nodded, accompanying Qi Jiguang to the exit, watching as he boarded the carriage, which gradually faded from sight before he slowly turned his gaze back to the grand hall. Qi Jiguang remarked, Your Excellency's departure will indeed take longer than initially anticipated. It has been somewhat prolonged, yet thankfully, the preliminary strategy has been established, which makes it worthwhile. Li Qing sipped his tea, observing the increasingly seasoned Qi Jiguang. It has been many years, you have changed considerably. Time spares no one, Qi Jiguang sighed. In contrast to my own position, the changes within the Ming dynasty are truly significant. Have you heard about the incident involving Chunan's Hairuwei? I have, Li Qing nodded. It is said that you intervened to quell the turmoil? Indeed, Qi Jiguang sighed. Reflecting on the circumstances of that time fills one with trepidation. In such a grand Ming dynasty, the common folk remain as they are. It is truly disconcerting. As for the current campaign against the Japanese pirates, it is the truth that the pirates themselves are not fearsome. What is daunting is the populace blinded by greed. Observing the sorrowful expression of misunderstanding on Qi Jiguang's face, Li Qing paused before saying, people are inherently drawn to profit. This holds true for gentry and bureaucrats, as well as ordinary citizens, both in ancient and modern times. One must come to terms with this. After all, the common folk pursue better lives, and it is not a matter of right or wrong. Qi Jiguang forced a bitter smile and nodded, lamenting, in these past 2 years, tasked with supervising the land survey policy, I have encountered numerous greedy gentry and landlords, as well as many colluding officials. To be candid, it incites considerable anger. Yet, I sometimes ponder, If those oppressed commoners were to one day rise to power, would they not, in turn, oppress others? Alas, it is a challenging predicament. Li Qing smiled and nodded. Such has always been the case. It is human nature. Qi Jiguang hesitated before asking, "Have you noticed a phenomenon, Your Excellency?" "What might that be?" He replied. "As the Ming Dynasty flourishes and commerce thrives, the hearts of the people become increasingly fickle and profit-driven, drifting further from ancient values," Qi Jiguang observed. "As national strength peaks, the costs of governance escalate. It seems that not all is beneficial." This is indeed an objective observation, yet to attribute problems solely to development is extreme. Should we then regress to the early days of the Ming Dynasty or even before its establishment? Li Qing softly remarked, "In the chaotic end of the Yuan, a mere bowl of rice could compel individuals to risk their lives. Yet, if one considers it from another angle, how should the common folk survive if they must thrive on bloodshed? In times of famine, when cannibalism ensues, does that truly revert human nature to its ancient state?" Qi Jiguang found himself at a loss for words, stammering after a lengthy pause, I merely worry that a situation akin to that of Chunnan may arise again." Among the vassal states surrounding the Ming Dynasty, none exhibited a greater demand than Japan. The nation was embroiled in constant warfare and possessed abundant silver mines, making proximity to wealth an irresistible temptation for coastal inhabitants eager to sell. However, the imperial court's edict forbade such transactions, instilling fear in the local officials, reminiscent of the events in Chunnan. Qi Jiguang lamented to Lord Ho, stating that during the campaign against the pirates, the adversaries were not solely foreign marauders, but also compatriots masquerading as such. Of course, most were mere brigands and bandits, not artisans, tenant farmers, or self-sustaining cultivators. Yet, this should not diminish the seriousness of the issue. Presently, a nexus of interest has formed among the good citizens, robbers, and pirates, akin to the collusion between officials and gentry, rendering the situation exceedingly complex. While eradicating the pirates may not be arduous, the intricate web of mutual interests complicates matters, creating a scenario that is both inextricable and chaotic. A simplistic solution is not viable. Qi Jiguang sighed, requesting guidance from Lord Ho. This discourse rendered Li Qing speechless. He found himself incapable of imparting wisdom to Qi Jiguang. The root of the problem lay in the court's monopoly over trade with Japan. Yet is monopoly inherently flawed? Not at all. Since the Changhua era, within just a century, the court has amassed over 30 million taels of silver. Without such wealth, how could education be disseminated, territories in the West be reclaimed, and the northern steppes be integrated simultaneously with such success? In truth, under Li Qing's intervention, the court has already extended considerable concessions to the populace. Had they adhered to Zhu Di's original philosophy of entirely monopolizing maritime trade, the Ming Dynasty may not have enjoyed the current prosperity. Yet the imperial finances would certainly not be strained. Conversely, they would be exceedingly affluent. However, that would render the overall material wealth of the Ming incomparable to today's standards. The court's finances are already precarious, and further cuts would be intolerable. Li Qing could only advise, endure a little longer, remain vigilant. Should we approach the point of losing control, inform me in advance, and I shall take responsibility. Qi Jiguang inquired, how shall Lord Ho remedy this? Find a way to benefit the public at the expense of private interests, Li Qing replied. Worried, Qi Jiguang expressed, any encroachment upon vested interests harms the Li family. Li Qing interjected, certainly, it must not be overt. It must be indirect and discreet, ensuring no one is aware. Li Qing is not a miser, nor is he unwilling to assist despite the court's financial difficulties. Rather, the wealth of the Li family cannot be readily dispersed. Whether for scientific research, overseas acquisitions, or extensive workshop construction, substantial capital is essential. As the wealthiest in the Ming, the Li family serves as a pioneer of capital. At this juncture, depleting their resources would yield far more detriment than benefit. However, should the situation Qi Jiguang fears arise, some sacrifice from the Li family may be necessary. Qi Jiguang, somewhat embarrassed, clarified, my intent in discussing these matters with Lord Ho is not driven by such thoughts. I understand, Li Qing smiled. If you can bear the burden, do so. If not, do not hesitate to let me bear it. After a pause, he added, it's not just you. Huangxian is also affected. The court has the funding for integrating the northern prairie tribes. The higher-ups may speak freely, but those of us below must toil endlessly. I am aware of your struggles, as are the two emperors. Yet, I trust you also understand the court's difficulties. In this period of inadequate productivity, we must all make do as best we can. Indeed, the lives of the common people have improved significantly compared to those of past dynasties, have they not? Qi Jiguang lamented, yet the people do not express gratitude. Many in the southeastern coastal regions believe it is the court that hinders their prosperity. Li Qing chuckled. If they were to fall into poverty again, their lack of gratitude would transform into resentment. Qi Jiguang was momentarily taken aback, then he too smiled, albeit with a touch of bitterness. After a brief silence, he pondered aloud, "My lord, there is something I do not understand." "Speak," came the reply. "Why does your lordship not present himself before the people?" "I shall do so, but the time is not yet ripe," Li Qing responded. "I see," Qi Jiguang nodded. Refraining from further inquiry, Li Qing continued, "Before leaving the capital, I shared a thought with Huangxin, which I now impart to you. When it is time to trouble the sovereign, do not hesitate. If he dares to put you in a difficult position, you may reciprocate." Qi Jiguang nodded, then with a wry smile remarked, "I fear it will ultimately be I who causes you difficulty. After all, I am the Duke of Yongqing." Li Qing chuckled dismissively. A man of influence must strive to benefit the world. As the Duke of Yongqing, with the wealth of the Li family that rivals nations, how could I not bear the banner of universal welfare? Qi Jiguang fell silent, sighing, "It has never been easy for you, my lord. It is not just I who bears the burden. The emperor of the Ming also faces challenges, as do you, Huangxin, Hai Rui, and Zhao Jingji. Indeed, many officials in the court endure hardships. Although I may hold them in disdain, it remains a fact." Li Qing stretched and laughed. "Who else but us occupies such positions and consumes this fare?" Qi Jiguang, a touch apologetically, replied, "I have been overly sentimental. Ah, but one must voice their grievances. It is not as though I am omniscient, nor is the court. If you remain silent, who will understand? Over time, it will become taken for granted." Li Qing quipped. "Only the crying child receives the candy." Chapter 77. Heroes of the era. In approximately a month, the season of rampant piracy by the Japanese invaders would arrive, prompting Qi Jiguang to prepare for their onslaught. He devoted his days to military training, determined to reduce the casualty ratio that Udayo had elevated. In the past, during his campaign against the pirates, he once fell into an ambush, facing 1,000 against 4,000. It was the most devastating battle for his side, resulting in over 1,000 enemy casualties, yet at the cost of 3 of his own soldiers. However, under Udayo's command, in less than 2 years, the losses surged to 97. Qi Jiguang did not voice his grievances, but internally, he harbored some resentment towards Udayo, as his once proud casualty ratio had been diminished. Li Qing lingered, often observing Qi Jiguang's military drills, absorbing the nuances of the strategies. Although he was a transient military overseer, possessing a wealth of knowledge in military tactics and practical experience, he recognized that, placed in the position of the commander, he could not achieve the formidable casualty ratio that Qi Jiguang maintained. Of course, had he fought alone, the outcome might have differed. Li Qing's intentions were not whimsical. Years of political experience had taught him that the Ming would inevitably confront the Japanese invaders. Since the Changhua era until now, Japan had been engulfed in turmoil. And as the soil for unification gradually formed, those in power would soon realize the unsustainability of their existence. By that time, there would be no choice but to resort to plunder. Perhaps they would not lay their hands on the Ming dynasty itself, but the vassal states surrounding it would undoubtedly face calamity. As the suzerain, the Ming naturally could not remain idle and watch Japan grow in power, thereby threatening its own sovereignty. In addition to daily observations, Li Qing frequently sought counsel from Qi Jiguang regarding the tactics employed by the Japanese pirates and their approximate military strength. Nearly a century had passed since the initial carnage in Japan, and during this time, the nation had been engulfed in turmoil and had undergone significant evolution. Thus, the knowledge previously acquired had lost its relevance. Qi Jiguang, being well-versed, shared his insights with Li Qing without reservation. After spending more than half a month together, Li Qing, enriched with knowledge, bid farewell to Qi Jiguang and proceeded to Suzhou. In Suzhou, at the governor's office, the plaque that once read Governor of Jiangnan had been replaced with Governor of Su and Wan, yet its functions remained unchanged, overseeing Jiangsu and Anhui. Upon meeting Li Qing again, Shen Lian appeared notably more composed compared to figures like Zhu Houzhong, Zhu Zian, and Yu Dayo. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Qing inquired about Yang Shun's situation. With a sigh, Shun Lian recounted Yang Shun's demise while in office and the subsequent posthumous honors bestowed by the court. Li Qing had been mentally prepared for Yang Shun's passing, having previously treated him and been aware of his condition. However, hearing that he had not returned to his homeland before his death stirred a wave of emotion within him. Shun Lian offered solace, stating that unbeknownst to Li Qing, before Yang Xuanfu's health had deteriorated, the retired emperor had visited Jiangnan and specifically arranged for the royal physician to attend to him. The retired emperor had come to terms with it, and Yang Xuanfu had also found peace, which could be seen as a fulfillment of his quest for benevolence. Li Qing nodded slightly, sighing. In truth, Yang Shun's greatest pursuit of benevolence would have been to remain in Yunnan, reveling in the mountains and waters. Given Yang Tingyi's influence, even in exile, Yang Shun's life would not have been lacking in comfort. Shun Lian paused, chuckling lightly. You have always been selfless. Yet today you seem particularly fond of Lord Yang. Li Qing fell silent, exhaling deeply before shifting the topic. Do you know why Zhao Xinji has gone to the capital? Indeed, the emperor has issued a decree for me to cooperate with him as much as possible, Shun Lian replied. He was already aware of the decentralization of power that stemmed from Li Qing's initiative and supported it, although he felt that using Wang Shui as a breakthrough point might be somewhat inappropriate. Li Qing asked, do you have a better entry point? Shun Lian shook his head with a wry smile. I do not, so we can only proceed in this manner. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Lian inquired, you did not come here solely to ask me to look after Governor Zhao, did you? Actually, my primary purpose for coming here is regarding Hai Rui, Li Qing stated. The court has appointed him to replace Qi Jiguang, overseeing the verification and measurement of land as governor. I have no doubts about Hai Rui's character or his abilities, but this is ultimately an exceedingly perilous task. Shun Lian was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. You may be overly cautious, for Hai Rui is an imperial envoy. What does it mean to be an imperial envoy? I have also served as one, and during my tenure, I was nearly assassinated. Even at the foot of the emperor during the Hongwu era in the capital. Li Qing replied, of course, I do not mean to imply that Hai Rui will certainly face assassination. Rather, it is prudent to take preventive measures. If nothing happens, all is well. But should a calamity occur, even if one were to pursue the matter to the utmost and punish entire clans, the fact remains that Hai Rui would have perished, and he would truly be gone. Shun Lian pondered. So, are you suggesting that I dispatch some soldiers to safeguard Hai Rui? Indeed, the nobleman replied. As the governor, you possess the authority to command troops. Mobilizing a handful to ensure Hai Rui's safety is merely a matter of words for you. Shun Lian slightly nodded and inquired. How many should I send? Not too many. 100 or so will suffice. Very well. Shun Lian acquiesced with a smile, adding, the emperor and the retired emperor have tacitly approved of my overstepping my bounds. I have been intervening in the surveying of lands and have taken care of Hai Rui. Adding a few more men is of no consequence. Li Qing nodded slightly and remarked, being a governor is not an easy task, is it? Shun Lian gently shook his head. This has nothing to do with my position as governor. Anyone who infringes upon the vested interests of a group will inevitably face difficulties. Indeed, Li Qing suddenly felt a sense of relief. With you, Hai Rui, Qi Jiguang, and Zhao Xingji in the localities, Huzhongxian and Yu Daio in the northern frontiers, and Gao Gong and Zhang Juzheng in the capital, perhaps we will witness more individuals brave enough to challenge the entrenched interests. Things are much better now compared to before. This is largely thanks to Lord Yongqing. What does that have to do with me? It has everything to do with you, Shun Lian stated earnestly. The times give rise to heroes. Individuals like us can emerge because you have shaped such circumstances. The Ming Dynasty has reached this point, and even those officials with excessive personal interests dare not act recklessly anymore. From the emperor to the officials, there is an unspoken awareness that comfort can no longer be taken for granted. The events in Chunnan serve as a warning. Shun Lian also revealed a look of contentment, saying, as the common people gradually emerge from ignorance, the ruling class is compelled to reflect, making it no longer as daunting to challenge the vested interests. Is that so? Li Qing was taken aback. Is it not? Shun Lian smiled. Your determination to promote civil rights is precisely aimed at pressuring the ruling class. Li Qing chuckled. So you acknowledge it now? Shun Lian's smile gradually faded, and he furrowed his brow. To be frank, I still harbor some concerns. Major reforms invariably carry risks. However, it is not as terrifying as it seems. Li Qing replied with a smile. In the past, Yongqing vehemently opposed, yet ultimately, he chose to support it. Otherwise, how could you have come to this conclusion? Xun Lian nodded with a wry smile. At that time, my reaction was indeed quite intense. This is not your fault. It is human nature to be content with the status quo. Everyone seeks a sense of security, Li Qing said with a relaxed expression. Fortunately, you all are receptive to counsel. Xun Lian shook his head. It is not that we are receptive. Rather, it is you, Lord, who has compelled us onto this battlefield. We are here willingly. Li Qing's face flushed slightly, and he awkwardly remarked, you may as well say whether it was voluntary or not. Xun Lian could only smile in disbelief. So, what are your plans moving forward? For the moment, I have no specific plans. You are all exerting yourselves, putting my ideas into practice. While I may indulge in a bit of laziness, Li Qing replied, I have some personal matters to attend to. And given the multitude of tasks at hand for the Ming Dynasty, we cannot afford to take on additional burdens. Xun Lian gently nodded. It is indeed time to rest. After all these years, even the strongest among us can grow weary. After a brief pause, he remarked that if confronted with a challenging issue, he would not hesitate to trouble the Marquis, hoping that the Marquis would not take offense. Li Qing chuckled heartily, agreeing that such an arrangement was indeed favorable. From Houzhong to Yu Daiyou, Qi Jiguang, and then to Xun Lian, as Li Qing traversed this path, his state of mind grew increasingly relaxed, for he found like-minded individuals beyond just the emperor of the Ming Dynasty. There were also Hai Rui, Gao Gong, and Zhang Juzheng, despite their differing philosophies. They all pursued a common goal, genuinely serving the nation and its people. Li Qing sighed, expressing hope that, as you mentioned, there would be more individuals like you emerging in such times. Xun Lian affirmed confidently that an era devoid of heroes does not exist. Rather, it is the heroes who emerge from the circumstances of their time. As time progresses and the populace becomes increasingly astute, regardless of their willingness or reluctance, those in power must yield. Just as we, though we may not fully align with the Marquis's radical views, must conform to the prevailing momentum he has created. Li Qing laughed joyously, expressing his eagerness for what lay ahead. Xun Lian, taken aback, jested that he dared to suggest the Marquis not become too complacent. Such fanciful notions would not lead to idleness. Achieving your aspirations requires relentless effort. Li Qing nodded with a light laugh, affirming that even so, it was indeed a cause for celebration. Observing the ever-optimistic Marquis, Xun Lian felt a pang of melancholy and hesitated several times before finally speaking. Marquis, have you ever considered a certain matter? What is it? Li Qing inquired. Even those of us whom you hold in high regard are here voluntarily. There is no need to elaborate on the others, Xun Lian lamented. In the future, no one will express gratitude for your efforts, not the emperor, not the officials, and certainly not the common folk. Li Qing chuckled, wondering what was so troubling about this notion. Xun Lian was taken aback, exclaiming, is it not concerning? Will it not cost you something? Xun Lian was astonished, then burst into laughter. Indeed, indeed. The eternal Qing Marquis is a divine being and would not cling to the desire for historical recognition, as we mere mortals do. In truth, Li Qing thought, he was not a divine being. He would naturally feel happier if his efforts were acknowledged. Chapter 78, Quite Arrogant Jinling. The Marquis of Eternal Qing's Residence. In the reception hall, Li Xian and Zhao Zhengji were discussing official matters, while Li Bao and Zhu Ziqi sat quietly nearby. Zhao Zhengji stated, this promotion of the Heart School is a national policy of the court and the emperor's will. I am not concerned about opposition. Today, I wish to leverage the Marquis's influence to rally some nobles and the esteemed merchants of Jinling to join this initiative. Li Xian, having reviewed Li Xian's correspondence, was not opposed and inquired, what about the officials from the 6 ministries? I have an edict to follow, so I can manage that, Zhao Zhengji replied. Li Xian nodded slightly, asking, is Governor Zhao certain about involving the merchants? Zhao Zhengji affirmed, this is also the emperor's intention. The promotion of the Heart School is primarily aimed at the affluent class. After a moment's pause, he added, I have another matter to discuss. According to Lord Yongqing, the Jinling Daily can be considered an auxiliary enterprise of the Li family. I hope that Your Excellency can assign someone to attend and record the lectures, thus allowing the content to be published and distributed through the daily newspaper, thereby achieving a broader dissemination. Li Xian turned to Zhu Ziyi and introduced, this is my granddaughter's husband, Zhu Ziyi. He is responsible for both the Jinling Daily and the Suzhou Daily. If Governor Zhao requires anything, he may consult him. Zhao Zhenji had never met Zhu Zai and could not connect any significance to his name. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenji looked towards Zhu Zai, clasped his hands, and smiled, saying, "In that case, I shall trouble Master Zhu." "You are too kind, Sir Zhao," Zhu Zai replied with a bow, then inquired, "May I ask where you plan to conduct the lectures, and when will they commence?" Zhao Zhenji replied, "The lectures for the scholars, officials, and nobility will be held at the Guozijian, while those for the merchants will take place at Jiming Temple. I have already made the arrangements, and we shall begin promoting the teachings of the mind tomorrow at Guozijian. As for the merchants, we shall rely on Lord Yongqing." Zhu Zai nodded slightly. "Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. Thank you for your efforts." "You are too polite, Sir Zhao," Zhu Zai smiled, slightly bowing to Li Qing before exiting. Li Bao intended to follow his brother-in-law, but was halted by Zhao Zhenji's call. "Young Master Li, please wait." Taken aback, Li Bao asked, "Is there something concerning me?" Zhao Zhenji nodded with a smile. "Before coming here, Lord Yongqing instructed that since General Li is of advanced age, matters of significant direction should be discussed with him, and it has been decided that you will take charge." "I see," Li Bao said, sitting back down, his heart racing with excitement. Finally, he would have the opportunity to take action. Li Qing sipped his tea and inquired, "Regarding the allocation of lecture times between officials, nobility, and merchants, what are your plans?" "Sir Zhao, this hinges on how many individuals Lord Yongqing can mobilize," Zhao Zhenji pondered. "If the numbers are sufficient, we may stagger the sessions, one day at Guozijian, another at Jiming Temple. If the numbers are relatively small, we could have 2 days at Guozijian and 1 at Jiming Temple." Li Qing contemplated this and asked, "How does Governor Zhao define merchants?" "Those with assets exceeding 100,000, Zhao Zhenji replied, somewhat awkwardly. "If it is not too much trouble for the Lord, we could extend beyond just Jinling. In that case, organizing such a large number of merchants would not be feasible for the Li family at this moment. That is of no concern. Lecturing is not an endeavor to be rushed." "I am in no haste." Zhao Zhenji smiled at Li Bao and asked, "Do you have the confidence to act on behalf of Lord Yongqing, young Master Li?" Li Bao smiled. "Since you are not in a great hurry, I naturally have confidence." After a pause, he asked, "What exactly does Governor Zhao mean by extending beyond Jinling?" Zhao Zhenji considered for a moment and replied with a dry laugh, "Naturally, the more, the better. If we could include Zhenjiang, Yangzhou, Changzhou, and Chuzhou, that would certainly be ideal." Li Bao nodded slightly and inquired, "What about the area of Songjiang Prefecture?" "During my trip to Mingtian, I traveled alongside Scholar Su, and I have already discussed this matter with him on the way," he said. "Oh." Li Bao turned to his grandfather. "Grandfather, may I take charge of this matter?" Li Qing had no objections and advised, "Do not solely pursue speed and quantity. You are also a disciple of the teachings of the mind. Do not indiscriminately send anyone to Governor Zhao." "I understand, grandfather." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenji inquired with curiosity, "May I ask if Master Li has learned the principles of the heart from the esteemed Yongqing Marquis?" Li Bao nodded, adding, "In the past, when the late emperor journeyed to the south, I was fortunate to receive his guidance." Zhao Zhenji was taken aback. Reflecting on the contributions of the Li family and the relationship between the Yongqing Marquis and the late emperor, he felt a slight sense of relief and exclaimed, "Indeed, heroes emerge in their youth. Currently, I find myself quite occupied, but if I have leisure in the future, I shall certainly seek an opportunity to engage in a thorough discussion with Master Li." "You flatter me, Governor Zhao," Li Bao replied with a chuckle, displaying humility. Just as they were exchanging pleasantries, the house steward hurried in, reporting, "My lord, the imperial envoy has arrived from the capital." Li Qing was momentarily stunned, and Zhao Zhenji also appeared puzzled. "Please, usher him in," Li Bao commanded, turning to his grandfather. Li Qing stood up and addressed Zhao Zhenji. "I beg you to pardon me for a moment, Governor Zhao. The Marquis is too courteous," Zhao Zhenji responded, quickly rising to return a bow. As a visitor from the court, it was likely that the emperor had a decree to convey. Thus, the Marquis should proceed. Li Qing glanced at Li Bao and said, "You should accompany me as well." "Yes." As he watched the grandfather and grandson depart, Zhao Zhenji felt a twinge of anxiety, pondering, "I hope there are no unforeseen developments at court. Considering the time, the Yongqing Marquis has likely left the capital. Could it be that the promotion of heart studies is to be halted?" Lost in his thoughts, he soon saw the duo return. Zhao Zhenji promptly rose to glance outside, relieved to see no sign of the imperial envoy. If the promotion of heart studies were indeed to be suspended, The envoy would surely have conveyed that to him directly. May I inquire, Marquis, is it something related to the court? There has been a slight change, Li Qing replied as he settled into his seat. Governor Zhao? The lectures for merchants and gentry will be postponed. Zhao Jingji paused, questioning, what has transpired? It is not a grave matter. The court intends to convene a business conference. The heads of families from the merchants of Yingtian Prefecture, Songjiang Prefecture, and Suzhou must all travel to the capital. Zhao Jingji slowly nodded. Since it is the court's directive, I shall bide my time and commence at the Guozijian for now. Indeed, however, in matters concerning the nobility, I can still offer assistance, Li Qing said with a smile. Then turned to Li Bao. This time, you shall go. Li Bao nodded in agreement and inquired of Zhao Zhengji, Governor Zhao, is the Yongqing Marquis still in the capital? Zhao Zhengji slightly shook his head. Before leaving the capital, the Yongqing Marquis mentioned he would not remain for long by the time Master Li arrives. The Marquis may have already returned. Hearing this, Li Bao felt somewhat disheartened. Zhao Jingji too shared his disappointment at the prospect of the Heart Studies promotion being hindered. He sighed. Rising to pay his respects, I apologize for the intrusion, my lord. I entrust the mobilization of the nobility to you. I take my leave. Li Qing nodded with a smile, standing to escort Zhao Jingji. You are too gracious, Marquis. At the entrance of the residence. After watching Zhao Jingji depart in his sedan chair, the grandfather and grandson returned to the parlor. Li Bao softly remarked, Grandfather, it seems the court intends to extract some benefits from the wealthy of Jiangnan. Li Qing slightly nodded, sighing, the court has made numerous concessions to the people. This is only fitting. It is not an easy task for the court. Li Bao furrowed his brow, extracting benefits aside. I am concerned that this may adversely affect commerce and industry. Let us not forget the late emperor. It should not come to that, Li Qing pondered. Take some money with you. Li Bao pondered for a moment and replied, it is better not to bring any money. Carrying it might give the impression that the Li family is colluding with the court in a theatrical display. Moreover, the emperor's edict did not mention money. And such an action might suggest that the emperor is avaricious for the wealth of the gentry. Besides, we lack a precise count, whether there is more or less. It is preferable to leave it behind. Li Qing considered this for a short while and concurred with his grandson's reasoning. Let us proceed as you suggested. Sighing, Li Qing added, your grandfather is aging, and your great-aunt is also growing old. Your father has conducted himself with utmost propriety in business. The future of the Li family rests upon your shoulders. You must strive to be commendable. Li Bao nodded earnestly. I shall do my utmost. Very well, Li Qing inquired. Have you completed reading the books written by your great-grandfather? What insights have you gained? Li Bao nodded affirmatively. What is your perspective on the future of the Li family? He asked. The Li family will continue to thrive, Li Bao asserted. Our prosperity stems from our forefathers, yet as long as we prioritize the education of our descendants, even during times of obscurity, we shall inevitably shine brilliantly once more. Li Qing chuckled softly. You are far more optimistic than your grandfather. It is not mere optimism, but a rational assessment, Li Bao declared with confidence. Little Bao is determined to educate our descendants well. Such bravado, Li Bao chuckled. Being young, how could I be morose? If I were, you would surely be disappointed again. You rascal, Li Qing laughed, shaking his head. You are now an adult. You must understand how to speak and act wisely. Prepare yourself. We shall depart for the capital tomorrow. Yes, by the banks of the Qinhuai River. Tender buds sprouted from the willow branches, and the gentle spring breeze filled the air with freshness. Li Qing relished the springtime, reflecting on Shun Lian's words. In time, more individuals will either willingly or unwillingly embrace my principles. Perhaps in several decades, I shall be able to truly refrain from meddling in affairs. The thought lightened Li Qing's heart. He picked up a stone at his feet and tossed it, creating a series of ripples that danced upon the water's surface. Standing for a moment with his hands clasped behind his head, he ambled homeward with an ungraceful gait. Upon arriving at his small courtyard, he found the door unlocked. He pushed it open but found it stuck, so he climbed over the wall to enter. There, he discovered Li Schweder basking in the sun on his lounge chair. Already asleep, not wishing to disturb her, he wandered to the study, casually selecting a novel before settling into a chair beside her to pass the time. The atmosphere was thick with the essence of spring, and the sun's warmth was inviting. Li Qing soon found himself yawning repeatedly, leaning back against the chair, and gradually dozing off. After an unknown duration, Li Schweder stirred awake, intending to rise. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Li Qing beside her. momentarily taken aback before feeling a wave of joy. After a moment's thought, she lay back down and closed her eyes once more. Chapter 79. It is time to indulge. When Li Qing awoke, it was already late afternoon, and he felt a hollow sensation in his stomach. In a moment of distraction, he had overslept past mealtime. I must have dozed off, he mumbled, noticing that Li Shuer was still asleep. Wake up. If you sleep now, you'll have trouble sleeping tonight. Li Shuer groggily opened her eyes, momentarily bewildered, then exclaimed in delight, You're back? Did you just realize that? Li Qing scrutinized her. After all this time, you didn't wake up at all? Not at all, Li Shuer replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. Was everything resolved? Did you not hear? Hear what? Zhao Jingji and Li Qing expressed their astonishment. Surely you haven't been residing here all along? Li Shuer nodded. It's too noisy over there. This place is tranquil. After you left, I chose to stay here, not to wait for you. Li Qing, aware of her playful banter, responded earnestly, Indeed, I trust that you are not. Li Shuer retorted, If you keep this up, I might just leave. Then go ahead, he said. I certainly won't, she replied defiantly. This is your home, but it's also mine. After all, who isn't a member of the Li family? Li Shuer rolled her eyes. Do you think you can actually drive me away? Li Qing chose not to dwell on her ambiguous insinuations or her flirtatious demeanor. Instead, he chuckled, I wouldn't dream of asking you to leave. By the way, you haven't touched anything in the study, have you? How could I dare? Li Shuer shook her head gloomily, adding silently to herself, I have my own matters too. Have you eaten yet? Li Qing stretched his limbs. Not yet. What do you feel like eating? Li Shuer also rose to her feet. You're not suggesting that you'll cook for me, are you? Dream on. She replied with an eye roll. I'm going to order takeout. At this hour. Can we still order food? Of course. Before nightfall, it's always possible. This is Jinling. Li Shuer explained. There are delivery boys lingering around the nearby alleys, making it quite convenient. Li Qing smacked his lips and remarked, It's so convenient. I'll handle the ordering. What would you like? Anything will do. Indeed. The takeout in Jinling was remarkably efficient. From the moment Li Qing stepped out to when the delivery arrived at the door, only 15 minutes had elapsed. For dishes, a soup and a pot of wine were presented. Li Qing relished the meal heartily, while Li Shuer merely sampled a few bites. Resting her chin on her hand and unabashedly watching him eat, Li Qing, feeling no discomfort, thought to himself that if she wished to watch, he had no objection. It wouldn't diminish his meal. Once satiated, Li Qing inquired, How are Li Qing and Zhu Houzhong faring? They've been well. You've only been gone for a little over 2 months. How could anything be amiss? Li Shuer replied, her gaze fixed on him, seemingly anticipating something. At this juncture, Li Qing, choosing to indulge her, asked, And you? Are you doing well? Li Shuer beamed with happiness, nodding, I'm doing splendidly. Li Qing chuckled, shaking his head. Living here alone, without anyone to converse with, is that truly suitable? Xiao Bao visits often, and my 2 nephews come by quite frequently. It's not as solitary as you might think, Li Shuer remarked. She continued, Perhaps it's a sign of aging. I'm becoming less accustomed to noise. This little courtyard is not only peaceful, but also beautifully arranged, with flowers and trees, making it far more comfortable than the Ho residence. Testing the waters, Li Shuer said. I've made up my mind. I intend to live here permanently. Li Qing paused for a moment before nodding. If you wish to stay, then do so. There are plenty of rooms available, and it will be convenient for me to assist you in your cultivation. I think so too, Li Shuer said with a relieved smile. I strive to live to 100. Li Qing gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, What ambition! After gathering the plates and utensils into a food box to hand to the delivery boy at the alley, Li Qing began to guide Li Shuer in refining her internal energy, awakening the vital essence within her. Unfortunately, Li Shuer lacked the extraordinary talent of a prodigy like the old man, and her aptitude for cultivation was limited. Fortunately, women generally enjoy a longer lifespan than men. Having been raised in affluence from a young age, she has never experienced malnutrition and possesses a robust constitution. With the assistance of Li Qing over the years, her current condition is quite satisfactory, especially when compared to Zhu Houzhong and Li Qing. As for reaching the age of 100, Li Qing harbors no confidence as the hour of Shun approaches its end. Li Qing and Li Bao arrived at Li Qing's residence, feeling relaxed and genuinely pleased to see him return. Their joy stemmed not only from Li Qing's well-being, but also from that of Li Shuer. After exchanging simple pleasantries, Li Qing broached the subject at hand, discussing Zhao Jingji's commission and the court's intention to convene a commercial assembly. Li Qing was somewhat taken aback, but, upon reflection, surmised the court's motives. It was nothing more than an effort to exploit resources, and it was not limited to the Li family. If they were called to attend, so be it. As his ancestor had stated, a decree from the court could not be disregarded. Li Bao nodded but hesitated, expressing concern that once the gates were opened, it might spiral out of control. What do you mean by spiraling out of control? He asked. The mass outflow of grain, Li Bao replied. Although grain is typically abundant in Jiangnan, this is not the case throughout the entirety of the Ming Dynasty. If we export our surplus to Japan, what will happen to our own provisions? Li Qing responded with a smile. Your foresight pleases our ancestor. However, the court has consistently been exporting grain to Japan, and in fact, our grain supply has always been in surplus. Will it remain in surplus in the future? Li Qing contemplated before answering. This will not be the case. The population continues to grow slowly, and the climate has yet to stabilize. As time passes, the surplus of grain will diminish. Hearing this, Li Qing grew concerned, stating, Grandfather, as long as the price of grain sold to Japan exceeds that within the Ming Dynasty, it will be challenging to contain the outflow. Most common people lack a broader perspective. Li Qing replied, in theory, you are correct, but one must consider various factors. The Ming Dynasty is changing, and Japan is not static either. After nearly a century of turmoil and conflict, the chaos cannot last much longer. The regime will eventually unify. And with the input of Schwanda potatoes, Yongla beans, and Yongla rice, once the fighting ceases, production will surely resume. At that point, Japan will not face a grain shortage. After a brief pause, Li Qing added, of course, this situation cannot be sustained for too long. Once the war subsides and grain becomes abundant, the population will inevitably experience a surge. Japan's territory is limited and its land barren. They will likely face grain shortages once again. Li Qing continued, grain has a shelf life. If we can profit now, we should seize the opportunity and make adjustments accordingly for the future. Li Bao pondered deeply and remarked, if a unified Japan struggles to sustain itself again, they might resort to raiding the Ming Dynasty. Li Qing scoffed, what is there to fear? We can ensure they return empty-handed. However, Li Shuer interjected, Japan is not foolish. The pirates who attempted to smuggle goods years ago were severely punished by Qi Jiguang and Yu Daiyou. The likelihood of them invading the Ming Dynasty is low. Why would they pick a fight with a formidable opponent? Li Bao turned to his ancestor for confirmation. Li Qing nodded slightly, affirming that such matters need not cause excessive worry. Li Bao then stated, Grandfather, I will be heading to the capital tomorrow. Are you feeling anxious? Li Bao scratched his head, feeling a mixture of anxiety and anticipation as it was his first time representing the Li family in the capital. Every endeavor has its inaugural moment, and feeling nervous is entirely natural. Li Qing encouraged him, saying that once he surpassed this initial hurdle, he would realize that it is not as daunting as it seems. Is it really like that? Li Bao inquired. Indeed it is, Li Qing replied. Reminiscing about his own experiences, being apprehended by the Jinyui, his first entry into the capital, meeting the Emperor Zhu for the first time, and treating the Empress of Ming. He, too, felt trepidation and fear, but gradually, he acclimated, and over time, it became easier. Li Bao took a deep breath and declared, Little Bao will not bring shame to our grandfather, nor to the Li family. Li Qing chuckled and nodded, affirming, your capabilities are ample, and your intelligence is commendable. Simply maintain a calm demeanor. After a brief pause, he asked, have all the arrangements for the journey been made? Li Bao nodded, responding, everything was settled before our departure. Young man, give it your all, Li Qing encouraged, patting his young grandson who was of similar age. As the two understood, one required care at night, due to age, while the other was to embark on a journey to the capital the following day. Their conversation soon dwindled. The small courtyard was left with just the two of them. Li Shuer inquired, are you able to take it easy now? Li Qing replied, for the moment, it appears so. However, the extent of this respite and its duration remain uncertain. What of my nephew in the capital? How is his health? She asked. Quite well, actually, he responded. And will you still seek out Elizabeth? Li Qing clarified, I am not jealous. I merely wish to ask. Li Shuer was aware that Li Qing would not be traveling to the west in the past 2 years due to the ill health of his two nephews. Yet she could not guarantee whether he might venture there again in the future. She was cognizant of her own health. While it was significantly better than that of her nephews, she lacked the vigor to undertake such a journey. Should Li Qing decide to leave, she would not stand in his way, yet she would inevitably feel a sense of loss and sadness. Understanding her thoughts, Li Qing chuckled softly. Rest assured. For the foreseeable future, I shall not travel to Western lands. For how long? She asked. That, I cannot specify, he admitted. Is it because of me? Li Qing nodded. Yes, indeed, it is because of you. Li Schweder smiled with satisfaction, feeling a mix of joy and guilt. Yet she could not voice the words to let Li Qing go. Instead, she consoled him, saying, in truth, your presence or absence matters little. Trust has already been established, and the Franks are beginning to face repercussions. Li Qing, wishing to alleviate her guilt, concurred. Indeed, you are correct. My hesitation to travel to the West is also rooted in this understanding. Li Shuer expressed her delight. You should take a break. You have long deserved it. You are too weary. Li Qing laughed heartily. I have never been one to labor excessively. Chapter 80. An unfavorable departure in the Guozijian, the Eastern Palace. A vibrant atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. The head of the Guozijian, along with the minister of the 6 ministries, various officials, and numerous students, gathered here, amounting to over 1,000 individuals. However, this was not the entirety of the assembly, as the current student population at the Guozijian and Yingtianfu had already surpassed 10,000. In this era devoid of microphones and sound systems, it was impossible to conduct lectures for such a large audience. Thus, sessions were staggered, with 1,000 being the maximum capacity. The audience for this inaugural lecture can undoubtedly be described as the elite among elites. Officials need no further elaboration, and the monitor students are equally exceptional. As is widely known, monitor students can be categorized into 2 distinct types: official students and common students. Official students hail from privileged families, gaining entry into the Imperial Academy through familial connections, while common students are selected from local Confucian academies or chosen from among the unsuccessful candidates of the imperial examinations. The former may be considered as having been granted a direct admission, while the latter rely on their own merit. However, it must be noted that if we set aside character and focus solely on literary cultivation, the former group tends to excel. This is primarily because they have not only been exposed to a wealth of experiences, but also generally come from affluent backgrounds, enjoying access to superior educational resources. In contrast, although the latter group displays diligence and perseverance, their literary refinement often falls short. This phenomenon highlights the fact that education has not yet been genuinely universalized. Furthermore, the imperial policy aimed at educational proliferation has yet to reach a significant breakthrough. The monitor students present today are all from official backgrounds. Zhao Xingji's arrangement is not solely based on the relatively higher literary cultivation of these students. Rather, it is also due to their greater influence, which allows for a broader dissemination of ideas. On the podium, Zhao Zhengji occupies the center, flanked by officials from the 6 ministries and 9 ranks of the court. In the front row below the podium sit the deputy ministers from various departments, the rector of the Imperial Academy, and the chief instructor, followed by various officials and staff from the Jinling Daily. Behind them are the monitor students, who, like the officials, are seated according to their ranks. Although there are no specific regulations governing seating arrangements, the ingrained class consciousness developed over millennia renders such arrangements unnecessary. Li Qing and Zhu Zairi had also arrived early, positioned in a relatively distant and obscure location, observing Zhao Zhengji on the podium from afar. Zhao Zhengji, renowned even among figures like Su Jie for his teachings in the Heart School, articulates the principles of this philosophy with both depth and clarity, making them easily comprehensible without straying from their core essence. While Li Qing possesses knowledge of the Heart School, his lecturing prowess pales in comparison to that of Zhao Xingji, possibly due to the similarities in their experiences, which mirror those of Wang Yongming. Li Qing has gleaned much information about Zhao Xingji from Zhang Juzheng. It is said that in his youth, upon first encountering the Heart School, Zhao Zhengji exclaimed, I have long doubted the distance of physical things from the essence. Now I have found my way back. I wish to pursue learning under Wang Yongming, but my parents disapprove. So I shall diligently recite the 6 classics in search of understanding. Before reaching the age of 20, he also studied at the Jingbo Temple, where he adopted the name Dongjin Daoren. Endowed with exceptional talent and a rebellious spirit, both he and Wang Yongming devoted considerable effort to the study of Buddhism. In the realm of the Heart School, Zhao Xingji has traversed nearly the same path as Wang Yongming. Zhao Xingji speaks with great earnestness. However, the number of spectators more interested in the spectacle than the substance is considerable, as exemplified by Zhu Zairi beside Li Qing. Originally drowsy, Zhu Zairi became invigorated upon witnessing someone challenge the speaker, excitedly urging, "Look, sir, look. Someone has raised a question." Li Qing, rolling his eyes, replied, "Whose side are you on?" "Of course, I am on your side, sir," Zhu Zairi chuckled awkwardly. "But I am too far away to hear clearly what the monitor student in the front row is questioning. Could you elaborate?" Li Qing, perceptive and attentive, lazily responded, "The essence of the great learning lies in manifesting profound virtue, in renewing the people, and in reaching the ultimate good. To know when to stop is to find determination. With determination comes tranquility. With tranquility comes peace. With peace comes contemplation. And with contemplation comes understanding. All things have their beginnings and ends, and every matter has its start and finish. To know what precedes and what follows brings one closer to the path." Zhu Zairi nodded slowly, reflecting deeply before stating, "Indeed, this issue is quite pointed. From the perspective of the university, the question regarding Yang Ming's philosophy is substantial." He stroked his chin, lost in thought. However, after a brief moment, he abandoned his contemplation and directly inquired, "Sir, how can this question be resolved?" Li Qing, bemused, replied, "Are you not using your intellect?" "I do. But I must admit I am not well versed in the philosophy of the heart." Zhu Zairi confessed sheepishly. Influenced by his brother-in-law, Zhu Zairi had dabbled in the heart philosophy, yet his understanding was superficial at best. Faced with such incisive criticism, he was utterly at a loss, unable to articulate a coherent response due to his limited grasp of the subject. Li Qing had no intention of enlightening him. There were two reasons: his own laziness and the finite nature of human energy. Zhu Zairi's talents did not lie in this area, and there was no need to compel him to allocate more effort to the study of the heart. Li Qing remarked nonchalantly, "Zhao Zhengji will provide an explanation. Just listen to him when he speaks. As for whether you can comprehend it, that depends on your fortune." "Very well," Zhu Zairi conceded, biding his time in anticipation of Zhao Zhengji's upcoming lecture. The great learning originates from the Book of Rites. The esteemed scholars of the Song Dynasty, the Chung brothers, extracted it from the Book of Rites and compiled its verses. Later, Zhu Shi annotated the great learning, doctrine of the Ming, Analects, and Mencius, collectively known as the Four Books. By the time of the Ming Dynasty, the Qingzhou school of thought had flourished, and with the establishment of the Ming, Zhu Yuanzhang's admiration for Zhu Shi meant that today's great learning largely reflects Zhu Shi's philosophical principles. Although the philosophy of the heart is rooted in Qingzhou's teachings, it stands in stark contradiction to them. The tenets of rationalism advocate for the preservation of heavenly principles while eliminating human desires. In contrast, Wang Yangming's philosophy champions the preservation of heavenly principles while extinguishing personal desires. The student who raised the question exhibited remarkable insight, directly addressing the core of the matter and invoking the authority of Confucius and Zhu Shi. After such a lengthy discourse, not only Zhao Zhengji, but even the current prime minister would have to weigh his words carefully. Zhao Zhengji, possessing great composure, neither displayed discontent nor interrupted the student's inquiry, instead listening attentively until the student finished speaking. However, as soon as the student concluded, murmurs began to arise. Even among the 6 ministries and the 9 ministers on the platform, their expressions revealing their acknowledgement of the student's critique, albeit restrained by their positions. Seeing the commotion escalating, Zhu Zairi could not help but feel anxious for Zhao Zhengji and whispered, "Sir, it appears that this is not going smoothly for the newly appointed Governor Zhao in his first lecture. Can he withstand this pressure? Do you think he appears flustered?" Li Qing remarked, "I cannot discern. Perhaps you should just enjoy the spectacle," Li Qing suggested. "Very well," Zhu Zairi acquiesced. The discussions continued for a quarter of an hour, during which Zhao Zhengji patiently awaited silence. When the murmurs finally subsided and all gazes turned toward him, he calmly picked up a simple tubular megaphone. The way of the great learning is about nurturing the new and fostering the people. This has long been a subject of debate. Confucius advocated for nurturing the new, while Master Yang Ming believed in prioritizing the people's welfare. This delineates the divergence between the philosophy of the heart and rationalism. Zhao Zhengji elaborated, "To be new signifies to reform the old." Zhuzi posited that to truly engage with the populace, one must employ the principles of propriety, music, punishment, and governance to guide the people in abandoning the old and embracing the new. His philosophy emphasized the cultivation of oneself as a means to lead others towards goodness. However, this approach may convey an air of superiority. In contrast, Huang Yongming prioritized a genuine connection with the people, advocating that the concepts of benevolence and the illumination of moral virtue are interdependent. He believed in refining one's own character and behavior to inspire the populace towards virtue. Zhao Jingji remarked that Huang Yongming placed greater emphasis on introspection, which is a cornerstone of Yongming's philosophy that seeks fulfillment from within rather than relying on external sources. As Zhao Jingji concluded his explanation, a student posed a challenge. You have articulated much, but ultimately, Huang Yongming's stance still revolves around the notion of creating a new citizen, does it not? To which Zhao Jingji affirmed, indeed. The creation of a new citizen involves self-renewal, seeking the inner illumination of one's nature, and returning to one's inherent qualities, not merely becoming a new individual or measuring others by oneself. The student, perhaps audaciously, suggested that Zhao Jingji's explanation was overly grandiose and requested further clarification. This challenge resonated with many, who deemed Zhao's assertions overly idealistic, dismissing the emphasis on inner focus as mere nonsense. Zhao Jingji remained composed, taking a sip of tea to clear his throat before reiterating. What does it mean to connect with the people? It hinges upon the concept of familiarity. However, as soon as he spoke, the audience expressed their discontent. The students perceived Zhao Jingji as unfairly diminishing Zhu Shi while elevating Huang Yongming. Despite the fact that Zhu Shi's interpretations of the four books were the sanctioned answers for the imperial examinations, Zhao Jingji only critiqued Zhu Zi's notion of creating a new citizen while lauding Huang Yongming's perspective on connecting with the people, which lacked objectivity. Furthermore, the students believed that the state's policies and officials' governance were indeed valid approaches to guiding the populace, underscoring what they perceived as the truth. In contrast, they viewed Huang Yongming's advocacy for an inward approach as impractical, interpreting it as an attempt at superficial profundity, purely for the sake of appearing wise. These students, not being officials themselves, held an extreme reverence for the words of the sages, compounded by Zhu Shi's commentaries being the version authorized by the court. Consequently, the authority of Zhu Shi's interpretations had taken on a definitive shape in contemporary discourse. As Zhao Jingji presented his views, it was only natural for them to unite in opposition. One could imagine that, regardless of Zhao Jingji's status, even the highest-ranking officials or the emperor would face similar backlash from the students of the National Academy. Years ago, Yang Shun's remark that the state has nurtured scholars for a century and a half, only to perish for righteousness, stands as a testament to the current fervor. Amidst the rising tide of sentiment, the officials seated nearby could no longer remain passive. On the podium, the 6 ministries and 9 ministers exchanged glances toward Zhao Jingji, whispering amongst themselves. Due to the distance and the cacophony of the crowd, Li Qing could not discern their conversation. But it was not difficult to surmise that they were either advising Zhao Jingji to exercise caution or urging him to retract his biases against Zhu. Zhu Ziqi swallowed hard and remarked, "Sir, the situation is not merely slightly troubling. It is overwhelmingly dire." A sharp slap from Li Qing on his head retorted, "Is your wit never-ending?" Chapter 81. Extreme control of the field. Zhu Ziyi felt somewhat wronged and muttered, "Isn't it still a complete disaster? What do you understand?" Li Qing retorted with a roll of his eyes. "With a stance comes skepticism. If no one opposes, it merely indicates Zhao Jingji's teaching lacks merit, and the audience has not absorbed a word." The vehement reactions from the students precisely demonstrate that Zhao Jingji has touched upon the core issues. I am thoroughly satisfied with Zhao Jingji's lecture, for he does not merely expound on the theory of the heart. Rather, he elucidates the principles of the heart based on Confucian and Mintian doctrines. This can also be described as a reformation of Confucian teachings through the lens of heart philosophy. Such a situation is not Zhao Jingji's fault. It rather highlights the severe distortion of Confucianism. Of course, one cannot place the blame solely on Master Zhu. Since the time of Emperor Wu of the Han, when Confucianism was held in supreme regard, it has been profoundly distorted, or more accurately, the version of Confucianism that was revered served the interests of the emperor. There was little regard for the true essence of Confucian teachings. Furthermore, Zhu Shi's theories possess many commendable aspects. One cannot dismiss the correct simply because of the incorrect. However, it must be acknowledged that the interpretations of Confucianism by Huang Yongming are not entirely objective either. Yet, the philosophy of the heart offers a fresh perspective on Confucianism. It would be erroneous to assert that Zhu Shi was wholly incorrect, just as it would be misguided to claim that Huang Yongming was entirely right. This opens an additional path, presenting another choice. In this manner, Confucianism will not continue to tread the narrow path indefinitely, leading to an increasingly constricted viewpoint. Zhu, of course, did not grasp these principles. He merely felt that in the current predicament, even if Li Qing intervened, the situation may not end well. Observing Li Qing's calm demeanor, Zhu could not help but inquire, "Do you believe Zhao Jingji can handle this?" "Of course he can," Li Qing replied with natural confidence. "If he cannot resolve it, it only indicates his lack of understanding of heart philosophy." Zhu forced a laugh, saying, "You may be overestimating Zhao Jingji. Given the present circumstances, I believe even you would find it difficult to resolve. You are too foolish. A simpleton cannot fathom the brilliance of the wise," Li Qing remarked. Zhu decided to remain silent, focusing entirely on the unfolding drama, curious to see how Zhao Jingji would navigate the situation. The students' outcry grew increasingly fervent, their emotions intensifying. Had it not been for the presence of notable figures, the conflict might have escalated further. On stage, Zhao Jingji faced the tumult with a semblance of composure. Though he felt a headache brewing as the surrounding officials insisted he admit fault, further dampening his spirits. He had prepared himself for a challenging lecture. Yet the degree of adversity he faced left him feeling rather helpless. "Governor Zhao, the sentiments among the crowd have already swelled. At this juncture, discussing lessons is futile. It would be wise to bow your head for the time being." "Indeed, Governor Zhao, the students are in a fervor. Given the current situation, even someone as talented as Su Qin or Zhang, you would find it ineffectual. Governor Zhao, these students are inexperienced. Their youthful zeal is overwhelming, and there's no way to rein them back in. In such circumstances, it is not disgraceful to avoid confrontation." Amidst the chattering from the audience, Zhao Jingji felt increasingly overwhelmed. Recognizing that the rebellious sentiment was beyond salvage, he could only say, "I kindly ask everyone to restore order so that I may clarify the misunderstandings." Zhao Jingji has made his statements, and naturally, the esteemed officials could not remain indifferent. Promoting the teachings of the heart is a national policy of the court, a decree from the emperor. Should this situation become too embarrassing, the capital would undoubtedly seek accountability, and the 9 individuals would find it impossible to evade blame. The 9 promptly left their seats, and the officials from the Imperial Academy, as well as the various deputy ministers, rose to join the ranks of those attempting to restore calm. It took a full quarter of an hour for the clamor to gradually subside. However, Zhu remained unconvinced that Zhao Jingji could quell the public outrage unless he abandoned the discussion of the heart teachings. After a brief moment, the atmosphere fell completely silent, and Zhao Jingji cleared his throat, calling for self-reflection. "Esteemed colleagues, if there is any misunderstanding, it is my fault. I implore you to grant me a chance to clarify." Yet, the students still simmered with discontent, and from the crowd emerged a voice, "With all due respect, before you elaborate on Wang Yangming's heart teachings, might you first discuss the principles of rational learning? Observing your words and actions, I dare say that your understanding of the teachings of the sages appears to be flawed." "Indeed," another voice echoed, "without clear explanation, it would be better not to speak of the heart teachings at all. Since the Wang school is derived from Confucianism, how can we be persuaded if you cannot elucidate even Confucian thought?" A wave of disorder ensued. Zhao Jingji, observing the fervent emotions of the students, felt weary yet increasingly aware that the situation was far more serious than he had initially perceived. The students, in this state, were impervious to dissenting opinions. And to prevent the matter from spiraling further, Zhao Jingji had no choice but to acquiesce. "Very well," he affirmed, taking a deep breath and beginning to speak on subjects that would resonate with the students. "Let us first discuss. The great learning teaches the cultivation of virtue, the renewal of the people, and the pursuit of ultimate goodness." The students quieted, and with the aid of a microphone, Zhao Jingji's words became increasingly clear. "In the renewal of the people, how does one enact this renewal?" Zhao Jingji continued, "I have previously elaborated on Master Zhu's assertions, so I shall refrain from excessive elaboration. However, have you considered why Master Zhu expressed such views?" He posed the question, yet did not invite responses. Swiftly providing the answer, Master Zhu believed that to guide the populace towards virtue, the leader must first abandon the old and embrace the new. If one cannot achieve this oneself, how can one guide others? This answer was standard, and the students found it agreeable, their attitudes softening significantly. Zhao Jingji further expounded, stating, "All things are governed by principles. What are these principles? They are the essence of existence, the root of contradictions, and the key to resolving conflicts. Zhao Jingji, rather than delving into the heart teachings, instead elucidated the principles of rational learning, progressing from simple to profound, meticulously addressing the student's rebellious sentiments. He then adeptly turned back to Confucianism through the lens of rationality, aligning perfectly with the student's preferences. Zhao Jingji's scholarship surpassed theirs significantly, and his extensive discourse provided the students with new insights atop their existing knowledge. Gradually, the previous discord began to dissipate. Zhao Jingji, exhibiting remarkable patience, awaited until the students released their preconceived notions about him before shifting the conversation. Do you believe it is better to read one book, or two, or perhaps three? This question was rather obvious, and the students offered no response, only gazing at him in confusion. Zhao Jingji smiled faintly and remarked, "The teachings of Confucius and Mencius have endured through the ages, with literary giants from various dynasties offering their interpretations and perspectives. Today, as I discuss the philosophy of the heart, it is not my intention to have you forsake Cheng and Zhu in favor of Wang Yongming. Rather, I aim to provide you with an alternative lens through which to examine Confucianism. The court has summoned me for this very purpose." He continued, "As the ancients said, when the barbarians enter China, they become part of it. Why do you hold the teachings of Cheng and Zhu from the Song dynasty in such high esteem, yet refuse to consider Wang Yongming's insights into the teachings of Confucius and Mencius?" Zhao Jingji spoke with gravity. Wang Yongming himself held a deep respect for Cheng and Zhu's philosophy. You have likely heard of his remarkable deeds concerning the bamboo. He too studied the principles of learning and offered differing viewpoints, not to dismiss those principles, but to broaden the discourse. With a smile, he added, "You all, having gained admission to the Guozijian, are undoubtedly among the elite. Yet, does this status render you complacent? Not at all. Instead, you remain humble, seeking knowledge and growing through mutual exploration. You adhere to the principle that, among three individuals, there is always a teacher to be found." After this, Zhao Jingji took a moment for self-reflection, stating, "You are not individuals who cannot accept differing opinions. Rather, it is my eagerness to express the philosophy of the heart that has led to misunderstandings. For this, I apologize and seek to clarify." Taking a deep breath, he sincerely said, "When I assert that Wang Yongming's philosophy of the heart differs from Cheng and Zhu's learning, I merely wish to articulate that their ideas are not entirely congruent. This is not an attempt to elevate one over the other, nor is it a subjective assertion." As he stood and offered a deep bow, he implored, "I ask for your understanding." At this point, even those among the students who felt aggrieved found it difficult to express their discontent, as further grievance would seem petty. Even the most obstinate student could not suppress a blush of embarrassment. Zhao Jingji smiled and continued, "The court has entrusted me with the task of imparting the philosophy of the heart to you, and I humbly consider myself your teacher, entrusted with the responsibility to enlighten, educate, and resolve doubts. Should you disagree or misunderstand, please feel free to question me at any time. It is my duty." With a playful tone, he added, "I am not afraid of inconvenience, and you should not feel hesitant. Otherwise, I too would feel uncomfortable." The poise, patience, and respect exhibited by Zhao Jingji were truly remarkable. Ironically, it was the students who now felt a sense of unease. Zhu Zili gaped at the scene, exclaiming, "Incredible! He has truly turned the situation around. Zhao Jingji is formidable." Li Qing shot him a sidelong glance and laughed. "Are you impressed?" Zhu Zili nodded begrudgingly. "Alas, I cannot deny it. Sir, is the philosophy of the heart truly that remarkable? Can I learn it?" Zhu Zili asked. "What can you learn?" He responded, teasingly. Zhu Zili felt vexed. Li Qing chuckled and clarified, "It is not the philosophy of the heart that is impressive, but the individuals, Wang Yongming and Zhao Jingji alike. The philosophy of the heart was not created, it was discovered. It has always existed. It simply bears the name of the philosophy of the heart. Do not venerate the philosophy itself, nor idolize Wang Yongming, believing that its greatness compels you to study it. Such a mindset is flawed and will hinder your learning." Zhu Zili pondered, "Sir, am I truly foolish?" "Of course not." Li Qing gently shook his head. "It is merely that you are not adept at critical thinking." Indeed, Zhu Zili felt considerably relieved and inquired, "Does this imply that I need not study any further?" Li Qing, ambiguous in his response, remarked, "Listen attentively to Zhao Jingji's subsequent lecture. If you comprehend it, it is your fortune. If you do not, there is no need for undue pressure. It merely indicates that it is unnecessary for you." Zhu Zili nodded gently, casting his gaze upon Zhao Zhengji on the platform. Chapter 82. Practicing in reality, what is meant by being close to the people is to immerse oneself among them, rather than to isolate oneself from them. Zhao Zhengji addressed the students, asking, do you believe it is preferable to first cultivate oneself and then guide the populace towards virtue, or to engage directly in affairs, simultaneously refining oneself while leading the people towards goodness? Before the students could engage in hushed discussions, Zhao Zhengji declared, you shall have a quarter of an hour for contemplation. Those who endorse the former, please raise your right hand. Those who support the latter, raise your left hand. The previously monotonous lecture transformed into an intriguing exchange through this interactive element. The students began to converse privately, their discussions echoing in the hall. Initially, it had been a fervent outcry, yet now it was merely an academic discourse. Zhu turned to Li Qing, casting a gaze filled with curiosity. Li Qing replied nonchalantly, think for yourself. Zhu scratched his head, deep in thought, and after a moment declared, I believe the former is better. Li Qing, remaining noncommittal, countered, which do you think has more supporters, the former or the latter? Zhu pondered carefully before responding, the former. Then let us observe the outcome. Zhu nodded, suddenly intrigued, suggesting, sir, why not introduce a wager? A bet? Zhu inquired. Li Qing slightly shook his head, saying, I possess a rather poor character in bets. I can only win, not lose. If I win, you cannot renege. If I lose, I shall not acknowledge it. Sir, it seems I am beginning to understand. Zhu chuckled awkwardly. Is that why you are somewhat unpopular? Li Qing, unusually unperturbed, shifted his attention back to the students. The quarter of an hour swiftly elapsed, and the students ceased their discussions, each providing their answers. Among the thousands, over 90% made the same choice as Zhu, while those opting for the latter were few and largely indecisive, predominantly opportunists. Zhao Zhengji observed all of this and inquired, for those who chose the former, are there any willing to offer theoretical support? If so, kindly raise your right hand. The Imperial Academy is the highest institution of learning in the Ming Dynasty. Those who gain entry are far from ordinary. Although these students are all offspring of officials, how could officials squander the imperial favor on mediocre descendants? They are individuals of experience and insight, unwilling to miss such an opportunity to shine in front of others. As Zhao Zhengji's words echoed, hundreds of students raised their right hands. The sheer number was overwhelming, prompting Zhao Zhengji to select the nearest student, smiling as he said, this student, please come forth to speak, so that everyone may hear you. Having students teach students may seem like Zhao Zhengji was shirking his duties, yet it bestowed an unprecedented respect upon the scholars. Momentarily, the chosen student ascended the platform, his face flushed with excitement, deeply bowing to the esteemed figures. The dignitaries all smiled and nodded, showcasing their appreciation for talent and their amiable nature. The student took a deep breath and modestly stated, I shall present my humble thoughts. Zhao Zhengji rose from his seat and gently suggested, come over here and sit down to speak. The student was taken aback, completely unprepared for such an esteemed reception. The position of the governor was undoubtedly the center of attention. What merit did he, a mere student, possess to be surrounded by the high-ranking officials of the 6 ministries? The student felt a mixture of anxiety and excitement, but more than anything, he was filled with anticipation and trepidation. Ultimately, reason prevailed as he bashfully replied, how could I possibly occupy the esteemed seat of Lord Zhao? Zhao Zhengji smiled and reassured him, for now, I am merely your teacher, not your lord. There is no need for such humility. It is merely a chair, devoid of any formality. Today, we are here solely for the purpose of learning, so there is no need for concern. With that, he turned to the esteemed officials beside him and inquired, what do you think, my lords? The officials of the 6 ministries, recognizing Zhao Zhengji's authority as the governor and the emperor's representative for national policy, naturally felt compelled to honor him. Their presence today was a testament to that respect. The Minister of Rights spoke up, saying, the students are awaiting your words. Let us not waste their time. Yes. The student, suppressing his excitement, approached Zhao Zhengji's seat and took several deep breaths before picking up the microphone. He began. Confucius said, do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. There is a popular saying, to forge iron, one must first be strong oneself. Under the spotlight of attention, the student felt a mix of fear and reverence, quoting the sage's words and proverbs. After a thorough recitation, he finally presented his own insights. A gentleman must be cautious in his solitude. This is the essence of propriety, valuing the internal over the external. The subtlety of virtue is such that, when observing the world, few can claim to possess true virtue. How then can one deem the lesser as valuable? Thus, a gentleman remains vigilant in solitude. The student continued, if a gentleman does not embody the qualities of a gentleman, how can he teach others to be virtuous? How can he earn the trust of others? As he elaborated, the student gradually relaxed, his arguments becoming increasingly coherent and substantiated. As Ming stated, in times of hardship, one should cultivate oneself. In times of prosperity, one should assist the world. This teaches us that when one is unaccomplished, one must maintain personal integrity and cultivate one's character, so that when one achieves success, they can extend that virtue to the world. The student's theories on Confucianism were remarkably solid, each point resonating with substance. The core message was that in order to foster a new citizenry, one must first embody the principles of a new citizen. If one's virtue, character, and knowledge fall short, how can one instruct others to abandon the old for the new? Both the audience on stage and below shared this sentiment. As his lengthy discourse concluded, the crowd erupted in applause. The student felt a deep sense of satisfaction with his performance. Rising, he first bowed to the esteemed officials on stage and then to the audience below. Turning to Zhao Zhengji, he asked, Lord Zhao, no, Teacher Zhao, did I speak correctly? Zhao Zhengji smiled and replied, you spoke excellently. The student, consumed by excitement, failed to perceive the deeper meaning in Zhao's words and humbly responded, you flatter me. Teacher Zhao. With that, he quickly vacated his seat, stating, I take my leave. Zhao Zhengji nodded, returning to his seat, and then addressed the students. Those who chose the latter option, do any of you wish to provide theoretical support for your choice? If so, please raise your left hand. The room fell silent, with no one lifting a hand. Those who had chosen the latter option were merely seeking to stand out. They had not truly contemplated their theoretical backing. Coupled with the exceptional performance of the previous student, none felt confident enough to engage in a debate. Well-articulated, well-reasoned, and widely acknowledged by all, is the essence of demonstrating one's merit in public. Otherwise, one risks public embarrassment. Zhao Zhengji encouraged for quite some time, yet no one stepped forward, ultimately resigning to the silence. The students remained excessively modest. Zhao Zhengji extended a lifeline to those who chose the latter path, continuing, esteemed students. You are all well-versed in literature, and in terms of knowledge, I, your teacher, am not vastly superior to you. However, having lived many more years, I have encountered a broader array of experiences. Would you be willing to listen to a different perspective? The groundwork Zhao Zhengji laid previously bore fruit at this moment. The students shed their rebellious attitudes and subjective biases. Once again, he stated, if any of you feel that my teachings are amiss, do not hesitate to voice your doubts. Zhao Zhengji then declared that he would elucidate his views through the lens of the philosophy of the mind, without disparaging or favoring anyone. The students nodded in agreement. Observing their emotional restraint and the dominance of rationality, Zhao Zhengji exhaled in relief and commenced his formal lecture. Whether it be the new people or the affectionate people, ultimately, the goal is to cultivate the new people. Though the paths may appear divergent, the differences are substantial. The teachings of Confucius emphasize first transforming oneself, and subsequently using that renewed self to transform the populace. The previous student articulated this well, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Now, let us delve into Wang Yongming's perspective. Yongming's approach does not advocate for the higher echelons to reform the lower, nor does it suggest first transforming oneself before applying that standard to the masses. Rather, it advocates for integration and guidance from within. Hence, a pressing question arises. If one does not first renew oneself, how can one then reform the populace? Yongming's answer posits that self-renewal fundamentally separates oneself from the masses, which is erroneous. The philosophy of the mind asserts that self-renewal and the renewal of the populace are an indivisible whole, devoid of precedence or distinction. Zhao Zhengji elucidated. To grasp why Mr. Yongming holds such views, we must first comprehend what self-renewal entails. Is it the study of a single book, 10 books, or 100, integrating the teachings of ancient sages? Or is it holding oneself to the standards of the sage, striving to perfect one's character as a gentleman? What does it mean to renew oneself? It is preparation. Even if one reads a book a day, can one truly read all the books in a lifetime? The character of a gentleman is noble, yet this nobility lacks a fixed standard, No matter how lofty, there is always room for ascent. Thus, as long as one is fixated on preparation, one will remain in a perpetual state of readiness. Is this not a form of evasion, a timorous approach to self-renewal? And is it not akin to constructing a theory in isolation? When one harbors the mindset that one must be prepared before taking action, one will forever remain unprepared. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. In this light, esteemed students, you may perceive Huang Ming as engaging in a conceptual sleight of hand, negating the self-renewal of the new people to advocate for an intrinsic drive towards the affectionate people. Zhao continued, let us entertain another hypothesis. Should you bypass the phase of inadequate preparation and attempt to guide the populace with your renewed self, you will soon discover that only you have transformed. Severing your connection with the masses, your preparation becomes entirely futile, for what you believe is merely your assumption. At this juncture, the earlier provocateur once again took center stage, declaring, Teacher Zhao, after all this discourse, you still have not articulated the theoretical foundation for how one can reform others without first reforming oneself. The inquiry posed by this student is indeed pertinent, and it is precisely the subject I am about to elaborate on. Zhao expressed, let us consider a hypothetical scenario. If you were to encounter an illiterate, obstinate individual, steeped in prejudice and impervious to reason, what would your reaction be? Were it me, I would feel a surge of indignation, a sense of arrogance, believing that one cannot discuss ice with summer insects. Thus, a clear path for innovation emerges. My anger and arrogance stem from personal desires, while the obstinacy and prejudice of the other signify their own selfish inclinations. The process of extinguishing these personal desires is akin to the journey of transforming oneself and others. Huang Ming advocated for practice through engagement with realities, illuminating one's own selfish desires and those of others, thereby striving to eliminate them. Zhao articulated, the unity of knowledge and action is found in understanding and practice. Chapter 83, The Expansion of Confucianism Through the Doctrine of the Heart. Zhao message is unequivocal. Without immersing oneself in the essence of a matter, one remains oblivious to both their own issues and those of others. How can one aspire to cultivate a new citizenry without self-awareness or awareness of others? As long as you harbor the intent to prepare, you shall never reach an end to your preparations. The students fell into deep contemplation, as this contradicted their existing beliefs. Yet they found themselves unable to refute it. Zhao, unhurried to convey further opinions, took a moment to sip tea, allowing the students time to digest the information. For ages, the common understanding has been to first cultivate oneself before seeking to improve the world. Yet today, the words of Zhao have profoundly shaken their value systems. Some felt despondent, others rebellious, some enraged, and a few beset by self-doubt and self-denial, all feeling utterly helpless. Could it be that the teachings of the sages were erroneous? Could all their years of toil have been in vain? No one could accept such a notion. Setting down his teacup, Zhao began to retract his statements, saying, the teachings of the sages are undoubtedly sound, and none of you have erred in your studies. The students, invigorated, looked at Zhao with eager anticipation. Seeking psychological solace, Zhao smiled and remarked, let us consider the imperial examination. I ask, who among you has prepared so thoroughly that success is assured? Has the arduous study hindered your participation in the examinations? Not at all. Has participating in the examinations detracted from your studies? Certainly not. Did students cease to learn while on the path to the examinations? Even less so. Is this not a form of practical engagement, dispelling hesitation? Is this not the very essence of the unity of knowledge and action? Zhao continued. Confucius stated, do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. Does this not advocate for the eradication of selfish desires? Mencius said, in times of hardship, cultivate oneself. In times of prosperity, benefit the world. The term independent here does not refer to the self, but rather to matters at hand, perfecting the minor while addressing the greater. This forms a complete thought. Mencius speaks of order, as does Zhu Xi, and Huang Ming also emphasizes sequence. Zhao stated, today's discourse is not about right or wrong, but rather about expanding perspectives. Zhu Xi spoke of the inherent principles in all things. Does this not reflect the objective existence of events themselves? There is no fault in this. Huang Ming's advocacy for practical engagement is equally valid. Where, indeed, can one find a truly flawless doctrine? It is the selective application and neglect that constitute true error. Zhao Jingji did not merely expound on the doctrine of the heart, but rather employed it as a means to unlock Confucian teachings and rectify the philosophies of Confucius and Mencius. Throughout this process, he remained remarkably conservative and restrained, endorsing the teachings of Wang Ming while also acknowledging the merits of Chengzhu rationalism. The teachings of Confucius and Mencius are steeped in antiquity, having been embellished by various rulers throughout the ages, to the point that they have become ingrained in the very marrow of our existence, making it impossible to extricate them. The ideological framework of Confucianism is immutable. Any attempt at alteration would lead to collapse. Thus, the only viable path is correction, an incremental and methodical rectification. Zhao Jingji is acutely aware of the formidable nature of the mind philosophy, understanding that a version devoid of the foundational principles laid by Confucius and Mencius would only result in extremism and narrow-mindedness. Therefore, he employs Confucianism as a means to elucidate the mind philosophy, and vice versa, in his teachings. Li Qing is exceedingly pleased, for this is the very approach to the mind philosophy that he truly desires and cherishes. Zhao Jingji, however, refrains from continuing further, citing the need for time, allowing the students to digest, contemplate, and question the material. Only in this manner can entrenched beliefs be subtly transformed. Reform is invariably arduous. An ideological change touches the very soul. It cannot be rushed, nor should it be. In fact, during this lesson, Zhao Jingji has vividly illustrated the concept of practical application, exemplifying his commitment to the people. The illiteracy he refers to, stemming from stubborn prejudice, pertains precisely to such individuals, and his actions demonstrate that a connection with the populace surpasses that of new citizens. Regrettably, the students remain oblivious to this insight, a point Zhao Jingji deliberately refrains from articulating. It is not out of desire to withhold, but rather a belief that the value of realization lies in the students discovering it themselves. This is also why he admits to feelings of anger and arrogance. He does not harbor genuine anger or arrogance. Rather, he wishes for the students to find comfort within themselves upon their eventual realization. Li Qing perceives this clearly, experiencing immense joy and solace, knowing that there are successors to Xiao Yun. As the lecture concludes, Li Qing and Zhu Ziyi exit the Imperial Academy. Along the way, Zhu Ziyi wears a furrowed brow, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, he states, "Sir, I do not understand." Do not ponder it if you do not understand. It simply indicates that the mind philosophy may not be suited for you, Li Qing responds. The common people are unaware of their daily practices. Thus the way of the gentleman is rarely witnessed. Do you not realize that you, in your oblivion, do not embody the gentlemanly spirit? Not at all. Your repeated quests for breakthroughs, your pursuit of new strength, and your continuous trial and error are all part of practical engagement, where knowledge and action intertwine. Li Qing smiles, saying, "The mind philosophy is not a guaranteed path to success. Whether one learns or does not learn, whether one can or cannot, is of little consequence." Zhu Ziyi, feeling disheartened, retorts, "You simply think me foolish and are disinclined to teach me. Is that not a form of arrogance? You are akin to a summer insect, unable to comprehend ice." Li Qing chuckles softly, "You have a knack for applying what you learn." Zhu Ziyi insists, "Is that not the case?" Li Qing, non-committal, smiles again, then states earnestly, "Your pursuit is not misguided." Zhu Ziyi, momentarily struggling to keep pace, instinctively asks, "What is not misguided?" "The new strength," Li Qing replies. "Are you referring to an explosion?" "Indeed." Li Qing asserts, "This path is correct, as long as you persist. I believe that one day you will achieve groundbreaking innovation and create revolutionary products." "Really?" Zhu Ziyi's spirit is lifted, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Li Qing's affirmation was akin to a flickering candlelight igniting in the depths of darkness. Though its brightness was insufficient, it fortified his resolve to emerge from the shadows. To him, the worth of this statement far surpassed the mere comprehension of the heart's teachings. Indeed, Li Qing asserted with unwavering conviction that this path was more advanced than steam. He believed in himself. Zhu Ziyi's face flushed, his breath quickened, and he opened his mouth repeatedly, yet ultimately failed to utter any grand declarations, merely nodding earnestly. "I believe in myself, and I also believe in you, sir." Li Qing smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The propagation of the heart's teachings held immense significance. Today's lecture by Zhao Jingji must be prominently featured in the Jinling Daily. Occupying the most conspicuous position, Li Qing stated gravely, "From now on, This is essential, far more important than you may realize. It pertains to the destiny of the Ming Dynasty and its future. Zhu Houzhong replied earnestly, "Rest assured, sir. I understand the gravity of the matter." After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Qing inquired, "Earlier, your uncle mentioned the establishment of newspapers in Zhenjiang, Yangzhou, and Changzhou. Is there any progress on that front?" Zhu Houzhong nodded. "The construction of the newspaper workshop is nearing completion. It will be operational by the end of this year at the latest." "That is excellent." Li Qing sighed in relief, smiling. "Now, you may go about your business. I will visit your uncle." At the Zhu residence, Zhu Houzhong reclined in a lounge chair, his palms spread open with birdseed, while two vividly feathered birds perched on his wrist, pecking at the seed in his palm. The sensation was delightful, akin to a gentle massage. At this moment, he lacked the energy to concern himself with the affairs of the tavern. Fortunately, while his son was rather inept, his grandson proved to be quite promising, alleviating Zhu Houzhong's worries. Just as he was enjoying this moment, he caught sight of Li Qing approaching and exclaimed in surprise, "When did you return?" "Just yesterday." Li Qing replied, inspecting him playfully. "Have you already settled down?" "That won't do." Zhu Houzhong pouted, saying, "What does the old adage say?" "Oh, yes, standing is not as good as sitting, and sitting is not as good as lying down. This is what we call enjoying life." Then, with a sense of pride, he added, "So, have you missed hearing my 6-character motto after such a long time?" Li Qing, unusually refraining from rebuttal, chuckled softly, "Enough of lying around. Let us go listen to some music. The brothel or the pear garden?" "Still the brothel? You will only be able to watch." Li Qing laughed. Get up, get up. Soon, we shall call upon Li Qing, and we will go together. I have been busy out of town for most of the day, and I owe 600 words. I will remedy that shortly." Chapter 84. Dumplings on the Qinhuai River. On the Qinhuai River, painted boats drifted lazily. The sunlight was gentle, and the spring breeze was soothing. The willows on both banks sprouted tender green shoots, heralding the vibrant awakening of nature, imbued with a poetic charm. The wind was pleasant, the scenery delightful, and the company was agreeable as well. The quaint ambience of Jinling was particularly pronounced, nestled in the capital of Yingtian Prefecture. During this season of early spring, the scions of nobility delighted in inviting a few friends to revel on the water, resulting in a lively atmosphere along the river. They indulged in wine and merriment, composing poetry and lyrics. Every so often, one could hear the soft, melodious strains of love songs. There was both charm and impropriety, warmth and luxury, the gentle spring breeze mingling with the intoxicating allure of excess. The riverside was far from desolate. Vendors hawked their wares, delivery boys touted their services, and even courtesans vied for attention. Prosperity flourished, yet decadence was palpable. Li Qing observed this scene and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Li Shuer followed his gaze and, coincidentally, spotted a cluster of alluring young women. Misinterpreting the situation, she asked, "Shall we invite them over? If they truly come, you would not be pleased." "As long as you are content," Li Qing replied with a chuckle, "then by all means, let them come." "Oh, what a splendid day it is. Look at how blue the sky is," Li Shuer remarked. Li Qing, amused by her poor acting, nodded in agreement. "I remember a time when it still snowed in March. This year's warmth is indeed a good omen. Perhaps it signifies a turning point." "May your words prove true," Li Qing replied with a wry smile. At that moment, a grand pleasure boat glided past, filled with melodious laughter. Li Shuer glanced at it and furrowed her brow slightly. "What troubles you?" "It's from the Li family," Li Qing responded, initially surprised but quickly understanding. "There's nothing to begrudge. Can one expect the wealthy to shun extravagance? As long as they do not break the law. What is wrong with indulging?" Li Shuer nodded. "Shall we follow it to take a look? What is there to see?" "Young relatives," she replied. "We could encounter them anonymously." Li Qing rolled his eyes. "How could it be an anonymous encounter with you present? What explanation would you provide?" "I shall not follow. Should they approach, I will retreat to the lounge," Li Shuer stated. "Isn't it a shame that your secret is no longer a secret? With the Li family flourishing, do you not wish to meet them?" After some contemplation, Li Qing replied, "Perhaps it is best to forego it. I have finally found a moment of peace, and I do not wish to seek out trouble." "How is it that you, as the elder, do not wish to meet them?" Li Shuer questioned. "Are you not concerned that these younger generations may lack ambition?" "This is a matter for the head of the Li family. I am not that person," Li Qing retorted. "You seem to fear my tranquility," Li Shuer teased. In truth, she hoped Li Qing would connect with more members of the Li family. considering her two nephews were already on borrowed time and her own days were limited. In the not-so-distant future, the emotional ties Li Qing had would significantly diminish. She desired for him to have more anchors of sentiment. In reality, after their departure, only Li Bao could evoke such bonds in Li Qing's heart. Zhu Li and Li Ying could barely be counted, and the others were entirely absent. It was scant. Moreover, as Li Bao would eventually become the head of the family, managing the entire clan, he would hardly have time to spend with him. Zhu Li was equally occupied, oscillating between research facilities and publications, leaving little room for leisure. Once they all departed, Li Qing would find himself alone in his tranquility, a thought that was disheartening. Li Qing was well aware of her intentions and remarked, "What you perceive is merely your own assumption. Do you not know who I am? I am a Taoist, one who cherishes tranquility above all and finds noise bothersome. What you consider emotional reliance is, to me, merely a burden. Am I a burden as well?" Li Shui'er blurted out, only to regret her words immediately, realizing she had grown somewhat presumptuous. Li Qing smiled ambiguously and remarked, "It has been 12 generations. It has consumed too much of my energy. I no longer possess the vigor for such matters. If there ever comes a day when I find leisure, I shall not yearn for the Li family or its kin. To return to the path of a Taoist is my true home and the life I aspire to." Li Shui'er pressed her lips together and ceased her persuasion. Driven by a sense of compensation, she inquired, "Do you still find women appealing?" Li Qing responded, perplexed. "I mean physically appealing," Li Shui'er clarified, gesturing toward the women by the shore they had just missed. "I could invite them aboard. I am not jesting." "What are you thinking?" Li Qing laughed, bemused. Li Shui'er timidly retorted, "Is it so disgraceful? My father, being so infatuated, still secretly visits brothels. There is nothing inherently wrong with it." Her words evoked memories for Li Qing, who chided her with a smile. "You speak of your father and brother visiting brothels, yet you do not exhibit the demeanor of a proper young lady." Li Shui'er blushed, stammering, "I was merely curious," before pointing again toward the shore. Li Qing chuckled, exasperated. "How can one conduct such affairs in the presence of the younger generation? It is utterly improper. You may not mind, but I still possess a sense of dignity." Li Shui'er hesitated to imagine the scenario, finding it unacceptable, and reluctantly suggested, "You could do so behind my back. Are you truly oblivious to the nonsense you speak?" Li Qing's expression darkened. "Have I not refrained from striking you for quite some time?" Li Shui'er quickly covered her mouth, signaling her silence. After a brief moment, she released her hand and shifted the topic, asking, "Shall we still visit the Guozijian this afternoon?" Li Qing exhaled, responding curtly, "No, there is no need. Zhao Jingji's lecturing far surpasses my own capabilities, so I need not worry." "Is that so?" Li Shui'er forced a smile and nodded, feeling a sense of relief within. The pleasure boat drifted slowly, leaving both Li Qing and Li Shui'er unaware of when they had come to a halt. "Xiao Lu, what is happening?" Li Shui'er called out, raising her voice toward the bow of the boat. Xiao Lu, a man in his 50s who had been quietly working, finally replied upon hearing his young mistress's inquiry, "Miss, there are 3 pleasure boats ahead, blocking the waterway." Recalling that Li family members had passed earlier, Li Shui'er stood up, declaring, "I shall go and investigate." Li Qing nodded, unperturbed. If Li Shui'er could recognize the Li family members, others undoubtedly could as well. In Jinling, there was little cause for concern regarding the Li family being bullied. It was typically the Li family doing the bullying. With this thought in mind, Li Qing also rose and followed her out. If indeed Li family members were harassing others, it would not be right to remain passive. Though Li Qing was part of the privileged class, he held a deep disdain for those who preyed upon the weak and the unkindly wealthy. If a few arrogant youths were indeed bullying others, he would see to it that they were all cast into the Qinhuai River, he mused as he approached the bow of the boat. The situation was as Xiao Lu had described. The waterway had significantly narrowed, measuring only 6 or 7 zhang across. With the 3 pleasure boats blocking the path, passage was impossible. Seeing Li Qing emerge as well, Li Shui'er asked, "Shall I handle this, or will you?" "I shall take care of it," Li Qing replied. And with that, he leaped over 2 zhang, landing at the stern of 1 pleasure boat, leaving Xiao Lu in astonishment. "Who is that?" the boatman exclaimed, startled. Noticing that only the boatman was present, Li Qing jumped onto another vessel, only to find it occupied solely by another boatman. He had no choice but to maneuver onto the largest boat, which belonged to the Li family. There were more than 20 individuals present, a mix of youthful talents and strikingly beautiful women. Suddenly, someone rushed in, startling the crowd. Li Qing scanned the room and inquired, "Who bears the surname Li?" "No. Who are you? Do you bear the surname Li?" "I do not carry that surname, yet I aspire to make a name for myself," a young man interjected, only to be restrained by another. This person asked, "This gentleman has entered uninvited. May I inquire about his intentions? Do you bear the surname Li?" "I do indeed." The bold young man reiterated, "From the Li family of Jinling." Li Qing nodded and replied, "I have no particular business. You are obstructing my path. Whether indulging in elegance or revelry, as long as it does not affect others, it is permissible. This river does not belong to you. Please move aside, and we can converse in a more spacious area." Before the Li family member could respond, the surrounding crowd was already in disapproval. "Who are you? Do you know who this young master is? Indeed, you should consider your own worth. Angering him will lead to your downfall." The crowd buzzed with voices. Li Qing, uninterested in further dialogue, turned to the Li family member and asked, "Would you mind moving?" Under Li Qing's gaze, the young man flinched, instinctively ready to comply, but then hesitated, unwilling to lose face in front of the gathered onlookers. He cleared his throat and declared, "My dear fellow, we are all here to enjoy ourselves. Why should I accommodate you?" "Because you are encroaching upon others." The young man responded, "If we follow your reasoning, then your boat is also occupying space on the water, thus hindering others from enjoying themselves." Li Qing, uninterested in correcting his flawed reasoning, stepped forward. Amidst the onlookers relishing the spectacle, he seized the young man's collar and lifted him effortlessly. He then opened a small window and tossed him out. A loud splash echoed as he hit the water below. The swiftness and fluidity of Li Qing's actions took everyone by surprise, and it was not until the splash resounded that chaos erupted. "Impudent, arrogant, sixth brother." Ignoring the shouts directed at him, Li Qing focused on the youth referred to as sixth brother, chuckling, "You too bear the surname Li? Excellent." He then threw him out as well. Another loud splash followed. This action stirred up a great commotion. One person shouted, "What is your father in charge of at the Ministry of Justice? What are you doing?" Splash. "You are finished. You have no future." The crowd surged forward, united in their anger. The beautiful women huddled together, wide-eyed, fixated on Li Qing. Thus, one after another, splashes echoed on the Qinhuai River as if raining dumplings. In mere moments, only the shrieks of the beautiful women remained. Chapter 85. Who is this deity? The young women were left utterly astonished. This was indeed the Li family. Li Qing paid no heed to their reactions and walked straight out of the cabin. In the midst of the Qinhuai River, a group of wealthy young lords was making a ruckus, while the boatmen and servants on 3 ornate vessels were aghast, their eyes wide with horror, as they hastily plunged into the water to rescue them. Along the riverbank, vendors ceased their calls, and delivery boys abandoned their pitches, all standing with mouths agape, transfixed by the spectacle, while even passers-by halted to observe. Li Qing, composed and seemingly intrigued by the unfolding drama, wished merely to avoid a tragedy. These young scions, though arrogant and overbearing, were not depraved enough to warrant a death sentence. He merely sought to teach them a lesson, to instill a measure of humility. It was the season of early spring, yet the river's waters remained frigid. Though the privileged youths had only been submerged for a brief moment, they trembled from the cold. Once aboard, they unleashed a torrent of bravado against Li Qing, vowing retaliation, only to be met with another swift rebuke from him. The boatmen lamented their plight, inwardly cursing their fate, while they endeavored once more to effect a rescue. After returning to the boat, the group fell silent, their anger quelled, reduced to a smoldering resentment. Li Qing fixed a cold gaze upon the 6th and 8th brothers, admonishing them. "The standards of the Yongqing Marquisate require significant improvement. What manner of conduct is this?" The brothers seethed with indignation, declaring, "You may insult us, but not the Li family. We shall repay today's grievances 100-fold. Before they could finish, Li Qing delivered a swift kick, causing them to curl up like shrimp in agony. Li Qing then knelt slowly, his voice icy. "Is it that Li Xian has grown old and can no longer manage you?" The brothers froze in shock, their expressions shifting in terror. It dawned on them that their adversary was fully aware of everything. Recognizing that knowledge, they realized there were only 2 possibilities. Either he was fearless, knowing the Li family could do nothing against him, or he was reckless and seeking death. Li Qing's calm demeanor suggested the latter was improbable, leaving the former as the only explanation. The brothers racked their brains, unable to fathom who could possess such audacity. "What are your names?" Li Qing inquired. The brothers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. "Look at your pathetic selves," Li Qing scolded, "like weasels giving birth to rats, each generation weaker than the last." Upon uttering this, he realized he had inadvertently chastised his own adopted sons as well, which only fueled his irritation, prompting him to deliver another kick to each brother. "Upon your return, you shall report for punishment at home. Should you dare to disregard this, I will cleanse the Li household of its filth." With that, he turned his attention to the group of young lords and declared, "If I can deal with Li family members, I can certainly handle you. Behave yourselves. Should you dare to continue your arrogance, the consequences will be dire. Do you understand?" The pampered young lords, accustomed to indulgence, dared not offer even the slightest resistance. Trembling as they nodded in acquiescence, Li Qing then leaped gracefully onto his own boat and entered the cabin. To avoid revealing his identity, Li Shuer had returned to the cabin early. Upon his entrance, she asked, "Have you finished your lesson?" Li Qing, his expression dark, nodded and sighed. "Though I was mentally prepared, and despite the fact that they did not commit heinous acts, it still infuriates me. Alas, life has been too comfortable. The deeper the love, the harsher the criticism." Li Shuer comforted, "As the Li family grows in numbers, it is only natural that some will be of lesser quality. Unlike my elder brother and I, who were but two siblings, our elders had ample energy to guide and instruct us." Li Qing sighed and replied, "While that may be true, we must strive for balance. The power of the Li family is immense, and it easily breeds arrogance. Without proper restraint, chaos will ensue, ultimately leading to grave offenses." Li Shuer nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, the family rules of the Li clan have always been stringent, aiming to prevent such occurrences. Yet some oversights are inevitable." After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing remarked, "The Li family, this behemoth, truly cannot sustain its dominance for long. Its history of unbroken success has fostered a sense of pride that, while understandable, is no justification for recklessness." "I understand," Li Shuer responded. "I shall speak with my grandnephew upon our return." With this minor detour behind them, both Li Qing and Li Shuer lost their desire for leisure, instructing the boatman to turn back. Along the way, the wealthy young gentleman persistently pursued them, eager to discern the true nature of Li Qing. However, when the pleasure boat finally anchored, they were met only with the presence of an elderly lady, the figure of Li Qing nowhere to be seen. One affluent scion let out a sigh of relief, only to be engulfed by rage as he exclaimed, "I thought he was someone of significance. Turns out he is merely a coward. Gentlemen, leave this matter to me. I guarantee I will capture him and restore your honor. Count me in." "Me as well." A chorus of fierce faces echoed their intent, their desires bordering on cannibalistic fervor. Only the two Li brothers refrained from such fervent declarations. Their expressions were instead marked by astonishment and fear, their faces paling. Though they were oblivious to Li Qing's true nature, they were well aware of the identity of the elderly lady who had disembarked. She was their great-aunt. Who was their great-aunt, you ask? She was the aunt of the current Duke Yongqing, the very architect behind the technological advancements of the Li family: steamships, steam excavators, steam railcars, and innovative fertilizers. All were her creations. The head of the Li family listened to Duke Yongqing, who in turn heeded the words of their great-aunt. Thus, the true authority within the Li clan resided in this delicate elderly lady. Although she had spent many years abroad and no longer managed family affairs upon her return, the tales of her exploits had been ingrained in them since childhood, instilling a profound reverence that ran deep within their bones. Understanding that today's events would inevitably reach the ears of their great-aunt, how could they not be apprehensive? How could they not tremble with fear? Sixth brother, eighth brother. The two siblings exchanged glances, their legs trembling as the thought of jumping into the river crossed their minds. The happenings on the Qinhuai River soon spread far and wide, becoming a popular topic of conversation among the people. In a matter of days, it even graced the front page of the Jinling Daily. It was said that Duke Yongqing himself had intervened, accompanied by two young gentlemen, to visit the prison of the Ministry of Justice. Ultimately, he publicly declared, "Any member of the Li family who displays arrogance or bullies others, should the Tianfu turn a blind eye, I shall report them to the court." The esteemed Marquis Yongqing finds himself in such a predicament, compelling other involved families to follow suit. A multitude of young nobles, having faced public humiliation, have all been confined within the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice. Ultimately, even the local newspapers in Suzhou have taken notice. As events unfolded, the common folk began to express sympathy for these noble youths, even deeming the punishment excessively severe. After all, they merely obstructed a path. Having been cast into the frigid river on 2 occasions, they now find themselves incarcerated, a fate that seems disproportionate to their transgressions. Meanwhile, the reputation of the enigmatic young man has plummeted, perceived as one seeking attention without the courage to acknowledge his actions. Li Qing, though feeling a sense of resignation, does not harbor anger. He comprehends the situation. The flourishing commercial and industrial sectors have driven the populace towards self-interest, naturally engendering a tendency to empathize with capital. Nevertheless, Li Qing firmly believes this sentiment is transient. As capital continues to expand, the masses will eventually realize the complexity of the relationship between themselves and the capitalists. Sooner or later, the public will dispel the myths surrounding capital. On this day, Zhao Zhenji, introduced by Li Qing, arrived at the modest courtyard. Upon witnessing such a diminutive residence, Zhao Zhenji could not help but express astonishment. Although exquisitely crafted, it seemed far too small for one of the marquis's stature. Suppressing his surprise, he bowed and said, "I humbly intrude upon your abode. I beg your pardon, my lord." Li Qing responded with a smile, "You are a great benefactor. Who would dare to hold you accountable?" "Ah, you flatter me, my lord," Zhao Zhenji replied modestly. "I have come uninvited today to seek your wisdom on the matter of lecturing. You are more adept at this than I. I lack the ability to guide you." Li Qing remarked, "What progress have you made during these days?" "I feel ashamed. The outcomes of my lectures have been quite limited," Zhao Zhenji confessed. Recognizing his humility, Li Qing smiled knowingly and encouraged him to elaborate. With a soft sigh, Zhao Zhenji explained, "In truth, the sole achievement of my teachings has been the fundamental principle of benevolence towards the people." Li Qing's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "What a remarkable achievement! In just a few days, you have accomplished such results. Indeed, your coming to Jinling to lecture was a wise decision." Zhao Zhenji, slightly embarrassed, smiled and replied, "My lord, you do me too much honor." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "They say that all beginnings are difficult, yet the study of the heart is quite different." He sighed again. "Before arriving, I had anticipated the challenges of introducing the heart's teachings, which is why I prepared in advance. This is the reason for my immediate success. However, I cannot predict how the students will respond after accepting only a tiny fraction of these teachings, and I am naturally unprepared for that." With a dry chuckle, Zhao Zhenji added, "Progress has been exceedingly slow these past 2 days, verging on non-existent. I have truly come to seek your guidance, my lord. You have practiced this for nearly 200 years. Even the slightest pointers from you would surpass a decade of arduous study for me." Li Qing laughed heartily and said, "As a disciple of the heart's teachings, do you not understand that special circumstances require special measures? It is not that I am unwilling to teach you. Rather, my insights are not easily replicable, and besides, I lack experience in lecturing." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenji could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Li Qing understood his emotions and consoled him, saying, "There is no need to rush. Such matters cannot be hurried. In fact, your swift transformation from new people to closed people within such a short span of time has far exceeded my expectations. Even the 2 emperors would be pleased and would not place any blame upon you. We all comprehend the formidable nature of the heart-mind philosophy. No one would chastise you for progress that may seem slow, so cast aside your anxieties." Li Qing continued earnestly, "Desire for haste leads to failure. Take your time to articulate your thoughts, allowing them to be absorbed gradually. The rejuvenation of Confucianism necessitates time, considerable time. This is a protracted battle." Zhao Zhenji managed a wry smile and nodded before adding, "There is another matter. Hai Rui is coming to Yingtian." Chapter 86. Zhao Zhenji's concerns at this juncture. Li Qing finally grasped Zhao Zhenji's true intentions. "Are you worried about Hai Rui?" Zhao Zhenji slightly nodded. "I hold great admiration for Hai Rui's character and capabilities. Yet the events surrounding Chunan were indeed alarming." After a pause, he clarified, "It is not that I harbor any objections to Hai Rui, but rather that his approach is excessively uncompromising." Li Qing comprehended Zhao Zhenji's concerns. "So, you wish for me to offer him some counsel?" "You are astute, my lord." Zhao Zhenji sighed. "In truth, Hai Rui is akin to a mirror, reflecting every detail of a person's character. One must question, how many officials in the 6 ministries dare to confront this mirror?" Li Qing gently nodded. "The mirror itself is not terrifying. However, if the individual gazing into it is lacking in integrity, then the mirror indeed becomes particularly daunting." Zhao Zhenji continued. Since the Chunan incident, Hai Rui has gained renown in Jiangnan, even reaching the northern regions. This could be beneficial for him, yet it also presents challenges. He is now elevated by public expectation, making it difficult for him to act freely. I suspect that his arrival in Yingtian at this juncture is a result of the consideration from the retired emperor and the current emperor, prompting him to come to Jinling while you are here. Zhao Zhenji paused and inquired, if my assumptions are correct, this was orchestrated by you, my lord? Li Qing openly acknowledged, asking, the individuals have been released, correct? Yes, they were detained for 2 days before being released. According to the laws of the Ming Dynasty, that group of young gentlemen committed no crimes. Were it not for General Li of Yongqing, no one would have been imprisoned. Zhao Zhenji realized he had digressed and steered the conversation back, stating, the same action executed by different individuals yields varying effects. Who is the Duke of Yongqing? What stature does the Li family of Jinling hold? Such deeds are well within the Duke's capacity, and once accomplished, they are done. Moreover, even the Duke targets only his own kin. Others who emulate him do so merely for reputation, to maintain their facade. If they do not act, the Duke would not admonish them, nor could he. Zhao Zhenji asserted seriously, however, Hai Rui is different. Who is Hai Rui? He is merely a small figure, a county magistrate by background, temporarily serving as an imperial envoy. Furthermore, Hai Rui must treat all equally. He compels others to act, as he has no other choice. As Zhao Zhenji spoke, his emotions became increasingly fervent. Li Qing could discern that he was genuinely somewhat anxious. However, Li Qing also understood his apprehension. Zhao Zhenji sighed, expressing that had he not been burdened with the responsibility of promoting the philosophy of the heart-mind school and reshaping the teachings of Confucius and Mencius, he would hold Hai Rui in the highest esteem, and if possible, he would aspire to emulate him. However, he clarified that this sentiment was not to imply any fault in Hai Rui. Indeed, Hai Rui was undoubtedly correct. It was simply that Zhao felt the weight of a greater responsibility, and he hoped the Marquis would understand. Li Qing nodded in acknowledgement, stating, I comprehend your predicament. Your primary concern is that Hai Rui's disposition might yield adverse effects on the heart-mind school, potentially magnifying its shortcomings. Am I right? Zhao Zhenji was taken aback, and after a moment, filled with admiration and respect, he conceded, what I have articulated pales in comparison to your insights. Zhao Zhenji earnestly remarked that the threshold of the heart-mind school is excessively high, leading individuals to succumb to idealism, while Hai Rui embodies the very essence of a walking idealist. The issue does not lie with Hai Rui, yet how many can truly emulate his virtue? A single misstep could render Zhao's efforts, as well as the expectations of the emperor, the retired emperor, and the Marquis, futile. Li Qing smiled and responded, your apprehensions are quite reasonable. I shall pay closer attention to Hai Rui. After a brief pause, he added, however, I believe you underestimate Hai Rui. Zhao Zhenji was momentarily speechless, taken aback. Li Qing continued, without the retired emperor's patronage, would you be who you are today? Do not forget, Hai Rui, like yourself, has also benefited from the emperor's favor, and perhaps his privileges exceed yours. Zhao Zhenji found himself at a loss for words, astonished for a moment before hesitantly asking, does the Marquis imply that I have been overly cautious? Not entirely, Li Qing chuckled. What I mean is that Hai Rui is neither decayed nor obstinate. He may not grasp these sentiments if left unspoken, but once articulated, he will certainly prioritize the greater good. I share this not to excuse inaction, but to illuminate that you and Hai Rui are akin. You may benefit from further engagement. Zhao Zhenji slowly nodded, saying, I shall endeavor to explore this opportunity, though, Li Qing assured him, I will not remain idle regarding matters concerning Hai Rui. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenji felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thus, I appreciate your assistance, Marquis. Zhao Zhenji, a man of considerable preoccupation, appeared distracted after achieving his objectives. Realizing his mind was elsewhere due to his teaching engagements, Li Qing decided to dismiss him. Not long after Zhao's departure, the familiar 6-character mantra echoed through the air. Open the door. It is I, Zhu Shou. Li Shuer answered the door, exchanging playful banter with her uncle before entering the reception hall. Li Qing, somewhat lost in thought, still echoed with the 6-character mantra, feeling a momentary daze. Noticing his lack of response, Zhu Houzhong teased, what is this? A trip to the capital has left you infected by that fellow? Li Qing, startled from his reverie, instinctively inquired, infected by what? Zhu Houzhong scoffed. What else could it be? Pretentiousness. Li Qing was rendered speechless. Shall we take a stroll? Zhu Houzhong proposed. Li Qing had no objections and turned to Li Shuer, asking, shall we go together? Li Shuer nodded. In recent days, Li Qing had publicly claimed responsibility for the incident on the Qinhuai River, and naturally, no one would delve deeper into the matter. After lying low for several days, he mused that even if recognized, it would likely bear no significant repercussions. To address the situation directly, a group of young nobles had merely acted without reason. The punishment of having to eat dumplings twice could be considered excessive, but it hardly warranted imprisonment. However, Li Qing was acutely aware that although these young gentlemen were not inherently malevolent, they exhibited a profound lack of reverence. Generally, they behaved adequately, yet, in moments of extreme dissatisfaction, they could easily resort to impulsive criminality. While Li Qing's actions may seem somewhat overbearing and imbued with future implications of wrongdoing, they were undeniably necessary. It was not only the scions of the Li family, but also the youth connected to the Minister of Justice, as well as many others who had not revealed their identities, whose cost of transgression was remarkably low. In fact, their misdeeds often remained concealed from their families, as there were always individuals ready to intervene and resolve matters beforehand. Young people, driven by vanity, tend to seek validation among their peers, and when left unchallenged, they are likely to instigate trouble themselves. It was essential to administer a preventive measure. A sense of reverence is indispensable for one's character. Of course, given the vast expanse of the Ming Dynasty, it was beyond Li Qing's ability to oversee everything. However, when confronted with a situation, he could not feign ignorance, especially since some were from the Li family. Li Shuer preferred stories over traditional operas, and the trio visited a tea house to enjoy storytelling, spending the better part of the day in leisure. After a midday meal at a tavern, they proceeded to the Li family's research base. In recent days, Li Qing had been quite occupied, engrossed in revising the family's new regulations. Zhu was similarly preoccupied, even pausing research projects to navigate between the Imperial Academy and the newspaper office. The research base represented Li Shuer's lifelong dedication. Although she no longer managed affairs directly, she still visited regularly to keep abreast of important matters. Her mere presence was sufficient, eliminating the need for further introductions. As they strolled through the facility, they ultimately had to pause in front of the new steam excavator, owing to Zhu Houzhong's insistence. Despite his awkward gait, he remained spirited, calling for assistance to help him into the operating room. Once inside, he tossed aside his crutch, commanded the furnace to be lit, and began to operate with fervor. Initially, Li Qing contemplated intervening but reconsidered. At this stage, happiness took precedence over all else, so he chose to let things unfold. To speak frankly, Zhu had no remarkable attributes aside from his prodigious talent. While he trembled when using his crutch, his operation was impressively smooth. If one were to ignore the operating room, he could easily be mistaken for a masterful driver. The two watched and engaged in light conversation. Li Qing inquired about the progress of the railway project between the northern and southern capitals. The project is currently 1/3 complete, while the materials have reached 4/5. Li Shuer replied. Suddenly, Li Qing recalled a significant question he had overlooked and asked, how is the route specifically planned? In truth, there was little to strategize. It merely involved the shortest linear path between the two locations, circumventing mountains and constructing docks to transfer goods via boat across water, subsequently utilizing steam-powered railcars, Li Shuer explained. Ultimately, the scarcity of materials dictated this approach. Otherwise, there would be no need to overly pursue the shortest distance, resulting in the railway being built in segments. Li Qing nodded slowly, acknowledging the evolution of industry is not an overnight endeavor. The progress made in recent years is already commendable. Once a certain threshold is reached, the potential for a significant breakthrough will naturally emerge. After a pause, he added, your contributions are monumental. In the future, history will undoubtedly record your achievements in bold strokes. Li Shuer chuckled softly and shook her head, for she had never been one to seek such recognition. Li Qing was momentarily at a loss for words. Li Shuer took the initiative to speak. The materials will continue to be produced in abundance, but the transportation efficiency is rather low. We should construct several more routes, ideally connecting all provinces and counties of the Ming Dynasty. Only then can the economic circulation achieve a significant leap. Li Qing feigned surprise. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about economics. Li Shuer smiled. It's all in the books, brother. Li Qing softly acknowledged her words and fell silent. Li Shuer, too, ceased her chatter, and the two of them watched Zhu Houzhong as he busily excavated, moving back and forth with relentless energy, under a highly efficient and rational system. The current research base was operating autonomously, no longer requiring the Li family to oversee every detail. Major and minor matters alike were resolved through meetings with the management team. Of course, occasional inspections were conducted to prevent the management from becoming complacent, but, relatively speaking, things were much easier than before. After a full half-hour of indulging his whims, Zhu Houzhong was satisfied, and the three of them took a leisurely stroll before returning home. Overall, Li Qing's life was tranquil and pleasant. He enjoyed listening to stories in tea houses with Zhu Houzhong, attending operas with Li Shuer, and occasionally mingling with Zhu Ziki in the Imperial College to listen to lectures. Additionally, he assisted Li Shuer in her studies and helped Zhu and Li with their health. Time flew by swiftly. It felt like just moments had passed since Zhao Zhenji had visited, and now Hai Rui had arrived in Yingtian Prefecture. Chapter 87. The death knell tolls. Hai Rui had come. The common folk hurried to spread the news, while the gentry and officials were left with headaches. How could they not be troubled? Hai Rui's reputation for oppressing local gentry was well known by now. Although he was merely a county magistrate, an 8th-rank official, imperial envoys were always treated with utmost respect, even by high-ranking officials of the 6 ministries, who dared not take the matter lightly. They prepared ample accommodations and welcomed Hai Rui with great ceremony, ensuring he was accorded due respect. Hai Rui arrived in the afternoon, and the next morning, Zhao Zhenji paid a visit to Li Qing. Despite Li Qing's articulate explanations, Zhao Zhenji remained concerned, worried that Hai Rui might have a detrimental reaction with the teachings of the Heart School, leading to an uncontrollable situation. Li Qing understood Zhao Zhenji's apprehensions and had not seen Hai Rui for many years. He too wished to meet him. Riding in Zhao Zhenji's palanquin, the two made their way to the imperial envoy's headquarters. Upon entering, they saw Hai Rui directing soldiers in a flurry of activity, bustling about with great fervor. They exchanged glances. Zhao Zhenji remarked, "See?" Li Qing queried, "What's the matter?" Hai Rui spotted Li Qing and paused for a moment, momentarily neglecting the soldiers. He hurried forward, intending to pay his respects, but halted in time, merely bowing to Zhao Zhenji, saying, "I have the honor of meeting you, Lord Zhao." Zhao Zhenji, regaining his composure, returned the gesture and warmly stated, "Brother Gangfeng, there is no need for excessive formality. I am the provincial governor, and you are the imperial envoy, strictly speaking. You rank higher than I do, at least for now." A smile broke across Hai Rui's dark face as he nodded gently, then turned his attention to Li Qing, his expression a mixture of excitement and astonishment. After a long separation, the eternal Qing Marquis remained unchanged, still embodying the chivalrous spirit of yore. Yet, compared to his former state of desolation, the eternal Qing Marquis now exuded a more refined elegance and charisma. Despite having long held faith in this, the reality before Hai Rui was still overwhelming. Li Qing was also assessing Hai Rui. Although Hai Rui was no longer in his youth, his transformation was not particularly profound. He remained the tall and slender figure of yesteryear, his serious demeanor lending a certain rigidity to his facial features, which suggested a difficulty in engaging in conversation. Given the multitude of onlookers, Li Qing refrained from pleasantries and merely nodded. Hai Rui swiftly suppressed his distractions and suggested, "Let us speak in the back courtyard." The two exchanged nods and proceeded to the guest hall in the rear courtyard. After instructing for tea to be served and dismissing the soldiers and servants under the pretense of discussing official matters, Hai Rui finally bowed to Li Qing, saying, "I pay my respects to the Yongqing Marquis." Li Qing nodded slightly and smiled. "There is no need for formalities. You are the host, and we are but guests. Please, take a seat." After a moment of hesitation, Hai Rui assumed the principal seat. With Zhao Zhenji present, Hai Rui refrained from reminiscing and asked, "Did the Marquis and Lord Zhao come today regarding official business?" Zhao Zhenji feigned sipping his tea, avoiding the inquiry posed by Hai Rui. Li Qing replied, "There is nothing of great significance. The court is promoting the new learning in Jinling. You must be aware of this." Hai Rui nodded. "What is your perspective?" Zhao Zhenji momentarily paused, then resumed sipping his tea with apparent nonchalance. Surprised, Hai Rui thought for a moment and said, "My understanding of the new learning is rather superficial. Since the Marquis has inquired, I shall share my rudimentary thoughts." After carefully considering his words, Hai Rui continued, In the short term, it is beneficial, yet in the long term, it may not yield favorable results. Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion, Brother Gangfeng? Zhao Zhenji, who had been sipping tea, set his cup down. Hai Rui elaborated, prior to my arrival, I had heard of Lord Zhao's teaching endeavors. The essence of the great learning lies in benefiting the populace. A notion I wholeheartedly agree with. If the new learning were to remain confined to this principle, it would indeed be commendable. However, the new learning does not stop here. Zhao Zhenji leaned forward slightly, placing the cup down. Hai Rui continued. Currently, the teachings of Confucius and Mencius are heavily influenced by the Chengzhu school of Neo-Confucianism, leading to a stagnation of thought. Utilizing the new learning to break this impasse is a commendable approach, yet therein lies the dilemma. Zhao Zhenji, possessing considerable composure, neither interrupted nor contradicted him, listening intently. Li Qing remained silent. Unlike other forms of thought, which can be regulated, it seems inappropriate to assert that one can prevent others from thinking. Even the emperor cannot achieve this. Li Qing began to sip his tea. Zhao Zhenji, however, furrowed his brow. After a considerable pause, Zhao Zhenji mused, Brother Gangfeng's words hold some merit. This balance is indeed challenging to maintain. Yet, if the promotion of the new learning is not merely for its own sake, but to reshape the already rigid teachings of Confucius and Mencius, it is the same. Hai Rui responded. Once the floodgates of thought are opened, it becomes increasingly difficult to restrain it. For generations, emperors have considered the confinement of thought as the foundation of governance. It is akin to a dam brimming with water. Once the gates are opened, a torrential flood ensues. Zhao Zhenji's expression subtly shifted. In truth, he harbored similar concerns. However, after weighing the pros and cons, he still believed that promoting the new learning and reshaping the teachings of Confucius and Mencius would result in greater benefits than drawbacks. After a moment of silence, Zhao Zhenji inquired, May I ask, does Brother Gangfeng lean more towards agreement or disagreement? After a brief pause, it was merely a private gathering today, and Brother Gangfeng could speak freely, with his words entering my ears and my thoughts returning to him. Surely, regarding Lord Ho, Brother Gangfeng must have some trust, right? From the moment he entered, Zhao Zhenji had been addressing Hai Rui by his courtesy name, aiming to foster a closer rapport, urging him to prioritize the greater good, lest the promotion of heart learning be hindered. However, at this juncture, he sensed that Hai Rui might not heed his counsel, thus provoking him to speak the truth. Hoping that Lord Yongqing could intervene. Unexpectedly, Hai Rui's subsequent remark left him utterly astonished. Although it may be beneficial in the short term, it may not bode well in the long run, yet I still advocate for the promotion of heart learning as a means to reshape Confucianism. What a twist of fate. Zhao Zhenji failed to grasp the depth of this statement and instinctively inquired, why does Brother Gangfeng say such a thing? Hai Rui paused briefly before responding. Because it is ultimately for the greater good in the distant future. Zhao Zhenji was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the profound implications of Hai Rui's words. Falling into a contemplative silence, there was no joy evident on his countenance, nor on Hai Rui's. Li Qing, however, cheerfully set down his teacup and suggested, perhaps Governor Zhao should share your concerns with the envoy Hai as well. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Zhenji nodded and reiterated what he had previously expressed to Li Qing in the small courtyard. Hai Rui, taken aback, smiled wryly and replied, to speak candidly, even if today Lord Zhao refrained from voicing these concerns, I would not act as you fear. What? This time, Zhao Zhenji was genuinely astonished. Hai Rui glanced at Li Qing, then back at Zhao Zhenji, sighing, what we can see, how could Lord Yongqing and the retired emperor, the current emperor, remain oblivious? Yet they continue to choose this path. We can only serve our nation and its people, enduring for the sake of our sovereign, not for the sake of the common people. How can we possibly betray their noble intentions? As Mengzi stated, the people are of utmost importance, the state comes next, and the ruler is of least concern. It is as simple as that. If the ruler is worthy, how can we not be? Zhao Zhenji remained silent, and Hai Rui's expression mirrored his somber thoughts. They possessed the capability, the sense of responsibility, and the noble intent to serve their nation and its people, alongside a fervent loyalty to their sovereign. Throughout history, most officials have preferred to endure for the sake of the common people rather than for their rulers. Officials like Hai Rui and Zhao Zhenji, though disagreeing with this notion, would find it difficult to fully accept a reversal of roles. Their ideal was to achieve a harmonious balance. Yet, Reality often presents the dilemma of choosing between two conflicting interests. For them, it was merely a matter of weighing the greater good, rather than a mutually beneficial outcome, which naturally left them feeling less than elated. Li Qing remarked, "The development of an era does not yield to anyone's will. At this stage, the Ming dynasty must make sacrifices for the greater good, and there is no need for excessive empathy towards your sovereign. Your sovereign is not in distress." The two shared a silent acknowledgement of their sovereign's plight. Hai Rui, in this regard, found his desires fulfilled, yet the joy and ease he had envisioned were absent. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Xinji extracted himself from his negative emotions and stated, "Ever since learning of Brother Gongfeng's arrival in Yingtianfu, many gentry and officials have been rather displeased." Hai Rui understood the implication and replied earnestly, "I assure you, I will not engage in undermining actions. The events of Chunin will not recur in Yingtianfu." As one of the two capitals and the cornerstone of the Ming dynasty, the political significance of Yingtianfu is immense. Moreover, Yingtianfu is significantly larger than Chunin County. Should a large-scale uprising occur, it would be truly uncontrollable. Upon hearing Hai Rui's words, Zhao Xinji finally relaxed his anxious heart, exhaled deeply, stood up, and with a clasped fist, said, "The Duke of Yongqing and Brother Gangfeng are old acquaintances, and it has been many years since we last met. I am quite busy, so I shall take my leave." The two rose to see him off, and upon returning to their seats, Hai Rui's facial features softened somewhat as he spoke gently. "After the chaos in Chunin, I shall refer to myself as I did before." Li Qing responded. Hai Rui nodded and remarked, "As you mentioned in earlier years, I have indeed been sent to the capital in disgrace, yet the court has not punished me. The retired emperor and the current emperor have both humbled themselves to elevate my perspective. It was then that I truly comprehended your transcendent strategy and grand vision." Hai Rui felt fortunate. Li Qing laughed lightly, saying, "It is not to that extent. Living requires one to engage in certain endeavors. Nevertheless, it must be said that the retired emperor's path has not been easy. He is indeed a wise sovereign." Hai Rui nodded in agreement and then inquired, "Is it truly as the retired emperor described overseas?" What the retired emperor said was understated, Li Qing replied, draining his cup of perfectly warm tea. "The colonial development of the Franks has reached its conclusion. With the revolution in the Netherlands, the death knell for monarchies has already sounded. Like grasshoppers in autumn, their days are numbered. Although our Ming dynasty has distinct national conditions, the frequency and efficiency of international exchanges are such that this tide will inevitably reach us. We can only prepare in advance. The promotion of the Heart School is rooted in this." Li Qing proclaimed, "Rather than being passive, it is better to be proactive." Hai Rui concurred. Yet he was deeply concerned. What will become of the Ming dynasty in the future? "The Ming dynasty will remain the Ming dynasty," Li Qing asserted. Chapter 88. The meeting. Hai Rui nodded, feeling considerably relieved. In truth, it must be noted that Hai Rui and Li Qing were not of the same ilk. No one truly aligned with him. Li Qing, in fact, lacked any loyalty to the emperor. Initially, it was merely fear of the old Zhu, a fear rather than loyalty. Yet, those living in this era cannot comprehend matters as Li Qing does. Li Qing, understanding and respecting this, shifted the topic. "Did you come to Jinling on the emperor's directive?" Hai Rui nodded gently. "What do you intend to do?" "The land donated by the people must be returned," Hai Rui stated. "What else?" Hai Rui shook his head slightly. "Actually, my previous actions in Chunin were solely focused on this point. I never intended to return the land genuinely appropriated by the gentry to the common people. The phenomenon of land ownership being consolidated over millennia by a few hundred landlords, buying and selling land, has always existed and cannot be eradicated. To do so would harm the populace. However, after the chaos in Chunin, I somewhat feigned my approach, and saying that I have oppressed the gentry is not entirely unfounded." Sighing, Hai Rui continued, "My intention was never to oppress the gentry, but when circumstances escalated to that point, sacrificing their interests became necessary to salvage the situation. Admittedly, this may be somewhat unreasonable, yet most gentry, when consolidating land, are equally unreasonable. Objectively speaking, both the gentry and I bear responsibility." Li Qing smiled and inquired, "Do you feel any pressure? The pressure stemming from fame?" "Well, to be candid, not at all," Hai Rui replied. "If I were solely driven by the pursuit of fame, I would not possess it. Confucius once said, 'The superficial gentleman is a thief of virtue.' Throughout history, The most abundant presence has been that of the superficial gentleman. And it is precisely these individuals who have brought calamity upon the state and suffering to the people. Li Qing nodded slightly and asked, "What do you intend to do?" "Hold a meeting," Hai Rui declared. "Due to my previous endeavors in Chun'an, the gentry regard me with suspicion, believing I am up to no good. If I were to directly initiate land surveying, they would likely misinterpret my intentions and cause turmoil." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Of course, I shall not shy away from chaos to appease them. I intend to wield the sword against the gentry effectively as a means of deterrence. First, I will make bold demands, then negotiate." Hai Rui was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Your Grace, you have hit the nail on the head. It is indeed a brilliant strategy." Li Qing nodded in agreement. At that moment, a soldier's voice rang out from outside. "Lord Hai, the antiques, calligraphy, and valuable furniture have been cleared." Hai Rui replied loudly, "Understood." He then turned to Li Qing and remarked, "Though it is stated to be in accordance with regulations, such regulations do not exist within the court. They are merely funds provided by the gentry and bureaucrats. It would be best to return them." Li Qing smiled and nodded. Only he could accomplish such a feat without compromise. Not only is Hai Rui not a person devoid of integrity, but also, 99% of people would not dare to undertake such actions. Even corrupt officials adhere to the principle of conducting business for compensation. Even kidnappers release hostages for a price. Furthermore, the arrangements made by officials could very well harbor intentions to tarnish Hai Rui's reputation. However, Li Qing was not concerned that the officials of Zhili would attempt to extort Hai Rui, for the reason that Hai Rui's reckless nature was already well known. And while he walked barefoot, they were all shot. Li Qing rose and said, "You carry on with your business. We shall converse again when time permits." Hai Rui quickly stood up as well, saying, "Allow me to see you off, Your Grace. A prominent envoy like yourself, escorting an unknown young man like me? I wish to enjoy a few days of tranquility." Li Qing chuckled. "I would rather not draw attention to myself and inadvertently expose the identity of the Yongqing Marquis. Please attend to your matters. I shall take a stroll." Hai Rui was rendered speechless. In the capital, at the National Teachers' Hall. Ever since the resignation of the Grand Master of the Ming Dynasty, this venue has transformed into a meeting place for members of the Merchants Association. The members are not confined to a single province or state, and their journeys vary in length. It was only yesterday that they finally gathered. Today, a multitude of merchants convened here to hear the policies of the court. The meeting was not presided over by the emperor, but by the three scholars of the cabinet. The chief minister, Li Chunfeng, occupied the central position, flanked by Gao Gong and Li Bao, with the three seated facing south at the head of the assembly. On either side, the venerable Su Jie and the vigorous Li Bao led a lineup of over 30 individuals, predominantly wealthy gentry from the Jiangsu and Zhuhong regions, with the remaining members distributed across Fujian and Shandong. Whether it was mere coincidence or something else, Gao Gong and Su Jie were seated in the same direction, merely 3 feet apart, quite close to one another. Their expressions remained unchanged, leaving their sentiments a mystery. Li Chunfeng cleared his throat and announced, "The purpose of summoning you to the capital is to discuss a significant national policy." Upon hearing these words, the assembly was struck with unease. Could it be that another issuance of silver notes was on the horizon? Although there was little concern that the court would default on its obligations, the current supply was already ample. Only Su Jie remained composed, while Li Bao retained his equanimity. Just as Zhang Juzheng was about to interject, Gao Gong preempted him. "This is indeed a favorable development for you," he declared, as the court intends to open trade relations with Japan. At this revelation, the merchants and gentry could not conceal their delight, repeatedly exclaiming, "Long live the emperor." Li Chunfeng cast a glance at Zhang Juzheng, who, albeit reluctantly, spoke up, "Silence. Though the opening is indeed a boon, it requires official authorization to conduct business." The mention of fees caused the merchants' elation to wane slightly. However, upon further contemplation, they surmised that as long as the court did not demand exorbitant sums, there would still be profit to be made. The group turned their gaze toward the 3 dignitaries seated above them. Li Bao inquired, "Might I ask, Master Li, what is the fee for this authorization?" Li Chunfeng patiently elucidated. Initially, it was set at 100,000 taels per year, charged per capita. However, the emperor deemed this unfair and thus amended the fee to be based on trade volume, starting from 10,000 taels and capping at 1 million taels, allowing you to choose your tier. Gao Gong continued, By paying a permit fee of 10,000 taels, you would obtain a trade quota of 200,000 taels. And this pattern continues for the tiers of 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, and 1 million taels, all being seasoned merchants. They understood the arithmetic clearly. A 20-fold trade volume, even with the added merchant tax, still promised substantial profits. Yet, there remained a concern, with so many participants. Could Japan possibly sustain such demand for the higher tiers of 500,000 or 1 million taels? The assembly was torn between temptation and hesitation. Li Bao was the first to declare, the Li family will opt for the 1 million tier. The others exchanged glances, feeling a surge of indignation, yet refraining from voicing their discontent. A 1 million tier represented a staggering 2 million taels in trade, truth be told. Even if the court relinquished its claim to the Japanese market entirely, allowing private individuals to partake, with the market opening up, the Li family share would scarcely be substantial. Su Jie, unperturbed, stated, the Su family shall select the 50,000 tier. This declaration provided some solace to the assembly, albeit marginally. Shortly thereafter, the head of the Shin family hesitantly spoke. The Shin family will choose the 200,000 tier. There it was. Now the opportunity for profit was slipping away entirely. Before the highest-ranking officials of the court, the merchants were furious but restrained, casting daggers at the Shin family head, which was the extent of their protest. Unfazed, the head of the Shin family subtly shifted his chair closer to Li Bao. Juzheng remarked, the court also offers an alternative. By increasing the merchant tax, you can obtain a business license calculated against trade volume, with the tax on exports to Japan doubled. This revelation brought a glimmer of hope to the merchants, who instantly perked up, while some relished in the misfortune of others. The market had its limits. Under these conditions, the Li family would find it impossible to reach such lofty trade volumes, and after accounting for the permit fee and the standard merchant tax, how much profit could they truly expect? My lord, one humble merchant interjected, we shall choose the second option. The adults have chosen the second option, as have all but the Li, Su, and Shin families. The Li family has effectively obstructed the first choice, rendering it meaningless. The three exchanged glances, and Gao Gong remarked that, for the sake of fairness, the pricing of Japanese goods must be standardized. The court's intention is to protect you from competing against one another, which would ultimately benefit Japan. No one voiced any objections. In truth, the court has always regulated the pricing of goods for overseas trade. Since the establishment of the Merchant Guild, the authority to set prices has resided with the court. One cannot simply sell at any price they desire. Violations would lead to severe penalties, ranging from exorbitant fines to imprisonment. No one dared to defy this regulation, nor did they have any dissent regarding it. The detrimental consequences of past price wars had already been felt by many merchants, who realized that despite their labors, profits remained elusive. Thus, when the three scholars of the cabinet reiterated this point, the merchants had no objections. Without regulation, the Li family could easily outmaneuver them all. Gao Gong instructed them to deliberate, setting a limit of half an hour for their discussions. After a brief exchange, he turned to Li Chunfang and Zhang Juzheng, suggesting they allow the merchants to proceed. Li Chunfang nodded, stating that both the merchants and the court should profit, advising against artificially lowering prices for the sake of expanding the Japanese market. With that, she stood and walked out. Gao Gong also rose. Noticing Zhang Juzheng lingering, he said, Taiwei, it is time for the voting draft. Zhang Juzheng nodded and exchanged a glance with Su Jie before departing. Once they left, the National Teachers' Hall became lively, filled with chatter and debate, though everyone seemed to defer to Li Bao, Su Jie, and Gao Xian. Zhu Houzhong and Zhu Ziyu sat across from each other, playing chess while discussing the matter of opening up trade to the populace. Father, is the 1 million price point too low? Zhu Houzhong replied without looking up. The Li family cannot afford to collapse just yet. We can benefit from them, but we must tread carefully. This is not about Li Qing. It is for long-term considerations. Zhu Ziyu sighed, smiling ruefully. The Ming Dynasty is incredibly wealthy, yet the court remains impoverished. If we merely need to harvest a wave of wealth, we need not be overly ruthless. The court's deficit could be resolved, allowing for indulgence for more than a decade. Chapter 89. The abundance of wealth. Zhu Ziyu's eyes gleamed with a thirst for riches. The emperor reigns over the realm, yet that does not imply that he is devoid of financial needs. For the common people, essentials such as firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea all require expenditure. One cannot survive without money. For an emperor, and for a dynasty, this necessity is even more pronounced. Alas, the sovereign, possessing the mandate of heaven, cannot simply demand money and expect it to arrive willingly. Since the Yongle era, no one has been able to quantify the exact wealth amassed by the Ming dynasty, yet the magnitude of that wealth is generally understood. Unfortunately, the riches of the affluent remain with them, while the court's funds have been entirely expended, with a significant portion ultimately flowing back into the hands of the wealthy. It can be said that they are all well-fed and prosperous, living in excess. If one were to reap a bountiful harvest, there would be no need to sever at the ankles or even to cleave at the waist. Merely striking at the neck would suffice to relieve the cord of its deficit pressure and allow for extravagant expenditures for a considerable time. Alas, the meat has spoiled in the pot, yet the emperor cannot partake. Zhu Houzhong continued to make his move, casually remarking, "The harvest will come. But the time is not yet ripe. How long must we wait?" Zhu Ziqian ceased his game. "If you live long enough, you should witness it." Zhu Houzhong replied nonchalantly, "In any case, I shall not be here to see it." Zhu Ziqian hesitated, retorting, "Father, do not speak such ominous words." Zhu Houzhong merely smiled and said, "You need not concern yourself with matters of finance. Li Qing will handle it." Yet, he was even reluctant to re-enter the court. Zhu Ziqian felt disheartened. Not entering the court does not mean one is indifferent or inactive. It simply signifies that it is unnecessary. Zhu Houzhong shifted his gaze from the chessboard to his son, stating, "The sky will not fall. Even if it did, Li Qing is more than capable. Just focus on being a good emperor." Such monumental issues can be left to him. It is often said that each generation bears its own responsibilities, yet Li Qing seems to shoulder them across generations. Do not worry, his life is long, indeed. Zhu Houzhong remained unfazed, recognizing that the deficit arose from Li Qing's actions, and naturally, he would be the one to resolve it. If Li Qing is not in a hurry, then neither should you be. Zhu Ziqian chuckled ruefully. "Father, have you considered the possibility that the Duke of Yongqing may tire of his responsibilities and no longer wish to manage affairs?" "That possibility does not exist," Zhu Houzhong asserted with conviction. Zhu Ziqian did not argue but sighed. "Then all I can do is strive to live to 100. Well then, I wish you success." In the Grand Master's hall, the prices of various commodities had been determined. After the three scholars exchanged glances, Juzheng took up his pen and added a further 10% to the original figures. After transcribing the adjustments, he announced the adjournment of the meeting, instructing the merchants to await the results. Subsequently, the price list was personally delivered to the Grand Hall by Feng Bao. Zhu Ziqian glanced at it hurriedly before passing it to his father. Without even looking, Zhu Houzhong instructed, "Add another 20% to the prices." Zhu Ziqian retrieved the list and examined it closely, then turned to Feng Bao, saying, "Notify the cabinet to increase the prices by another 20% and inform the merchants." "As you command," Feng Bao replied, hastily departing. Zhu Ziqian remarked, "The Li family has indeed chosen the highest tier." "That was to be expected," Zhu Houzhong stated without surprise. For the Li family, the permit fees were merely a pretext. Offering them an opportunity for allegiance was the true intention. They surely comprehended this principle and would not be ignorant of the nuances. Zhu Ziqian nodded slightly, still feeling that the highest tier had been set too low. "Shall we proceed with this? What other choice do we have?" Zhu Houzhong laughed. "Money is a valuable asset, yet it is not wealth in itself. You speak as if you have known endless riches. I, however, ascended to the throne only to find insufficient funds. The vast Ming dynasty is not only devoid of surplus, but is also in deficit. How burdensome this is for me." Zhu Ziqian felt an overwhelming frustration welling up within him, too vexed to articulate it. Money is a man's backbone. Without it, one cannot stand tall. Zhu Ziqian longed to wield the scythe and sweep through armies as if they were mere straw, consuming his fill in one swift motion. Yet, he found himself unable to act in such a manner. Ultimately, he could only say, "I wish to learn more about the current state of the Li family." Zhu Houzhong was undoubtedly aware of his son's intentions, nodding in agreement as he remarked, "In all matters, moderation is essential. Excess is as detrimental as deficiency." The son acknowledged this wisdom. Indeed, it was proven that the emperor was a figure of immense value. After merely one encounter with the current emperor, the Li family was compelled to contribute an additional 500,000 taels of silver annually. While they did not feel a profound sense of loss, a tinge of frustration lingered. However, This sum of 1,500,000 taels was not without its merit, even while considering the interests of other merchants. The Li family could effortlessly recoup their losses through trade with Japan, merely a futile endeavor rather than a complete loss. The meeting lasted a single day, with pricing discussions held in the morning, followed by the issuance of the final price and certificates by the court in the afternoon. Numerous merchants established written agreements, clutching the business licenses granted by the court, and then busied themselves with their respective affairs. Li Bao lingered not, but before departing, he tidied up the small courtyard of the Li Jiatun with his servants, and then embarked on his journey back to Jinling, the site of the imperial envoy's headquarters. Hai Rui was also in a meeting, primarily addressing the landlords. These individuals had long been familiar with Hai Rui's esteemed reputation. Upon receiving the summons, they felt a deep reluctance yet dared not to absent themselves. Among these landlords were prominent figures from noble families who, like the merchants, publicly proclaimed themselves as commoners, striving to distance themselves from any governmental connections. The primary reason for this was that the landlords of Jinling faced Hai Rui, while the southern merchants contended with the court. Had they been dealing with peers or true commoners, their demeanor would have been entirely different. In truth, regardless of whether one was a wealthy merchant or a landlord, within any family of considerable stature, there were often members holding official positions. It was not that one could not become a wealthy merchant or landlord without a family member in office. Rather, a lack of such connections typically hindered significant success. I appreciate your presence here today, and I trust you are aware of the purpose of this gathering, Hai Rui stated directly, foregoing any superfluous dialogue. The surveying of land is a national policy of the court, a decree from the emperor, and you are all expected to cooperate fully. He surveyed the room and, in a rare moment of levity, quipped, "Surely, no one wishes to defy the emperor's command?" Perhaps he was not known for humor, or perhaps the jest fell flat, resulting in an uncomfortable silence. Undeterred by the awkwardness, Hai Rui cleared his throat and continued, "I trust you are all familiar with the events of Chunin from years past, though you may not fully grasp how those circumstances unfolded. What did this imply? Was he laying the groundwork for our subjugation? Indeed, the expressions of many prominent landlords subtly shifted, their thoughts laced with resentment. Among these families were those with officials of rank above the 5th grade, and some even hailed from noble lineages. In truth, the presence of a jurin or a county magistrate should not instill fear in them. Were this individual not a special envoy, were he not Hai Rui, someone in the crowd would surely have retorted, "You, a mere jurin?" However, this man was indeed Hai Rui, and he bore the title of imperial envoy. While Hai Rui was willing to risk everything, they were not. They cherished their beautiful wives, concubines, luxurious lifestyles, and numerous descendants. No one dared to openly confront Hai Rui, at least not publicly, should the events of Chunin repeat themselves. Even if the court were to execute Hai Rui, it was likely that their families would perish before his demise. If Sir Hai were to impartially execute national policies, we would naturally cooperate. Indeed, as long as Sir Hai administers justice fairly. This group of overindulged aristocrats can only utter threats to a certain extent when faced with Hai Rui, and even those threats lack severity. There is no alternative, after all. Who is this man but Hai Rui? The gentry and landlords fear Hai Rui not solely because he is audacious and willing to risk his life. A reckless youth is not to be feared. It is the capable reckless youth that instills terror. Hai Rui embodies not only courage and capability, but also a formidable reputation. In contemporary times, Hai Rui has become a spiritual icon for the populace. Indeed, if Hai Rui were to command, "Depart, reclaim your farmland," the people would undoubtedly heed him and take action. The events in Chunin have had profound repercussions, further accentuated by the court's ambiguous handling and the extensive coverage by the Jinling Daily. The renown of Hai Qing Tian is such that no one dares to dismiss it. For the common folk, take it seriously. Hai Rui's influence stems not only from the court, but also from the people. The commoners have elevated him to an almost divine stature. Should he desire, he could incite rebellion among their tenants. This is the very reason why many large landlords genuinely fear Hai Rui. To the common people, he is Hai Qing Tian. To these aristocrats, he is the living embodiment of the king of hell. Who among them would not tread cautiously? Even those whose families have produced cabinet ministers must weigh the consequences of confronting Hai Rui. Hai Rui stated, "I shall, of course, administer justice impartially and without bias." Frankly, the crowd did not believe him. They merely refrained from provoking him further. If they were to truly enrage Hai Rui, the situation would only deteriorate. Hai Rui understood their psychology to some extent, but chose not to enlighten them. Instead, he redirected the conversation, saying, "The rebellion in Chunnan occurred because the local tyrants and gentry oppressed excessively. The farmland, clearly offered by the people, was wrongfully claimed by the gentry, leading to tragedy." Hai Rui sighed. "Though it is lamentable, it is also detestable and not deserving of sympathy. You are all intelligent individuals. Surely, you would not act in such a manner. Nor do I wish for you to do so." The crowd listened silently, their expressions grim, without uttering a word. "I do not wish for the events in Chunnan to repeat, and I trust that you do not either?" "Naturally," they replied in unison. The silent crowd echoed in agreement. Hai Rui nodded and remarked, "In comparison to civil unrest, what I cannot tolerate more is the oppression of the common people by the gentry." Thus, the thought arose among the gentry, "Is this your justification for oppressing us?" They seethed in frustration, their teeth gnashing. Is there no law? Is there no one to manage this man? Having long been the oppressors, they now found themselves oppressed, their feelings of indignation utterly inexpressible. Chapter 90. A blow strikes. "Sir Hai, feel free to speak your mind," someone in the crowd ventured, prompting a wave of agreement. Faced with a figure like Hai Rui, they found themselves without effective recourse. As the saying goes, when faced with two evils, one must choose the lesser. As long as the potential loss of their interests is outweighed by the monumental risk of eliminating Hai Rui, they would not dare to act recklessly. Hai Rui declared, "I am here solely to implement the national policy of the court and to follow the emperor's will. I do not intend to trouble anyone. The farmland contributed by the common people, the undeclared plots, those that should be returned must be returned. And the taxes that ought to be paid must be settled, nothing more than this." While Hai Rui spoke lightly, those present felt a heavy weight upon their hearts. "If there are no objections, you may return to your preparations. I have official duties to attend to and cannot keep you any longer." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, then stiffened. Was not Lord Hai's purpose in coming to Yingtian precisely to measure the fields? What other official business could there be? There was no need for further explanation, yet Hai Rui offered one. The measurement of fields does not solely concern the landlords, but also the common folk. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could it be that Lord Hai intends to hold a meeting with all the citizens of Yingtian? Why not? Given the vast number of citizens in Yingtian, surely Lord Hai must have at least a rough estimate, or so one would hope. Someone scoffed, questioning how Lord Hai could possibly manage such a gathering, or was he planning to reside in Juzheng indefinitely? Hai Rui replied, "I have my own methods." "Is Lord Hai truly resolved to do so?" A voice in the crowd spoke out stiffly. Hai Rui demanded, "Who spoke?" Anger surged among the people, yet none dared to confess. No one was sent off. It became evident that Hai Rui could not convene a meeting with all the citizens of Yingtian. But he did not require such a gathering. Instead of relying on the Juzheng daily, he, under the authority of the government, posted a notice to inform the populace of his arrival. The news spread rapidly, reaching every street and alley, penetrating countless homes, both within and beyond the city. In an instant, it was as if thunder had struck the ground. Countless citizens flocked to him, surrounding the envoy's headquarters, each one fervent in their support. As Zhao Jinji remarked, Hai Rui had been elevated to a position of reverence. The people believed that the esteemed Lord Hai could advocate for their interests. Petition after petition was presented to Hai Rui, detailing grievances, land seized, daughters harassed, meals unpaid, issues both related and unrelated to the measurement of fields, great and small. All were thrust upon him. Even if Hai Rui were a man of iron, enduring 12 hours a day without food or drink, he could not possibly adjudicate the multitude of cases presented by the throngs of people. He had no choice but to urge the citizens to trust the government, directing those petitions unrelated to the measurement of fields to the appropriate authorities. Yet the people would not listen, or rather, they did not trust the government. Their faith lay solely with Hai Rui. This scene had spiraled far beyond control. Meanwhile, the local gentry and landlords in Juzheng welcomed this turn of events. They were eager for Hai Rui to be overwhelmed, rendering him incapable of continuing the measurements of fields. Ultimately, their wishes were fulfilled. The sheer number of people in Yingtian was overwhelming, and the common folk entrusted all matters, great and small, to Lord Hai, insisting he handle them personally. Had it not been for the concerns of the 6 ministries regarding the situation spiraling out of control, especially in light of the events in Chunnan, they would not have dispatched numerous officials to maintain order and driven away the citizens seeking to lodge complaints. The vast envoy headquarters could have easily been overwhelmed. Even so, the streets surrounding the envoy headquarters were teeming with people, traffic completely paralyzed. Not even a horse or carriage could pass through. Even Li Qing felt that the situation was beyond resolution for Hai Rui and prepared to offer assistance. However, just as he was about to intervene, Hai Rui declared, "I can manage this." Had this been anyone else, Li Qing might have questioned such confidence, but hearing it from Hai Rui, he believed. Throughout history, Hai Rui has been a man of action, determined yet not boastful. Li Qing also hoped that Hai Rui would find a resolution on his own, for as the saying goes, an initial strike can prevent a multitude of blows. Should Hai Rui achieve what others deem impossible, his authority would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, and the ensuing difficulties would naturally dissipate. History has shown that Hai Rui possesses a solution. Admittedly, his methods are not particularly sophisticated. They can be distilled into 2 words: take charge. When the people entrust him with their matters, he diligently attends to them. In truth, Hai Rui is not alone. He confronts challenges reminiscent of those faced by individuals over a century and a half ago. That individual made a decisive choice. I shall take action. Hai Rui merely emulates that choice. Indeed, that individual is none other than Zhu Houzhong, the emperor who abolished the chancellor system. Hai Rui embarked on an exceptionally rigorous work regimen, employing extraordinary energy and remarkable efficiency to resolve conflicts and meet the needs of the populace. With unwavering resolve, Hai Rui devoted nearly 8 hours each day to official duties, averaging over 20 cases per hour and handling a minimum of 200 matters daily. Such an immense workload and high efficiency inevitably compromise the guarantee of impartiality. Hai Rui adheres to but one principle. In cases where facts are unclear and opinions diverge, he tends to favor the impoverished. To put it eloquently, he is a champion of the poor against the wealthy. Less charitably, he may be viewed as harboring animosity towards the affluent. While his judgments may lack complete fairness, the results are undeniably effective, as the majority of instances involve the poor being oppressed by the rich. Moreover, even if wealthier individuals suffer injustice or experience losses, they are generally not destitute. However, when a poor household faces wrongful treatment, the consequences are dire. With so many matters at hand, Hai Rui finds himself compelled to act in this manner, and only thus. Consequently, this inadvertently fosters a phenomenon where the fortunate yield. Observing Hai Rui's unwavering commitment to the people, those with means gradually choose to seek peace, thereby alleviating societal tensions significantly. Yet, this gives rise to another phenomenon. The impoverished citizens, witnessing Hai Rui's dedication to their welfare, grow increasingly bold, beginning to challenge the upper echelons with a mindset of whether it's true or not. I'll give it a shot. Hai Rui welcomes all, ready to engage with their grievances. The facts are clear. He adjudicates fairly, and in cases where the truth remains elusive, it is the landlords and merchants who suffer misfortune. This situation unsettles the powerful. The 6 ministries of Zhili promptly exert pressure on Hai Rui, but this time, it is not merely an imposition on local gentry, but an appeal for reputation. In response, Hai Rui simply states, "You esteemed officials may impeach me before the court." The 6 ministries, of course, proceed with the impeachment while simultaneously ordering Hai Rui to cease adjudicating cases, for the court had tasked him with land surveying, not judicial matters. To this, Hai Rui replies, "The court did not prohibit me from adjudicating." The esteemed officials, incensed, find themselves at a loss as Hai Rui remains resolute in his course. Within a matter of days, the various departments, which had previously taken a back seat and relished the spectacle, spring into action. No longer willing to witness the populace burden Hai Rui, they begin to actively receive petitions from the people and hold court sessions, eager to champion the cause of the citizens. The esteemed leaders had indeed contemplated the notion of ruthless suppression. However, they had already lost the initiative. In light of Hai Rui's fervent pleas on behalf of the populace, the people's sentiments had been ignited. To employ barbaric repression at such a juncture would only lead to a resurgence of the events that transpired in Chunnan. The situation in Yingtianfu is not akin to that of Chunnan. While Hai Rui might perish, the consequences for them would be dire as well. For a mere provincial scholar and an 8th-rank county official to stake their lives against his is an egregious loss. The prominent figures, filled with frustration, found themselves compelled to acquiesce to the wishes of the fortunate. As the government became more proactive, societal tensions significantly eased. With the situation having progressed to this point, the authorities had no choice but to uphold justice. Otherwise, the common folk would seek recourse not only at the official offices, but also at the imperial envoy's headquarters. The murky and lethargic bureaucratic landscape began to clear and gain momentum with the arrival of Hai Rui. And this transformation occurred within a mere span of slightly more than half a month. During this brief period, both within and outside the city of Jinling, the atmosphere grew bright and hopeful. What Zhu Houzhong yearned to accomplish, yet dared not, Hai Rui achieved with remarkable success. He decisively severed a portion of the wealth of the affluent. Although the action was not excessively harsh, it indeed redirected a small fraction of the great wealth into the hands of the impoverished. The wealth did not overtly flow towards the court, yet it subtly alleviated the burdens on the imperial treasury. With the common folk enjoying newfound financial freedom, this surplus money, whether utilized to mitigate risks or for consumption, served to relieve the fiscal pressures on the government. As a result of this wave of change, the destitute gained tangible benefits, while Hai Rui garnered the enmity of his colleagues and the scorn of the gentry. In the eyes of many commoners, his reputation was thus mixed. For, in this incident, a number of relatively prosperous individuals found their interests adversely affected. Hai Rui accomplished a modest redistribution of wealth in an insufficiently equitable manner. Though somewhat unreasonable, a fully rational approach would not have yielded such results. Consequently, negative narratives regarding Hai Rui began to circulate. In this flourishing era of literature, crafting tales and weaving stories to tarnish an individual's reputation is both straightforward and remarkably effective, often with little traceable origin. As the saying goes, to slander requires but a tongue, while to refute demands a swift foot. It is not particularly challenging to besmirch someone's name, especially if one has the backing of higher authorities, making it even harder to trace the source. Nevertheless, as it stands, this was not enough to undermine Hai Rui, for the number of beneficiaries from this event far exceeded those whose interests were harmed. Hai Rui himself bore no great indignation towards this. Such occurrences were not novel, having faced similar derision in the past when, during his tenure as an educator, he was labeled as eccentric and accused of seeking fame for merely adhering to court protocols without paying respects to his superiors. In the bureaucratic lexicon, the term Hai Bijia does not carry positive connotations. After the Chunan incident, he had already been subjected to disparagement, and now, as he faced further slander, he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Li Qing urged Zhu Houzhong to publish a clarification in the Jinling Daily and Suzhou Daily, entitled Who Truly Harbors Hatred for Hai Rui, prompting profound reflection. This move significantly restored Hai Rui's reputation. Consequently, the Li family found themselves branded as traitors and became the target of scorn from the gentry and wealthy elite. Yet what could they do? Do not speak of the capital of Yingtian, nor even of Jinling. Who among them can challenge the Li family? This is indeed the correct approach to understanding the power of the Li clan. Chapter 91. An unconventional farewell. Hai Rui commenced the meticulous surveying of fields. With his efforts, the landlords of Yingtian found themselves utterly exhausted, unable to oppose him. In their intellectual confrontations, they faced humiliating defeat, and any notion of physically eliminating Hai Rui would require first overcoming hundreds of soldiers. Whenever Hai Rui ventured out, he was always accompanied by his guards, unwavering in their duty to escort him to and from his destination. Even if the gentry were to muster their courage and rally their kin to confront Hai Rui, the likelihood of success in extinguishing his life was exceedingly slim. The gentry and landlords could only mutter curses against Hai Rui. He appeared audacious, but was, in truth, timid as a mouse. Verbally, they derided him for his ostentation and penchant for grand displays, claiming he lacked approachability. Yet, Hai Rui remained unfazed, choosing to act as if he had not heard their barbs. As this scene unfolded, Li Qing felt both relieved and gratified. Hai Rui was more than capable of managing the land surveys, and Zhao Jingji could adeptly promote the philosophy of exine shui. In the capital, there were figures like Zhang Juzheng and Gao Gong, both diligent in their duties, while Zhu Houzhong held the overarching authority. In the southeastern coastal regions, there was Qi Jiguang, and in the northern borders, Hu Zongxian and Yu Daiyo. Li Qing was no longer alone. There was no need for him to take personal charge of every matter or to accommodate the emperor in outsmarting the court officials. Naturally, Li Qing felt immense joy and a great sense of relaxation. Li Bao returned, bringing news of the new national policy issued by the court. It closely aligned with Li Qing's expectations, showing no objections to the court's actions of extracting wealth. 150,000 taels annually was not an insignificant sum. Though it could hardly be considered entirely without effort, it was, at best, a matter of labor without reward. Li Qing had long since formulated a clear and precise blueprint for the future of the Li family, scattered like stars across the sky. The time for division was not now, yet it was not far off either. Lengthy as a century or brief as a mere 60 years, the Li family would inevitably face division. It was an unavoidable reality. As summer gave way to autumn, Li Qing enjoyed a leisurely and pleasant existence. Everything seemed idyllic. The only blemish was the realization that with each recitation of the six-character mantra, the opportunities diminished. Winter approached swiftly, and Hai Rui's successful mission in Yingtian came to a close, as he was assigned by the court to proceed to Songjiang. Zhu Houzhong was no longer able to operate the steam excavator he cherished, now confined to a wheelchair. Li Qiang's condition was somewhat better, able to walk with the aid of crutches, yet still in a precarious state. Time had not passed significantly, but the changes in the two were stark, leaving an impression of aging that caught one off guard. In contrast, Li Shui'er fared considerably better, yet her spirits were deeply subdued. When her parents passed, she was overwhelmed with sorrow. The same was true when her elder brother departed. However, the situation had shifted now. It was not merely the impending loss of her two nephews that grieved her more than the earlier losses, but rather the profound reality of witnessing the elderly bidding farewell to the young. This sentiment could not be merely described as sorrow. It was far more intricate and challenging to accept. At this moment, she truly empathized with Li Qing. Yet, what could such empathy achieve? The burden cannot be shared. For Zhu Houzhong lacks the affectation of a younger brother. Though his physical condition deteriorates day by day and the specter of death looms ever closer, he remains optimistic. Even confined to a wheelchair, he is restless, issuing commands throughout the day, directing his attendants to various places, often relying on Li Qing to push him. In his own words, he was struck by Li Qing when he was a prince, and even now as an emperor, he still faces the same treatment. It is only fitting that Li Qing fulfills this role. Li Qing, however, does not engage in petty disputes with him, generally indulging his whims. As winter approaches and the winter solstice arrives, the air grows increasingly frigid, with winds that cut like knives, causing the Qinhuai River to freeze over. In years past, this would have been a time for the family to gather for hot pot and to enjoy a few drinks. However, that is no longer possible. Zhu Houzhong and Li Qiang are unable to partake in such feasts and can only sip on broths and porridge, having to forego alcohol altogether. More often than not, they find solace in one another's company, brewing a pot of tea, engaging in conversation, and seeking to alleviate the gloom. As time flows inexorably onward, the new year approaches once again, almost unnoticed. Fortunately, Zhu Houzhong has not yet reached the end of his days, nor has Li Qiang. This new year will not witness any departures, and it will indeed be a time for reunion. As in previous years, Li Qing arrives just in time for the final market day before the new year, purchasing all the necessary goods in one go and preparing some dishes in advance for New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year, allowing them to celebrate with family. After all, they are a family blessed with many descendants. It would be quite inappropriate to celebrate the new year without being with them. On the morning of the third day of the new year, the group finally arrives at the door. Li Qing has already prepared red envelopes, one for each. Li Bao, Zhu Houzhong, Li Ying, Zhu Houzhong, and Li Qiang. Even Li Shui'er receives one. Each envelope contains 10 taels of silver, cherished like treasures. Zhu Houzhong, ever the trickster, jokes about taking his to the afterlife. Known for his humor and ability to lighten the mood, today, however, his jest falls flat, enveloping the room in silence. The three younger ones have reddened eyes, on the verge of tears. Li Qing scolds, "If you cannot speak wisely, it would be better to say less." Zhu Houzhong, feeling chastened, nods and hastily shifts the topic, suggesting, "Well, it is still early. You three could build a snowman or have a snowball fight. It is the new year. Let us all be cheerful and enjoy the festivities." The three reply, "What joy is there in building snowmen or having snowball fights? We are no longer children." Zhu Houzhong retorts, "What? Do my words hold no sway?" Before they can respond, he adds with a playful grin, "A good retort deserves a reward. I have prepared red envelopes too." With Zhu Houzhong's playful quip, the atmosphere remains somewhat somber, prompting Li Qing to hasten to break the tension. "Go on then. You have grown up, So what is there to be embarrassed about? The three nod in agreement and rise to head outside to play. However, the four in the main hall do not immediately stand. They converse casually. It is now the 4th year of the Li Qing era, and I have aged another year. At this age, there is little to say. Throughout history, emperors who live as long as I are indeed rare. It is not an exaggeration. And there is no need for sadness. Li Qing glances at him and replies, "Do you think I would be saddened?" As the clay statue crossed the river, Zhu Houzhong chuckled, glancing at Li Qing and Li Shuer, and said, "Little aunt, you often torment me, yet now you seem troubled?" Li Shuer sniffled and replied, "You are being overly sentimental. I merely caught a chill." Zhu Houzhong laughed softly, then turned to Li Qing, saying, "You are accustomed to this. I shan't comfort you further. There is no need to hastily relay any final words." Li Qing replied coolly, "There is still time." Zhu Houzhong scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "Well, I do have matters I wish to discuss with you. You truly are like a worm in my belly. Let us be serious for a moment. I have pondered deeply over the past few days and believe that if I return to the capital with Xiao Lu, I may never see my descendants again. How about we find a middle ground?" Li Qing was taken aback. "Haven't we already found a middle ground? You mean to establish a symbolic grave here while doing the same there?" Zhu Houzhong hesitated, seemingly struggling to articulate his thoughts. Li Qing suddenly understood and teased. "Now you are being polite. I'm not one to shy away from trouble, so why should you? Rest assured, this is not my first time handling such matters." You have done this kind of thing before?" Zhu Houzhong exclaimed in surprise. "So what? Who is it?" Li Qing replied somewhat irritably. "Why are you so inquisitive? Speak of your own affairs." Zhu Houzhong cleared his throat, returning to the topic, and said, "I have given this much thought. A division between the two capitals. 1/2 in each." Li Qing was utterly astounded. Li Shuer and Li Qing also looked on in shock, their mouths agape, seriously doubting their hearing. "Are you suggesting to split you and your wife in half, one part for each side? Let us not be so crude." Zhu Houzhong retreated slightly, chuckling. "What I mean is to have a cremation, reduced to ashes, and then divide the ashes into 2 portions." Zhu Houzhong, as always, found a unique way to approach even such matters. "I wish to try a different burial method." Before Li Qing could respond, Li Shuer and Li Qing firmly opposed. "You cannot do this," Li Qing stated solemnly. "What emperor has ever been cremated? Indeed, throughout history, there have been instances of cremation, but you cannot do this." Li Shuer added, "Even if you do not regard yourself as an emperor, you are still a descendant of the founding ancestor who decreed against cremation." "Indeed," Li Qing nodded. "While some regions may still practice cremation, you cannot proceed this way. If you do, the founding ancestor would surely punish you." Zhu Houzhong grumbled, as if a burial would spare me from his wrath. Li Qing, too, was in agreement. Deep down, he also opposed the idea. Initially, he might have accepted it, but now he found it unacceptable to think of a good person simply being burned. "You cannot have both fish and bear's paw. You must choose one," Li Qing asserted, his tone brooking no argument. Zhu Houzhong sighed. "It is clear that both options can coexist. It does not have to be immediate cremation. We could wait a decade or so until the bones have decayed." "Absolutely not," the three of them exclaimed in unison. Zhu Houzhong lamented, "Why are you all so unreasonable?" Li Shuer spoke sternly. "You have played around your entire life. You cannot treat matters of life and death with the same frivolity." Zhu Houzhong looked at Li Qing with a pitiful expression. Li Qing appeared somewhat swayed. Although Zhu Houzhong's idea seemed absurd, upon deeper reflection, it didn't seem entirely unreasonable. However, the niece and uncle held resolutely to their stance. They were not Li Qing and did not possess his level of understanding. "Is there no reason in your arguments?" Zhu Houzhong lamented, aware that their intentions were well-meaning. "Li Qing, you decide," he urged. After a moment of silence, Li Qing replied, "If all 3 of your sons agree, I have no objections." Li Shuer chimed in, "We cannot dictate your choices, but your sons surely can. Their opinions must be respected." "But it will be difficult for them to agree," Zhu Houzhong sighed, exasperated. "I have painstakingly devised a solution, yet you remain so obstinate. It is utterly infuriating." Chapter 92. The bonds of affection waned. Zhu Houzhong continued to grumble until an idea struck him. "I have a plan." "Keep your plans to yourself." "No cremation," Li Shuer interjected. Zhu Houzhong replied, "What if we assemble? When only the bones remain, combine my remains with Xiao Lu's, then divide them between the 2 capitals. Each can have one. That way, all bases are covered." The 3 stared at him. "You seem rather pleased with yourself. Is this not a perfect compromise?" The aunt and niece exchanged exasperated glances before turning to Li Qing. Li Qing, visibly annoyed, said, "Think again. Give it some serious thought." He then rose and exited the hall. The previous day's heavy snowfall had blanketed the ground to ankle depth, creating a suitable area for building snowmen. Though the snow had hardened overnight and required a shovel for assistance, Li Qing fetched partially burned wood from the east kitchen to use as charcoal for drawing in the snow. Zhu cleared the snow while Li Bao carefully crafted a snowman based on her sister's design. The couple and siblings worked in harmony, creating a commendable figure. Noticing Li Qing's emergence, the three paused their activities to look at him. "Continue with your work," Li Qing instructed. "Understood," they replied, returning their focus to their tasks. Subsequently, the three in the hall also stepped outside, with Li Shui'er pushing Zhu Houzhong, while Li Xian managed to move independently. The aunt and niece stood shoulder to shoulder under the eaves, with Zhu Houzhong seated in a wheelchair, occasionally gesturing grandly. Li Shui'er and Li Xian wore thick, warm cotton clothes topped with cloaks, exuding an aura of coziness. Zhu Houzhong, however, donned a stylish wool jacket. While it offered adequate warmth, it lacked the comforting appearance of the aunt and niece's attire. With no wind beneath the eaves, Li Qing did not urge them back inside to avoid the cold. As is well known, the younger generation often feels a strong desire to perform in the presence of their elders. With everyone outdoors, the three younger ones were particularly enthusiastic. In just a quarter of an hour, they had constructed a snowman that bore a striking resemblance to Zhu Houzhong. Zhu Houzhong inspected it thoroughly and remarked, "Though it is rather ordinary, it does show some thought." He then called out, "Let us take a break. We'll need our strength for a snowball fight later." The trio paused, approaching the eaves, shaking the snow from their shoes. Li Bao proudly declared, "Grandpa Zhu, am I not quite skilled?" Li Ying remarked, "Isn't it simply due to my exceptional drawing skills?" Zhu Ziki timidly responded, "Shoveling snow is no easy task for me either." Zhu Houzhong let out a hearty laugh, retrieving 3 red envelopes from his robe, proclaiming, "One for each of you. These envelopes are far more substantial than those given by Li Qing." Li Qing cast him a sidelong glance, choosing to ignore him. "Thank you, Grandpa Zhu," they chorused, tucking the envelopes away. Zhu Houzhong reminisced, "In my youth, I was far more playful than you. During this season, I would glide across the ice in front of the Feng Tian Palace, spinning ice tops." The others mused silently, acknowledging that he still possessed a playful spirit, albeit restrained by age. It is a common trait of the elderly to indulge in nostalgia, and Zhu Houzhong was no exception. He recalled a winter in his childhood when he engaged in snowball fights with Emperor Xianzong, blissfully unaware of the cold, full of boundless energy. He was too young to grasp the concept of fatigue, dismissing his grandfather's claims of aging as mere excuses for not wanting to play. Now, in his current state, he finally understood the relentless passage of time. The group listened quietly as Zhu Houzhong sighed, saying, "In truth, aging is not to be feared, nor is death particularly daunting. However, I must admit, it is difficult to let go. You younger generations have so much time ahead of you, so many beautiful experiences yet to come. It is truly enviable. Emperor Xianzong once envied me in the same manner." Li Qing interjected, "Why are you being so sentimental? At this hour, spare me your jibes." Zhu Houzhong rolled his eyes, retorting, "Am I being sentimental? The one in the capital is the real softy." Li Shui'er, feeling targeted, remarked, "Why do I feel like I'm being singled out?" "What? Haha." Zhu Houzhong chuckled heartily. The others couldn't help but smile, the melancholic atmosphere lifting slightly. "Off you go." Zhu Houzhong urged the 3 younger ones. "At your age, you should be running, jumping, and fully embracing life, not pretending to be deep and contemplative. When engaging in snowball fights, aim a bit more aggressively, none of that delicacy." "Am I not a delicate one myself?" Li Ying felt similarly targeted. Nevertheless, since Grandpa Zhu had spoken, the trio complied. "Thus, little Bao, the thrill of throwing snowballs at faces is unmatched. Give your brother-in-law a proper wash." "What, dear nephew? Are you hesitating for? Why be polite to your uncle? Drench him. Li, will you just stand by and watch your brother get bullied? Hey, brothers are brothers. But a husband is true love." The 3 reveled in the snow while Zhu Houzhong delighted in their antics. Exhausted yet exhilarated, the trio found Zhu Houzhong unyielding in his enthusiasm. Their lunch was far from lavish, primarily because they could hardly consume much. The dishes were overcooked and had lost their vibrant colors, the meat almost reduced to a mushy paste. Yet, the flavors remained pleasant and easy to digest. At this juncture, Both Zhu Houzhong and Li Qing had lost much of their appetite, prompting Li Qing to focus on maintaining a balanced diet. Dining was not merely for sustenance, but to create an atmosphere conducive to reminiscing. As tales of past bravery were shared, Zhu Houzhong seized the opportunity during the meal to recount his encounters with the Tatar prince once more, with a touch of embellishment. The illustrious reputation of the formidable general is undeniably well-deserved. Li Qing refrained from undermining the atmosphere, while the three younger ones played along, creating a lively and animated ambience, where the laughter echoed throughout the modest courtyard until midday, when the feast finally concluded. As the five departed, the courtyard fell into a tranquil silence, leaving only Li Qing and Li Shuer behind. After a moment of hesitation, Li Shuer spoke up. Matters of life and death cannot be trifled with. This is not a trivial matter, and he cannot be allowed to act on a whim. Li Qing smiled non-committally and replied, "You are not him. You cannot impose your judgments upon another." Yet, as she pointed out, his behavior was indeed quite reckless. Although he may be frivolous, he is nonetheless the emperor. Despite his capricious nature, when it comes to ruling, he can undoubtedly be considered a capable sovereign. An emperor must uphold the dignity of his position. The two often engaged in playful banter, but in matters of such gravity, Li Shuer, as the elder, could not simply allow her nephew to act recklessly. Li Qing understood. Well, do not worry too much about this matter. He is like that, and perhaps he will change his mind by tomorrow. Li Shuer sighed softly and said, "He does tend to listen to you. It would be best if you could persuade him." "Indeed, I shall," he replied. Li Shuer hesitated, ultimately choosing silence. Li Qing was well aware of her unspoken question and remarked, "I cannot provide specific details, as there is not much to say. It has only been a matter of months. I do my best, and he follows my lead." Li Shuer nodded silently, wishing for time to slow down. "Do not fret over them. Think more of yourself," Li Qing advised. "Li Qing's time is limited, and little Bao has begun to take over the Li family. You, as the elder, are needed to maintain order." "Yes, I understand," Li Shuer smiled. "I shall live a long life, yes?" Li Qing nodded in affirmation. However, Li Shuer's prayers seemed to bear no fruit, as time flowed inexorably forward, akin to a great river, and in the blink of an eye. The first month of the year had passed. Li Qing moved from the small courtyard to the Zhu residence. Zhu Houzhong's three sons had, to varying degrees, encountered Li Qing. Particularly Zhu Wei, who, having inherited the formidable building, had crossed paths with Li Qing most frequently. Years had passed, yet Li Qing remained as distinguished as ever, prompting unbidden thoughts. To this, Li Qing had but one explanation: "I am a Taoist. Taoists excel in the art of nurturing life." Zhu Wei did not believe a word of it, but Li Qing did not require his faith. During this time, a letter from Hai Rui arrived, stating that the court had appointed someone else to oversee the measurement of fields and commanded him instead to manage waterworks. Hai Rui expressed no complaints nor sought Li Qing's support. He merely stated the facts to keep Li Qing informed of the personnel changes. Li Qing understood that the impeachment efforts of the 6 ministries had borne fruit, or perhaps the emperor had sensed something amiss, thus prompting the personnel adjustments. While such changes had their impact, they were not particularly significant. Moreover, managing waterworks was a matter beneficial to the state and the people. If executed well, it would bring contemporary merit and establish a legacy for posterity. Additionally, it would greatly aid one's career. Hai Rui's official rank remained too low, as he was still merely an 8th-grade official. A special envoy held a higher rank, yet it was merely a temporary role, not a formal position. To achieve great deeds, one must attain a great office. Li Qing had always harbored hopes for Hai Rui to ascend in rank, to achieve great office. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, he was naturally eager to meet with him. However, the contents of Hai Rui's letter dampened Li Qing's spirits considerably. The emperor, though not particularly astute, was certainly no fool. It was apparent that he had begun to sense something amiss. Li Qing sighed quietly, realizing that his bond with the Zhu family was nearing its end. He felt no profound sorrow, yet a sense of loss lingered. Beneath the sun, Zhu Houzhong reclined against the soft backrest of an opulent chair, draped in a thick, warm blanket, lazily basking in the gentle sunlight, thoroughly relishing the moment. "You've been rather despondent these past few days. Could it be due to my imminent departure?" he inquired. "Nay, worry not. There is still time," Li Qing reassured him. "When the weather warms, perhaps fortune will turn in our favor." "Such comforting words are unnecessary. I cherish life, but I do not fear death," Zhu Houzhong chuckled, shaking his head. "Yet, I long to hear the cicadas of summer. Is that too much to ask? Not at all. Li Qing replied affirmatively. Sensing his own conviction might wane, he added, it shall certainly happen. Very well then. Zhu Houzhong responded with a gentle smile. What troubles you so? Li Qing paused, opting for candor. Chapter 93. Filial Sons and Virtuous Grandsons. Zhu Houzhong fell silent as well. In truth, not just Li Qing, but Zhu Houzhong too had long anticipated this day would eventually arrive. Even the figure in the capital understood this inevitability. Yet, when that day did come, accepting it would prove challenging for both of them. Finally, Zhu Houzhong sighed. This step was bound to be taken sooner or later, if it could be delayed. That would be preferable. But if it must come, then let it be. After all, you have never truly grasped the concept of a sovereign and father. Li Qing nodded gently, lost in thought. Though I lack the notion of loyalty to a sovereign, I still possess feelings. If given the choice, I would prefer to avoid this juncture. You are rather naive, Zhu Houzhong sighed. The individual in the capital would not wish for this day to arrive prematurely. He is an intelligent man and understands that the later, the better. He would not instigate this matter. Perhaps he refrains from interference to avoid counterproductive outcomes. Li Qing smiled knowingly and nodded. I am well aware of that. I harbor no doubts nor grievances against him, merely a sense of melancholy. Zhu Houzhong remarked. In that case, you are one step closer to confronting the world. Indeed. What are your thoughts? None of particular weight, Li Qing shrugged. There are now quite a few who know my secret. It does not hinder my daily sustenance. That may be so, Zhu Houzhong sighed softly, but at that time, your freedom will be greatly diminished, and you will lose the luxury of resting at your leisure. It sounds as though I have always been idle, Li Qing jested. How much true leisure have I enjoyed over these 12 dynasties? Ah, perhaps I am the one being sentimental, Zhu Houzhong laughed lightly. The sun is splendid. Do push me out for a stroll. Very well. Li Qing obliged, guiding him outside. The spring breeze swept across the banks of the Qinhuai River, traversing through the streets and alleys, embracing countless households, and enveloping both Li Qing and Zhu Houzhong. It was late February, though the sky was clear. The wind still carried a chill. Fortunately, Zhu Houzhong was well insulated, and with Li Qing occasionally channeling his energy to him, the cold was rendered inconsequential. As the two wandered through the bustling streets, observing the throngs of people and the ceaseless flow of traffic, Zhu Houzhong suddenly proclaimed, I have made up my mind. Really? Li Qing replied, pausing momentarily. What is it? Neither cremation nor merging into one. I desire to be divided, Zhu Houzhong continued. Li Qing exhaled in relief and inquired. Still opting for a burial in formal attire? Let us add a few more elements, Zhu Houzhong murmured. The ancients have said, our body and skin are bestowed by our parents, just before the final verdict is cast. Could you assist me in parting with some of my hair and skin? Li Qing pondered for a moment, responding, hair is acceptable, but skin is out of the question. After a brief pause, he added, you still have time. Why not start growing your nails from today? When the time comes, you can cut them and take some back. I can only go this far. I suspect your father would not approve of such actions, Li Qing remarked. Zhu Houzhong sighed deeply and nodded. You have the final say. So, you truly do not intend to return? He asked. With a self-deprecating tone, Zhu Houzhong replied, my son and my descendants are here. I have spent half my life in this place. I can no longer leave. Having relinquished it, I naturally lack the right to return in earnest. In truth, there is little to draw me back. My past desire to return was solely for my father. However, I seem to lack the filial piety I once imagined. With my wife, children, and grandchildren here, I cannot go back. Li Qing remained silent, respecting Zhu Houzhong's choice. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Please apologize to my father for me, and also to my mother. Very well. Is there anything more? After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Houzhong added, also, convey my regards to our ancestors, especially to Emperor Xianzong. Li Qing agreed and inquired, anything else? Zhu Houzhong thought for a moment and softly said, if possible, I would like to visit the tomb of the filial piety. Li Qing chuckled. What? Are you afraid now? What could I possibly fear? If I visit my ancestors, will they not forgive me? Zhu Houzhong sighed. Though I have no regrets, I still wish to express my contrition. Li Qing nodded gently. Given your current circumstances, it can only be done at night. Night will suffice, Zhu Houzhong replied, feeling more at ease and liberated. There is nothing else. If I think of more, I shall add it, Li Qing said. Truly, that is all. Zhu Houzhong responded with a chuckle, then asked, what about my younger brother? He certainly will not outlive you. Li Qing replied, His health has always been frail, and after laboring for 40 years, coupled with his introspective nature, he is unlikely to reach your age. Zhu Houzhong's expression grew complex as he lamented, I know deep down he is more joyful than angry, yet I have indeed burdened him. Indeed, Li Qing acknowledged. Zhu Houzhong then inquired, how much longer does he likely have? Do you not know how much I loathe that question? Of course, but I do not wish to take advantage of your leniency, Zhu Houzhong replied shamelessly. Li Qing could only smile helplessly. I cannot say for certain, but 5 to 6 years seems assured. That is sufficient. It is not an insignificant span, Zhu Houzhong nodded, a blend of satisfaction, regret, and guilt shadowing his features, and fell into silence. Li Qing did not press further, gently guiding him along as they strolled leisurely. He refrained from urging Zhu Houzhong to return to the capital, for in truth, he found himself more fond of Jinling than the capital. If one day his time comes to an end, he would choose to rest eternally in Nanjing, lying in the fragrant and moist soil of Qisha Mountain during a splendid spring. That night, Li Qing carried Zhu Houzhong out of the Zhu residence, gracefully yet steadily guiding him up Purple Gold Mountain. Zhu Houzhong, resting on Li Qing's back, inquired, by the way, about that question I asked earlier. You still haven't given me an answer. What? You mentioned this isn't your first time. Who was it before? Li Qing paused for a moment, then replied, here lies a person who does not belong. Zhu Houzhong was taken aback, then realized, Zhang Wen? Indeed. Zhu Houzhong looked around in confusion. Where is he? Li Qing scoffed, what? Do you wish to pay respects? Or are you contemplating digging up the grave? I'm merely curious, Zhu Houzhong retorted. Forget about where he is buried. However, considering your selfless nature, I am intrigued that you would allow him to be interred here after the state he left the Ming in. I am human. Being human entails having emotions, Li Qing softly stated. Even disregarding personal feelings, I cannot neglect him for the filial duty he performed on my behalf. Is he not a disciple of Zhang Xianren then? Zhu Houzhong asked. Li Qing nodded. Zhu Houzhong lamented, what a pity I was born too late. Otherwise, I would have sought Zhang Xianren as my master and perhaps even become your senior. Li Qing chuckled, to be my senior. You would at least need to be of the same generation as the founding emperor. This is the Shaoling Mausoleum. Do you not possess a modicum of reverence? Li Qing laughed lightly. Not to mention whether the founding emperor could outrun him. He is a Taoist, after all, and fears little of such things. The two bantered quietly, skillfully navigating past everyone until they reached a secluded spot within the Shaoling Mausoleum. Li Qing set Zhu Houzhong down, removed the seal from a wine jar, and handed it to him, saying, speak to the founding emperor. I will keep watch. Call me if needed. I can't hear you. Zhu Houzhong nodded, poured out half the jar of wine, and began to chatter. Li Qing was confident that with Zhu Houzhong's mischievous spirit, even if old Zhu were furious, he could still evoke laughter from him. Holding another jar of wine, Li Qing walked a short distance to where his junior disciple lay. He could not recall how long it had been since his last visit, but he and his master had personally buried the junior disciple and marked the spot, so he would not be mistaken. Zhu Yunwen had no gravestone, nor even a mound. Aside from a figure clad in a dragon robe and a coffin of the finest materials, he possessed nothing. The dragon robe belonged to Zhu Qizhen, and the coffin was from the old man. Zhu Yunwen had, in essence, nothing, save for the dignity of an emperor that Zhu Qizhen and the old man had forced him to maintain. Having not come for too long, Li Qing poured out half a jar of wine and took 2 hearty swigs before softly asking, is my master doing well? Then he mused, indeed, he should have ascended. He is not down below. By the way, did your 4th uncle receive a beating? Did he retaliate against you after enduring the blows? Li Qing began to chatter as well. Humans are sometimes peculiar. Deep within, they may believe in nothing, fully aware of the illusions, yet still choose to embrace the falsehoods. In Jinling, another emperor is destined to rest eternally, and in the future, should your grandfather become irate, there shall be someone to share the burden with you. However, this cunning fellow may very well complicate your life further. Li Qing engaged in meandering conversation, his words disjointed as he remained attuned to the surroundings. Ears perked and eyes vigilant. The night air was cool and damp. He continued to speak, drink, and pour forth his thoughts for a full quarter of an hour before rising to say, I shall go check on your distant cousin. Meanwhile, Zhu Houzhong had already succumbed to tears, the reason for his weeping a mystery. Li Qing found the scene both amusing and poignant. However, he chose not to intrude, standing silently at a distance. As Zhu Houzhong wept, he suddenly burst into laughter, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "Grandfather, do you see your grandson's filial piety? Rest assured, when I reach the underworld, I shall be even more dutiful. What elder would wish ill upon their descendants? We are bound by blood, after all." Despite his own melancholy, Li Qing could not suppress a smile, a wave of lightness washing over him. Even in the afterlife, with this loquacious mouth and his unabashed demeanor, he would surely fare well. The offerings enjoyed by the founding emperor, if even a fraction were bestowed upon him, would leave him well-fed and content. Zhu Houzhong rambled on for a while longer, and feeling it was sufficient, he finally declared, "I am ready here. Shall we depart?" Li Qing could not resist inquiring, "Were your tears genuine or feigned?" "More authentic than gold," Zhu Houzhong retorted. "I am the filial son and virtuous grandson of the founding emperor. How could I possibly feign tears?" For reasons unknown, Li Qing suddenly found himself devoid of sorrow.